down but not out. Sight. Ritual.
I think it is about time that we kicked off the Berlin Major. We've got the 16 best teams from all around the world, from 16 different countries, from 4 different regions, fighting for $500,000 and a couple spots at the Six Invitational, as well as the Major Trophy. I'm Dev. Mandy, we're finally getting into it. It took us a hot minute to get started, but we've got a hell of a lot of games to get through.
We have such a packed week, a total week of games every single day. Plenty of best of ones to follow. I'm so excited for the week. Our experience here at Berlin has been so lovely, and I can't wait to share it with all of you at home.
That's it. We got group stage for 3 days. We're going to be playing so many games every single day. We've got 16 best of 1 matches spread across 2 streams. Whether you're tuning in here on Rainbow Six or the Rainbow Six Bravo channels, we'll take you through the pre-show and then we'll split up and start getting into the actual matches. But there is a lot of action to get through.
Yeah.
We've got a half the number of teams remaining before we get to those playoffs. It feels like it's been a long time coming for the major, but finally we are here. But let's take a look at the groups that we've got. The teams are split into 4 different groups with 1 team from each region. And the first group, Group A, has a lot of familiar faces. This has been donned the group of death. Every team has made it to the semis before. And NIP were even the 2021 Six Invitational champions.
There's a big hype for every single one of these teams. One that I really want to point out is Rogue. They have had an incredible EUL brand new roster coming into it, and they have just put on the most amazing performance. Big hype for them to try and make it through to the playoffs.
We're going to be playing best of ones, and every team plays every other team in their group twice. So we'll have a really good idea of who deserves to make it to the playoffs by the time we're done. But let's look at Group B. Group A you can watch on this A stream for the rest of the day. Group B is going to be on the B stream, and we've actually got a former Six Major champion here on FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan, of course, they were the champions at the Sweden Major. They seeded first in Copa Elite 6, and we're expecting them to make it out of this group. But that does not mean that the fight is not going to be tight between the other 3 teams. To push through to the playoffs in this team, once again, is very competitive, and there is going to be the most tight and intense battle for it.
Yeah, there's no free games throughout the Six Major. You can catch these guys on the B stream. Group C, though, they will also be on the A stream. A lot of familiar faces in Group C, but also a major debut for a brand new team. The first ever time a team has come from Indonesia, Gaming Gladiators. But, I mean, there are so many strong teams. Who's looking the best form here?
Exactly. The Wolves, they've come into it every single EUL stage. They've improved their standings all the way from 9th through the 4th, now to 1st place. And now they finally get that chance to show us what they can do at an international stage. But while they're here, don't count out the rookies in Gaming Gladiators. We come from APAC South. We've seen that they can make waves in this lobby. This is another very competitive group.
Yeah, Double 7M and Oxygen as well. Insane within their own respective regions from Latin America and North America. And now our final group, we have a lot of teams with a lot of promise. Astralis from North America, Elevate from Thailand within the APAC region, M&M from Europe, and FURIA, of course, from Brazil, from the Latin American region. It's hard to say who's favored in a lot of these groups, but I feel like for Astralis, they're the obvious ones here, right? They make it to top 4, they lock in Six Invitational for next year.
Absolutely. If they can lock in that semi-final place, they are 100% going to invite. They made the Charlotte Major grand final, but we were heartbroken when they couldn't close it out. Now it's their chance to come back and take it all.
Second world ranked team in the world right now. You guys can catch them on Stream B for the rest of today. But of course, let's take a look at the point system. Because we're playing best of ones and we can go to overtime, we want to reward the teams that play those tight, hard-fought matches. And so how it works is each group is going to be a double round-robin best of one, just like you've had for majors time and time again. And just like the regular stage for all of these regions, you win in regulation, 3 points. You win in overtime, 2 points. You lose in overtime, you still get 1 commiseration point, but you lose in regulation, you get nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And what it means is that not just every game and every victory matters, but every single round matters. You do not want to be giving away those points to overtime losses. You do not want to be losing the chance to collect all 3 points to push for that playoffs place. And once again, these groups are so competitive, there's nothing to lose.
Yeah, and there are a lot of games. Let's take a look at today's matches across the A and the B stream. We've got 16 games, 16 BO1s to get through. We are going to be here long into the wee hours of the morning. And as you can see, A stream, we're kicking it off with Damwon Kia, Rogue, and on the B stream, kicking it off with Elevate versus M&M. But every team that's here is playing today. 2 matches, in fact. So are there any particulars that you're looking out for?
Well, of course, we are starting off with a complete barn burner. Damwon Kia and Rogue, you guys, you have to stick around for this. Whether you guys are just going to bed or it's early in the morning for you, we hope that you can join us for all of these games today. Jam-packed, so many hours of Siege to play for.
Yeah, it's crazy just looking at the names, and there's like, you've got Wolves going up against Oxygen, you've got Exec coming in playing against Rogue. There's just, so many matches. I love Soniqs G2.
Yes.
Fun fan bases, a lot of stories, a lot of drama back there. And it has been a long time since many of these teams have made it to a major. So we're finally getting to see them back on this big stage. But of course, if you are watching, you can get yourself some cheeky little Twitch drops. If you watch for 3 hours each day, you can get an Esports pack. And there's all kinds of goodies that you can get. There's some extra drops for the playoffs as well if you tune in during the reveal for the new season. So make sure you stick around for that. But I think coming to it now, it's finally sinking in. We're at the major. We've got a lot of games to kick off. I don't even know where to begin. There's so much. I can't even tell if there's a specific match I'm looking for. I just want to get started.
Me too. I just can't wait to get into the server. All the players are riled up, ready to go. We're all here in Berlin on this warm summer day, and I think everyone is just ready to jump straight into that lobby and show us their best Siege.
Yeah, well, if you're sticking around on the A stream, you can watch Damwon Kia take on Rogue. It'll be coming up very shortly, but until then, a short break, so don't go anywhere.
welcome to the Berlin Major here on the B stream. My name is Fluke, and this is Hap, who you also can't see.
I was going to say, you don't see me yet, but I am here. You can hear me if everything is going right. And yes, the B stream, of course, we have the group stages on. There's a lot of games that need to be played before we head to players, before the Platz is going to be filled with all these Rainbow Six fans. And that means, for now, 2 streams to get all these games out of the way.
And look at that. Listen to the noise of this graphic, the beauty of it. Elevate versus Eminem with all that sick music that led us into here with what an opening game. 2 teams, let's be real, they're probably not many people's favorite outside of direct fans for this competition.
Yeah.
But for viewers, oh, we're in for a treat.
We're definitely in for a treat. Eminem, of course, is that team that managed to make it through to the 6th Invitational. After that, qualified for the European League is not something you see very often, but they managed to go for it. But we have to say, maybe a little bit on a down form at the end of the stage to come through, as you do see us now. Finally.
I think that's Hap.
No, you've got that out of the way. Yeah. I was so confused now. It's so hot in here, by the way. Berlin, it's just...
It's very warm in Berlin.
It's warm. It's warm.
Yeah. Anyway, you were saying?
No clue anymore.
Well, I can take over a little bit. Let's talk about, I guess, Elevate. Because the last couple of times that we've cast them on a major scene, they did a little thing called break the kill records twice.
At least they evened it out. I mean, it was Onigiri that was able to get up to 27 kills in a single best of 1 with about 8 different guns. So that's always something we'll be looking out for. It's been out on the Twitter. Is it going to be breaking another record? Is it going to be evening out another record? We don't know yet, but they're playing 2 games tonight, so it's definitely a good opportunity they will.
And if you haven't quite been so connected with them since their major appearances, well, it's worth noting that they've had 2 roster changes since then. Mark and Mr. Punch, a great duo, have brought themselves a little bit of that stability, but to be honest, it's never been massively in question. Unfortunately, they couldn't be with us in Charlotte because of visa problems. They couldn't quite get there, but they had qualified. So this is their chance to sort of put the boards down with a new roster, new rosters making moves. New teams 2-2-1. Eminem from EU.
Yeah, Eminem is that team that surprised maybe many as they went through the 6th Invitational qualifier, and then they showed up there. They showed what they were made of, and at that moment they were still a Tier 3/Tier 2 team. It wasn't really a professional like Tier 1 team yet, and Eminem decided to, as they qualified, stick with the team for once, because back then they sold it off to Na'Vi. This time they decided to stay, and they started off with a bit of a struggle, we have to say, in that very first stage, not reaching the major, but now they're finally there. But we cannot say it was all nice and easy, because they did definitely have some struggles in these last 2 playdays where they only needed 6 rounds to confirm themselves, and only really leaving it up to the very last playdate to make that happen.
It's by the skin of their teeth, sure, but they're here. And that's sort of the part about Eminem, where if you're looking at the whole sort of mantra of this group, if you're looking at what can be a scrappy, aggressive fight alongside the sides of obviously FURIA filling the boards, and you know, you've got your round out there of Astralis. My notes are really far away.
My notes as well. It's like
really
I kind of want to swap to. No,
I can hold them
grab
here.
My tablet as well. There we go.
I'm gonna have them just here.
Yep.
Now I can look a little bit more. Okay, the point I was making is you're looking at what can be a scrappy group. Astralis, they obviously had an amazing performance in Charlotte. People expect them to double down. People expect them to drive that further home. FURIA, they have fantasy. Oh my god, they have fantasy. It's amazing, and it's everything they want. Sure, Miracle has had big plays, but they're a scrappy team alongside Elevate, who have Onigiri and Sapper, who's been phenomenal, the current top-ranked player in APAC South to be on the boards here, and Eminem has Yuz and Solotov.
They definitely do. They almost had 2 players break that 100 that we talked about so much. Just one falling just a little bit shy of 2 kills. But, you know, there is a lot of potential. The thing about Eminem, though, is what we said as well. If Tyrant starts to step up, together with Solotov, together with Users, the team is going to be unstoppable. That team is going to be making it out of groups. However, we saw some struggle. It was always 1 or maybe 2 of these players stepping up. Never really the full front 3 that we hope to see. And I hope that they have found something to make sure that that will actually happen now.
As Des likes to put it, he describes Eminem as being like a bit of a mini TSM. You have the aggressive front 3 and then the 2 backliners making things come together. And it doesn't really matter who in particular of that front 3 pops off. But at this point, at this stage, you sort of want them all to be the ones that are putting in that little bit of an extra mile here. So, as we said, eyes on Tyrant, but Solotov and the users between the two of them, if they start to find a rhythm, there's many rounds that have just had their name emblazoned upon them that are Eminem wins. You've obviously got Nello and Neo bringing a backline. Nello, that big experienced player, that player who has lifted a trophy on a major stage back in Tokonami. It's an energy that you're hoping they can bring to Berlin.
It would be crazy to see Eminem go up to potentially lift the trophy. I mean, I don't think anybody is expecting him currently to be that #1 team. Yes, of course, there is the opportunity. Every single team here is because they deserve to be here, but you have these clear favorites. And Eminem is definitely going to be one of these underdogs.
Against Elevate, though, it's tricky. And
that
I think that's
one is
the
more
thing.
tricky.
We're opening with a game of two technical underdogs, and I think that's the main purpose and point of this, is that Elevate, you know, they've had fights, they've had sort of pushes. APAC has had a strength that we've not seen APAC have for a long time.
Yeah.
And Elevate are amongst that consistency. From the side of APAC South, as I said, they would have been at Charlotte were it not for visa problems. So you hope that you start to see some more of that bring itself across. You hope that we get a true taste of what they might be able to offer, especially with the sort of new players. But enough about that. Where are they going to be? Here. It would seem a bit of a back and forth, but theme is the end.
It's going to be theme park, and I have to quickly check at this graphic because I haven't. Attack has been selected, and I think that is by Elevate because we have a little red mark on the side. So you look at that graphic? It's a new graphic.
No, I see, but they wouldn't have picked it because they had the last ban.
It's just that they are on attack.
They are
Let's
on
just
attack.
put it like that.
Yeah, Elevate
if
are on
I
attack.
am correct, they are on attack.
Yeah, Elevate are on attack, which makes sense. It's theme. You've got some fun numbers about this, haven't you?
Yeah, so on Elevate side, they have played Theme Park once in APAC South. Of course, they only play 7 maps, so it is a little bit less to go off. They did win it back then. They played 4 defensive rounds, won all 4 of them, and they won 3 out of their 6 attacking rounds that they've played. They managed to win it. Eminem on the other side, they went to overtime. I believe it was a 14-round game. They managed to win 3 rounds either side. So they lost it eventually, weren't able to quite get the win in, but might feel more than comfortable playing Theme Park as well.
I think that's it, is if you pull off a flawless half, you have a precedent. And that's the only precedent that we have for them on Theme. Theme is, in some ways, it can be a hefty map. There's big spaces to clear. We've obviously seen a preference towards the top floor and those 2 sites away from where it used to just be thrown in our current meta that is very aggressive, that does have a strong lead-in for players that like to have these more powerful angles. So we find ourselves sort of stacked up and trying to put the pressure down onto, I guess, aggressive holds and aggressive long lengths.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to be interesting to see because these 2 teams, of course, they come out of different leagues. Elevate is the clear winner out of APAC South. They were in that first place with, let me see, a total of, if it loads,
that's okay,
16 points, which is the average amount of points. But you got to also remember they played 2 less games than teams out of the EWL, NAL, and also, of course, the LATAM region. And 16 points is that average which all the other regions are on for qualifying. So if they would have had those 2 extra games, who knows? Like, they could have been on 21 points or something like that.
So I'm just laughing that you just walked over and just...
Yeah, someone just walked in, put a fan down, and he just walked off.
Oh no, some dude just walked over, put a fan and said, "That's for you," and walked off. Which I'm very thankful for.
Very thankful.
But
it's
it
just
did
not been plugged
throw
in
me
yet.
a little bit.
I wonder if we need to plug it in ourselves
I
at some
don't
point.
know if we're supposed to touch that. Does he want us to do it? That's the mysteries of the major. We will be in the game shortly.
At some point, yes.
At some point, hopefully soon. If you're unfamiliar, we may as well quickly go over a couple of fun things around the tournament. If it's your first Rainbow Six Major, hello, congratulations, welcome, thank you. There is 2 streams. This is the Bravo stream. There is also the main stream, which is / Rainbow Six, where we've got the wonderful Dev and Mandy taking us through Rogue versus Damwon Kia, so you can jump between the 2 to see what is going on, or if you have a favorite team. There's also stuff for you at home, like drops.
There is, yes. You can watch for drops. I haven't actually properly read into it because it has changed again, I believe, compared to this time. There's different charms you can go for. Some during the reveal, some actually by watching Siege. But what usually happens is you get some esports packs. You can open those, get some items that are in the Esports collection. Now, that isn't our 6 share skins. You won't be getting any team skins out of that, but it's going to be the regular branded Esports skins. It's black and white, nice little 6 logo on it, maybe some gold in there as well. And with that, you can also get Battle Pass points. So, you know, whilst you're watching this, you might also be playing it on a second screen, and you might be getting double progress with your Battle Pass.
Do you at home love Battle Pass points?
I do love Battle Pass points.
I sure love Battle Pass points.
It's actually the
tier are you?
most favorite. I'm 100, actually.
Oh,
I completed it, and then I was like, now I can go off to Berlin.
Then it's packs. I'm 96.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I can complete it. I will complete it. I promise you at home, I will complete it.
I just want all the Wolfguard skins.
All I have to do is keep watching. I am ready to do that from our perspective. There's 3 other groups as well. Group D, we've talked about them, and the way the stream and the format of today works is there's back-to-back. So after this game on this same stream will be Elevate versus Astralis. Yes, Elevate versus Astralis will be the follow-on, and then it will be a couple of Group B, which is Soniqs, G2, FaZe, and SANDBOX Gaming. And that is all that's going to be. Oh, there it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we can see this. On the right is what I was talking about. On Group on Stream B today, we have Groups D and B, the even letters.
I was just looking at these little icons right here.
You're looking at the little icons?
Little icons.
What do they mean?
They are the groups, I think. But I can't read them.
No.
Oh, wait, it's at the bottom of the middle. Oh, there you go. Okay, so you have these little dots, right? Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. You see it in the middle, right below the mirror window. So you know which group it is. You could have just gone A, B, C, D. But
I'm trying to work out.
What are you trying to work out? I mean, C is clear.
C is clear. Do you think they did C and then went backwards on the others?
Might have. I don't know.
It's cool. It's like little symbols. I was just my first brain instinct was to count the amount of dots.
I want to check if it's like bright. Is it bright? How do you say that?
Braille.
Braille? I just know the Dutch word for it. So.
Well, probably. No, I don't know if it's Braille. But on the left, we have our other groups, our odd groups, A and C. Damwon, Kia, Rogue, NIP, and XS are our Group A, and then our Group C, W7M, Gaming Gladiators, Wolves, and OXG.
Yeah, so definitely some fun games to go at there as well. And if I'm just looking over to the A stream, I'm not trying to send you away, by the way, just to be clear. I want to keep you here on the Bravo stream. But if there is a game you want to watch, I mean, I think Damwon, Kia, Rogue, a beautiful game to start off with. I think Wolves against Oxygen is also going to be really exciting. And also W7M, I'm really excited to see how they do here.
I think everybody is. Obviously, W7M...
A new fan just came in, by the way. Second one.
But I think he went to take it to Mandy.
He took it away.
Fan Man.
Come back.
I don't know who Fan Man is.
Be your hero.
He's a hero.
I don't know either. We were talking about the streams. We were talking about drops.
Talking about W7M. W7M,
yes.
A very exciting team. I think what we have here at Berlin, which we haven't been able to have since the dawn of COVID, is every team.
Yeah, you might be right. I think we haven't been able to get the full 20 or 16 teams in.
I'm trying to remember the last time. Sweden, did we have everybody?
I have internet.
You find out. We may be, at this point, the first time we've had every single team. Obviously, W7M, just to talk about them, they're not the game that we're going to have, but we've got time to fill. They had an unfortunate thing in Charlotte where they can get all their players out. They're here full strength. They're here with maybe a point to prove. You know, we can say the same about Elevate as well.
I think we lied.
Did we lie?
I think we lied.
Does Sweden have everybody?
I think Sweden had everybody.
Okay, well then since Sweden, still a while.
It's been a while, yes. It was November last year, yes.
Memories.
Like 9 months ago, something like that.
Either way, in reference to this year, in reference to the most recent majors, well, we might have a couple of teams with a little bit extra to do.
Yeah, for sure. We have some teams with a bit extra to do. There's also some teams that somehow barely qualify but managed to get here. Look at G2. Look at NIP.
Yeah.
Miracle runs to some sort. How much pressure is going to be on their shoulders is going to be a big question because they might have not expected to even be here at all, whilst they are right now. And of course, I think if you look at this current event, and I hate to say it, but a lot of people are again sleeping on APAC. Like, a lot of people are saying, damn on Kia. If anybody needs to do it, it's them. But Elevate at the same time, they managed to get as far as Damwon Kia last time around.
PJH has Crocs that say Damwon Kia wins on the side of them. So they've won.
It's over.
It's over.
They've won the major. They can lift the trophy.
Can the tournament. We've seen peaks at the set as well. Obviously, we have this very cool...
Yes, little backdrop.
Little backdrop.
Presented by Ubisoft.
We have all the German operators, and then Azami. I don't know if she has German heritage.
I'm not too far into the.
But we have every
there.
other operator is all the German operators, and then Azami. I don't
yeah, and let me check.
You can't.
Blitz, yes.
Yeah. We've got all the rest.
Monica Weiss, Jaeger, yes.
We have time to go over this. Yeah, you got little Blitz, little Bandit, and then Azami.
And us. We're all still here. We're not on the back.
Do you have any German heritage?
No.
Oh.
I speak a little bit of German. At least, as far as I know, I don't have German heritage. Let's put it like that. I'm in the Netherlands, though, so it's quite close. So probably at some point, there has been some crossovers.
Okay. Let's go back to looking at Group D. Let's talk more about the game. For now, as we float in the aether, Astralis. They are, I think, from this group, everybody's sort of expectation of them to get out the group in first.
Yeah, for sure. I think Astralis as well basically came in being one of the tournament favorites, especially after we saw them in Charlotte.
Yeah.
They performed really well, managed to go all the way up towards map 5. Weren't able to win it against Dark Zero, but they were hungry and they stick together. They might have made some changes gameplay-wise. They were off to a bit of a slower start, but they did manage to come in as the very top seed of the NAL, and they are here to win that trophy, to do what they couldn't do in Charlotte.
I think that's it as well. With Astralis, we saw them, if you sort of had your first eyes on them, as that big show-stopping team. They came in with... There was expectations, 100% there was expectations, and they sort of matched and bettered them. And the people that hadn't looked into Astralis, people that didn't know about them, sure did. Especially Iconic's name after the show itself. They took a knock in the final. They took it a bit hard, but they've built themselves back up. And they have themselves now, if anything, you talk to any of the people that have watched NAL, you talk to anyone involved in the scene, stronger than they were before. The strongest that NA has to offer by a lot of people's opinions. I'm sure some people disagree with that, but this is the consensus. And that is a consensus that the rest of this group has to deal with. Obviously, FURIA will be thinking about that, but Elevate versus M&M, Elevate especially, who have to play them next, know how precious these points are. If you're unfamiliar with the layout in the group, you play each team twice. So there is another chance to get a bit of retribution, but you may as well start on the right foot.
Still round robin. So, yes, indeed. If you manage to start off strong, if you manage to get those points in at the very earliest mark, let's say you get, just 7 points out of the very first 3 games you play, you are basically in a really good spot. All you need is an extra game to win, and you find yourselves in the playoffs. If you're on the back foot, if you lose your first 3 games, it's suddenly becoming a lot harder to try and fight back, because suddenly that pressure is on. You need to win everything. So either of these 2 teams know that they're fighting for potentially second place in the group here. And I don't want to, get ahead of myself. I don't want to say Astralis is confirmed first, because they aren't yet.
They aren't.
They haven't played any games.
No.
They're just a favorite.
We haven't even seen a drop of Siege.
We haven't even seen anything.
We haven't seen a drop of Siege yet. But we will. Hopefully soon. We find ourselves... I'm not sure if the A streams...
I don't know either.
I don't think it is. Hopefully production will let me know, because...
I don't hear him scream yet.
No, I don't hear any...
It's also not Tim, so...
No, but I would hear Dev.
Yeah.
Dev currently beneath the floor, the way it's set up.
Stomp a little bit.
I'm not saying if we stomp and I go, "Hello, Dev Mata," maybe he'll hear that. I hope he does, and I hope it makes
He's going to go for G'day, mate.
G'day, mate. No
nothing.
Response. Really heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking.
He's too wrapped up in his stats and his notes.
Possibly.
In his notes and his stats.
Maybe it's the curtain that's stopping the sound
from
coming through back.
We can't really explain too much about the set where we are.
I was afraid.
There is a bit of a sheer drop, like a couple of feet that way, that's got a curtain in front of it. There's safety rails. There is safety rails, but if you're scared of heights, like Happers, then it's exciting.
So I told Emmy, you
Exciting.
know what? I want to stay close to the wall. However, I was forced backwards here. It's like, where are we standing? I'm like, well, I'm standing next to the wall. So you decide where you want to be. I'm going to be standing right here because I have a fear of heights, and it's quite a tall.
So we just saw Onigiri just run that way.
Yeah, Onigiri is just running right in front of us now. Heading somewhere.
That might mean that we're about to start that he was running.
Yes, or it might mean that it's delayed a little bit more.
We'll find out.
Who knows?
We'll hopefully know soon. We're really sorry that the people will keep talking like a Siege podcast for as long as we can. Remember to tweet at the socials about who you think is going to win. I want everybody right now to put your money where your mouth is. You can't take away the things you say on the internet in Twitch chat. Everyone knows it's forever.
That gets saved, yes.
So who do you think A, going to win this game?
Okay.
B, going to win the group? C, going to win the whole tournament?
What about who's also going to go through?
I don't care about other groups.
Okay, well, I was talking about this group. Who's going to get first and second?
Yeah. Who do you think is going to make it?
You're not going to win anything with it, by the way. Who do I think will win it?
Yeah.
I think Onigiri is going to be winning this 1v5.
Onigiri's now walking back.
He's walking back, so
Past
it's totally
us.
not trying to be hello.
He's waving hello.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a seat.
You know what? I'm going to take a seat as well. It's going to be a bit more of a casual setting.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to be...
You're really far away.
I'm pushing my chair back in vision. There we go. You see a little bit, but I'll sit right in front of it. It's fine. Hello.
Hi, welcome to this.
I'm trying to pull up my stats again because...
I'll go like this. So the frame looks
see
a little bit more like we're it's just really warm.
I'm having some internet problems.
Oh, no.
Which isn't great if everything is on the drive.
This is why I handwrite.
Yeah. You might have gotten the better of me here. Let me check. Am I getting back in it? I want to see the Astralis stats.
I always do.
I have Astralis. There we go.
Nice.
Okay, do we want to talk about Astralis?
I'm going to stand in the middle of the frame. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I need to get back in.
No, you don't.
Okay, it's fine. It's all
Hi,
you
welcome
now.
to Bravo Stream.
Welcome to Emmy Stream.
Welcome to Bravo Stream.
I can go off. It's fine. I'll just sit here. I mean...
Yeah.
I mean, what is there to talk about for Astralis? Do we want to talk about
with stuff because this is a lot of stuff that I want to talk about when we get into Astralis.
That is also true.
It's tricky. So I think
I can also bring up M&M and
bring us some M&M. Let's
I'll bring up some general M&M.
We've obviously talked about them, but let's talk about them again because people might just be joining us.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're just getting updated. Okay, we might not know how long we're going to wait for, so we're actually going to throw to a break.
So we're not talking about M&M.
So we're not going to talk about M&M because they're not quite sure. We're really sorry about this. We'll be back with a break, and we'll be back so soon, I promise. See you in a mode. This will help you get packs. we are ready to go. Touch wood. I do not want to be anything else.
Is this wood?
It might be. I've touched this
yes,
table.
Yes, it is wood.
Elevate versus M&M. Thank you so much for bearing with us. We are ready to go. Bartosz, social media manager.
He's losing it.
He saw the tweets and he said, oh, maybe I should fix the game. So Bartosz.
Yeah, Bartosz did fix it. He actually, you know what? He's like, okay, maybe I should stop posting on Twitter and
maybe
just
he should, and he fixed it. Thank you
find
everyone
the
for
start
telling
button.
him that he needed to do it. Okay, Hap, Fluke, Elevate, M&M. Break it down for us.
Okay, so with this, we have Elevate, the number 2 seed to come in from APAC, going up against the number 3 seed from Europe. However, one in a bit of a better form compared to the others. So it's gonna be a good matchup, I think. We might see 12 rounds, maybe 11. That's what I'm personally aiming at right here. Slightly in favor of Elevate if you just look at the map bans. However, international play, a small break. New strategies could be born in just a matter of days, so who knows? M&M might have something up their sleeves.
Now, it's also worth sort of recapping. We had a very long spiel before this and before the break, but Elevate, if you are not quite sure where they've been, they should have been at Charlotte, couldn't make it because of visa. They've also had a roster change since the last time you saw them on a major stage at SI, where we now have Mark and Mr. Punch, the new duo that stepped in alongside, obviously, Onigiri, the man who hit and broke so many records before, DCH, and Sapper, who is currently the best-rated player in Apex South.
Yeah, so with that, a pretty good lineup on the side of Elevate, I think we can say. A pretty sufficient all-round lineup. They have some consistency as well. And they are about to take on M&M, who have that, as Desert called it, the mini TSM formula with Tyrant, Solotov, and Users, of course. However, Tyrant has been a bit slow throughout the stage, throughout EUL Stage 2. And that is something that needs to change. If they manage to get on top of that, the group getting out of it, that should be easy.
That's it. So on the stage itself, the team that is in the game, they haven't quite had the major changes, but they have changed that important 6th man. The coach was different for their time in their swing round at SI, their last sort of foray onto the biggest stage here. So they're going to see if some of these slight changes can be something. Because, to be fair, the way they got here was a little bit skin of their teeth. A fight that was only really locked in for the flights on the very final EUL playday for M&M.
And on that playday, they did literally the bare minimum. Get those 6 rounds. After that, I was like, okay, we have qualified. That's about it. We don't need to do more. Lost that game eventually. So they came off the back of 2 losses for this now game. Their first game out of their group. So they want to turn that around. They've done what they needed to do to get here. It's up to them now to show that they have improved, that they have worked on the issues and are able and capable of taking on Elevate, who I think in this matchup might have a slight favorite above themselves.
Well, where do we find them? Theme Park. The map ban was done prior towards the break, so just to update you, we find ourselves heading to Theme Park. It is a map where Elevate have a 1-for-1 record on it with a perfect, flawless defensive half. Now, they will be starting, if I'm correct, and correct me if I'm not, on their attack.
They will be, and of course that is due to the fact that M&M had the side choice. It is a defense side of map. You would be crazy to not go for the defense first in such an important matchup as this one. And thus, as we are starting to get into the game right here, it is M&M that will start off onto the defense. Oh, actually slightly favored into the social polls, 52% up against the 48 of Elevate.
Pump that bass, baby.
Actually, right. I was quite surprised by that.
Give me that.
Yeah, give him the pump.
Give me the club. The club down here onto Theme Park. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and my honor to say we are getting into game. We are getting into the first game on the B stream. Obviously, there is 2 streams running, but if you want to watch Damwon, Kia, and Rogue, that is on the other. Here, we have 2 scrappy teams, 2 potential underdog stories, 5 players across the board on either side that have everything to play for right now, and it starts here.
Now, the Dokkaebi to be removed first by the side of M&M, meaning they don't want to deal with a DMR at least, but also the Lungy Bombs, the chems that get hacked. That might lean into a bit of an information game that M&M wants to play here on theme. Thatcher being banned, quite common, doesn't really change anything. That operator gets removed 90% of the time.
Yeah, it's a pretty standard removal. It's a piece that's obviously happy to take out of it. Kaid gone as well. You find yourselves in a little bit more of a limitation on towards the hatch play of and the sort of lockdown that Throne has often become, that you can still try and lock in those walls. That's just going to make some of these approaches a bit tougher and trickier. And Azami, the extra one on the back of our board that I still think is kind of funny. I still think it's kind of funny that we have the Gemini and Azami, but she's not actually going to be in this game. She's
not. She can
alongside with us.
Yeah, for sure. And Azami, of course, one of those 2 new operators that have been added towards the competitive pool to get a bit sense. Of course, Azami considered as one of the most game-changing operators we've had for a while, maybe putting her in line with Mira, who, of course, is an architect herself as well. Not seeing any play, at least for now. Does leave the opportunity for Mira open, but often not really played that much out here on theme. So we're headed towards the throne room first. I mean, it's quite usual for teams to do that. It is quite defendable. There's 3 double walls that will lead directly into the site. 1 on yellow, you have 1 near the maintenance, and 1 on the barrels as well. Those are the main entry points, but you will need some roamers to make sure that that top floor control is not getting out of hand.
That's entirely it. If you're looking at this meta and you're looking at the extension and you're looking at a pretty much full repick on this side of the bow, Sapper's going to pick up the Monty, a big change. The Fink has just changed hands off of Onigiri. He's going to play the IQ. They're maybe a bit concerned about those Valkyrie cameras. They're going to be tucked and sort of pocketed round. A little bit of intel can be absolutely monumental. The Thatcher is the drive-through. Oh, not the Thatcher, the Thermite. The Thatcher is gone. So they might be trying to hit this a little bit flat and heavy. Sapper cautious of the approach there towards the top of Dragon Stairs. The window can be dangerous, and more so the swing out on the door itself. And we know the game that Yus and Solotov like to play, which is called, hey there, here's my gun.
For sure. I mean, Onigiri also knows that strategy. Really a big fan of going for it. But, you know, what we see now is just some quick hatches to be opened up, some preparative work to be done. And as we get into it, soon Elevate will start to take control of that top floor. Because, of course, we won't actually be needing that top floor completely to be cleared out. Just directly above that side. Make sure there's no roamers able to start pushing in. And that is going to be a great first grenade. But just stepped out in time there it is for Solotov lives on to fight for just another couple seconds.
That's it. The Jackal's trying to get the catch. They thought he might be tucked around a little bit further, but Solotov's dug himself into the end of that corridor. It is a bit of a power place and a position that Wamai's going to have the support there to let Solotov potentially play their life. The drops are coming around. There's a body on the bottom of Dragon Stairs. There's an extension towards the computer side. You can see they've stacked themselves up all the way around. They're making sure that they can approach this without somebody getting them through the soft above. But we've talked about this. There's a verticality that needs to be taken care of. The first cover on a smoke, assuming that maybe hit a disc on the catch. The second, around the same actually. And no, they just wanted to drop the hatch.
Yeah, they did, and DCH will be able to get that very first. That's Solotov removed. That's the Valkyrie, one of the roamers off the board. But just look at it. How many people are currently on site? I can count maybe only 1 on the back of Thrones. If they do manage to find this kill and get some information through, this might be very crucial on the side of Elevate.
Nello, he's getting a little bit aggressive. He's just peeking around on the side of the Dragon Door itself to see if anybody is there to strike down, but they've got themselves stacked up. Elevate, you can see them all across the bow of the map. Tyrant's taking the first. The C4 actually destroys the mute jam. It doesn't get all the way through, so that wall is now breachable by the sides of Mark if he can find his way around, but they probably don't know that. Instead, they're going to try and see if they can lock in the fight above. DCH, well, he's caught out by Tyrant. We said he's a player that we need to keep eyes on, because if he steps in, well, Mark can step back. There's the fight onto the site itself. Usus, he's now the back line. Neo's found his way via split, spraying around onto the door, but 30 seconds, and they're trying to knock their way to the back of the throne.
Yeah, they need to. Smoke canisters are coming through, and that means the execute is about to be upon us here. They want to go for a bit of a plant, and the Sapper will get yet another kill. Impacts are being tossed back out. Neo goes quite low. They need to get this plant down in a couple of seconds, but it's an injured to come through. The diffuser has been dropped and picked up again by Mr. Punch. He's going for the plant, an effective 1 and 2 as it is right now, but it's an LMG that's covering. Users will find a kill, however. It's only up to Mr. Punch. He gets 1, swings around. Users will find him, however, and that's Eminem that gets the very first round.
Usus with a triple kill. And then a pair for Tyrant. We said they're a team that sparks on those players, and they've hit this first. But you have to look at how Elevate just kept biting their way back into that round. There was obviously the structure of things starting to fall apart elsewhere. There was little tap for tap, blow for blows. As soon as they lost the Jackal, they made sure that, as I said, are they aware that that mute jammer's gone? Yes. Very quick response from the Thermite to get in, get that wall breached, the important strike through the setup, which is, you know, more of a standard take, but that battle of grenades over the top, potentially against Wamai, was sort of cut in half, and the response from Elevate to hit it meant that they almost took the round.
It got quite close, it definitely did. And I mean, it's a defense-sided map here, so Elevate being this close on that very first, they definitely have the opportunity to pick up 2, maybe even 3 rounds if they manage to continue the way they just fought through that round. And if they do manage to do so, then M&M definitely will have to go for a bit of a sweat. So they need to step it up a bit. They need to make sure they don't let Elevate play this trade game the way they did, because you find one, Elevate fights back. You find another one, Elevate again, able to strike back. It wasn't up until that last moment where it was a 1v2, basically due to the plant going down, you getting the drop onto the Zofia, and then somehow Mr. Punch able to find one, just not the second, unfortunately, due to the right call onto the rotate from users there. But we're on a different site now, and a spawn peak is upon us. It is the Wamai.
I mean, I said he likes to play this game. There's a slow-moving Sapper Monty.
He's not being spotted like this, so he's playing it just well.
There's a drone. Oh, didn't quite get all the way to the top. He's recollecting it.
And
there it is!
That's a multi!
No! Sapper removed. The drone comes a step and a second later, but there is nobody you want to lose more than a Sapper, and nobody on top of that than a Monty. What a blow. As that early swing round, Users has kept himself rolling here, and Elevate, well, they've lost that opening battle this time around. Can they try and find a fight back?
I have to say as well, well played by Users, just being on that pixel where you do not get spotted, you know, just use it to your advantage there. Allow yourself to go for some of these repels, because always, every single round, people are going to be repelling up there, especially with the current site that you're attacking. You want to go for a full top floor clear. You do not want to have people come in from your backs. Now, Mark is starting to breach with the Selmas inside of the break room. It's going to create a very tall angle, tall opening. I don't think he'd be getting too much use out of that, though.
I think it's the cut down, potentially. Anyone that might try and hit that rotate, they put a bit of danger there for them. You can see they've got themselves just that position on the rotate from break round to the top of Arcade stairs to try and take care of any more Selmas that come there. But now this pressure comes from Arcade. They have themselves Elevate in these positions to keep responding to where M&M is finding themselves. A bit of an explosive and a bit of an explosive move from Tyrant. Gets one. DCH at least gets some revenge on that kill. Means that it's not entirely bloodless. But with a misthrown grenade and 2 more, Elevate knocked out the door. M&M strike hard.
A clean round for M&M, but you gotta say it. They really wanted to go for a push with that Monty. Got taken out before even a drone entered the building there. So a bit of an oversight from Elevate. Might have wanted to go a little bit too quick there, and M&M, they punished them for it. And that's that 2-0 on the board now. More of a convincing win that we need to see from M&M if they want to be doing well on this map here on Theme Park. Because we've seen them struggle. We've seen them lose out
Need to locate
on Theme.
bomb.
Now, as we head towards the drug labs and the storage, it's going to be a first floor hold. This is the home of the famous toe shots we saw between BDS and G2 back in the 2020 EUL finals, I believe it was. Verticality is a small part in this. It doesn't completely cover the site, but especially around Cafe, you're going to be able to open up some parts above the bathroom, which are often a place to hide as a defender.
Theme Park does play itself well to defenders. It's always worth sort of noting. And I guess if we're going to quote the statistic that we've said a couple of times, Elevate, last time they were here, a flawless defensive half, which, you know, you want to have a little bit more breathing room. You want to take some of your attacks. But it is still something that they know, and obviously they'll have that, not as a contingency, but as a factor over their game itself. Here, M&M, they've got themselves off to a very solid start, and they, for them, know that they've got the tougher part of the game, so they need to try and win this, the tertiary round, the one that's a little bit tricky, the one that's a little bit sticky, and the one that's a little bit, I guess, more important in the longer throws of things. The breach, the hold, and the wall underneath for the extension across throne in case they want to have those rotations. And it's a bit of a flat approach for now from Onigiri.
Just trying to get some of those first entries, take care of some utilities, some cameras maybe, get some ground covered so you don't have to do that later on anymore. And as the rest of Elevate is trying to get themselves in and around the building, first RC Retiros are starting to come through. I think that's mainly for information though.
Nello in a bit of a scrappy firefight there, caught out around the side of the barrels. He's trying trying to swing and play for his life. The Mute Jammer of safety will mean that he might not get directly droned out, but Onigiri straight on split. Does he know that one's just below? He fires a bit high, they dip a bit low. He's expecting the swing round from the side. It's Usus on the door. Solotov's a bit of an extension. Tyrant's holding the yellow stairs to make sure no one can get behind them. It's again this play, but there it is. Onigiri's finally able to find one through the drone hole. Well, there's no way you can have a man protect you from that angle, apparently.
Usually you have some time to try and respond, but Onigiri really quick with picking up that kill there, not really giving anything. Nello's still stuck in the barrels though. All he can really do is dug in deep because there is no more way out. Hopes that maybe there's some support coming in from the hatch, which I believe has just arrived. But Onigiri's just out there. He's just holding. A stun is coming through in just a second now. They know he's still there. A drip out comes through. Mark will be able to shut him down, and now they know Nello is still out there. Brief fires come through. He will get a second, and that's a 5-on-2 for Elevate.
I mean, it was really playing his life. Solotov finds one. He's retaken barrels. The kit's cold. He just looks away on the second, but he still almost finds it. No! Elevate. They make it count when it needed to. They find their first round. A great take across. They knew what they needed to put pressure on. Gifted the one through the drone hole, and from then on, it seemed pretty clinical.
And now Armory Throne is going to be opening up again. I mean, that was the round that eventually came down to a 1v1. Elevate definitely had the opportunity to win it there. It was just that 1v2 post-plant that just did not account for users going a bit wide. So, are they going to be able to make the change here? Are they going to be able to tie it back up for this first game in Group D? I was going to say B because the B stream.
No, this is Group D.
Yes, on the B stream.
Dang, we're opening with Elevate and M&M.
we definitely are opening up with them here. So hoping that Elevate is going to be bringing us back towards that 2-2. Make sure that this game stays close all the way through. But also important to note, yes, Elevate, they played Theme Park before. They had a flawless defensive half, but it wasn't a full half. It was only 4 rounds. So we weren't fully tested, not all 6.
Okay.
And that means that...
You put a little asterisk there?
I'm putting a little asterisk there. We haven't seen all 6 rounds, so we cannot call it completely flawless, but it's still 100% win rate.
I'm not sure if you picked that up
if it's
at home, if the audience...
Rogue Dam one.
That's a Rogue Dam one, which is going to be a very audible game.
Yes.
Feel the game. Feel the waves.
You gotta. That's a prep win, though, there.
M&M and Elevate. 3 rounds deep. M&M. They've just lost the most recent. They're going to see if they can try and restructure. There's a bit of a spray on the far side, but DCH is trying to cut off a player here on the rotate. They're going by this ping game. They've slightly altered their approach. You might remember before that there was a change off the Ash to this lineup, but they didn't throw themselves so directly in that quick to the fight. They've actually pulled themselves back, and are they going to try and force this player out the top of Dragon first here?
I think so. I mean, there's definitely drones coming right around, and there's even red pings that will give away his position. And I believe he just jumped down the Dragon's stairs, so it will provide some freedom for the rest of the attackers to start moving in. It's also the only person on site now uses on that Valkyrie. Ooh, look at this. Tyrant, he's so close to that window. There's a player on it. He has absolutely no idea. Could just be wall banked out here if a drone comes through and gives him the information. If that drone checks...
Do they know?
Not yet.
They know!
They definitely do now.
Oh, but he was the one droning.
Yeah.
That is the problem. DCH droning himself. Solotov finds Mr. Punch on the swing round. Put the pressure back onto the approach, and that's going to pull them a little bit out of computers. They took the drop down. You can see they're going for the rotate. They need to force some of this territory. Where's the next fight? Onigiri's looking for it. But again, look at the timer. A minute 20. They're still trying to find their way through here onto the top floor. Sapper's finally got themselves some safety onto that corridor itself, but M&M have played the space, they've played the time. They've also been able to play out that Finker from the round. Here's another slow potential creep. Do they know the position that they're just round on the corner? They're holding it and letting Mark try and get some work done below.
So they want to get this top floor directly under control. Allows them to open up. Now there is still that Mute Jammer there, but the exothermic will be circumventing it. Impact, however, will still destroy. So opening, not created yet. Not sure if Mark has an exothermic left. Yeah, he does. He was on his drone there for a second. So now they need to get rid of the player that's out there. And what better way to do that with a grenade to bounce around the corner?
That's it. The grenade's going to bounce around. It's going to force it. There's an impact. There's a little bit too wide. No catch. The door is open. 30 seconds, and Sapper's able to find it, drops the shield, and pops Nallo out of existence. Going to move in to the recent breach kind of dangerously. There's an alibi. The cold ping round the corner, and there's a great take from Neo. Runs out of bullets for the second, but finds the safety inside the throne walls itself. DCH making sure nobody swings around on the backside, but 17 seconds, and you can't stop Tyrant when he's able to just move into that free real estate. Loses the last, but Solotov saves it. An M&M round.
It was such an unlucky timing right there. He checked. Okay, no one there. Back towards the Dragon Door we go. And at that moment, is a swing out from Tyrant. Picks up those 2 kills and makes sure that M&M is going to be able to lock in that round. And that leaves us in this 1-3 now. And we're going back to Bunk and Daycare, a side that was really comfortable for M&M, having 4 surviving members in the end, which shows that Elevate, they really need to change something up here. Of course, that started with the Monty being spawn peeked out. Monty not yet on the board, but of course with a tackler repick, that could still change. They just need to make sure that their drones are ahead of schedule, though. Make sure that they aren't going to be missing these kind of spawn peaks, not putting your members prone to these risks to ensure yourself a fighting opportunity later in the round.
This could be an important round for the side of Elevate. They've obviously been able to do well on their defense before, but M&M, they've improved their throne, they've improved their hold, and here, this was a very dangerous one from the get-go. They need to try and find a little bit more of a lean in here, and that could be in the pockets of Sapper. They haven't quite been able to have a massive impact on this game. Statistically, they were huge for the run for Elevate to be able to get to this position. They were able to out-frag champion Fragger there, and they weren't always that player. They weren't always that guy to put that difference in for the roster on the aggressive side. So now, hopefully for them, you're looking at maybe a bit of a lean in with the Candelas and the roles of the Ying. Tyrant tucked in on the top floor, holding around onto the cafe. There's about to be a door broken. Do they know that Tyrant's tucked on the left?
Don't think they do yet, but drones should be coming around. I mean, they've already missed one player that was spawn peeking by not droning properly. Now, a tight angle is being held here, but as Anagiri gets up, he hasn't checked behind the table yet. Now, Tyrant, he's playing this patiently. He doesn't quite want to give away his position yet. Maybe hoping for more Elevate members to come around and try and take Cafe so we can truly strike big here. But for now, it doesn't seem to be the case. A drone comes in from Anagiri. Might have actually spotted out Tyrant, not quite sure. Decide to stop droning at some point. With the Ying now going up towards the break room, it might give you a bit of an idea what they're hoping to go for. Is that, I believe, the wall from break to arcade not rotated? Okay, there is a rotate, just very close.
A very close one. They're tucked around on the swing. They've taken out the drone there. There's a lot of bodies. They're holding off the jump out as well to make sure nobody puts any instant pressure here. And, well, there's Sapper finding users. The head of the first player's gone. Now, can they try and build behind it? The destruction's happening. Onto the break wall, the same way it did before. Nello wants to try and hop his way over here. They're looking to retake a bit of ground, M&M. You've got to try and do this in this current meta. Be a bit aggressive on your defense. Solotov swings the stairs and takes the header, Mr. Punch off as they get the Gun 6 pop. Tyrant, he's finally popped his head up. I don't think Onagiri really found him, but either way, it doesn't matter. Zappa. First Candela is going to get caught, but it will still pop. The second rolls its way around there. The explosive sounds come through, but nobody moves behind it, and there's still a minute.
2 Candelas used, indeed. No one pushing in. Maybe because they couldn't quite get them into the right spots, and a small rotate is coming in, heading more towards the cafe. Now, DCH is ready below the staircase, arcade stair, wants to move up at some point, but they just need to reformulate a little bit. Just jumping in, I believe, there, yeah. So they want to go up this this arcade staircase with 2 players.
Oh, what other choice do they really have at this? And it's going to be to find Solotov at the top once again, holding an angle. There's a bit of a roll. There's a grenade that forces a bit of movement. DCH behind it. Sapper gets the connection. Tyrant and Mark either side. A 2 versus 1. Neo now, all that's left to see if he can lock this round in. He's holding off on a distant angle. They have the kit, they have the drive towards the site itself, but they don't have this last player, the missing link, and he's going to see if he can try and connect his way up right from the double door. Here's the audio, sees the movement. They had a bit of a catch and an idea. He's behind the smoke, sprays through it, but Mark gets the kit down. For the first time since the beginning, we have that connection. Neo either side, Elevate. I said they needed to do a little bit more this round, and they did more than a little bit more. They take it.
They definitely did more. They did what they needed to do. And even with some players going unspotted on the M&M side, Elevate able to still bring it back and find their second. And now this is a crucial point, Emmy, because the 6th round is coming in. It's the last round that M&M has for the defense, which is statistically the better side to be on. Headed towards Bunk and Daycare. Now, if Elevate is going to be able to find another round here, equalize that scoreline, they could be in the driver's seat for this second half. And of course, LAN is a different kind of siege than it is to play online.
It is.
So you cannot completely translate results from online over to results on LAN. But there is still going to be a slight correlation right here. And if Elevate are able to bring this back to 3-3, they have a better opportunity at winning this game than it will be 2-4. It's just as simple as that.
Back with the Ying, back with the Candelas. I'm not entirely sure if Sapper's kill directly came behind it, but we did hear the pop of Candelas before he got that on the push-up arcade stairs. So we'll say it was successful, and they're going to see if they can double down on that. The Fink has changed hands between a couple of the different players, and for an operator who obviously kind of defined Charlotte, you know, you've got eyes on to see the expectations of where she'll find herself in the fight on this, but this is M&M's last chance to try and get themselves that 4-2 break. As you said, it is a good drive for the defenders. A steady approach here over the top. Elevate once again, getting themselves a steady, clear bout of intel. They've got the Twitch that's getting some work done for the first time, and here on Agiri, he's not going to get caught again by a player tucked behind a table.
Oh, that's a very long shot onto the actual bulletproof cam there. I believe he actually managed to hit the side. Let's destroy it with the Twitch drone now. And Agiri playing with that DMR.
Where have we seen that?
Where have we seen that before? The 417, I believe it deals about 70 damage per shot to the body. 2 shots and you kill any single operator in the game. So Onigiri, with how we've seen him play these kind of ops and DMRs before, definitely unfortunate. I was about to hype him up, but Time picks him.
2 players. They want to do a bit of a jump out here. They're going to put the mute jammer there, so they have the support to swing through. And there's a Claymore. Wrong side.
Oh, yes, wrong side.
Yeah,
they wanted to stop the Claymore.
trying to stop the Claymore. Very clever play. No. Mark was still watching it, and, well, Neo's sort of given his life there. It's such a good idea. At first, I was thinking maybe they're just going to try and hold the place and stop a drone, but no, the Claymore stop.
We've had 3 very disappointing deaths happen. First, I was hyping up Onigiri for his 417 getting into a fight. Then we have two jump outs being shut down by the Claymore being on the different side than the mute jammer.
Well, there's a hop through, hits the alibi, gets a little bit of the strike, and there's the reveal, but they're able to win the follow-up fight. DCH doubles down, keeps that trigger going, and now it's a 4 versus nobody. 3-3 on the half. Elevate taking the last 2, setting themselves up for their defensive swing at Theme.
And there you have it. Basically, same result as what they had the last time they played onto Theme Park for Elevate. They were also 3-3 then, and then they managed to win the very next 4 defensive rounds in a row without a single one to be lost. M&M is here to try and change that now as we head towards the lab and storage first. So we're not headed towards the throne room, which is often considered the very first site. Neither are we headed towards either of the 2 top floor sites, which are usually also in play. So with that, how is M&M going to be responding to this? Of course there will be droning, there will be repicks potentially to come through. But Elevate, they clearly know and love this map.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And that's that sort of thing. I mean, you know, we were sat sort of between the break and kind of guessing, talking, commiserating. The man behind Elevate was there as well. Got you a drink earlier.
So
lovely guy.
You know, he asked me what I wanted to drink, and you know, I just gave him a preference, thinking he would go up to the cafeteria up all the way on the top floor. Instead, he went to a local supermarket and bought a giant bottle. So, thank you, Justin. Appreciate it.
Very lovely of you.
Very lovely.
And he was sort of like, he seemed, I'm not going to say he seemed surprised that we ended up at Theme. I mean, he probably doesn't know as intrinsically as the players did.
Yeah.
But he was like,
I didn't expect
we were
it,
making
right?
a joke about the graphic, and he was like, maybe that's why we ended up at Theme. You know, maybe I'm reading too much into it.
Oh, because of the SANDBOX ban that was in between it?
Maybe the SANDBOX ban in the middle of all the other teams' bans, yes.
Possibly. But, you know, Elevate, they probably were looking forward to potentially play this map here. So, with that said, I predicted a 7-5 to a 7-4 scoreline for Elevate, and that's still on point here, still could happen. It's M&M now on the attack, the statistically less favorite side. But, you know, LAN, different game. It could all change here today.
All right, Elevate. They're going to see if they can try and start the pace here. DCH on the pulse. There is a lot of soft floor, a lot of punishment that can be doled out. It's usually either the Pulse or the Valkyrie that steps into that position.
Yeah.
Deep Candela's thrown, and Nello throws out Mark, takes care of business quite early on. The smoke is gone. Huge end game operator, and the current top KD for the team itself has been taken off. Mr. Punch, he's the one that's instead stacked up on the mantle underneath that oil drop, seeing if he can catch anybody into the side of barrels. But Eminem, they have the first. Can they start trying to put the pressure to the site itself?
You instantly saw Eminem trying to control the arcade stairs here, and that was a right call, but just a couple of seconds earlier, two of the Elevate members decided to rotate back towards the site, or at least a different kind of area to play in. Now, pings are coming through. They know of one of these players and their whereabouts. Hammers are starting to come through as well. Solitov takes a small amount of damage, but if he looks carefully, he might find a head or a buddy of one of these Elevate members that are currently just roaming around.
There is still obviously the Pulse, the C4 in pocket as well if they can make a connection.
It's
but
a shotgun.
He's trying to lead his way through the soft. You look towards Lab as a bit of a particular first sight pick, and that's a bit too early. Unfortunately, that is the only big explosive they have. Two little ones from the side of Sapper, but he's got to make his connection from the other side of the site. He's holding off the swing down yellow stairs, but with 45 seconds, you can see they're still doing some pretty hefty destruction. They're trying to force the space, maybe get the hop on the window. The Aruni gate's gone. Might be reactivated, but it's only going to have a second of time.
Ooh, DCH takes a lot of damage right there, and Agiri will go down, but DCH is close to the window where they want to go for a jump, and with that shotgun gets shut down, unfortunately, as soon as he swings. And now it's only up to Sapper and Mr. Puncher to try and keep it all together. One is close to the window, will be able to potentially find a kill. However, the rest of Eminem is already in. The head gets missed at the very first attempt, but the kill will eventually still come through. However, every angle has been locked off at that point. Sapper now in that 1v4 situation. The plant going down, 45 seconds soon to be on the clock, but he doesn't even reach the corner. Tyrant will lock him off, and with that Eminem, they retake the lead.
Really good player space there from the side of Eminem. They got the first. We could see that they set up and left players for a long time. The catch onto Onigiri was, I believe, from arcade stairs, just holding, just waiting, allowing all the pressure to happen. They must have been there for about a minute and a half before they get that kill, and then they move up into territory as they get it cleared and cleared and cleared. They're not allowing Elevate to have that joy of 1 versus 1s, to have those fights that they do so well. They're playing so tight and intrinsic in that round. Eminem, they were a little bit of a, well, where's the weak spot?
Yeah, for sure. They're doing quite well now, and especially Tyrant stepping up. He's 10 on 5, doing better than most of his games he did during the European League. And that is a key point. We said it before. We need Tyrant to step up to his old form like we've seen him before. And then together with Users and Solitov, they can really make the difference on that front line. Now, Solitov also on 7. Users is running positive on 4 as well. But, you know, how many kills can you pick up more if Tyrant is running on 10 in the meantime, right? So Eminem definitely on a bit of a heater right now. If they manage to continue this, especially with Tyrant going as strong as he does, Elevate is going to have a really tough time on the defense here.
Let's see if they can try and catch a bit more of a surprise on this approach from the side of Eminem. The E1Ds in the pocket of Neo, who is going to try and, as always, play that backline support to...
It's a rush.
Yeah, there it is. Over,
soft.
straight in. It's soft, it's in, there it goes. They're locked out. The Alza can only find 1.5. They drop the kit round the back, catches the oil drop on the hatch as well. It's suddenly just 2 Eminem players left, but they're going to see if they can stick it. They're held, they're locked out, they're dropped down, the spray round, it's gone a little bit away from them. They held the doors, and now Neo is that backline. I said he was the support, now he's all that's left, cannot find him. And Elevate, they just did enough to stop that first approach. And then Eminem were caught, surrounded by him.
It was a good attempt, right? They spotted a weakness, they saw the window. Basically, you can just go through that. There's a softball near barrels as well. But it was unfortunate that Sapper still around there with the Alda, able to get 1 kill and an injure, allowing for players to rotate back, allowing to buy just enough time for Elevate to make sure they were in good positions to go for a retake onto the site directly. And a 4-4, again, equalized that score as we've done Armory Throw. Headed up towards the top floor now, Bunk and Daycare. This is usually what we see to be the second side, or third, depending on if initiation is going to be more preferred by the team. This one really relies on how much you're going to be able to either hold off to Cafe, or if you're going to be ready to go for a push that is coming from the cash and maintenance side.
Not going back to Drug Lab, which obviously we didn't really talk about it at the time. It's in a lot of regions, not really towards the top of the board. It's a bit awkward to hold. It's a bit short, a bit sharp with what this meta loves, which is a lot more extension. Oh, Throne has sort of found itself as the most successful for defenses. It's an 100% win rate across the two halves as of this moment in time. Bunk, a bit of a back and forth.
The thing is, right, with Throne, it is a large site. There's plenty of corners to hide in. There's 3 walls that are the direct entry and 2 doors. Those walls will stay shut. But if you then look at verticality, there's almost none you have to worry about. Whereas on the side of the Drug Lab, there is a lot of verticality you need to worry about. And if you do not want to worry about verticality, you're right next to a window. So it's not really leaning too well into the defense, at least not currently. But it might have been an off pick. They might have wanted to go for a bit of a surprise there. As the drone gets sledged in. Makes that last little bit of a noise there for the drone itself.
It sort of hides it as well, and amongst it, Sapper takes care of Solotov. The C4 is going to be the catch onto the sledge. 2 grenades gone. I'm thinking that was over the hatch on the top where we last saw him. Mr. Punch punches Cyrex card. Mark is then the next to step in. There's that new duo. There's that new duo. Nello is off the board, and suddenly Usus is looking down a hatch, but not for very long. Onigiri says hello.
He saw a little shadow, and then he saw a gun barrel. And he just went for it with the MK14 there. Absolutely slaughtered Eminem right there. Doused the fire. And with that, 5-4. Now in the lead, Elevate, and they're still in their defense. But they are headed back towards lab and storage, mind you. Do not see the pulse coming out with the shotgun this time. Technical timeout to be called, and that means 45 seconds to speak. Now, it was an Eminem timeout, even though it says Elevate there. So don't pay attention to that one.
I guess that's the in-game one. We don't
it's the in-game one.
Because obviously in EUL and APAC we
come back to the player chems.
Yeah.
We have like our own little timer.
So we don't get to see this little screen.
No, we don't.
What a treat.
It is a treat.
What a treat for us.
Well, we got to see it, but unlike the screens of the player chems, which is not really something you can get too much out.
Elevate. They're one step ahead. Eminem have called their tack timeout. They took a risk with a rush, didn't work, and then that round was a rush put on the side of the defense, and they wanted to be done with it as quickly as possible. Elevate smacked them off the board on that side, and to be honest, it's the first time we've really seen that much dominant control, I think, from either team. There was one round Eminem had, but it wasn't a flawless. It was close to, and it wasn't that fast, but it was close to. That was the most aggressive win we've seen so far.
It definitely is, but we're headed back towards the Drug Lab now, and with that, also we need to just reminisce at the old round that we've seen. Because Eminem, the last time around here, had a pretty convincing round against them. They were able to just shut them down one by one, not really taking any losses as a result. And if they manage to repeat that feat here, we'll find ourselves back on 5-5. And suddenly, whoever wins round 11 will have a point on the board. Because it is not elimination. It is not like GSA kind of formats, for example. GSL. It is points. It is like your regular group stages. A full win, 3 points. An overtime win, 2 points. An overtime loss, a single point. And a straight-out loss means you get absolutely nada.
Them's the numbers, folks.
Keep those in mind for the next couple of 3 days.
Keep those in mind. Don't forget them.
Definitely don't.
Or we'll come for you.
Didn't need to make it threatening
Whoa,
here.
Tyrant, they almost came for you. Tried to sneak his way in as the knock on the door, but Sapper is the vigil. 2 invisible people having a very visible fight here. Tyrant gets a bit of a pick-me-up from the side of Finka. They've rotated off. Sapper was almost gifted a very dangerous entry there straight after the tack time out at the side of Eminem. It happened round on the back line of the supply structure towards the site itself. Neo wants to bait a C4. Fool me once with a sledge. Fool me twice with a sledge. Goodbye, Mark. Not with a sledge, with a Finka.
LMG coming in here. Saw it be very effective on DCH when he used it earlier. Is that an RC Retiro? That is currently droned. Oh no, it has been destroyed. I was going to say, it's just currently not doing anything. It's a bit of an idle move, but it's been destroyed, so it's not going to be blowing up anytime soon. And a 4-on-5 in the meantime. Tyrant gets healed back up a little bit, but definitely was a bit of a scare if you go down to literally 1 HP in the very first couple of seconds of that round.
Oh, it was a strike, that's for sure, right into the heart and the gameplay here. The Flores drone, the second one, actually also gets caught out as well. That maybe being a little bit slowed by the mute jammers, a little bit stopped. There's going to have to be some physical control gestured and postured here by Elevate. They want to get themselves in boots on the ground of Cafe, and DCH with a bit of danger around in the corner. No C4 in the pocket of the Valkyrie, but Mr. Punch is a bit of a flat bit of pressure here. The spray and the fight over the top, the Renegade gets reactivated, and they don't quite get the catch and the kill for it.
He's very afraid, though, of the fact that someone could potentially be coming in from the bathroom as Anagiri gets taken out. So really has to worry there, DCH, from potentially being taken from two different angles here. So he needs to make sure he isolates them. And that's exactly what he's done. He's fallen back, uses a very tight angle right now to stop Nello from moving in from this bathroom door. Pings are coming in, both red and yellow, to make sure that Nello has no clue where he's currently being spotted from. Waste some time, let him search for the Valkyrie camera, but he cannot find it as of yet. The pre-fire comes in from behind. Sepper will be injured, however, is not going to be dealing too much damage, and that leaves us in this 2v4, 2v5 situation.
There's the kick code, 36 seconds. They got to try and dig it in for
Oh, the finger!
Oh, Mr. Punch takes them out of the occasion. A swing round the door, DCH makes it one more, and now suddenly the round has filtered through the fingers of Eminem. Neo is the last on the board, but it's Elevate that are the first to find themselves one round away from the 3 points.
And there you have it. They find themselves 8 points now with the opportunity to fight for 3, as you just said. And it was a very close one. It was a 2v5 that they managed to bring back to a 2v0. So well played by Elevate there. And they are one step away from picking up the very first 3 in their group and securing themselves with that first win, with that little bit of a relief of that first game stress.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
If you're unfamiliar with the schedule,
Yes.
the next game on this stream is another Elevate game. M&M, after this, have a bit of time before they have to play once again. Elevate, they've got 2 games to play today, as everybody does, but there's a back-to-back. And Astralis, hey guys, I know you're watching.
There probably will be.
Probably will be.
Warming up, watching the game in the meantime.
Call-out's called the biggest brain in NA. He'll be running the numbers. He'll be putting the math together, and Elevate know that they've got that as a fight immediately after, especially with delays that they've suffered earlier on in the day. Not that it's over, but Elevate need this energy as much as possible to carry them on to a very energetic team as the next match up. 2 rounds, 2 chances here for Elevate to secure themselves 3 points and sit, at least temporarily, at the top of the group.
Yeah, especially up until the end of the next match, and potentially still even then. But there's still a round to be won, and it's up against M&M. They have 2 opportunities to close out this game without dropping any of these points that they currently have within arm's length. Users going up first towards the actual roof, not the balcony. Trying to get some information down. Tyrant taken out first. Mark will find a kill. That's the Finka gone. Finka played a huge role in that last round, Emmy. Revives coming through. Heals coming through time and time again. That's all gone now. Together with a giant LMG, 2 grenades, and a gun 6.
I mean, this is the thing that I sort of highlighted at the beginning. I want to see what Mark and Mr. Punch do. What do they do? This, apparently, dig and find the kills, pull themselves back. They're so mobile. Mark really wants a second for his trouble. Do they know he's rotated? Does he know that there's one on the left of the door? There's one on the right of the door. The drone making its way around the top. It's just also made its way around the bottom as well, but I don't know if it got the catch. Mark shoots the drone out, pulls himself back, and escapes. Didn't get gifted with another take and a fight there, but does keep his life.
He's kind of stuck in that vault, though. No real way out unless he uses one of those impact grenades. Of course, it's going to be calling in some form of help as DCH does get taken out by Solotov. He does go quite low, but look at it. 4 members of M&M all around Mark now, but they decide to fall back. They decide to go for a bit of a different approach. They want to go directly above, but that leaves him alive. That leaves him alive in that vault with the opportunity to go for a flank. And if this drone doesn't catch him, this might prove very detrimental. Have they seen? I don't think they have. No one is moving towards him. He's been unspotted. They think it's clear. And as Mr. Punch strikes Solotov, that is definitely going to be sowing some chaos here.
3 more bodies gone. 2 of the 3 of the dynamic kill leaders, and uses the last one left to try and lead the backline and Ellen and Neo through onto the site itself. He's got to try and do one of those rounds he's done many times before, but it's a lot of pressure. When Elevate, they've still been able to drive themselves in. 50 seconds. The start of the breach or the start of the idea over it, they're not quite confident enough to go for the direct push onto the wall as of yet. And there's a Valkyrie camera that's sort of proving and giving the lessons why. Look at Mark. Look at the rotate from the top rope. It's Mark. Finds one, hits the impact, does a lot of damage to Neo. They have explosives in hand. but they have none of the Elevate players ready to grasp in the palm. Nello, he's a little bit lost and a little bit isolated, rotating around on the side of red, curious to see if he can put some pressure onto the backside of yellow stairs. But those Valkyrie cameras are giving it all away. It's Mark from the top of Dragon. It's Nello, all that's left here for Eminem to try and keep themselves into this fight itself. He's able to get a scrappy fight and find the first and a bit of revenge, but 5 seconds and 2 more players left. He won't even be able to breach the boards. Elevate, they take this game!
They take the first 3 points here at the Major in Berlin, and they will be more than happy with that one. It was a long delay that they have to wait for before they finally got going, but they came out swinging, especially on their defensive half right here, and they managed to pick up 3 very important points because they are fighting for a top 2 spot.
We're going to throw to a very quick break before we're back to break down that game. Welcome back here to the post-game analysis. Elevate versus Eminem, and Elevate take the 3 points.
They take the 3 points indeed. They had a bit of a struggle at the start of the game on their attack. Eventually did manage to make it back towards a 3-round half, which is great, which is what they needed. And after that, on the defense, they only lost the very first, and ever since, they just steamrolled the rest of Eminem.
I think that's it as well. Obviously, we had the data. We had the run of the numbers. They're very good on their defense. But what we didn't really have from early game Elevate was Elevate. They were a little bit slow to connect themselves with the game. They were a little bit slow to get into the aggro. Obviously, there were a lot of eyes on Sapper based on his performance, and there were a lot of eyes, as I said, on Mr. Punch and on Mark based on being new pickups. And there's always a lot of eyes on Onigiri. So, and DCH2, I don't want to make you feel left out, but he's just come around the side there.
He's just coming by. Hello, guys.
That's the thing. And they found the strike at the end. They found themselves that sort of Elevate energy that's got them to this step, which is so needed going into the follow-up game with Astralis.
Yeah, for sure. Astralis, they might be one of the tournament favorites coming through, and Elevate being able to pick up the first 3 points against a team that they will be fighting for a potential second-place spot, as many would see it, are now coming up against maybe a tournament favorite. If they manage to take points home from that game, that's already a big win, let alone if they take the full 3.
M&M, unfortunately, they found themselves not slow to start. There was some big rounds for them, big moments, and they were trying big things, but a little bit of frustrating connections, a little bit of a struggle with the approach that Theme is. It can be tricky, and we know M&M sort of has a little bit of hit and miss moments. They can dig themselves back into a game. Sometimes the game is sort of a bit too much for them if they can't match the pace of Elevate, which here they unfortunately just couldn't. They do obviously have, I think it's 2 games or 3 games before they will be back on the stage today. So some time to get the mental back together, some time to get themselves coordinated, because, as I said, there were moments of M&M.
There were definitely moments, and I think we can also say Tyron was back compared to what we've seen throughout the majority of the European League stage. It's an important factor, and I know we do not really like to put fingers upon a single player as the defining factor of a team, but that's not what we're doing. We're just saying he's one of that big 3 that we need to see show up for M&M to have a good chance at making it out of the groups.
I think that's it as well. It's not that it was entirely sort of blindsided by M&M, which has happened on the bigger stages. There was a bit of a aggro. There was a bit of sort of warming up and waking up into it. They can definitely pull themselves back in from this. And for them, they have a little bit of a break, time to eat and time to get themselves sorted, or at least a little bit more time than Elevate do in the matter of things. Because, as we sort of highlighted and alluded to, next up is Astralis.
Yeah, next up is going to be Astralis. We can talk about it as much as we want, but let's just leave the majority of that for the actual next pre-game and talk more about how Elevate did. Now, if we're going to round history, we had M&M starting off with 2, Elevate gets 1, M&M finds another 1, and then we have Elevate with 2 crucial rounds onto the attack to ensure themselves that 3-3. Now, the one thing that stood out to me on that defense the most of Elevate is that when we went into round 7, they got completely picked apart by the drug lab and storage. But they turned that around as soon as the rush came around. And as we just quickly look at the groups right here as they are being pulled up, there's not much to talk about yet. But Elevate able to pick up those first 3 points. Also a 3-round differential in the positive. And that might come in clutch at the end of the groups, because the first tiebreaker nowadays is round differential.
Yes, it is.
It's no longer head-to-head.
No, it is not. There's a joint second, technically, for everybody across the board, but obviously that will very quickly start to find ourselves a little bit decisive. We don't have an update on the other game and the other group because I believe it's still in progress. Okay. But we do have, obviously, the breakdown on this game, the way everything started to find itself a structure. Obviously a 7-4, as you said, that 3-round difference, that can become huge.
It definitely is, and with that as well, you know, preventing yourself from going to overtime in the very first game, make sure that you get more points. Again, I'm just going to say what we say in EUL.
Oh,
it's
the other game is
game.
over.
Oh, it is over. Rogue won.
Okay.
7-2-2. That is a very impressive scoreline against Damwon Kia, and it's definitely not what Damwon Kia would have expected.
7-2. To Rogue versus Damwon Kia. So where one APAC team finds success against EU, Rogue dispatched Damwon Kia. And well, that's something that you maybe expected a bit of a closer scoreline regardless of who you thought was going to pull it out.
Yeah, for sure. I think Damwon Kia and Rogue, that might have been one of the closest games to call for the day as well. You could have seen it gone to either side. But Rogue, they have been in a great state lately. And even though with the hotness that is here in Berlin, Bernadette brought these little pink fans, and it's just a personal fan waiver for the Rogue players. They're all cool, relaxed.
Leon walking around with a little hand fan.
He's just walking around with a pink fan around a venue like this, yeah. No. Beautiful. He's having a definite.
Well, it's also tricky, I think, is we get a bit of a difference there because DK, Damwon Kia are staying on the A stream. They're the ones that have back-to-back games, and they've just come off the back of a 2-7, which is unfortunate. Elevate are the story. They've come off the back of a win. They're the team that are staying on the B stream itself, and well, the other regions will start to get their chance to swing. NIP is going to be up against Damwon Kia on the A stream, and on the B, it will be Elevate versus Astralis. So NA and Latin America, welcome to the show.
In just a couple of minutes, though.
In just a couple of minutes.
They're probably just setting up as we speak because, you know, we're still rounding off the game. Yeah. But they will more than likely have had some good rest as well, had some food just now. Need to make sure that they don't get into the after-dinner dip because that could be detrimental, I have to say. So, got to make sure you don't eat too much right before the game.
You're very right.
Same goes for casting.
You're very correct on that. Yeah, you never want to make sure you eat too much.
Nope.
I'm not sure if we'll have the match summary in a little bit to have
I
a
have it.
closer look. You have
I do
the
have it.
match summary. Well, I mean, you can. who was the best?
The best player in terms of EPS, which is the expected player score, not performance anymore. We don't do that. Is surprise, surprise.
Okay.
Mark.
Well, Mark. We'll see if he steps up in the next. We're going to go to a very quick break before we're back with the second game, Elevate versus Astralis.
Down but not out. Sight. Ritual.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the B stream here. Elevate versus Astralis, our second of the day. Elevate off the back of a win, and Astralis with their first game. I'm Fluke, and Hap is next to me.
I am indeed, and we have a second place finisher of the Charlotte Major coming up against the team that has just managed to put up 3 points on the board in this group already. It is going to be Elevate up against Astralis, and it is going to be APAC versus NA.
I mean, that's it, NA. This is their first sort of showing at this point in time. Obviously, on the other stream, it's DK versus NIP. So here, all eyes on those that are staring right back towards us, Astralis. They were huge in Charlotte. They were the hot property, and obviously they didn't quite get the full win, but they took a massive bite out of pretty much any of the competition that was ahead of them. Second place is their ultimate prize, and here's their chance to see if they can do one better.
That's going to be their goal. They want to win here in Berlin and lift that trophy, but the groups they need to finish first, or, well, second, possibly. But, you know, they need to get through it first. And Elevate is going to be their first hurdle, a team from APAC that manages to surprise many time and time again. And, you know, the only real experience that Astralis has against APAC is going to be Chiefs.
That's it, Astralis. We can talk about how they are the sort of hottest property from NA in this region. They're expected to top the group, but there's not a huge amount of data on them against APAC opponents. So throughout their run and throughout their time during Charlotte, they didn't really hit against too many. There was only really the one team. Whereas you look at Elevate's sort of success story at Invitational, and sure, 2 different players, but they were 1 round away from being entirely unbeaten against NA teams. Soniqs, they were the only one that actually took it. Clubhouse ended up as 7-8 as the middle game, and then Soniqs took the next map. But up till then, they beat DZ and beat TSM, the eventual champions. So they're pretty good against NA.
Yeah, that's it. Elevate does definitely have something up their sleeves that they always kick in their matches against North America. And it is a best of 1, of course. It's not a best of 3 like most of those matches were. That means we might be in a completely different ballpark here. However, they have that international experience. Whereas Astralis, well, they faced off against BDS, against Wolves, against Chiefs, and a bunch of NA teams in their only ever international appearance. And to some extent, that means they might still be untested. Of course, you know, they had some travel. They bootcamped in Copenhagen and now flew over to Berlin to start their journey here for the major, but they're on a different continent now.
And I think that's entirely it, is we can talk about how we don't have a huge amount of data for Astralis against APAC teams, but we have data of Astralis. We have the game and the pressure that they were able to put together so well during their run at Charlotte, and that was their first. That was their first time we got to see them. Okay, you know, they've been NAL champions, they've sort of played on that LAN League environment, but there is something very different to that, and then flying halfway across the world to try and do it again with everybody.
Yeah, for sure. And if I'm just quickly looking at the players here, I think it's actually a very well-rounded roster because we had Forest, Iconic, and J90 all at a 1.05 one of them had a 1.06 rating. Whoa. Those were the highest rated players. And you might be like, that's actually quite low if you have 1.06, 1.05, 1.05, 0.97, and 0.93. But they still came in first in NAL. It was a very competitive stage this time around. They managed to win it, but they're a very well-rounded team. Everybody can step up, and everybody will step up when it's necessary.
And that's sort of the thing as well. And it's one of the fun topics of conversation is, by a lot of people's considerations, the man behind it, Callout, is the biggest brain of NA Siege. He's the sort of hot property that's tied together a team of very talented gunners into an entity that is terrifying. That is that strong sort of suit at the front of NA's chance at doubling down, doing what LATAM did once upon a time and making this their year. But the first step and the first challenge is in the pockets of Elevate, the team that we just saw take the first game, put some pressure onto M&M, a theme park showdown that ended 7-4 in their favor.
Yeah, and I think that when we were looking at Theme Park, it was a bit more of a evened out team. Of course, we had Mark performing better than everybody else at that point. But normally that's Sapper, and he wasn't too hot, at least not at the level that Mark was at that moment in time. So it also shows the possibility that Elevate, whenever it's necessary, other members can step up. Now, they play that on Theme Park. That might not be the map we head to in a couple of seconds. We don't know yet which map that is eventually going to be. I think it might be Phillip, Oregon, or Theme Park. One of those three maps we might head to, but we'll see in just a couple of seconds. But something important to know is that both these two teams like to play for a plant. Now, if you look at Elevate, Mark, before this last game, had 7 plants in total over the season. And if I look to Astralis, their top-rated player, actually Forrest, also 7 plants, but with 2 extra games.
I think that's one of the things as well that we might see as a bit of a pace of a lockdown. It always depends on the map that we're going to end up on, which we'll find out shortly as that gets sort of settled and sorted out, is how much room they have to play around that sort of game plan, how much room they have to get the read on the opponents. We've talked about this before on this group. When you're sort of stacked up alongside, obviously, FURIA and M&M, Astralis had expectations of coming first. Probably from them, probably from everybody looking towards this group that wasn't a direct fan. So this, if Elevate are able to sort of take the first game, obviously a double round robin, they'll play against each other, then they might be able to put some things together. If you're curious about how Elevate did perform in the first map, well, we actually have the summary. So this is of the first game that was on this stream versus M&M. And Elevate, as you see on the sort of swing on the bottom left there, it was Mark that came in on the top side and a little bit more of a swing round.
I'm so confused on these colors. I feel like they're the wrong way around.
Yeah, the colors are the wrong way around because obviously it was
Elevate
a
that one
7-4 onto Elevate side.
Yes. So we're just quickly going to shove that one aside and get back to us.
That was the last game. Doesn't have to be right for this game.
Definitely doesn't. But yeah, that being said, I think Astralis, they're a very well-rounded lineup. Everybody is basically pulling their weight all the time. Whereas with Elevate, what we've seen is that 1 or 2 players can afford to slack off, especially in Apex South.
Slack off is a very powerful statement.
Yeah, okay, just like not be on the top level, support it a bit more.
Yeah, it is, because the thing is, it's a game of being sort of allowed the space, allowed the movement by the other players in your team. Some of the sharpness that we saw from Elevate on the previous game was coordination. Some of that was hero plays. We've seen the same from Astralis, but one of the things about Astralis' approaches is it's very coordinated. They don't sort of leave a lot up to chance. You can see in the sort of structure of their approaches kind of work out in a meta where sometimes some teams you'll see that they're sort of taking their fights. Soniqs are a good example of this, of another big NA team here. One of the things you see from them is they'll take property based on their own volition. Astralis, they can do that, but there's a very good balance across the board.
The thing I'm always worried with, though, is when a team is super methodical, super counting down in terms of their setups and their pushes, how much is that going to be disturbed by Inagiri just swinging it with a DMR, with Mark just running in or jumping out and getting a double kill right before you hit that trigger? That is something that Astralis needs to be ready for, because that is something Elevate likes to go for. That is something Elevate likes to toss into the mix every now and then. Just disturb the team you're playing against. It is a strong suit. It is something that will throw some teams off guard. Is Astralis ready for that?
I guess that's one of the things that we're only going to have to really wait and see. And that's kind of the big mark about this game. That's the big question. That's the big story is how do Astralis fare against new opponents, against things where maybe they haven't been able to fully wrap around the idea of it. Obviously, everybody does prep. Obviously, everybody gets themselves sorted. I think NA was the first to confirm their teams that were heading here. I can't quite remember off the top of my head how early Elevate were prepared, but obviously the group draw didn't happen until the end of the last EUL show.
Yeah, the group draw indeed took a long time, but you still are confirmed. You can start working on these new strategies that you want to employ at the major. You can already look at some of the teams you're going up against, and you expect to face maybe during the playoffs, right? It's like, hi, we expect these teams to make it through, so if we make it through, we need to be ready for them. Maybe Astralis was one of those teams that Elevate has been looking at and has been looking into to make sure that they are capable of shutting them down.
They're an entity, and they're an entity that's taken NA blood. And the last time they were on the international stage, obviously, unfortunately, Elevate couldn't be, missed my catch, Elevate couldn't be on the Charlotte stage because of visa issues. They weren't quite able to make it out there. Who knows what they could have done in that environment? Unfortunately, again, it's just more question marks. It's more of, let's get a taste if Elevate can sort of prove this is what they can make up the ground for.
For sure, and I'm excited to see them. It's a fun little group of players to come by. Yeah, Des just walked by.
Des.
Honestly, don't know who invited him over to this desk here. Who invited
Jerry
him
Holt
over? But it's a fun group of players. Whenever I'm seeing them walk, they're always smiling. They're always having fun. They're joking around. But at some extent, Astralis is the same. It's also like a team with a lot of personality to some extent, and a lot of stuff going for them in terms of rhythm and mentality. Like as soon as they get fired up, they are fired up and really hard to slow down.
Hopefully we'll have the map intel for us soon, so we can sort of start breaking down where they might be going, how we might sort of see a fabric, because that is a big part of international play as well. You see in sort of map statistics happen as much as they can. You see the breakup and the build down of, okay, this is how an NA team likes to take an NA team to the boards on this, but it's always a different story. A meta really is shaped by the expectations of international competition.
Yeah, for sure. And that is where everything changes as well. For some point, we had this rock, paper, scissors in terms of play style. EU beat it NA, and A beats EU, and APAC and APAC beats EU again. So it's it's a little circle. Everybody beats each other. Now everybody beats EU nowadays, except for Rogue, who have just beaten them on
the A stream. On the A stream. If you missed it out, Rogue won the first game.
7-2.
7-2.
Was impressive.
Spicy.
There. Very spicy. But as players do start to join,
we do. We can see the lobby. We can see
the lobby.
Joining the lobby. We can't hear anything else beyond that. We're just hoping.
We're just hoping that we will be blessed with some
map
bands
very fast.
I was saying the exact same before, and it's how if you need to read very quickly if you want to hold on to this.
Everything around the action.
Also, some space bars missing there.
Join the conversation about the 6 Major Bloom with hashtag 6 Major. Check out more esports at http://realist6.com/esports.
You forgot the S and HTTP.
Dang
HTTPS.
Well, nobody's getting to that website now, unless you type it in at home. Okay, we are getting closer and closer towards the game starting. I will double check. Do we have our maps? Yes.
Do we?
I don't know. That's why I'm
I thought you said yes,
asking.
so it's yes.
In a couple minutes,
okay,
we'll hopefully have all of the map details and we'll be in with the game.
Are we taking bets which one it is?
It's the first, What do you think?
I think it's going to be Oregon, Theme Park, or maybe Villa. Villa is is the odd one out, but I think my main bet is on Oregon.
I agree.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm going with Oregon. I'm going to put my my queen down, my chips down.
Yeah.
For Oregon. Do you want to know my reasoning, or do you go first?
Well, if I go for Oregon, I mean both teams have played it multiple times.
Yeah.
And if I look at the other maps that they have banned or have banned against them many other times, it's the only map that comes out.
Wow, there you go. My reasoning is that it was the one that Elevate sort of lost handily at SI as a team. It's one that Astralis can play. Everybody remembers the iconic play tucked around on the corner and the huge bit of momentum. Astralis caused trouble on Oregon. They potentially make problems, which is one of the reasons where I think we might be there. It was a close game versus TSM as well. When Elevate played them on it, it was one that sort of came to the brink. So the history of that map, I think, is something that can work in Astralis' flavor of being like, we know they bleed on this map against our opponents, and we beat those opponents to get here. There's been time, sure, but when that's the data you're working on within the sort of 5-month window, you run it. You run those numbers.
Oh, you do. You have to go for it. I mean, there's always that limited info, especially if you're looking at APAC, South and North. They only have 7 play days. Of course, they have a bunch of national leagues to go around as well, but usually teams play maps there that they do not play inside of the APAC North or APAC South. Might even just ban it out a bunch, and that kind of inflates the statistics. If they win it a lot in the national league, it might get banned out against them, whilst they prefer to not play it at all. So if you just look at the APAC South side of things, there's only really 7 matches per stage you can go off, whereas in AEU that is going to be a total of 9 matches, and LATAM 18 with Copa Elite.
It's a lot of matches.
It's a lot of matches.
A lot of games. A lot of pressure. A lot of possibilities. Has it been a couple minutes? I want to know if I'm right now.
I don't know either. I don't even know if it was 3 minutes to game start or till map bans.
I think till map bans, because that's what we were talking about actively. I can check potentially
On your book.
but it won't ruin the surprise.
Can you?
No, all I actually open is the drama from Berlin. All of the everyone's just insulting each other. Blah 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 blah. And
Yeah.
no, I don't have it.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's unfortunate.
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay. Well, with that minute to go, we kind of run out of
It's the
things.
first day of a major.
Yes.
And I think the thing is, there's not a lot of data of these two teams going up against each other. There's only really everything that we've said. And if you've tuned out everything that we've talked about, understandable. And if you've just unmuted at this moment in time, press the little thing, drive it along. Astralis are hot property, but they're not massively tested against APAC. That's the storyline of this game.
You'd have only ever played against Chiefs. Chiefs who hasn't qualified at this moment in time, and are coming up against Elevate, a team that has been able to qualify many times so far, just unfortunately not able to play it all the time. And now they're here. They're playing. They just had 3 points in the bag against M&M, a other team inside the group, obviously. And with that, that might be a good start for a top 2 finish in their group.
That's it. And that's that sort of thing. And here, Elevate, if they can try and put that bit of distance, that bit of pressure on, it could mean so much, especially to M&M, who are obviously off the back of a loss, sitting there currently in last place, watching, waiting, commiserating for the chance at something. It is the first day of a major. We apologize for how long some of these pre-discs are and have been. We're making sure that all the players, because the competitive integrity is the most important part, not the show of us, not our show.
No. We're just here to give you the action once it's there.
We're trying to give you as much as you want.
Stalling.
There's a request.
Bans.
Oh my gosh!
And it's Oregon!
And it's Oregon! All right, and SANDBOX didn't ban in this one.
No, SANDBOX didn't ban this time, so Elevate decided, you know what, we'll just do it all ourselves. Rather than have SANDBOX join in.
Yeah, I mean,
as
it's
a bit of help
enough
from the region.
You know, they don't need it. They're sort of locked in. Okay, this is sort of the expectation. Their removal of Bank Theme instantly was the first of the ball there for Astralis. They do not want to play.
It's been twice as well.
Yeah, they just
really did not want to play it.
Was it?
Yeah. Bank Theme.
Bank
Cafe.
Theme Cafe.
Chalet Villa.
What's supposed to be there?
Sky. Let me just go and check.
Cafe. No.
It's Border.
Border
Was the second one. Theme was banned by Elevate.
Bank, Border, Chalet, Clubhouse, Cafe, Oregon, Skyscraper Theme, Villa.
What are you doing?
An alphabetical of all the maps.
I've written down already.
Yeah, I have it memorized because I'm better than you. We're going to Oregon. This ties into the fact of all the stuff that we actually predicted this, and that sort of makes sense. When the data comes together in this sort of a scenario, it does lead to a fun game. And we lead to a fun game, ladies and gentlemen. The map fly! We're in, baby!
We're in for yet another game, the second one, and if you look at the social polls, the Elevate win did not help them much. 40% up against 60 in favor of Astralis. Now, I think if you look at it like that, you can understand it. Astralis, they are tournament favorites of some kinds. So if they manage to pull out a good win here against Elevate, well, they'd be more than happy to be on an equal first spot.
Okay, Rainbow Six, let's see what you have to offer. No Finka, Elevate removing it. This is something that I was a bit curious about, is how Finka would play. It was a conversation. We're not going to entirely say that NA uses her as a crutch. No. But it is prevalent. It's something that sort of suffered a couple of bans towards the end of the NAL run, but it has been a little bit more of a common ban across the APAC region. We've seen a couple of teams like Damogear especially steadily remove it. Then we've also seen it in EU as well, and Latin America. So percentage-wise, NA had the most Finka plays, the least Finka bans.
Yeah, Finka is a very, very meta-deciding currently operator. And Zami, whilst also a new operator, we're not quite seeing her into play yet. Again, to be banned out. With Finka gone as well, that's the heal. That is the revives on range for the attack that are currently off the board as well. Astralis will be starting off with that. As for now, we do see the Lion to come out, which might always indicate a bit of a quick pace start. Repick is always still on the board. And that means that, you know, everything can change. Basically, only look at what the defenders have, because that won't change. Do you want to know a fun fact?
I always want to know a fun fact.
If you look at Oregon, and you look at the man on your top left of the screen, what is the first thing that comes to mind?
The first thing that comes to mind
when you see Onigiri,
when I see Onigiri on Oregon with a DMR, I think of world records.
I think of the 27 kills he managed to drop.
I think
that was
27 kills.
Also part of the Aruni, indeed, to come through, shooting through those laser gates towards Blue with the DMR, picking up multiple kills. He feels really good in this map here, and that is something Elevate can really use to their advantage. Now, we're getting going. 3 minutes of action phase here in round one, and we'll find out soon who will set the pace and who will set the tone.
All right, here it is, stacked up and ready to rock and roll. DP Fire instantly putting some pressure there down towards the swing of Blue, but there's a lot left to do. The stretch up towards the top of tower. They have themselves an extension, and Forest is very quick. Astralis, 30 seconds down, hatch being popped open. They've made a bit of movement here. Forest is going to see if he can find a fight. Droned ahead, there's two players, one up, one down. They've isolated one, swung for the fight on the other. Take the camera, when's the next going to show up? They're a bit too under pressure. The Nook has come for a bit of support. The swing round, they don't know about Mark though. He's done a little bit of dodgy work, and well, now he's looking for the shotgun, hoping they come round. There is grenades obviously in the pocket. They'll probably find the follow through next. But here, Astralis, they wanted to take this territory in the blink of an eye. They're tiptoeing around the side of a fight. Mark's got himself a rotate out. He knows he needs to hit it before he's entirely surrounded. Oh, he took that a little bit dangerously, but he's able to find a bit of space. They're still closing down. DP Fire now stacked on the window. The second E1D, the spray through, but it's the first that falls. Forest goes down. The trade is J90, and Astralis, they were able to get their blood.
They needed to hunt down Mark, and they wanted to go quick down the back stairs, but unfortunately shut down by Sepper and Mark playing there, slowing them down ever so slightly. And eventually that first kill will come in for Elevate, instantly traded out, however, but more importantly, a minute 30 wasted on that clock. And they did manage to find Forest, a player who consistently does get the plants down for Astralis, now no longer has the opportunity to do so. The diffuser is still cold outside of the window, so it's easily recovered if you go down green, jump outside, and pick it back up. So no real worry there for Astralis.
Well, it's hit the boards running, and then there's what Astralis are trying to do here. That wasn't just anything that we'd define as a rush, but it was rushed. It was quick, it was aggressive, and it was all over the shop. They made sure that there was a lockdown. The loop comes through the burn on the Aruna gate, a spray through, and it's J90 to find Sapper on the swing round. The second grenade might be able to get the full catch. Obviously, the Wamai is still alive in a position. They escape, but they don't want to lose the power too much. They moved into the pillar instantly. The swing round, there's one. There's the fight back. There's Astralis in a 1 versus 3. Onigiri is trying to hit the heavy hammer on the far side in the back line of the site. The kid is upstairs, but they have 40 seconds. They have all the time in the world. They're do get DP fire up on Agiri, sort of making a statement on positioning. Can't find J90! And Astralis take round 1.
Might have made a little bit too much noise there, and in the background I hear the calls, "What are you doing?" coming out from Astralis. We take that very first. Elevate might have been a bit too aggressive there to some extent, especially near the end of the round. Mark, he started off strong, got that very first kill, instantly traded out. However, 90 seconds left on the clock, but it was enough for Astralis to start punching to the site. Lack of ADS or potentially magnets there to make sure they couldn't hold onto the pillar position. Perhaps. But we'll get going again. Next round. And it will be up in the top 4. In the bedrooms, where Elevate wants to hold on. Now, of course, quickly swapping over towards the heart breach. They, of course, need to open up either the attic or the walk-in closet towards the bedroom. Soon that choice will be made.
Okay, well, a very big change around in the pockets of who's got what. The E1Ds are off the board. They didn't quite have, I would say, a direct movement, but it was used very, very well. And that's kind of the same expectation I have. J90 is going to pick up the Candelas, see if they can try and roll them through a little bit sharper. Again, a very wide start here from the sides of Astralis. There's bodies all over the shop. They're sort of making sure they have a presence everywhere. They're not letting Elevate breathe on this map, and that's sort of what you have to do. Take the game with a strong arm and hold on until the end.
Quick drones coming through, trying to figure out if they can be attacking with the same pace as they had before, and to some extent, yes. Quite a bunch of a spread from Elevate, but they're not really out far into the building, so the first couple of entries are relatively free for Astralis to take hold of, and that's exactly what they're currently trying to do. Get these drones in position, make sure you set up that drone network, and after that you can start taking the ground physically. Put those guns on the board. Make sure you isolate some of these Elevate players like Mark, who only just rotates back up or around these white slips. Somehow survives there from the grenade, and Mr. Punch also receives a bit of pressure.
That's it. He's tucked in. The hatch is soft, I believe, so they can get a bit of an escape if they need to. Astralis haven't been able to get the full catch on the first player, but they also lost, technically, the entry on the previous round, and well, they're always a team that wants to keep trying to improve and improve and improve. There's the drop on the hatch. The breach gets popped open. They're ready to try and take the drop as soon as they want to. They're stacked up all the way to the top floor. Mr. Punch is hoping he finds a fight before it goes with Iconic, making sure nobody rotates around on the back. The pressure is on Astralis. J90, he's going for a bit of a long-range rotation. Onigiri is the lockdown onto attic in case they try and tuck the window, but they might just do that. The grenade over the top catches DCH, tucked on the bomb chassis, and now they're all the way up white stairs.
And this really lets them lock it off here. Soon a jump in will come through, especially with these Candelas about to be flying in from the kid's window right here. They're all in and around the side. They just need the cover to be on point, but Mark will be able to find one as the return comes through. Sapper finds one as well as the plant's down.
Oh no, it's just got out at the very last second there. It's down and locked in, but with only one player left there underneath, they have the site back, and sure, you get it down, but the player down at the same split second means that it's this Elevate step themselves back in, find a response and a round, and well, Astralis, they've suffered at the end of that, but it started with their entrance so far. 0-2-2 of who gets the entry wins the round.
Yeah, entries are often quite important. So let's see. Let's keep our eyes on that. See if that indeed continues this way. Now, just quickly looking at the Oregon stats of both these teams. If you look at defense, Elevate on average wins 4-ish out of 6 rounds per half. Astralis on the attack wins on average 4-ish out of 6 rounds. So it really comes down to who's going to be getting the better half right here before we truly know who is going to be truly in charge. We're here in Oregon. Of course, the meta slowly started to shift towards the attack itself. And that might also be the case right here. So whoever does better on the defense might find themselves with a win at the end of the day.
1 for 1. Kind of with all the excitement that you wanted this game to have. Obviously, not just a delay that sort of affected Elevate. Astralis was sat with a different plan of your day, and when that changes, sometimes you've got to rebuild and restructure around it. There were videos posted of them having a very good time in their practice room earlier on today, having a bit of a dance, and they've danced themselves into this. DCH was the first off the board last time, and the Jaeger is curious about finding someone on the wrong end of that, but nobody was home.
just literally walked out underneath his sight there, so wasn't going to be able to catch anybody off guard. But that's fine. He went for the attempt. At least makes them know that, hey, I'm there. You need to be paying attention to me. You cannot just forget about me. As DCH continues to take out some of these drones. Now, Lifeline looking to be used to get a quick opening up into the bedroom. Reinforcements are still coming through here, as Astralis is looking to take this top floor under their control.
That's it, Shuttle. He's just digging his way across the top of Armory. Iconic on the far side is catching anybody that might pop up on the top of White Stairs. It's Mark. He's isolated. He's trying to offer all of the swing support, but it's verticality that you need to try and get the lockdown here onto this side. It's either a stage or a vertical take. That's that window popped open. That Shuttle round on the backside. The Candela's pop round. The smoke covers White, and he's inside, but he can't see anything, and neither can we. Now swinging round over the hatch. They've lost the player, lost control, but there's still one on the top of White Stairs, which he's in the middle of everything. He's able to get one. Iconic's down. Swings round, expects a bit of a response from the top of the stairs. There are player, there is pressure, there is a lot more, but they haven't been able to force him out. There's another, there's the kit. Marcus pushing into the open space and taking body after body. He's tucked all the way around. He is the kit. Somebody's going to rotate to the double window, so pressure's going to come. Is there one more? There is almost one more. What? There is one more. Mark gets the connection. DP5 with the Candelas. There's J90 up the White Stairs. They're going for the double push and the ping, but he's still running about, causing a menace and being a problem. He's looking for one more fight here. It's a slow jiggle. The pre-fire and the angle finally taken out of the equation. But my word, the damage he had done.
He should have been taking out 2 kills before that one, Emmy. He was able to find the first. Fair enough. The second, that's a bit questionable. But the third definitely should not have happened. A lack of information there on the side of Astralis might come to hurt them now, because we're in that 3v2 situation. And Agiri is just quickly trying to sneak out here. There's no real entrance here for Astralis, except for through security. And if they take that, they'll be walking right into the crossfires that are being set up here by Elevate.
Pre-fire on the Banshee as soon as they move around the corner. DCH, he tried to put some pressure down on the backside of Zulu, but they've slipped their way past. There's a Candela around on the corner. There's a Captain Wamai just before nobody could see. Onagiri's gone. And so Sapa! Elevate, they find themselves in the lead 2 rounds in a row.
Have to give the credit to Mark there. He finds that first, sticks around for the second, actually going back up the White Stairs, and then finds a third who is sledging the ground. I'm just going to say it. You should have gotten a drone out as soon as he got to that very first kill from the White Stairs. They might have expected him, okay, he's fallen off. He's gone back towards the side. We don't have to worry about him. But if you're not 100% sure, you need to treat that White Stairs like there might still be someone there. If he then picks up a second kill, okay, well, you could be going down the White Stairs, you could be going back to the side, or he digs in deeper into the actual side. If no one is watching that, you will be picked up yet again. And Astralis, a huge oversight there, allowing Elevate to find their second round.
We said it after the first game. Mark being top of the board, it's a little bit of a statistical anomaly. It's not really the place he finds it, and he's gone, I'll show you statistical anomaly. And he's found himself so quick into the response of this. Elevate, they're seemingly warmed up. They're sharper than they were at the beginning of the game against Sleep. It's still early doors and days, and we know Astralis will always have more in the canister and the tank. But that little bit of a misplay and a miscommunication as to where that player was handed the second kill.
Yeah.
Which shouldn't have happened. Getting the third at the end of that
is criminal.
From what it seemed like another rotate. Did they just assume he'd gone down White? And is this something where we talked about before? What do you expect from APAC? From us, that.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we know these teams. We watched them multiple times. We know they want to go aggressive. And as there's a lot of scans coming out from the line there's no one really there to follow up on it. And as they wanted to go for a quick push up on the top. And that's exactly what they did. They took some control of the kitchen, of the dining area. And of course, you have that under control now. But Elevate really not playing outwards. They're all truly onto that basement floor. But you need to be careful that they don't go for a late flank.
You can see that Sap has sort of stacked himself up there, not in too aggressive a position they were before. They expected a bit of pace that came through from Astralis, which they've done. It's a very good clear, a very quick clear, a minute in, and they've already pretty much feel confident with the top floor. They're going to start trying to batten down the hatches on the basement itself. They roll the drone past Zappa.
Did they see him?
Surely they did, because I saw him.
I was going to say, you better do, but the drone didn't... Oh, it's turn around now.
There's a drone
it's
just behind Zappa. Zappa didn't see the drone maybe, or he's just trusting that. There's the E1Ds, there's a bounce of grenades, there's some pressure. The hatch, I'm not sure if it's open or closed, but there's a smoke canister that's going to make sure he buys himself a little bit more time.
He's definitely being spotted out here, though, but the only true thing that he needs to be afraid of is grenades to bounce around the corner. And if you look on the right side of your screen, there's only 3 left as DP Fire will take down Mark, the man of the hour in that last round here. And it's a great pickup for Astralis.
The drop on the hatch comes through there over the bottom. Mr. Punch is able to find one. There's a swing, but it's covered from the side. There's another one. Mr. Punch hits hard. 3 down on the side of the door of Freezer. DP Fire's left looking at a bulletproof and an ADS right in front of him. He has some support from J90, doing a bit of pressure around on the side of blue, and he's looking for the cut all the way across that E-box there on the core. It's a swing round. DCH is able to find the connection, the pistol over the top, sprayed through, but Mr. Punch with the 4K.
They're starting to get loud now on the side of Elevate as they manage to pick up yet another round, Emmy. They will extend their lead here on the defense in Oregon, and a tactical timeout is being called by Astralis. 45 seconds. They will have to discuss and see what's going wrong, but I can give them some pointers right now.
Go on. They can't hear you, but go on.
I know they can't, but the rest of the people back at home will understand. It is about the fact that Elevate, especially in that third round, able to hit and continue pushing onwards without them expecting them that they've taken the ground. Elevate doesn't fall back after they get a kill.
No.
They attack more. It's like, you get a kill? What about 20 more meters? They get a kill. What about 20 more meters? And they continue pushing on like that.
There's an old thing in football, soccer, to our American friends, which is called attack the space, which is if you see a pocket of space, you attack it. You move into it. That is Elevate's game. That is the game they like to play. If there is space, they will attack it. They won't sit by and wait for things to come. Astralis are the same. Astralis, I think against a lot of other teams, this would be working a trick. The plays that they're doing, the coordination, everything that we talked about and love about seeing Astralis, it's here. But so is Elevate. That one rogue statistic that loves to fly around, and that's an Astralis moment to sort of catch their breath and go, we need to expect this now.
They definitely need to expect it. They need to act on it. Maybe even like pre-act on it. Like be ready to reply to the situation if it happens, or set yourselves up so you can instantly give a response if Elevate go for it. And I mentioned it before. On average, Astralis, they get 4 out of 6 rounds on their attack on Oregon. On average, Elevate gets 4 out of 6 rounds on their defense on Oregon. You see where this is going?
I see where this is going.
If Elevate gets one more than Astralis, they might be in big trouble for the rest of their game.
Only time and scores and the 10 players in the game and the coaches behind them and the support staff will tell just where we end up. Here, that is Astralis' timeout done. This is the lead-in. You look, Astralis, let's see. We are kind of missing Iconic in this game. Forrest as well hasn't quite hit the boards yet. Iconic didn't have the sharpest start to NAL, but then really found his feet as time went on. There are a little bit of an idea of what's he going to bring. He was such a big tour de force throughout Charlotte. He was the man that pretty much everybody in the crowd's name screamed a few times. So him having a quicker start here, him having a catch a moment, that could be massive for them right now.
Yeah, if you just look at it, Iconic actually the 2nd rated player of this team during the North American League. So him missing out a little bit now, and Forrest, by the way, best rated player of this team during the NAL, missing out basically tells you that Astralis are struggling a little bit here. But enough about that. They're starting to open up with these heart breach catches onto the attic area. DCH does go down though. Forrest will find his very first and will allow him to continue on. Now breach onto the bedroom walls, but they haven't actually cleared out the tarp onto, that is the attic. So we might actually see it rotate into the big tower soon.
Just gets the width of the couch there against the mute jammer. It's an awkward opener, but it's an opener. And it gives a little bit more awkward into the side of Elevate. They have Mark. Look where he's gone.
Sapper.
Oh, into the space. Sapper. He's gone into the space. He's concerned about somebody watching around on the far side. If he can get somebody going for the hop over, that's what he's hoping. Onto the white. There he goes. Onto the next step. There he goes. Into Sapper. There he goes. Gone. And now onto the swing round. Onto the top of white stairs. There's one more. Doesn't quite get the full connection. But now he's concerned. There is the body in trophy. Still tucked round. Holding on. But Mark, he moved into the other space. He retook attic. Now Forrest has to do a little bit of a dirty job. But there's Elevate once again. Iconic. Off the bottom of the board. Finds himself his first 2 more. And 50 seconds, a huge amount of time here for this player to really start to dig his teeth in if there's a moment for him to start to find them swings that got Astralis so far. It is now. Slight separation in the two players. He's going to see if he can try and get a little bit of this kit down. They'll hear the audio and they bait the first play. It's brought them closer, and it's brought a bit of a dangerous game. Iconic, he's hoping for the swing, but it's on Agiri!
And that's going to be the fourth round of Elevate here. They played that well, especially Sepper. You said it before, they attacked the space. What did they do? Oh, let's put the exothermic down into the walk-in closet wall, Emmy. And you know what? Let me just go over to Trophy at that point. No drone, no flank watch, nothing there. Sapper takes the ground, finds one, deals a lot of damage to Forest as well.
It happened twice as well, because as that was happening, Mark on the far side retook the breach on Attic. We saw him holding it as both our breach charges went, and then as soon as the player left, Mark went, oh cool,
this is mine now.
I can go through this now. He stacked himself up on the window right next to that breach, and as soon as they tried to find some pressure elsewhere, oh hey man, it's me Mark. You remember me? Now you do.
Free real estate, as he would say. As Elevate would say. There's no one there. Right, we take it. If you don't want it, it is ours. 4-1 in the current scoreline here. Doing very well against Astralis. And you know what I said against, the previous game when they were up against M&M? If they pick up a point that might be considered a win against Astralis, who are some of the tournament favorites.
5 seconds left.
To pick up 2, an even bigger win. 3, I don't think many would expect to happen here, especially if you looked at the social votes. 40% of the public believes in Elevate, 60% believes in Astralis, but Elevate definitely in charge right now. But we cannot forget this most crucial thing about Siege, is 2 halves.
2 halves.
There's always 2 halves.
It's never over, and it's tough to say that for the same of these two teams as well, who never really know when it's over. They'll keep the fight going, but Elevate, they are just so scrappy. Look at this. All of the pressure that's starting to pop the soft around DCH, and well, he's going to sit there just for now. Running ahead of the players, trying to find a cut through onto the site on Agiri. He's got that rotation. He's got that clarity in the sense of, oh, where are they coming from? Forest, going for the quick breach. The attention towards site. Last time, if we recall, they went heavy on top and heavy losses here. With that wall open, they now have an angle through onto the site. It's a different approach from Astralis. Can they find a different result?
Small amount of damage done to J9O there. Nothing too major to worry about, but still, Elevate is looking for these finds. They're happy to go for them at any given moment here.
Mark he rebuilt a barricade.
Sometimes you just got to rebuild some of these barricades. Just put some more ground between yourself and the enemy. There's nothing wrong with that. He
rebuilt the barricade at the bottom of White Stairs, and it sort of gives that question of Astralis, who are they hunting? And the game is 10 seconds later, Intel is dead. In this Elevate, if they've been 2 seconds, they're gone. Expect them to either suddenly be in front of you or somewhere entirely else. And here, Astralis, I think they're picking up on that. 1:20. They got, obviously, the breach on the far side to make things a little bit tougher for Elevate. They still have shuttle close. Forest is trying to get open stage itself. This to stop them. Explosives to throw through on Agiri.
C4!
Oh, the C4 is Sapper! And now that wall is going to stay hard.
Well, there's already a soft part next to it. They can still blow that out if they have the utility to do so with J9O, but that was what they were planning to go for. Use that. Another C4 might come around the corner. No, it's actually smoke canister. A lot of damage done to Iconic, a lot of damage done to her shuttle. They're in a 4v5 situation. Make that 2! As it is going to be Elevate that are starting to punch back even harder in this round.
Mark rotates round on the back. J9O opened up massive in the first round on their attack, and it's now all they have left on the last of their attack here. Spraying over the top of the shield, caught on the side of the Banshee, the swing round, and Astralis knocked to the side. There's a shotgun. There's a shotgun. Mr. Punch hits one more punch in his tally card of Astralis bodies. He has taken off the board. 5 rounds on Elevate's defense.
Against the just one of Astralis. Now they will be heading over towards the defense where they look to do the same, or hope they can do the same as Elevate just managed to dish out to them. But can they? Are they going to be able to stay in this? Elevate, they still have their tactical timeout ready to go. They only need 2 attacking rounds to make sure that they take the win here. Now even 1 round is going to be able to give them at least a point. That is something to keep in mind as well. If they get 1 round, they'll be at the top of the table at least for another couple matches.
Oh, Astralis. Everything to play is ahead of you at this point. Now, obviously, it's a double round robin. Every team plays each team twice. And I think regardless of whether Astralis pull themselves back into this game, which is still possible or feasible or not, there's going to be a long talk about what to expect from Elevate on the second showing. Elevate themselves. Two more rounds, and then they'll have taken all maximum points from today. The less that they now lose to the side of Astralis as well. If you're looking at round difference,
exactly.
Oh, that could be massive.
Round differential is going to be that tiebreaker. So if they do manage to close this with a 7-1, 7-2, let's just, you know, throw that out there, then they'll definitely be in a good position. Oh, that's a rush coming through, Emmy. Right through the basement. It's only Forrest there. Is it going to get picked up? He's throwing out one of these mines, but it's not going to stop them.
Onigiri finds the burst. DP fire's gone. Forrest swings round and gets the drop. There's two bodies off the border. 3 versus 2. Suddenly, Iconic and J9, all that's left. DCH, he's stuck with the kit. He doesn't go for the plant as the blinds come through either side. He's swinging onto the corridor. There's a fight. Mr. Punch, he gets caught out, and now it's a 2 versus 2. But there's only really one of the Elevate players inside the site itself. Big from Astralis to be able to pull themselves back round. 2 minutes 10 on the clock. A bit of a reshuffle, a reschedule. J9 has been massive there from the swing round on the opposite side. Mr. Punch, he can't really go anywhere. That's the problem right now. Onigiri has to try and offer him a lifeline from the swing round. J9 he wants to go a bit dangerous. There's a bit of a swing. Iconic's waiting for the audio of somebody picking it up. They're trying to isolate a fight, but Astralis, they're playing this very clever. They've pulled themselves back. There's the swing onto the freezer door, doesn't quite get the full catch. It was a throw of a Prisma, a risk. There's the pop, there's Onigiri. Swings round, takes one. J9 gets one back, a 1 versus 1. But only one of these two players is the one that has to put the kit down itself. J9 has a very quick gun and a quicker hand here. Who's going to get the ring around the rosies? The drone gets caught out, the ping, the swap to the secondary, the look through the drone hole. Is he going in with a shotgun for rotations? The kit is back in his hand. He doesn't even want to reload. He's not sure of the risk, and this is the LMG. This is the game it can play. They're going to see each other around on the side of Laundry. He's close. There's the side.
Oh!
It's J9!
The bailiff! The bailiff somehow gets their kills. Not made for this, but just in time. 2 shots enough to lock out that 1v1. And Onigiri not allowed to win that one, but Elevate, it made it quite close at that very first push. And with that, it is Astralis still in the game with a 5-2 trail that they need to make up for. Oh, that got quite close there. Parker's just quickly coming to look over as well, and he's...
Defenders, protect your bombs.
I don't know if he's disappointed.
Zep Parker, you just missed the end of a round. Astralis, J9, he clutched it out with a bailiff.
Against an LMG.
Against an LMG. Impressive, says Parker.
5-2.
And now he's off.
And now he's off.
To do Canadian things, I assume.
Or American, as you called him back then.
Okay, Astralis, 1 round by the skin of your teeth. I said J9 was the clutch out in the very first round. It wasn't really a clutch, it was the first round of the game, and it was won. But it was won very well by him. Let's be fair, I think it was a 4K, if not a 3K. Here, there, at the end of that, the rotation background towards Freezer, we assume we're not going to see a double rush. It was a good response from Astralis to get themselves back in, tucked around on the corner. It was a good idea from Elevate. If they put themselves on map point with that, then that gives them so much to play for.
I think if you look at it, the Ella shotgun was probably the worst gun to face in that situation. And if they would have waited 5 seconds longer, the Ella would have been long gone. They wouldn't even be in that situation. And they could have gone for the plant at that time. It's just an unfortunate time. Wrong place, wrong time. And just making sure that the Ella was actually able to get those shots down with the FO12. With that, Astralis, they live for now. No match point against them yet. No 5 match points, more importantly, against them yet. There is a bit of an understanding, though, from Elevate that someone could be in the big tower, but they're not putting full attention towards it, and that might cost them later on, because Iconic is just sitting here with the Aruni, has the opportunity to just one-punch that window and instantly fire upon Mark, who's sitting on top of that roof.
Wow, under the sound of the sweet harmonica, Shuttle is going to just throw down that early smoke and keep anything potentially at bay. They have the chance of a swing round on a wall, and obviously we talked about the movement and momentum that Elevate took before on their approach. Astralis is sort of making the statement of saying, well, we're just going to have this open from the get-go. We're going to utilize it and slow you down on the door of things. Elevate are trying to get the catch in the rotation. They'll potentially go for something faster. DCH stacked up on double window with nothing broken. There's players ready to potentially roll stuff through there and catch a rotate onto white. DCH is just going to open up the soft itself, see if they get a stretch, and Mr. Punch gets the grenade. There it was. All that count towards Shuttle on the far side, moves amongst behind the smoke itself, and they've taken some of the territory here.
I wanted to reactivate the laser cave there. He's like, wait, no. We don't do that here in the attack. Not now, at least, as Mr. Punch receives a bit more pressure coming in from the attic, from the pit, as J90 is looking to go aggressive with the MPX right here. But he's being circled around slowly but steadily, as Onigiri already has an entrance right into the site.
There it is, but you can still see Astralis are keeping them a bit at bay. DCH is that one bit of pressure on the other side that they haven't quite got rid of. There is the chance of a rotation. Iconics found himself a little bit closer, which has allowed J90 to move to the other side to try and counteract those Candelas. The man with the magical blasters of Warden can see through those if he is caught out. They're trying to buy them a second and a centimeter, but the hold underneath. Well, Mark's now on the plant spot. DCH gets the catch onto one. Forrest has found his way through. Onigiri,
below.
Now's the time to go for it. No, yeah, you're right, it's below. The kit doesn't go down. It's just one player left. Suddenly, there's the swing round. Forrest has made his way back up towards the top now in the position I thought he was, and now they're going to see if they can get the plant itself. No! Elevate, map point.
Elevate are able to put themselves up onto 6 here, Emmy, and that means they have 4 rounds to lock it off against one of the tournament favorites, Astralis. They came in second at Charlotte, and now they need to try and fight back against this APAC team. They've only ever won against them, but to be fair, it was only ever 2 games against them. Against the Chiefs, a 7-5 and a 7-3 victory they managed to put in on the group stages back then. But now Elevate, they have stolen at least 1 point. They might be able to get even more out of this one. And if they do get 6 points here, I'm not going to say it, but they are doing a very good job at making themselves head towards a top 2 spot in their major. Especially since no one else has managed to pick up points yet. So,
I mean, Elevate's group. This is the power of Dev and Mandy being here.
It is. They're not casting it.
No, but they're just here.
They're here indeed, yes. The APAC talent gives the APAC buff.
Yeah.
Also, you know, I heard he had, like, Onigiri, for example, he had a really good steak.
Wow.
He didn't put any ketchup with it this time.
Okay,
so that's improvement. And well, there you have it. Elevate currently 6-2. It's not quite a kill record game yet, but he's on 11 kills. He likes Oregon. Onigiri does.
I mean, yeah. I think it's fair to say that it's a good map. In the pockets and the side, he's caught up and now surpassed Mr. Punch, who has had an exceptional game as well. Mark, true. Sapper, you know, he's steady, he's in a positive KD. He hasn't been the leading man that he has been for the campaign to get the team here, but at this point, what else do they need? There's been a very good contribution. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Punch. First off the board, Forrest gets the opener here.
We're on a tertiary site though, Emmy. That is quite confusing. We are playing near the dining hall, and you know, there is a bit of verticality that goes in it, especially for the kitchen side of things. But they do have a Monty on the board, and that could be very, very valuable if they do want to go for an eventual push. DP Fire, though, will find Onigiri as well. Shuts him down. Brings it to a 3v5. J90 still playing inside this small tower is going to be making sure that Elevate is not going to be having the best of times. And as these impacts get tossed out, it's not going to be doing too much against the shield.
That's it. Now it's a 5 versus 3, so Astralis can try and dedicate another person to try and get there, and that's the thing. They're waiting and baiting for the push and the pressure. They're hoping they can get it. It's not pre-placed, but it's ready to rip and tear over. As soon as he gets the call, there it is. There's the movement back. They heard it get thrown. There's 3 of them all trying to go through one door. Monty's the first, but there is J90! Takes the header from DCH. Nobody can see a thing but Mark. Is able to at least cement one. Played in the suicide spot. The player is gone, but so is most of Elevate.
Yeah, there's only 2 members left. It's Sapper with a giant shield and a diffuser, and it's Mark who has 2 exothermics and a couple of smokes. Now, the first will be used to create a bit of a head-height opening that they can use to actually fight over towards the kitchen side. But it's going to be quite difficult, especially with Monty just dropping down. There's a mirror window on the other side of it. Mark probably is not going to be winning this round.
No, there's a lot to do, a minute to do it in, and even in the sort of position, they've retaken the suicide spot.
Yeah.
So
well, not yet, but
they are retaking it. Everything that they'd worked for is gone. Mark has an even tougher problem to deal with at this point. There's the player behind the mirror window, there's the player behind him. There's nothing else for them to really do, but have a bit of a chat. 45 seconds, they can slow the game down, they can get themselves back in and Elevate. Oh, it's a tertiary site, but things got a little bit ahead of them. They have 3 more rounds after this one when it inevitably concludes.
And that means it's going to be at least 3 more different sites that they have to attack. So taking the time right now to discuss your opportunities for, let's say, the first 2 sites you're going to be trying is going to be a good shot. And after that, you still have your tactical timeout because Elevate hasn't called it yet, which you can use if things really do go down south. So Elevate have a good opportunity now to quickly get everything reset, quickly get everything rebalanced. Mark is about to go aggressive. He actually outguns, forces SMG out with the new sock there. So he gets a kill for his efforts, but nothing more than that. It is round 9 that will head towards Astralis. And now, 3 more rounds that they need to win if they want to go to OT.
A journey ahead of them. The previous game for Elevate was a 7-4, and we're probably going to find ourselves down onto Laundry. Last time we were here, it was a Laundry-sided rush was the attempt on the lead-in. You're probably not going to see the same thing. The Warden playing against the Candelas has been a little bit of a consistent, so DCH is actually up to change there. The Twitch is going to be picked up instead to see if they can bring themselves a little bit of a different approach.
Attackers need to
Of course, the rush last time around managed to get quite some kills on the board from either side, but we're probably not going to be seeing that, I assume at least. Who knows? It is still Elevate. They might still just go for another crazy push, you know? It's never really out of the books until we see those first 30 seconds and can indeed confirm that that is not going to be the plan. However, if indeed Astralis is limited on the side, if there's only 1 or 2 players playing around there and the rest is roaming, which could be possible with all the barricades that are being tossed up, all the rotations that are currently being made, and reinforcements that are being used, Elevate might just as well go through blue, for example.
I think that's it right now is, let's see what Elevate do more than anything, because to be fair to Astralis, their response to the rush was very, very well put together. Now they have so much more that they can try and
force inside.
That's it, yeah, it's only Forest.
I mean, he shut them down last time around, right? He is... Okay, that's a good start. It's DP5 taken out with DCH right there, and with that, it is going to be a 1-man advantage for Elevate here on a very important round for them.
I mean, that's it. DP Fire is gone. A big player on that role, and starting to come to a little bit more life here on the defense. And Elevate have that early body. They have that first with the slower, steadier hand. And the approach here. I have news on the first stream. Their game's already done.
Is it done?
Do you want to know the score?
What is the score?
Close your ears if you don't want to know the result of NIP versus DK. 3-2-1. 7-1 to NIP. DK pushing aside. So Elevate currently massively taking all that APAC energy and flying that flag. They might be able to lock this out as a 7-3 and keep APAC balanced in terms of the back and forth. A slip back down to the site. The drones catch the roll, a minute gone, and I talked about how it was click before. There's DCH, able to find 1. There's got to be a massive play here round from Shuttle.
It is going to be that 3v5. Shuttle needs to hit big, and he is playing above on that meeting area. He has a hatch that he can work with. However, Elevate's still around, and as they're slowly starting to descend these backstairs, Mark and Sapper are also starting to push in from blue. It looks like they just want to hit the side as Iconic seems to be going on a bit of a flank.
Here's Iconic round the corner. Onigiri's putting the Claymore down. The spray comes out, but it's revenge! Mr. Punch has the cover, has the catch, and there's one more. Shuttle is caught out. It is a 5 versus 1, a minute 20 for Forest to have any chance of holding on to this game here. Elevate. They are sitting on the precipice of top point. 6 points! APAC! Welcome to the region. Welcome to our game, Astralis. Welcome to our group.
6 points on the board for Elevate in only 2 games. They've knocked out M&M in terms of their first points. They've just taken the very first of Astralis as well. And they sit alone at the very top with 6 points, 2 games of a buffer with only 4 to go for them. So really well done by Elevate. The fist bumps are coming through. But before we get any further into this game, let's just quickly toss it to a break.
Let it. Let it. Let it. Let it.
And welcome back here to the post-game of that Elevate. 6 points from their opening 2 games. The opening 2 games on their group, the opening 2 games on B-Stream, and where APAC may have failed in the rungs of Damwon Kia, Elevate made sure all that success led somewhere. Astralis pushed aside on Oregon. 7-3.
Yeah, and Astralis being one of the tournament champions, this is an even harder hit towards North America and their potential hopes of doing a back-to-back. But it's still quite early to say that. What we do know, though, is that Elevate is currently on 6 points. All the other teams have 0.
So the way that breaks down as well, obviously, as you said, round difference isn't the second thing.
Thought it was the first tiebreaker.
Is it the first tiebreaker?
I think it's the first tiebreaker.
So Astralis may be in last place on this group.
Yes.
And then it's head-to-head. And then it's other stuff. But we don't care about that.
So.
What we care about right now is how it's otherwise shaped. And there it is, Rogue and NIP, both with pretty handy victories over Damwon Kia, who have suffered the brunt of the bad side. I'm not entirely sure if that is correct as well. Unfortunately, I think it was a 7-1 against NIP. So NIP, I think, are in first.
Yeah, and Damwon Kia doesn't have 3 losses. But, you know, it's all still the first day. Some small things happen.
The stream is running, and that's the
most
main
important,
thing.
right?
The stream is running, and we're seeing
played.
some great Siege played. That's what matters at the end of the day. You can track your own stats at home, like we do, because we're nerds.
Love to track your own stats. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
All right. I mean, that game, we got to give credit there to Elevate, because, to be honest, it was one of the things in the sort of communications that was said about Damwon Kia versus Rogue. Damwon Kia didn't look ready for the game Rogue was going to play. I think it's the same story here. I think Astralis weren't quite ready for the game that Elevate likes to play, especially on defense.
That's it, right? Attack the space. It's what you said before. They get a kill, but instead of falling back, they retake even more ground. And, you know, you breach a wall, you leave it unattended for 2 seconds, suddenly there's a defender just through that wall coming back at you. It is these simple things that might just get read through as we progress through the groups, like teams will start to VOD review their games against Elevate, and maybe the next time around Astralis will be more ready for it. But it is already points lost. It's already 3 points gained, 6 points even gained by Elevate now, who are doing absolutely incredible well.
Now, obviously, later on, Astralis will be playing against Day, as will M&M, so there's still points. But as far as Elevate go, that's it for them today. They've done everything they needed to, and you can see it there. 7-3 across the board. Very well put together. Quick plays. I mean, we started to see some of that super on the start of Mr. Onigiri, Mr. Punch, and Mark. All 3 of them really led in. But at the same time, you're looking at, you know, the Monty plays or the Ying plays of DCH. There was a very decent 5-sided element there that we had from Astralis, but they just did not expect that.
No, that's it. Like, they had the 5 men, like, you know, they knew what they needed to do. They just weren't ready for the aggression that Elevate wanted to bring. They do not take, like, if they get 2 kills as an entry, they don't take enough of that. It's like, you know what, we could also have 5 kills as an entry, right? You know, it's always time to improve. There's always time to get more. And with that, they close off their first day with probably the best result you could wish for. 6 points against your opponents.
And that is it for us for now on this game. Us 2, after doing the first 2, are going to take a break. Do you know who's on after us?
I think it is the other Europeans.
Other Europeans, Dez and Ace. What little fun things are they going to be doing? I don't know. You'll have to wait after a very quick break before we're back with Dez, with Ace, and as I jump through very quickly,
a couple of games.
SANDBOX G2.
Ooh, that's going to be an interesting one as well. We just saw them walk by. So make sure to get your snacks. Make sure to stay hydrated because it is warm inside of Europe and in the rest of the world as well. So get your drinks and be right back.
Bye.
Paris, Mexico, Stockholm. I have so many memories. I had a front row seat to see Goga qualify G2 Esports for the final after an unbelievable performance.
On the best team in the world.
I was there in Tokoname, where Nello won a legendary round all by himself.
In the midst of a crossfire, gets one on a Diesel and a second one on Amaranth. Oh my God! Are you kidding me? The 1v4!
I was standing in that madding crowd at Montreal, stunned by the triumph of Space Station Gaming.
But it's home once again!
I was thrilled when Ninjas in Pajamas got its revenge in Paris.
Not bad.
Alamau in a 1v3 here. He makes the swing, he finds the headshot, and not just one.
I witnessed LMAO's demonstration in Mexico when he led Team 1 to a consecration against all odds. I was fortunate to see Damwon Kia making history in front of me in Yavle.
First Korean team who are progressing to the semi-finals.
But did I tell you I even saw as a nobody TSM FTX became the new world champions in Stockholm?
They have a rematch with the
This is it. This is my major story. And as an official hardware partner of Rainbow Six Esports, I feel blessed to witness them for such a long time.
Welcome back to the Berlin Major, live here in, yeah, you guessed it, Berlin. It's me, Des, it's Tim, to bring you another wonderful game. SANDBOX coming up against G2. Probably two teams that most will consider underdogs here at this competition. G2 scrapping it in on the last day. SANDBOX coming in second seed to Damwon Kia from APAC North. But all things to say to be sure, this is going to be an absolute screamer of a game, and I can't wait for us to get started. If you have missed the day so far, we've had 3 games, well, 2 games so far, 4 if you count across both streams, and this will be the 3rd one here on the B stream. We have 8 in total to go through today, and me and Tim here will be bringing you through the next 2, so lots to look forward to.
Yeah, there certainly is, Des. I'm looking forward to getting into things today. We've had some big games already.
Absolutely, and looking how Damwon Kia have kind of slipped down. What are you doing, Tim?
Oh, Des, I knew that you were going to ask me for the time. My watch isn't working, so I've gone back to my boomer days, gone back to being a kid. I've rung the talking clock.
The talking clock? What's it saying?
At the 3rd tone, precise time will be...
Siege time! Let's go! That's the easy one you're looking for. We wouldn't miss out on an intro for you guys, and that's what we were holding out for. Welcome once again to the Berlin Major. This one I cannot wait for because it's our 2 home regions, Tim. Yep. APAC North versus EU. Oh, just who knows what's going to happen?
It's going to be a big one. There's a lot, I think, riding on, I think a lot of expectation for SANDBOX coming in, as in...
We look well short, by the way.
We do.
I've just seen this on the screen.
We could have done with a SANDBOX ourselves.
Or maybe about 10 of them to get us a little bit higher.
I think expectation-wise for SANDBOX, maybe people not expecting too much. They've been on a little bit of a dip over the last 12 months. But for me... and you, I think they could be a little bit of a sleeper at this tournament. They could be one to watch.
I mean, after Damwon Kia fell off the wagon a little bit, it feels like 3 rounds won across 14 played. It's not looking too good. So SANDBOX are now the hope coming out of APAC North. And we said it yesterday, sat around the table all talking together, Tim. SANDBOX are that team that everyone looks at and isn't going to be expecting much from because we've seen them at so many events now. They've come here, they've got knocked out in groups. Looking back at SI21, they were plus 29 on entry, yet were losing the vast majority of rounds. The big difference now that you guys won't have seen from an international event is the 2 players they've got on side. They now have Good Boy and they've got Arakaze. 2 massive players from the region that are really going to ramp this roster up. Our pick and ban is in though, and Chalet is where we're heading to, Tim. 2 real hot maps for both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be, rather than teams come in and thinking, right, who can turn out the best performance here? Like you say, this is a good map for both teams. This is going to be who can beat the other. I think we're on for a little bit of a brawl on this one. Like you say, there's going to be, names in there people might not be too familiar with. Arakaze being the big one for me. Watch out for him. He really is one to watch. G2 coming in on form as well. I've said this before. Coming into tournaments, it is about hitting form at the right time. And sometimes the teams that aren't necessarily the best team there will still win the tournament because they hit form at the right time, because they give their best performances. And G2, they are definitely on the up at the end of stage 2.
Are you saying G2 can win it, Tim?
Am I saying G2 can win it, Des?
Who knows? You got to tell me. That's why I'm asking you the question.
No, I'm just going to leave it like that, and I'm going to clip it if they do win it.
And the thing is, if they don't win, then you cover because you haven't directly said it.
Never said
Honestly,
it. Never said that.
The brain inside this cranium, unmatched is the only way I can really describe things. We can hear a lot of cheering. By the way, let's break the 4th wall a little bit. Venue. We're on like a little platform at the end of like a long walkway. Like to our right-hand side, we've got a curtain, so we're pretty safe. We're not going to fall, don't worry, but there is a lovely big drop. Across the way, and we can see all the open staircases up and down, we can see all the teams playing.
Certainly can.
If I peel back this curtain here.
If he has a little bit of that.
Okay,
yeah,
so G2 are right across there, and SANDBOX are down 2 floors.
The best bit being, and I always say this for the group stages, is that we can hear them. We can't hear the comms, we can't hear the specifics. But when they go big, when they get excited, which I'm hoping they're going to do on Chalet, we can hear it. And it energizes us, it energizes you. This is what the group stage is about. Yes. Chaos and shouting.
Can we be more energized than 10 players in the server, Tim?
I think we might be able to.
I think we might be able to. Chalet's underway. SANDBOX versus G2. The first of 2 games from SANDBOX that you'll see here on the B stream. They play here now and they play in our next game too. But for now, let's put all the focus onto Chalet and see who comes out on top. Whose campaign here at the Berlin Major starts with fireworks? It starts right now in the bands, Tim.
Oh, I'm excited, Des. You know that I love and everybody who follows me on Twitter knows I love the chaos of group stages. It's what I always
target man question mark.
There we go, straight away. It's what I always say. I love the chaos of group stages. We've already seen an upset. For me, we've already seen two. To a degree. Damwon Kira have come in and maybe not performed up to scratch. They've not performed as well as we've seen them in Stage 2. They've lost both of their opening games. It's been a tough start for them, but they did start against two teams that I wouldn't be surprised to see in the Final Four. We've had Elevate beat Astralis earlier on this stream, Des. Is this going to be the stream of broken dreams?
Ooh.
Ooh! Is it going to be the stream of broken dreams today? Is that what we're looking at? Is the B stream the place to be for those upsets? I'm flying.
He's got bars, mate. You've got bars for
I've got them for days.
Jesus. Have a good drink there after a while, I think.
Right, there's some bands been happening as well.
Well, the only real spicy one out the bunch has been the Twitch that came through as the opening target band. That was against Alimouth. You've watched G2 playing throughout the stage. When he plays a more flex role, he will play on things like the Twitch to give him a little bit of aggression. Looking back at early in the EUL stage, it didn't go so well. You'd often have him charging way ahead of the rest of the team, getting himself caught out and brought down. And there were question marks around, well, why? It could be such a valuable operator. But here he's going across to playing on things like the Decabi. All good team support coming in. And Doki, the Bull Terrier, with Citizen, his trusted owner. The pair of them bringing up the entries here of the Iana and the Finka.
How many woofs can we get on stream if Doki starts getting kills?
I want to hear him start barking across the room. The thing is, here's another fourth wall break for you. We were stood here and ready to go, and across from us is a double doorway. Down the corridor are the toilets. So naturally, Doki came to go to the loo not too long ago, and he was there giving it all large and chatting, and I was like, you really are barking like a little terrier, aren't you?
Well, is he going to be barking inside of the server? That's what we're going to see. It's round number one. It's Chalet, and this is the Berlin Major getting underway for SANDBOX Gaming and G2 Esports. Both of their first games, and they are both coming out here looking for a big, big start.
Well, with how things are going, they'll have to come back to us for a quick second as far as I've been told, so we'll jump back into things in not too long an amount of time again. But I was just looking for it's us, yeah. I think it's a sound thing or something. We'll sort it out. We'll get back into gaming in a short amount of time, don't worry. All that hype will still continue.
You get to enjoy the shirts for another minute longer. I mean...
Look at it. Stand up.
They are
tippy toes.
Pretty spectacular today.
Ah, aren't they just?
They are pretty spectacular.
The best thing is I literally bought this morning.
I know you did. Des has had a bit of a luggage issue.
Lufthansa, just saying.
You guys
have got to sort your baggage systems
He's
out.
had a bit of a luggage issue, bless him. We've had to do some last-minute shopping, but we've got him sorted out.
Literally, walked into the shop, there was a Spy Family shirt, and I was straight in there. It was great. But long story short, I had to go and buy loads of stuff. I spent 2 hours this morning walking around, so the delays, in a way, have kind of helped me out.
You do fit in quite well with the theming, to be fair. We've got some... Yeah, over by me. Look, we've got the pink there.
Yeah.
Well, the purple.
I see that. So what do you blend in with?
I'm sort of on with...
No,
Azami in the red.
No, you're not.
I'm not red enough, am I, really?
No, it's like a really... It's a crap orange, Tim.
Is it?
What is it? What colour is that?
Don't start this argument
The buttons
again.
are beautiful. I like the buttons. The reds.
Buttons are
you guys can't see them
red.
very well, but they're like a real bright, like ruby red. They're very nice.
You can't. Sorry, I can't.
Stop pumping your chest out.
It's just how I walk around normally.
This is you trying to walk through doors. Sorry, boys. Just trying to get through it.
me, wide ace and wide Des walking onto stream.
We've got wide Lush, haven't we?
Yeah.
Wide Milosh, but not wide Tim and wide Des.
Wider Chew.
Wide.
Wider Chew and wide of Pyrite.
Wide.
It's already gone. This is
Ace of wide right.
This is game one. This is game one, Des.
The thing is, we've
got 3 days of groups to go. Yeah,
it's going to get no better as well. This is the best part. On the way here, like VU Fresh Flu got a little UK chat, and we were saying we're so buzzed for this.
Wide right.
Ace of wide right.
It is sent me.
Can we do a bet or something where you'll change your name on Twitter to that for the week?
We need to see what happens. We need something.
Let's do it on the winner of the game, or on a player getting a certain number of kills. It depends how easy you want to make it.
I don't know.
How keen are you on a scale of like 1 to 10 on making your name Ace of Wide Right?
Well, I don't know. To be honest, I'm ready to just do it right now.
With your profile picture.
Like it.
Get a picture of you doing that.
I need to get it photoshopped so that I'm like really wide on my
Ace
profile
of Wide Right would be the one. Yeah, do it. All right, let's forget about bets. Let's just
do it.
Let's just do it later.
Let's
why not?
I'll do it.
Hi, Ben. How you doing, mate? He's good. See, the thing is, you talk back when they walk past you like that, even when you're live, and they're just like, oh.
I mean, unfortunately, we haven't had any rounds yet, so unfortunately,
that was
we've
Citizen.
nothing to...
I call him Ben because I know pro players. Like,
not a big deal.
Not a big deal. Not at all. No.
Not to us.
No.
I know big casters as well.
Me too. Ace of wide, right?
They don't come much bigger.
They don't come much wider. That sounds bad. You're not wide, mate.
Oh dear, we are going to get into the game really soon. Don't worry about that.
Look. You guys have had a lot of delays already.
It's not going to be yet another Ace and Desert Tube podcast.
The pots and the pans, Tim.
We've done it before. We're not going to take you down.
No,
that.
but we could do
We're
that
not
though.
gonna take you down
That'd be decent. That'd be fun. For those who missed the context on this one, the Mexico Major last year, we had to fill for.
It was about 45 minutes.
About 45 minutes. And we had Jackie, bless his heart and soul. If you're watching Jackie.
I mean, Jackie is the perfect third wheel for any sort of Phil/podcast situation.
He just has so many topics. And we just talk for half an hour.
He's got a lot of knowledge about. He's got a lot of, and he won't mind me saying this, he's got a lot of little bits of knowledge about lots of different things, Jackie. Any subject, he can throw something into the mix.
Yeah, and we just had a good chat. And I think the theme when we came back onto camera at the start was, let's bring pots and pans. Because in the prior map, I think someone had got a wicked shot through the pots and pans on Clubhouse Basement.
It was Shepherd. I got quite excited about it.
He's like a giddy little child, isn't he?
I remember it. I still remember it. I was shouting. But then, he got him through the pots and pans. I was very excited about it.
But you really then realised the differences in the regionality in the UK, because me and you brought back a sauce pan.
Yeah.
And he brought back an actual, like, frying pan.
Yeah.
And we were like, this is still a pan.
This came up on, I think it was in it might have been on Discord, it might have been in Twitter the other day. So it came up the same thing. Somebody saying, no, a pan has to be, like, low. It has to be low and big. And I was like...
No, it doesn't.
No, and they were like, no, that's a pot. And this is the same discussion that Jackie was like, no, that's a pot. And we were like, no, it's called a sauce pan for a reason.
It's not called a sauce pot,
is it? It's in the name.
It's not a sauce pot, guys. Come on.
In the name.
But yeah, that was good fun. And we will have plenty more Phil points, I'm sure. At some point throughout the event, there'll be pauses when we get to talk a bit of crap. We could stand here and just reel off stats at you guys. But it's
Let's
more
think
fun
about
to talk about Ace of Wide. Ace of Wide.
I was going to try and bring us back on subject,
we
but
can
then
now
you
if you
throw me
want.
back into.
Okay,
I was just going to say, let's talk about what we've seen so far today. So you and I have watched all of the games pretty much so far today. Don't wonder how we do that. They very kindly give us 2 television screens in our...
2.
I know. In our little sort of back room area, in the green room, they give us a screen for each so we can keep an eye on both. So we've seen
the wall is
all
probably
of the
about as
games so
wide
far.
as that wall. So we have 2 screens that basically fill the whole thing as well.
Yeah.
It's great. It's amazing.
Oh, I think I've just revealed that I didn't grow the pony in for the
No,
match.
you didn't. No, you didn't. He's wearing his like his ball cap today. He's wearing on the back of his head. Yeah.
But yeah, so we've seen the game so far. Good performance from Rogue.
Yep.
A little bit of a slippery start.
Although those 2 rounds that were won by Dan Kia were clutch rounds.
Yeah, they
so
were.
I'll give him that.
But pretty good performance from Rogue.
Very good performance, yeah.
Pretty good performance from NIP. The only reason I'm saying pretty good at this point is because Dan Kia were not very good.
Yes, and
so,
I'll also say Wizard did go 14-2 playing ace support.
Yeah, so I've sort of still got... And that, to be fair, if you've not seen Wizard play too, he's a great player.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not necessarily his normal role to be top of the pops like that, going 14-2. That's not... It's not always
the man's
what we
on land.
He's gone crazy, don't get me wrong. It's great, but it's not what we would always expect to see out of Wizard. No. He's, he plays a lot of Zafia, a lot of Jaeger, a lot of sort of the second entry, sort of flex entry sort of, operators. He does get the kills, but he's not getting as many necessarily as Muzi and Pino. But today
Pino
he's
was
gone
naughty with the SMG on defense.
Pino's always naughty.
You got a 3K. I think he was playing inside of... No, it wasn't in church. That was Psycho. I'm pretty sure he'd been mannequins and just got a 3K, and I was like, oh... Yeah. That happens.
He does those things.
He does
those things.
In my awards, he was like...
Again, we've had a little bit of a resurgence. We were talking about this last night. We've had a bit of a resurgence for NIP. And one thing that has come along with that resurgence is I've always talked about Pino on entry. He has this like unreal ability to just get entry kills.
Yeah.
Somehow his name pops up first in the kill feed over and over again. Stage 2 BR6, he was right back on it. I think he was 23-11 on entry, just going absolutely crazy. And you're going to see plenty of it, I'm sure, at this tournament.
I'll tell you in a minute.
A good start for NIP, a really good start for NIP coming out today. But like I said, there's a little bit of an asterisk, and I'm not downplaying their performances. Both played really well. Both went out and won it, but it maybe wasn't, Dan Kia at their best either. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Rogue and NIP again, see them in action again, and see what they can bring in. I think that's going to be a great momentum builder for both of them, though.
I did my fraud... Well, I won't say fraud awards. It makes it sound like the players are frauds. They're my awards, therefore they are fraud awards by nature. And Pino was in the top 5, I believe, for entry. I want to say he was 23-11, like you said. But I was just curious who else is in there, and I'm trying to just dig it up as I scroll past the Flaming Room GIF, because it is hot.
It's, yeah. We're not too bad. We've got a fan.
To be fair, we've got a fan.
We've got a fan.
It's about time one of us got a fan at least.
Careful, my hair might start blowing in the breeze.
Mine already kind of has. It was up earlier, and now it's just like, oh yeah, flat. And I'm like, okay, great. Which is where it looks the worst.
I'm built for speed, for aerodynamics. I'm built for aerodynamics.
What sport are you doing that requires aerodynamics?
Oh, I wish I did one.
I'm sure there was a joke there somewhere.
I wish I did one, but I don't.
There was a joke somewhere that you could have thought of, but you didn't, and you've let me down so much. Where was Pino in this list? I definitely tagged him at some point, because I know he did well. Oh, it was Cost, actually, so it wasn't entry. It was 76%. He was third highest
He's had a great
rated.
stage. Pino's had a great stage. And like I said, that's true. Particularly Muzi, Pino, Psycho have really had, a good second portion to the year. And I think we're going to see a good NIP performance. I do. Like I say, I've still got that asterisk. I just want to see him against maybe Rogue. Let's see him up against quality teams. Not that Damwon Kia aren't, but they didn't put quality performances in today.
They're a quality team that weren't quality today.
Yes. And then on the B stream, of course, a little bit of an upset. And this is why I bring it up, because I love the chaos of groups.
I'm going to throw myself into the fire,
We've
by
had
the
our
way.
first bit of chaos.
What was the first game? So I missed the first
Elevate
game.
Eminem.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah.
Elevate Eminem.
Yes.
So...
God damn it, Eminem.
We've then had Elevate come out and beat Astralis. And that's like, whoa, hang on a minute. That was unexpected.
That group for me, we were talking about other groups, and I think A is like, we haven't really got like a group of death per se, but a group A I think is one of the more competitive groups on paper. Now Damwon Kia have underperformed.
You sort of look at it a bit, but I've been saying this for quite a while now for Siege. You look through and like try to identify, right, where's the group of death.
Yeah.
But honestly, and this happens more and more at every major, every event that we go to, every group gets better and better.
They do.
Like now we're at a point where every single group has got a minimum of 3 teams who could probably go on, and you wouldn't be surprised to see them in the final, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying they've got 3 teams that could win the whole event, but there's 3 teams that if they turned up there, you'd be like, yeah, okay, they've played well and they've got there. Like you wouldn't, or at least a semi-final, you wouldn't be surprised of. And this seems to continue going on. The more time that we have, the longer Siege goes on, these teams just get better and better and better. And we're at a point where you've got 16 teams coming in, and every group that you look at is becoming a group of death.
Yeah,
there's going to be big teams going home.
Yeah,
after Wednesday.
And looking at Group D, like everyone was looking at this group and saying, "Oh, Astralis make it through," and the other 3 are fighting for that second spot. Let the peasants fight over the second spot, making it through. Whereas now you see the Elevate come out and take a 2-0. Arguably, the team most looked at in that group and said they're probably the lowest rated. They'll finish 4th. They've got 2 wins on day 1.
Yeah. Exactly that. And I was saying this as well. 2 wins, just to put that into context for you. So a win gets you your 3 points. 2 wins on day 1 is a huge stride towards getting yourself into the playoffs.
Yeah.
9 points, it's not... Don't come for me with the maths. I know that it's not guaranteed.
Sprabuni, come for me with the maths.
Don't come for me with the maths. I know that it's not guaranteed, but 9 points puts you in a seriously good position. Seriously strong shout of getting that second place. Like you said, there were teams last time in Charlotte that were getting 9 points and they were going through on round difference and stuff. So if you can get 10 points... You've pretty much done it. You've pretty much got yourself that second place at that stage. So coming out of the first day with 6, Elevate are in a position now of maybe needing a win and a draw out of the next 4 games, and they go through to playoffs.
That's it.
But that is how big a double win on your first day is.
What I will say is, I remember back in Charlotte, day 1 was the day of upsets. That's when everything was a bit bonkers.
It just
was
went
like,
wild.
whoa. And day 2 and 3 did settle a bit more. I'm not at all saying Elevate aren't good enough to win, and they've only done it because of the day 1 surprise. They could go on to win 2 games tomorrow and be through. But it's the day where maybe you'll see Astralis pick up a little bit. Eminem will see more of the form that maybe we've been used to seeing at certain points from them. What I was excited about for Eminem is Tyrant in EUL Stage 2 wasn't particularly sharp. He was a little bit quiet. So to see him now stepping up and having a real solid game was really cool to see. And just in case you wanted to see it, here's what the current group looks like. Just so you know what's going on, there is an SSD issue with one of the SANDBOX players. We're waiting for that to get addressed, and then we can get back into game. But here is how things... Look, I know Damwon Kia have been hammered production, but you ain't got to give them 3 losses yet. They're down to 3 and 14 on the rounds, minus 11 as a round diff as well. Like, knowing the tiebreakers... That's going to sting if it comes down to, like you say, being on 9 points and 9 points with someone else. Wolves experienced that back in Charlotte. They were tied for 9 points and I believe went home as a result.
Yeah, that's it. And this is why day 1 can be so important. It's just the beauty of group phase. You can still have a comeback from this point. it works both ways. You know, nothing is written off yet. But yeah, a great start for NIP there. Really big win. You know, just rocketing them up to the top of the table. We've got our Group D as well, which is the other group. We're not showing you B and C because guess what? We haven't seen any games from it yet, so they're all sat on 0. There's no point of showing you that. But we go to Group D. Elevate sat up at the top. 2 wins, 6 points. Nobody else in the group with anything. And that just puts them in a fantastic position. They're going to be looking towards those later games now, you know, where FURIA come into the mix and play Astralis and M&M later on. And I tell you what, some draws there and going into overtime, you know, dropping people getting 2 points and 1 point, that would be absolutely massive for Elevate. If FURIA, you know, can start tying up Astralis, tie up M&M, start taking them into overtime, Elevate could be going to bed tonight thinking, we've pretty much done this.
Could well be, yeah. I think FURIA is a really interesting one to talk about.
I don't know what to expect from FURIA.
That's the danger.
I really don't. And this is me who loves FURIA and have watched them for years. But
they've grown on me.
I just don't know what to expect.
I haven't fallen in love with their play style, but I do really like the team. I think it's really interesting the story they've gone down where we always talk about, you know, almost relegation back in 2020, the fight back, actually looking like serious contenders. I think it's almost a bit of time for them still to see their roster really gel and kind of settle together. It's like when you just lay down fresh concrete. It isn't hard straight away. Give it, you know, a few months, for example. Well, concrete needs a bit less than a few months, to be honest with you, Tim. I've ruined that analogy entirely.
He's not a builder, is he? All the builders in our stream now are thinking...
How many builders are sat here watching Siege on a Monday?
No, you'd be surprised. Because I once referred to the metal beams as joists, and I got
the girders.
I got a few messages about that saying, really pleased to hear you get it correct, that they are joists indeed. Yeah, no.
I thought you were saying you got it wrong, and I was like, what else would they call them?
No, you say that, you say that. But there are a few people who watch these streams in the know.
Concrete does not
and
take
right
a few
now,
months.
they've got their head in the hands with Des thinking that concrete takes months to say.
I was on about the team. No, I was more referring to things take time for these things to really gel together. And because they've got these changes coming in, it's going to take a bit of time. However, we are ready. We're back into Chalet. Woo! We get to go all over again. Hopefully this time around we will stay in the server and we can see how this one breaks down. Tim, could prove out to be a long day with all these games in this heat as well. We know things will cool down outside as the day goes by. The server, though, will not.
Oh, it's heating up. It's heating up every game, Des, because this is the thing. The teams from around the group start looking at the results going on as well. You know, you better believe they're watching these games. They're studying what other teams are doing, and they're also thinking about it in the bigger picture, the grand scheme. How does that factor against us? Who could we play in the playoffs? How does this all break down? Who's going through first where, second where? And it all just gets a bit fraught.
R6 Shirts has come at me and said it's either peach or blood orange. I don't think it's blood orange, it's not red enough.
No, it's not really peach, it's not orangey.
No. Look, all I'm going to say, R6 Shirts, is I'm stood right next to him. You're watching through a monitor somewhere. Pipe down.
I'll put a picture on Twitter later with like a close-up of it, and people.
I just love the buttons. They're my favourite.
We need to know what like the hex is, what the hex code is.
Just get a colour picker out. Ding.
Yeah.
Like the wall is peachy orange next to you on your left. Look.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, and you are nowhere near that.
Nowhere near that.
It's more towards blood orange, but it's not blood orange either. We'll figure it out at some point. For now, we've got a game to cast. It's Bahrain Gaming for round 1 between SANDBOX and G2. G2 start on the attacking side. And Alamau is moving over to playing on his trusty Nook. Something we've seen him pick up a number of times throughout the stage, Tim.
It is, and you know, we've heard from the NA players who are a little bit surprised sometimes that they don't see more Nook being played in EU. We love it because obviously it gives us the opportunity to throw a few puns around the place, Des, which I'm sure are not going to happen this time. But yes, Alamau, fantastic on it. You know, a good operator, great utility, a couple of nades in there, can get underneath, clear out roamers, quite self-sufficient, just go in there, clear out the roamers themselves, use those vertical nades just to create pressure without having to sort of directly impact on site. It's not going to be necessarily too relevant here on games, but the nades are going to come particularly useful for clearing out library stairs this time, and that's where I talk about that flexibility.
Absolutely. Well, at least for now, looking on where they're trying to get control, they are aware of the Frost mats that are dotted around from Envy Taylor. Frost, a classic operator for Envy as well. Something we'll see him playing pretty much at any given opportunity on this map. So you will see more of that as things progress. Static here, who is normally their more supportive player, instead is playing on things like the Malusi. So supportive players moving forwards. However, the first engagement is between the two players we talked about so far. Alamau and Envy coming head-to-head with Envy being the first to fall.
That is a big start for G2 because you start unpicking this top floor defense and you start making SANDBOX change things, move things, adjust. Now you've got Good Boy. He's been pushed into library. There's nobody mezzanine. There's an opportunity potentially for G2 to start pushing in and taking that space. I tell you now, the man at the top of library stairs just became a lot more important because if they can't hold on to that position, then Good Boy is done as well and it will start to fall apart. G2 are keeping that pressure on. They've got themselves the top floor. They're now established inside of office. They've got Citizen ready to go with the Finker outside of library. Good Boy tries to move inside of there. He's going to take some damage. G2 don't want to give away an easy pickup here. Shio, he's looking on towards the window. Good Boy does manage to get one onto Citizen, but not before the nade is released. And that's a direct trade. Alamau onto Shio, Doki onto Arakaze. And this defense has just fallen apart.
And of course, Alamau's found himself a 3K so far. Static on the drop. Looked like he was going to miss it, but finds the kill. Alamau closing out with a 4K. What a way to start a major, Tim.
Exactly that. I said G2 coming in. People will have seen them at the beginning of stage 2, and a lot of people will have written them off for this major. Am I saying they're going to go on and win it? No, not really. But can they? Absolutely. We've been saying this for the longest time. Look at the player names that they've got on that lineup. If they can find their stride and start working together, hitting shots, they could potentially be unstoppable, Des. We've spoken, we've thrown around super team for a long time, you know, but we've got to understand why that term has been used, and that's because of the players and the ability that they've got that are being brought into the server. And G2 just showed us that there. Beautiful play, got in there, just kill after kill after kill, and very nicely swept up from them.
Absolutely. And the beauty is, I did a little podcast with Lycan before we came to the major, and he was talking about the power of attacker repick we've all come to see. Not many teams really utilize it as much as they should, but look on the side of G2 here, Tim. 4 players changing away from the similar picks they made in the last round. You've got the Ying being brought along. The DKB returns once again. The book coming in place of the sledge. Just a total change in what their game plan is here now. They're knowing what site they're going into. G2 have got a plan here, and SANDBOX need to be ready.
Heading into round number 2 then. Alamau switching across onto the Dorkaby this time. It's going to be bringing that utility with the universal phone calls, which will help narrow down the roamers. We've seen a push towards roamers for the basement site, trying to hold directly. I've been saying it for the longest time, trying to hold specifically just onto the basement with the turtle defense is very, very difficult to do because for the attack, it's super easy to break. You just open west main wall, trench wall, and you can go in and get the plant down so long as you've got control of dining. So what we've seen teams doing more recently is exactly this, getting themselves out onto the roam. Envy Taylor not going to be the opening death this time. He's going to find the opening kill, takes down Doki with a headshot, and that causes a big problem for G2 now. They've got to get in, they've got to deal with that roamer, and they know that they've got an alibi lurking around the top floor.
Dare I call it a little bit lazy there to be relying too hard on the DKB. It could be, oh, that's a nice shot from Prana to catch Envy on his way down the solar stairs, but again, maybe a bit lazy there, relying far too hard on the DKB calls, not quite catching Envy inside a bedroom, and Doki's looking completely the wrong way. This is where you want a drone coming in first to give you that information. You've got enough out and about on the field, so that would have maybe kept him alive a little bit longer. The pain now is, Tim, they've lost the thinker. That was their big execute-focused operator, so they're going to have to make this work without the thinker on side, without the Candelas coming through, which they can do, but you're definitely reducing the impact that you have when the execute comes around.
That's it, you know.
Oh, Shile.
Without, like you say, without the Ying, it's a lot of the execution focus gone. Shile, he's just in a little rat spot here, Des. He might just get himself an absolute freebie if he times this right. Alamau goes in. This is, again, a little bit of sloppiness from G2. Not picking up on the drone in, not picking up with the face check, not going in there and making sure that they've seen every corner, every pixel of every room. And right now, Shile is in a position to massively punish them, but with a minute left to go, he's just going to hold on to that thought. He's not going anywhere just yet. I just hope that the opportunity doesn't pass him by.
It's the flank that you've got to worry about. You've got Static playing inside of the trench here as well, still not yet being forced back. So with 45 seconds to go, G2 have really got to get this game plan together. They know they've been in this far, they've were in a 5 versus 4, for a good while until Doki charged his way forward and lost out with the Ying. So in this point of 4v4, you've got the resources to make this work. You've got nades, you've got smokes, you've got flashes. You're out of phone calls, sure, but we've got to see the move. And here comes Child. Look, this side of the lobby goes for his one, but Alamau swings and finds his man. That flank does nothing. Charges down the main going for an X, but Good Boy comes out for the swing. It's a 1-for-1.
20 seconds left to go, and the time is now for G2. They've got to get moving into sight. Good Boy making it difficult with the keeper barricades. Is he going to get himself a second? Absolutely not. Virtue steps down the stairs, takes him down. 9 seconds left to go. Citizen finds Arakaze, and it's all up to Static. He's low health. Can he hold on? He's got the shot in. No! He gets taken down by Virtue, and that was all so close to Static. Those seconds were ticking by, Des, but he just could not hold on. Shio, I said it at the time, Des. The timing of the flank was critical, and I just hoped that his opportunity hadn't passed him by, but it did, because he found himself in a 2v1 and he missed his shots onto his first man. If he hits the first, he can just run to blue stairs. His job is done, but he had to stay and he had to overcommit.
It's also a siege timing moment for him there, Tim, as well, because if he's half a second slower, he catches Alamau coming up from the bottom of stairs as well and gets him, then probably goes to the second guy inside a lobby, and that round looks very different. One thing I don't want to take away from, or sorry, do want to take away from here, I know G2 got the round win, but let's look at a few things again. Doki going down early by himself was a little bit questionable. They've got a DKB on side, they've got 7 drones alive. You had all the information to know someone was upstairs. You have no idea about Charlotte. It's kind of pot luck that he missed his first shot, and Alamau was in the spot to instantly go for the fight back to get the return kill. But those are 2 moments in that round that I'm looking at and thinking, SANDBOX, or potentially a team that's really, any other team here that's got a real strong capability to do so, could have run away with the round from that point and saw it close out. It almost came down to a static clutch. It's all good leaning on the hero plays. I'm almost kind of coming around to a way of thinking that that's a very viable strategy. If you've got great gunners, let them frag out. Why not? But it makes me nervous that if you come up against a team that can shut that kind of stuff down, you're struggling in the later parts of this tournament.
Shio just going to be holding the tight angle, playing inside of games once again. It's exactly the same position pretty much that we saw him last time. Citizen nade in hand, must have a bit of information. Uses the information perfectly there, as you say. Just a well-cooked nade. Absolute perfection, chef's kiss.
2 nades across 3 rounds as well here for Citizen. Really good placement of them so far, doing absolute work on the Finker alongside the extra kill that he collected, of course, from his gun. So up 2-0 at this point, now starting to push their way across through the library is Doki, with 2 nades himself also in back pocket. 0 and 2, again being a little bit off the leash, dare we say, Tim, so far, charging his way forwards, hopefully with a little bit more control here, though, can get himself into the game.
That's it. With a couple of kills from Doki, could be a really dangerous thing for SANDBOX here, because it'll do exactly that. It'll just spur him on to more. That is good play from Good Boy there. Going to be taking down the Rotero drone as it comes in. Just the big factor there is protecting that shield on top of Piano, because it prevents the attackers playing onto the double door that's bang in front of you. Alamau's going for it again.
Easy.
This time he gets away with it. And as you say, there's a little bit too easy, because now Good Boy's been forced back behind the half wall and things start opening up for G2.
It's normally where things like a mute jammer brought along here to assist with this kind of play as well. And they do have a mute on side, obviously, in Shile, but the jammer's not in the right place to be able to deny the Flores Rotero's coming raining through. This pressure now really starting to build up here inside of sites itself. Static being full white screened. Has got a wonderful crouch spot here, but a man sees him off towards the right. Prano with no idea what was going on. Down he goes, and a second nade comes in from Citizen. His second in the round.
Doesn't get better use of utility in a round than that. 2 nades, 2 free kills for Citizen. Fantastic play. Prano just caught out, as you say, a little bit there. I don't think he knew that Static was being quite so aggressive, and he was like a rabbit in headlights there, just caught and shut down. But 4 versus 3, 50 seconds left to go. Diffuser on ground, but at least in the right place. G2 have got a real opportunity here. Good Boy, he's just looking to prevent any push coming in from the bathroom window. As G2, they're trying to extend their presence around site. They're trying to find new angles that they can just make it more and more difficult for them to be able to hold on. Quad kill for Citizen as he goes towards site and gets himself a double. That's the ace, that's the shutdown, and that is Kitchen Dining done.
2 nades and just walks up onto 90 and frags through 3 on site. I don't know if that's because SANDBOX had so much focus going upstairs here. I won't lie, in that round, I wrongly assumed we were on the top floor site, but we were not, of course. We were downstairs inside a kitchen. But it just goes to show how good and how committed SANDBOX were to that hold on the top floor. But even with, again, a kill onto Prano, small things going their way, G2 with the big hero plays find the kills they sorely need.
Going to be heading towards gaming. Next up is going to be our next side. The thing is, if you remember, this is what I was saying at the beginning. I said about G2, I use that super team tag, which I often try to avoid, really. But the reason that I said it is exactly that. There are rounds that are going to be won by these players as individuals. Citizen, exactly, coming in with an ace, proving the point there. That is the ability that they've got within this team. So it's not going to be, easy for anybody to potentially walk over this G2 side if they are playing well. And right now, they're looking pretty sharp. We've got to remember, they're on the attack of Chalet. Let's not get carried away. We expect the attackers to do well here, and G2 are doing exactly that. But the question I would pose then is, when the sides switch, do you see this SANDBOX side doing as well as G2?
It's an attacker-leaning game, is the thing at the minute, and Chalet is an attacker-leaning map, I'll give them that. But what I'm looking at here, Tim, is 8 nades coming through for G2. When Citizens just found 2 kills from 2 nades, why not bring 8 and hopefully you find all 5 kills with them? And I think on the other side, when you're not seeing things like the Wamai, of course, because it's been banned away, it makes total sense that you now try and lean into that style of play. But for SANDBOX, as much as they've had good setups, I like where they've played around the map, for example, it does feel for the most part like they've kind of either sat and waited to die or been a little bit poor on the timing, or have just found more opportunistic kills rather than making plays themselves.
Seen a lot of this as well. Static taking damage there as he tries to rotate. We saw Envy Taylor get caught out. We saw Shiol in the same position. And this is a little bit of a problem that SANDBOX needs to solve. They're moving around the map, but G2 are already there. They've already got their angles. They're already watching for that movement, and they're finding themselves not always kills, but at least damage. And it's sometimes you can look at Siege as a game where you're up against 500 HP, and every chip that you take away from it gives you that power, gives you that advantage. And right now, SANDBOX are down to arguably about 470, and so it puts G2 on the front foot.
And G2 have got a whole lot more in the back pocket because of Finker. As we all know, it just completely erases the impact of those potential gunfights. You can just obviously heal your way through. You can enter into the gunfight with a shield, dare I say, a little bit extra padding to make sure you can take another shot. It's something I was talking about with Dev yesterday. Another wonderful nade coming out. This one, an easy one as well. It's like drone them out, get the nade through, 1, 2, 3, job done. And G2 are making it look easy. But again, back to that previous point, Aruni DMR was a big thing and still is for some APAC North teams. But with Finker being so strong in the meta, you struggle to 2 or 3 tap some operators now. You need to bring a little bit more firepower, which is why we're seeing things like Maruni moving back over towards Verni, for example, more about the rapid fire or the headshot capability than these big punchy guns on the defensive side.
SANDBOX just do not have an answer to these nades.
I heard it, Tim.
They just can't get away from them. They can't stop dying to them. It's forcing them out of position. They're even bringing the utility to deal with it. They've got the ADSs, but they just... It doesn't matter where they're being played.
Oh, and almost getting a kill off the back of it. You're right,
there you go.
They've got a Finker away out of this one because here we go. He's not even looking the right way. 3 kills fly through for G2. Envy left standing against the onslaught of G2 as they go up 4-0. Tim, they are flying in their home city.
Well, we said for G2 coming in, I said particularly, I don't know how G2 are going to fare here because I think a lot of people were expecting them, to be underdogs, to come in here and struggle. And right now they're showing us that's not the case against SANDBOX at least. Are there going to be stiffer tests than we are seeing right now? Absolutely there are. I'm not getting carried away. Please, don't come for me on the timeline.
Come for Tim on the timeline, please.
I'm getting carried away because they've got 4 rounds against a poor SANDBOX. I'm not. But you've got to look at the full picture. They've got the players. They've got the ability. They're in their home city. They've just got those comforts. They don't have the same travel, potential problems. Just everything comes together. They have had to travel here. They don't, all of them live here all the time. But it's just about that, knowing where stuff is. Just... having that level of comfort.
With the local Five Guys, just I guess, yeah, why not? Other food stores are available. As we get back into game, then we've had our timeout at this point. It is still 4-0 to G2, and SANDBOX need to get something back on track. Across the whole team, they have less kills than 2 players of G2, than 2 of the players on G2 have. Alamau and Citizen absolutely flying in this game, as the nades have been. I'm pretty sure 5 of their kills so far, Tim, have come in from nades. Just SANDBOX finding themselves sat in odd spots, trying to play out around the map, but playing pretty static, dare I say, to steal the player's name. And G2 are just like, hey, he ain't moving. Chuck a nade there and get a free kill.
SANDBOX last time when they defended Wine, for me, didn't... They they didn't really commit heavily enough to the roam. They tried to play the roam game, and it was basically Envy Taylor on the top floor with Alibi. Shayo was out in the map with the Jaeger, but took the choice to sit in games for the majority of the round. And the problem was, it left Envy Taylor isolated. He was quickly dealt with. Yes, he got the opening kill, but it was dealt with, I would say within trade time scale, realistically, when he tried to move past those Solarium windows. And it just left them a real problem, where the pressure started to mount on site, so Shayo has to move, and it doesn't really work out. So for me, if you're going to commit to the top floor roam, or the whole map roam that we've been seeing as a defence for Wine, you got to commit to it. You got to have those players out there, staying loose, keeping the movement there. They've got the Azami playing in Trench to prevent... it's actually Static that's moved in there with the smoke. So Static's going to be trying to hold on to Trench for as long as possible. But G2, they can't go near that until they've cleared out the rest of the map. So if you're doing it, SANDBOX, commit to it. Keep your men out in the map and try to burn as much time as you can.
Yeah. And I think, again, we saw how they got a freebie last time round with Envy getting the pickup onto Doki as he came charging in through Solar. So at least this time round, G2 have kind of changed on that side. I was going to say what I want to see is less Static playing on the roam, is more movement around the map, getting busy, looking to try and find gunfights rather than strictly waiting for them. And that is kind of what Envy's done. He's moved his way out of playing inside of Master here and has now moved out towards Solar. Now, the issue is, if G2 don't care about this, they don't, they aren't worried about the north side of things, they can just chuck down a flank drone, as they have done underneath the bookcase. They can see everything down towards Piano, and with that, can instead turn their attention towards the site itself.
That's well played from SANDBOX. They've been able to deal with the first step of utility that was applied to the snowmobile door. It was one exothermic charge, and that is gone. You can see it was an impact nade out through the drone. Oh, they're going to throw a second one out, but Good Boy doesn't quite hit the shot with it this time. I think the exothermic just a little bit further over as well prevented it from being taken out. So that is now main door open. It's not usually the focus of an execute, but it's not a bad option, because what it does is it forces the defenders to turn on their heels. They have to be aware of that breach as well as the rear side as well. So SANDBOX, they've got a lot to think about here, but I will say it's been a better round for them than previous. They're still 5v5 at least.
Envy sat there waiting for them to come to him when it's just not going to happen. That's not their focus. Yeah, he still hasn't moved inside a bathroom. The pings come in. They have an idea that he's up there as well. So at this point, what's the worry? You can hit site and just say, yeah, he won't be here in time. We can crack on. And that's exactly what Doki's going through. First one eaten by an ADS. Finds the second man, but can't quite get the kill. Sees one on Pillar. Going for crouch high. Alama on the backside as well. Finds Static as he's hit them with the backstab. Incoming with the plant as well. 2 kills already down. And you start to wonder, where is the solace for SANDBOX? It's nowhere to be found. Virtue gets Envy on the flank. And Charl is last alive. In they come for the swing. G2 cannot be stopped.
That was absolutely ridiculous play from Doki there. Candela goes down, and he's just in his element inside a connector. That's where Doki wants to be.
As well.
That's where Doki wants to be. He wants to be in amongst it. Shot to the left, shot to the right. That's perfect for him. That is his real territory to operate, and he's just shown us how well he can do. Created so much space for G2, because all that happened was that SANDBOX went, oh no, we're dying from connector. All eyes go to connector, and the rest of G2 step in and go, yeah, no problem, we'll come in through the back door, we'll come in through the main stairs, we'll come through everywhere.
It was Alamau coming in from Trench at top side that was the real swing, because he stepped in, got the kill into blue onto Static, who was sat there, and it was like, well, now what? You've got no cover inside of blue remaining. Your pillar player's now being pinched in from 2 sides. You're screwed, basically. And when Envy finally starts to make his move and leaves the bathroom, Virtue sat on flank watch. Like, G2 aren't having to do anything particularly complicated. They're playing it wonderfully. I will not take that away from them. But SANDBOX, you cannot sit out on the roam on top floor for 2.5 minutes and then think, oh, I guess I best move now. If they haven't come for you inside 60 seconds, you want to be moving. Go and find something else to do around the map, else you're going to be flank watched all game and you have 0 impacts.
There's 2 things happening here at the same time. You know, we often talk about, our teams winning it or our teams losing a game. And there's both of those things are happening simultaneously here. G2 are playing well and they are winning the game. They are beating the team that's in front of them. And SANDBOX, they are losing this game. They're leaving too many holes, too many cracks. They're not, shutting down what G2 are trying to do on the attack. And what happens? It's a perfect storm. When a team are winning it and a team are losing it on the other side, that's when you start getting 6-0 halves. That's when you start getting 7-0 games.
I mean, Tim, just looking down their kills again, they've got 7 across the entire game, across 5 rounds.
5 rounds, 35 potential kills.
It is not looking
25.
good.
25.
It just doesn't look good, no matter which way you want to look at things. In comes Citizen, sees the man still going quiet here, but Virtue steals his
Just
kill.
chased him into him. It was perfectly
He didn't
played.
know. He had no idea he was there. If he pops his head up again now, maybe find the second man. Good boy is sat at the top of these stairs. Up comes Citizen, sees the man, but again, just misses out by a fraction on what could have been his second kill in the round. But it was good trigger discipline from Citizen to let Virtue find the kill.
The problem that SANDBOX have got now is that G2 are playing with real confidence here. That's the problem. You can see it with Citizen moving in so quickly, for example. Now, SANDBOX have been able to put the brakes on a little bit, but Citizen gets the job done to get that breach open. The Azami is above, so they need to be very careful of Static, making sure he doesn't hit them from the flank, but I think they're aware of that. Prano's heading up there to start dealing with this top floor problem. The thing is, G2 need to not get carried away. As I said, they're playing with confidence, they're playing on aggression, they're playing on speed, that's fine, but just remember, you got 3 minutes to do everything you need to do. Don't let somebody creep through and get a kill from behind because you haven't taken the time to go and clear them out. And G2 have actually hit that pause button on this attack pretty well here.
And at this point as well, they're starting to force him out. Yes, you've got a couple of Azami barriers down. You've got Static up here now darting away. So he has taken the right call. It's the kind of thing I was mentioning for SANDBOX is, look, spend a bit of time there, but be willing to move when things start to get dicey or when the situation changes in the round. And Static has read that very well.
Static's just going to be keeping hold in this long angle, but no, G2 once again have done what they've been doing so far so well, has been to go in, identify the problem, close him down and deal with him. Static taken out now leaves only ground floor defenders, so G2 can start thinking about site, they can start thinking about putting Prano in a position to put that diffuser down. They haven't needed to actually go for that final execute yet. Good boy, he's just going to wait for the longest time here. He doesn't need to push this. The onus is on Virtue to do something, but here comes the sneak attack from behind. Citizen knows the corner's clear now. Prano can go in with the cover of Citizen and start getting the diffuser down. That's going to be the kill. Citizen on onto Arakaze. Citizen onto Good Boy. And what a day Citizen is having.
Unleashed is the only way I can describe this so far today. The boys look phenomenal. Like every gunfight they're winning. The nade placements, the team play. Again, you're against an opponent that, let's be honest, ain't really punch you back at this point, but it still has the core fundamentals that are showing. This team's game against the Soniqs later is going to be a screamer.
This is it, yes, I know people are going to be saying, well, SANDBOX aren't really, competing to the level we'd normally expect here in this matchup, and you're absolutely right, but I've said it countless times, teams can only beat what is in front of them,
Absolutely.
and G2 are doing that right now. I won't have it said that they're not playing well, that they're not going in there and dealing with what's in front of them, because they are. There are problems at times, and they are finding the solutions, and they are every time putting SANDBOX in positions, and to a degree SANDBOX are putting themselves in those positions where they're on the back foot in these gunfights, where they are in a difficult position to hold on to, but G2 are taking full advantage of that as well. So they're going to move on to the defense now. It's going to be 6-0 in that first half, a perfect clean sweep on the attack. Can G2 do it on the defense? It's somewhere we have had question marks about G2 in the past, the recent past.
Yeah. I mean, defense is difficult for a lot of teams at the minute. Again, something else I'll tell you what, Shyle. Doki.
The problem is G2 are playing defense with confidence now.
Yeah, Doki's barking. He's barking at him. He's ready to go. But no, that's exactly it. Again, for defenders in the current meta, knowing that attackers can change up, as SANDBOX have done, they've completely changed their lineup. Knowing they can bring the most optimal lineup, you always need to be getting out in the map, getting busy, and trying to find kills or some way of disrupting the attackers. And that's exactly what Doki was going for there. Whereas SANDBOX, arguably in the first half, a little bit passive, a little bit kind of wait for G2 to come to us rather than go looking for trouble, and that's what cost them. At least here for G2 again, several players looking to get busy.
Yeah, I mean, G2 need to be cautious. They are 6-0 up, but what they don't want to do is just start throwing men at this. They don't want to just start throwing bodies at this. They want to be going in, making sure that the contacts are still clean, that they are getting the advantage in the gunfights. They don't need to pressure this too much now. There's nothing wrong with, take the opportunity of a quick peek. Here go SANDBOX, pushing in. They're going to get one in trophy. Can they find a second? Good boy. Going in with the LMG in hand. No shutdown. Important kill from that man Citizen. Once again, he continues to hold on to Kitchen. And another one onto Arakaze before ultimately being shut down by Shayo. But that leaves us now 3v3. G2 still in control of site. They know the push is coming for Trophy. Doki finds just a couple of picks pixels in the glass case in trophy and gets himself a trophy for a beautiful headshot. 3v2.
DMR v DMR, and Static wins out in the 2v2. Tim, there's still 90 seconds left to go in the round, so things could even slow down here for a short while whilst the teams kind of reconfigure, recontemplate what it is they're trying to focus on here, because Alamau's held the upstairs this entire time. He hasn't budged. He has moved around the top floor a little bit, but hasn't bothered getting involved in the fighting downstairs, just showing the confidence that he had in his teammates to hold down the site itself.
Exactly. I don't think G2 necessarily, expected the rush. Virtue got caught out, but they were more than able to react to it. Prano just manages to keep himself out as line of sight, but as I say that, just overexposing, and will be taken down by Envy Taylor. It's all up to Alamau. He finds one, surely not. Can he find the second? He's going to be taking some damage from the asphyxiation arrow. Now then, he's 1 HP and a dream. Can he find his man? No! Envy Taylor able to close out the first round that SANDBOX managed to win, and that puts us now 6-1, and I'm not even going to talk about comeback trails just yet.
I mean, it was scrappy as all hell. If it comes down to a 1v1, you kind of say, need more information before making a super assessment on that one. I do like how SANDBOX did what many teams talk about, the best time to rush straight after a timeout or in the first round of the half. They've gone for the first round of the half. They've got the smokes in. They've had 2 players burst into West Main. And to be fair to Citizen, he found 2 big kills that really took the bite out of the attack, because there was also coming in through the trophy window. So this big focus on West Main and trophy was controlled, but in the 2 versus 2, fortunately for SANDBOX, MV could hold firm and get the closing kill they need. Now we move on to the upstairs, and we'll see how things shape up. Is it going to be the start of a comeback for SANDBOX, or was it simply a blip on the radar for G2?
Just up to the top floor we go, deciding that they need a little bit less territory to hold on to, maybe. The problem with kitchen and dining is that you're also trying to hold on to master and office, so G2 this time just going to be focusing on that specifically as the site. Opening up a lot of lines of sight that will lead through into library. Now, Doki, what is he up to down there? Just in the basement there, we see him playing in and around that snowmobile wall. I'm not sure exactly what he was looking at, whether he's opened anything up with the bailiff or not. He's going to open the hatch, and he's looking for more aggression on the peak.
He didn't smash the glass out here as well, but I think you don't want to hold that angle all that long, otherwise they're coming from the other side and dome you and you're done. So a couple of the alibis drop down, and then he's going to rotate himself back away, no doubt try and keep himself at least in the question, because like we saw in the last round, he was out there with that DMR looking to find early kills at the very start of the round. Again, look to challenge every single foot of land that you can and keep SANDBOX asking questions and try and burn that clock down.
Citizen in kitchen once again. So G2 definitely with the presence out in the map, particularly underneath the site for the time being. Citizen not able to impact too much. He does have impact nades, but not able to play too much vertically onto the site. Doesn't have the nitro in hand that Alamau does, for example. But Alamau is going to be playing in master bedroom for the time being. So just cautious of any potential runouts there. We're going to have the Claymores going to be put down by SANDBOX. And the question for SANDBOX is now, is 1 round enough? If they can find a second, find a third, does it add that stability that they're going to need?
I mean, stability is what they sorely need, Tim. Again, bearing in mind, they do not have a tactical timeout. They took it after the 4th round and then went on to lose 2 more. So you've got to figure things out on the fly here as they play. It's a good start to get a bit of chip damage down into Virtue, who gets his way back into sight with the rotation being opened up. Good little escape there from what was looking like a very dicey situation on the north side of the map.
Exactly that, as you say, taken about 90 damage there, so definitely needs to be cautious. Still got Toxic Babe canisters in pocket as well, but has wasted half of the round, or at least contributed to it. Good Boy has got himself established inside a Solar, manages to find the kill, supported by the nade going in as well. He's going to be looking for a second. Shio is, however, with the call out, the comms coming in. We see it in front of our eyes there as the kill comes in. 5 versus 3 now for SANDBOX.
And here comes the potential, dare I say, retake from G2 as well. They're trying to set their way back in towards site here. They've abandoned any kind of hold they had inside a Lyra, but Good Boy gets the second. I spoke about this guy, one of the new 18-year-olds on the block who has got a nasty shot on him on the right day. Doki trying to work his way back through, but double window isn't secure. Finds the man pushing through, but Static gets the diffuser down, and G2, this round looks to be done.
Certainly does. Big plant from Static there, because it just puts these 2 G2 players under even more pressure. Citizen Doki super low health, looking to move through, but SANDBOX have had the time now after that diffuser went down to
Surely
be able
not.
to move into safer positions. Arakaze, he finds Dorky, what little health he had left with a nade. Citizens pinned down, shut out, and that is going to be the round to SANDBOX. 2-6 now as they start to get moving on the attack, and the defensive worries continue for G2.
It's one of those in a way where the two of them are looking to, and this is referring to Alamar and Prano, they were looking to be hyper-aggressive in towards Solar, but the big issue they had was, well, you don't really have the angle control. There were nades coming flying at you. You had two players springing in on you, and it's almost like they were trying to force the issue. They were trying to force a response back to get something going for them. But once those two players had gone down, it was done and dusted.
I'm going to have a timeout coming in for G2. I love our new interface that we get here. I commented on it in the last game to you, Des. We've got, it tells you who it is up at the top of the screen, exactly how long is remaining on the timeout. And we've also got the details down at the bottom as to how many timeouts are remaining. Each team can have one during the period of the match. So you can see there, they're on out 0 left. We're going to play this one out to the finish. G2 just deciding after those 2 rounds, I don't think it's so much about the 2 rounds. It's about the manner of the losses in those 2 rounds where they think we need to just try and put the brakes on here a little bit.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if they can recover things here. G2, well, I say recover. If they recover it, they win. But SANDBOX are kind of on that point where, okay, first round, it was scrappy. It came down to a 1v1. Second round, much more in control. Dealt with the 2 players of G2 that stood in your way. G2 still have that full choice, though, of what side we play. And we're going into one of the more popular on this map in bar and gaming. If you guys have seen this a million times before, you'll know exactly what I'm about to say. More often than not, the defense will start on the upstairs, around library stairs, in library itself. Teams have very different variations of how they choose to defend this, but all of it revolves around the holding of library. And this is the interesting point I was going to make, Tim. I think it's Dark Zero, but especially with NJR, who plays through that rotation that you just saw Prano open up. Most teams will actually reinforce that wall off entirely, but G2 here are opening basically everything up so they can play through it and just rotate through quite comfortably. You do need some ADSs inside a library so you don't get naded inside a box, for example, but that'll be where Prano starts dropping these down now to catch any nades that do come singing through.
Yeah, as you say, it's especially with the keeper barricades as well. They're going to add, you know, an extra layer of protection there potentially, because you've then got Dorky, who's maybe a little bit more able to peek to support anybody who's playing inside of library box. Envy Taylor's going to take some early damage there, but Virtue's going to take more as we have another one of those peaking battles coming out. G2 have chosen to get aggressive at the beginning of every single one of their defensive rounds so far and take those peaks outside of the map, but SANDBOX are certainly waking up and they are ready for them.
Well, they've completely changed around who's playing what here as well, where Alamal's now back onto the operator that made him famous, dare we say, the smoke, whereas Virtue's being given that agency to get out on the roam. A total reverse to what we saw in the previous round. So I like how maybe they're saying here, right, okay, can we play the roam a little bit differently here? It's a different site as well. Let's rotate around exactly who's doing what. And for SANDBOX, they're still looking to get the initial setup done, given we are only 60 seconds into the round.
A little bit over-aggressive with the drone-in, I think, there from SANDBOX, just giving one away to a mute jammer. We know how critical that drone utility can be. They've still got plenty on board, 8 left alive, so it's not the end of the world for them. But they certainly don't want to be giving them away for free like that. Arakaze still trying to get established inside a library, as you say, playing into a corner where there is nobody present. Instead, the danger is Prano inside of library box. Going to clear out the first keeper barricade there. Kills come in. Dorky Prano beautifully dealt with by SANDBOX as they just get themselves straight into library.
Again, it's a really good execute. They make the call. The nades come through. The players swarm inside a library. They get 2 kills. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3, Tim. And this again is why so many players are saying attacking is just so easy compared to defense at the moment. You jump in with juiced up HP thanks to the Finky. You got nades supporting you, big guns. Defenders will struggle to respond more often than not, and that's exactly what G2 are now discovering. They're down to a 2 versus 5, and with SANDBOX with 60 seconds on the clock, there's no way they don't close out this round.
Absolutely not. Virtue holding that vertical angle. If anybody oversteps, the problem is he's only going to get himself one, and there's more of a fight back required. Bullets coming in from both directions. He was caught in a crossfire. Alamai manages to find Arakaze, but that is going to be the limit as Shayo finds the trade, and that's going to be SANDBOX bringing themselves to 3-6. And now it might just be time to start talking about the potential for that comeback.
Do we dare? Do we dare?
We've got to at some point.
I mean, the thing is, I'm pretty sure it was SANDBOX who were up 6-0 on Consulate and still lost it 8-6. I forget where it was at, whether it was a major or if it was in the stage play. But they have been up 6-0 before and still lost the map 8-6. So don't count them out. They know what it's like to be on the receiving end of that. G2 moving over to kitchen dining once again here. So scrambling for ideas, Tim. Kind of feeling, okay, maybe we've got a better chance over here doing A, B, C, and D rather than X, Y, and Z over there. It just feels maybe that they're starting to run out of ideas here. Maybe that sense of panic is starting to creep in.
I mean, we haven't really seen the proper, I'll use proper in inverted commas, attack for SANDBOX on this site. If you remember, we saw it back in round 7. It was G2's first defensive choice, and SANDBOX rushed it. They went in through West Main window, and they just looked to aggress and get themselves in trophy, get themselves established. G2 were able to scrap and keep themselves into the late round, but ultimately SANDBOX got the win. It was a 1v2 for Alamau that he brought back to a 1v1. But G2, they haven't seen a proper attack here, so I can understand that maybe they've got a little bit of confidence to think, let's really see what SANDBOX can do on this site when they're not going to rush in.
Well, looking at the lineup, Tim, I think it feels very obvious what they're going to try and do, I feel. Looking at the Ossa and the Glass coming along together, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them put some focus in towards main lobby, for example. Basically what you want to do here is get the dining hall opened up inside a lobby, have the Glass play on the back stairs at super long range with the smokes of things like the Ying covering it, the Ossa coming through as well. Play that long range, get the Ossa inside a site and plant in behind the shield. Those two operators are the linchpins here. The Ying makes it way easier to do, of course. You're looking definitely towards the Thermite to get the wall opened up for you. They've got all the tools necessary, but we saw what happened to G2's attacks when they lost the Ying early on. It lacked a little bit of bite. Things really peeled back. So it's critical that they keep especially the Glass and the Ossa alive, but you really want the Ying as well here.
Going to have the fight over Library Stairs as Doki tries to hold on for the time being. Doesn't want to be giving this up because it supports his players up on the top floor as well, of which there are a couple. Overextends and gets shut down by a Shiol who was more than ready for that fight. That's going to be a nice headshot onto Doki. And as you can see, the pressure starts to mount on the players above. But Citizen able to take down Shiol. That's an LMG off the board, and that is not a bad shout at all from Citizen.
Virtue was down below. I thought for a second he was going to come up the stairs as well, but is now watching the other stairs from down through the hatch in case you do see that Glass step up on there. At the minute, it's Arakaze holding up on the top side. Like I mentioned, you want this spot for the Glass. This is exactly where Good Boy wants to be. If they aren't aware of Virtue on the downstairs, in fact, he's rotated off, never mind. Otherwise, he could have been in such a good spot, but he's now going to rotate himself away to rejoin his team.
Good boy, just using the Glass scope. Knows that there's somebody inside of office, has the ping there to tell him, but at this point, just going to support the direct push onto site. Instead, G2 unlikely to come down unless forced here because they can potentially hold on to this from above. Just going to have a bit of missed utility there, unfortunately, from Static.
They're going to be in trouble here if he hits this impact. They can't get the wall opened up. They get it through. Okay, he baited it. I think Static kept it. No, he lost it. Okay, the wall's open. I was going to say, thank God. Otherwise, this attack was very suddenly in the gutter. They've got the setup they need. The Ossa needs to get in spot. The Glass has got to do his work. They've got all the components coming together. They've just got to be so careful about the players on the upstairs.
That's the thing. They haven't taken that top floor control. Envy Taylor, he's going to take a lot of damage. 35 seconds left to go, and the time is now for SANDBOX to start pushing forward. The glasses of the Warden could be particularly important as Alamau keeps his vision. He's able to get one. He's able to get two. He's able to get three. Alamau on the long range might just have won this opening game for G2 as we now find ourselves in a 3 versus 1. It's Arakaze on the Ossa. He's got 15 seconds left to go, and he's got an absolute mountain of work ahead of him. The diffuser is down. It's in no man's land. He's going to have to push into the lines of sight of G2 here with 5 seconds left to go. Surely this one is over, and G2 take the full 3 points to kick them off at the Berlin Major.
I mean, right idea, SANDBOX, but terrible execution. Why is your Glass sprinting inside of sight when you've got smokes down? It's why you bring the Glasses to make use of the smokes. But he comes charging in. The Warden can see everything, and there is no one to respond to Alamau's massive 3K at the close. 14 kills for Alamau, 15 for Citizen. Those two boys have run the mill in that game.
Yeah, they really have, Des, as you say. Just a really great performance from G2 to get that one shut down. Beautiful from Alamau. Long range, using the Warden. The gadget brought in at the perfect time. You know, pretty good from G2. A lot of work yet to be done for SANDBOX.
We'll go to a quick break, though. When we come back, we'll have a bit more of a chat about this game.
We were right to leave Rainbow. We are stronger than we've ever been, and our new recruits legitimize us in the eyes of many skeptics. What is a high price tag when success is guaranteed? Our results speak for themselves and give us leeway to operate as we wish. The world is not designed to foster talent. Fall in line. Do what is expected of you. In my life, I've often found that the great rarely fit traditional standards. When you confine excellence, it suffocates.
Ace, wall down in 5. Thinker, prepare for a rush.
In removing these restraints, I have redefined what an operational unit can be.
Forward, now! Go, 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 go!
Some might see us as selfish and opportunistic. Let them. Nighthaven will leave them in the dust as we saw.
Welcome back to the Berlin Major. We've just had an absolute banger of a game, Tim. SANDBOX versus G2. Looks in the second half a little bit dicey for G2. Like they might potentially be throwing away what was a 6-0 lead, but they do close things out in round 10.
I might look slightly confused. I've no idea where I've put my glasses.
You dropped them on the floor, mate.
Did I? That'll be where they are.
Didn't you see it?
Let me go and get them. I couldn't find. I was looking around everywhere, coming back on. I had no idea where they were.
I did the classic British thing. Like, he took his headset off and they fell off and I went, oi, and you went, oi, in response as well.
I didn't know that's what it was for. I thought you were just doing it. Anyway.
I never just randomly go, oi.
Anyway,
oi.
We've just seen a game between G2 and SANDBOX. G2 looking okay. I don't want to get carried away.
Great on attack.
Yes. I'm not getting carried away. I did say that potentially defense is where we've seen them have problems before.
Yeah.
This time, they gave 3 rounds up, but they were able to then go back and lock it down. It was a nice final defense. My beautiful long angle, hit a few nasty shots on it as well. So overall, I think G2 looking pretty good.
I want to go to that round that lost it as well for SANDBOX, because on the attacking side, we said at the very start of the round, you've got an Ossa, you've got a Glaz, you've got loads of smokes, you've got a Ying. What are you going to do? You're attacking through lobby. Makes perfect sense. Then the real problem just came in when you have a Glaz sprinting through sight. Like, Glaz, for those who don't know, can see through smoke when he stands still. It's the whole reason why you bring the Glaz. But they just misplay that attack, and G2 are like, well, that's a freebie. Take the free kills and get the close. And I mentioned the kills that we saw just at the very end on our scoreboard. Here you guys get to see them in full beauty as well. Citizen 15 kills and Alamar 14. An absolute screamer of a start for those two.
Yeah, it was, and that's dangerous for everybody else in this group. That's the way you've got to look at it. That's 29 kills between the two of them, and if that continues, you're going to have big problems coming up against them.
What makes me a little bit nervous for SANDBOX is you're now coming out a game where you've lost and you've got to play again. You've got to now recover yourself in the space of 10, 15 minutes and be ready to go into your next game. And that doesn't feel good.
Not at all. I mean, we saw it for Dan Kia earlier on the A stream at the beginning of the day. They weren't able to turn it around. If anything, their second game got worse. And SANDBOX, they don't have an easy opponent to come up against next. It's not going to be an easy game for them. And yeah, it's going to be.
What game is easy though? In any of these groups, it feels like
exactly.
Right?
SANDBOX coming up against FaZe. That is going to be a tall order. When you look at, you'd have to say coming into this, FaZe are the better team than G2 in terms of performance that we've seen from them. So it's not going to get any easier for SANDBOX here.
It's not, but it's still, if you're a G2 fan, it's a promising sign. Question marks on the defense, but the attack was lethal. The nade use, the team play, everything about it was beautiful. So let's not take it away from G2 here.
No, not at all.
SANDBOX had some questionable moments, but G2 still took advantage of that situation and got the 3 points.
Yeah, we say this all the time. Yes, teams can make mistakes, but if the other team doesn't punish them for them, they go unnoticed. It's not a problem. And G2, they beat what was in front of them, give themselves a fantastic start with 3 points.
Absolutely. Well, with that said, here's the look at the ranking of the groups as well, just so you can see how things currently stand. This is Group A that we saw play earlier on today. Dan Kia having a torrid time in the start of their first 2 games against NIP and Rogue. SANDBOX and their Korean brothers are following the same here with their defeat against G2. Let's take a look also at Group D, I want to say, is going to come up next. Okay, no, it's B, because now we've had games there. Production, don't apologise, it's fine. G2 now the only team currently set on those 3 points after their victory against SANDBOX, and we'll see FaZe play next before Tim. We get G2 versus Soniqs later. We get the Super versus Alamau beef. That's what I'm here for.
A tasty morsel.
Oh, tasty morsel, mate. That's the main course.
It really is going to be. Of course, we had Group C played on A-Stream as well. We don't know the result of that one. I don't think it's over yet, so we can see that's pretty much the standings confirming that it's not over yet. We will maybe bring you an update on that when we have one. And then our final group, Group D, is obviously the one with Elevate that we saw play out earlier.
Steaming.
And Elevate just absolutely rolling over their first 2 games of Astralis and M&M Gaming, only dropping 7 rounds between both games, let alone in one of them, able to give themselves a +7 round difference and 6 points top of the standings.
Imagine a world where the grand finalists from Charlotte don't make it out of groups.
Stranger things have happened, is what I would say. We've seen it before.
It was on
We've
Netflix,
seen,
mate. Yeah.
Good one. We've seen NIP as SI winners, then fail to get out of groups, fail to qualify for majors. It could happen.
It's just one of those days where, again, the first day of groups, like, I love groups in general.
Chaos!
But day one is the day for chaos. It's where
it really
all the kind of crazy stuff comes out. Like, truthfully, I thought SANDBOX would maybe perform a little bit stronger. I thought G2 maybe wouldn't be as convincing, but they are. They've got the Berlin buff, Tim.
They really do at the minute. Whether that's going to continue, that's the other beauty of groups. We go into day 2, day 3. There's so much siege left to play, and we see teams come out and have these great opening days, and then they can't buy another win after that point, and you'll get a team like Dan Kia who just come out and look like a different force on day 2. Oh, there's so many questions yet to be answered.
Can't wait to see. Well, that does mean our second game, well, 4th game of the day, but second game for me and Ace of Wide right here will be coming up shortly. SANDBOX coming up against FaZe. We'll see you guys soon. Ace of Wide right.
Let it.
Down but not out. Sight. Ritual.
To the B stream here at the Berlin Major. We are going into another SANDBOX matchup, this time round against some of the Titans from LATAM. It's the FaZe clan. I'm Des. This is Ace of Wide Right, newly named, and this is our second game of the day. Tim, given SANDBOX's last performance, Ace of Wide Right sticking with us. After that last performance from SANDBOX, you forgive us all for being a little bit nervous about their prospects against FaZe, right?
I'm a little bit worried for them. I think it's fair to say, you know, FaZe coming into this, I'm not going to say necessarily out and out one of the favourites or favourites, but what I have experienced is everybody I've spoken to, me and Hap did the podcast and we were looking at power rankings, everybody had FaZe up high, up in top 2, top 4. So yeah, FaZe for me are going to be a very difficult team for SANDBOX to be beating here, for them to be competing if they don't up their game compared to what we saw against G2. Enjoyed that one, Des? He did.
Didn't. In the slightest.
He definitely
That's how my eyes really hurt just staring at the camera. I was like, okay, the fan is like, please blink. And I'm like, no, okay, I'll do it every now and then.
The thing that you can't see that makes it funny is there's a fan aimed right at Des. So when his eyes were just open, his eyeballs were being just dried out then.
Literally, yeah. That was one of those. That was an experience. Never again. We'll make sure we keep on blinking regularly throughout this one.
Regular blinks, please. Regular blinks,
please. We'll try our very, very best. Now, looking at the two teams across this year, they've both played on Theme Park 3 times. I'm looking back at SANDBOX. They played it once in Stage 2, once in the playoffs to get into Charlotte, and then once again back in Stage 1. For FaZe, similar story. Played it twice in Stage 2, once back in Stage 1. So both have got a bit of experience on this map, but it's far from one of their most played matches. So it means there's a little bit to go on, but not a ton.
No, absolutely. You know, and the thing is, it's again, it's one of those maps that you can really get on top of a team on it. If you get rolling on your attack, for example, you can just run over it. And
I think I realise what I've done here.
Oh, you've got. I wasn't going to completely land you in it, Des. You have one. Des is a leaky bucket.
Production, have you got the map bands? You may as well show them at this point. I've already revealed what the map is.
Des is a leaky bucket at the best of times. Absolute nightmare. But yeah, you know, I weren't going to call you on it.
You should have. I'd have buried you right under that hill.
Somebody asked me a little while ago, like, what do you do when you're working and your fellow caster makes a mistake? I say, well, you know, you always try to avoid directly correcting them. You maybe, you know, go over the same ground and just repeat it correctly. Yeah. Can't really do that when you've leaked the map. There's nothing I can do to dig you out of that one.
Let's take the fourth wall a little bit more here. Teams have to do their bans generally an hour before they play games. This happens in EUL or at Majors an hour before they play.
Just ruined the whole thing.
Oh, God. Spoiler, guys. It's not a live map ban, believe it or not. That's why we're always like, right, give us the whole thing now. But because with SANDBOX and FaZe, because SANDBOX are playing in the last game, I think instead it turns out to be 10 to 15 minutes before. So this is quite fresh for both teams here. Oh, weird that. It's Theme Park.
I'm an absolute
genius. Wow. Yeah, I'd looked it up and seen what we're going to so I can look up my stats and give you that wonderful thing about both teams playing it 3 times so far this year. Weird that. Last time around SANDBOX played it was 8-7 against Cyclops. It was messy is the best way to describe it. We saw a bunch of...
It's pre-game.
It is what it is. It's group stage. Chaos. I mean, I remember seeing on the little break.
Chaos just leaks everywhere.
So when we have have we got a full screen graphic we can show anywhere in production? Because there's a little thing it says at the top. It was like, I think it's like greatness is found in chaos, or greatness in chaos.
Greatness comes from chaos.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Here's the chaos that you asked for.
And hopefully the greatness will come during the game.
Exactly. No, the greatness is in the shirts.
Ah, of course.
And Ace of Wide Right. That's my greatest and proudest creation of this major. I think.
I've done the profile pic.
I saw you sat there, in the break. We've got chairs. You can see your look. You're a messy bugger. Look at that to your right. You got your chair in shot. Get it out. There we go. Good boy. So you've sat there the whole time, tapping away, watching it back and all that, clipping it out, getting it on Twitter, ready to go. Those who know. If you were here when it happened, you're inside an exclusive club that know all about Ace of Wide Right.
Certainly are.
I'm not going to lie, we have no idea how long until the actual game. We've now seen the vetoes, obviously, and seen its theme park.
We'll get in as soon as we can.
We know the two teams, and I don't want to talk too much because we've seen SANDBOX, who didn't play super well. FaZe, we haven't seen yet, so it's kind of a lot of unknowns right now.
There is, this is the thing, we're still really early on. Would it, completely blow my mind, surprise me for SANDBOX to just come in here and win this game? No, it wouldn't, because we're just at that stage of the groups where teams will have a bad performance, a good performance, bad performance. You just don't know what you're going to get. Honestly, I think FaZe win it. If you're going to pin me down to it and say who wins this one is, I think FaZe do, because SANDBOX, they got beaten up by G2 then, and that's not going to be easy to take. But they are a team with good mental, and I think they do have good resilience, and they might just be able to turn this one around.
You don't want to be saying pin you down something, Tom. Tom will be listening. You heard his comment last time, right?
I did.
Tom is one of our co-streamers for this event. It's worth mentioning, of which it's worth stressing there are tons of co-streamers. So, if you wish to go and watch some of them as well, we won't feel bad as long as they've still got the audio turned on. You can hear us.
As long as they have a caster audio on.
Fresh did earlier on, I'll give him that. Yep. He's also co-streaming, he did have it on. His hair's now blue.
It's very blue.
Have you seen his art? He's like covered
my
in
name's
names.
on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my name's on it. And I asked him to put a green circle around it. So when we've got, when there's a light background behind, because he green screens himself on. He green screens his background out. So if he holds his arm up, it puts like a cool outline around my name, so it stands out. Yeah.
But all you're going to see then is what are you going to see? Whatever's behind on the stream there.
Yeah.
Which
So
might
if it's like a white
this.
background, it's a really clear.
Yeah, but imagine like A or like Ace of Pirate or whatever in this. You'd be able to read it.
No, it looks good.
It's chaotic.
No, it looks good.
Go and find me a screen grab later.
I will.
And we'll have a conversation about how good it looks.
It's going to look about as good as this game, which is going to be amazing, Des. Theme park.
I hate this guy.
Yeah, you do. Theme park, as you say, I'm interested in FaZe. So FaZe, for those who don't know, if we talk a little bit about FaZe, they won the Sweden Major and then disappeared. Didn't really win much else. Had a real struggle, to be honest. Didn't make it to Charlotte. Had a real struggle in BR6 and have had to undergo a little bit of a reformation, a little bit of a transformation.
Yeah.
So cameraman who was the RGL no longer is really the RGL. That's Astro. Yep. Astro, very much a player once upon a time, very quiet and used to be very much just Astro go kill.
Now you can't shut him up.
Yeah, exactly. And now he's come in and started RGLing. And I'll tell you what, the change seems to have done the job because BR6, Stage 2, they've come through, they've been flying. Souls has been right up there. You know how much I like Souls as a player. Clutch King. He's been right up there as well, getting the kills, chipping in. And they then just absolutely sailed through the Copper Elite 6. They were beating everybody in sight. Yeah. And come in here now as a powerhouse again. Yeah. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this first outing from FaZe.
We had a little podcast actually where we had cameraman on. I think it was me, Emmy, and Milos. And we had cameraman on. We had a good chat for a good solid hour about them. And he said, what's happened since Sweden? He was just like, look, other teams got really good. I won't take it away from them. They all really leveled up. We've gone and done some work, though. I feel like we're getting back to that form again where there's a potential second win in us starting to come out now. And we had the good chat you and I always have about when can you say a dynasty has been formed in Siege. Generally winning SI and the major is considered you to then be in that dynasty.
I would say so.
There is this wonderful curse of SI where you win SI and then become crap.
Never get to another major.
I mean, SSG are a great example. NIP are a great example. TSM are a great example.
Sorry, TSM.
Like, what's going on? Like, players almost hit the heights and then it's like, straight down the other side.
Yeah. I don't always like to bring it up, Des, but, I did once play alongside cameraman as well.
You did? You got a 3K, I believe, as well?
Yeah, you got a 2K. It was, it was a nice little run. Not a big deal. Not a big thing.
Not real.
No.
Wasn't that in Invitation?
It was.
Yeah, it's weird, that.
It was a good one. Right, we're going to head into this, Des. We're going to get over to Theme Park. We're going to kick things off between SANDBOX and FaZe. It's going to be all kicking off in the server, I'm absolutely sure. SANDBOX, I don't know if FaZe are now facing SANDBOX at a bad time. SANDBOX have just been like battered around a bit by G2, and it's like, you know, are they going to find, FaZe going to find that this is like a hornet's nest that's been whacked with a big stick, and SANDBOX are coming out looking for a little bit of revenge, but you know, G2 aren't there to take it out on anymore, so it's going to have to be FaZe.
That, or they've just shriveled up and died.
Oh yeah, I feel like it's going to be one or the other. There's going to be no like mid-ground performance from SANDBOX here for me. It's going to be like, you know, absolutely everything or nothing.
Absolutely. And look at the bands rifling on through here as well. The Nook to start things off. An operator, interesting that SANDBOX did play a little bit against Cyclops the last time this team headed into this map. A Ying following through. Not too surprising. We've seen the strength of Ying. It's so influential in terms of defender lineups as well, because often what happens is teams will get in, play a defender lineup, attackers go, oh, there's no Warden on side, let's play Ying. And then it's like, great, now they're playing Ying, we've now got to play Warden. And you just go into this constant state of back and forth. So taking Ying off the board does remove some of that, I guess, annoyance and frustration for defenders, gives you a little bit more freedom. And equally, FaZe don't think it's an operator they want to be playing on the attack here. Last two bans, the Azami and the Valkyrie. Valk speaks for herself. The Azami, quite a spicy one, I think. But we've seen excellent use of Azami around Arcade. I want to say it was TSM who first did it. Just lock everything down with Azami barriers everywhere. And you can play in Arcade quite freely in what is normally quite a dangerous position, because you're exposing yourself when you're trying to run down the long catwalk, for example, back in towards site when you're playing on things like Initiation and Bunk. So Azami does give you a lot of creative options on this map. Again, with that being taken away, I think it just takes the edge off some of these defenses. So Ying and the Azami, for me, are the two big bans in this lineup.
Here we go then. Let's get this show on the road. It's going to be round one. It's going to be Theme Park. It's going to be Armory and Throne. SANDBOX starts off on the defence, much as they did on Chalet, and I don't know if that does them any favours or not, really. You know, coming into this one, might have been better just to mix things up and get on the attack, take the initiative, get in there and get a few rounds. But as it is, they're going to be coming up against a terrifying force of Bullet and Cyber. Finka and Diana combo between the two of them. I would not like to face off against that, I'll be honest.
Bullet and Cyber are really fascinating as a pairing, because there's so many events we come into just like, oh my god, this might be one of the scariest duos at the event. And it's a real sort of sink or swim feeling. Like, they can be absolutely phenomenal. Looking back towards the Major, for example, in Sweden, we saw that coming out. They've been absolute spades, and when things didn't work out for them, Souls was there as the clutch master. Map 3, round 15, down one Kier against FaZe. He wins the 1 versus 1 against Rin. That takes them on to win the entire thing. Probably one of my favourite games we've ever cast him. I still remember that one like it was yesterday.
We quite often get asked. It's you know, it's a question you get asked a lot as a caster is, you know, which is your favourite game that you've cast? And Des and I have been fortunate enough to have many to choose from. You know, and there's we can never pin it down to one, but as you say, absolutely one that sticks in the mind. And I would love to see a FaZe Dan 1 Kia rematch at some point in the future. I'd love to cast it because it really was spectacular. Now then, Bullet looking to get in there on the entries, just going to hold Top Dragon. No, static! You do not hit that reverse angle. Ripping Bullet and Finka out of the round.
And what I'm really nervous about here, Timmy, they've invested 7 drones so far inside 60 seconds, but Cyber's in through a window. Astro in as well, steals the kill away from him, and I thought for a second they'd broken the hole, but no, Cyber looking the wrong way. It's 2 more kills coming out, and FaZe have been a little bit too slow here, a little too methodic, arguably a little bit too doubtful of the information that those drones were giving them. They haven't acted, and SANDBOX have bitten back.
Not very LATAM of them, Des.
No, it's not.
Normally we see, you know, I'm not one, as you know, to throw in the LATAM aggression. It's, you know, yes, it's a thing, but it's not what it once was. I don't use it in the same way. But what I mean is they are teams that are willing to see the opportunity, go in and take it. And FaZe not quite able to do so in that round. SANDBOX holding on very, very well, fronting FaZe up and just taking those gunfights. FaZe maybe, you know, would have been better seeking for alternative angles, but it's round 1. You go in, you take your fights, you see what you can do. For the time being, Cameraman, he's going to be opening up the hatch above Split and looking to just get something going. But the first thing that they need, beyond opening walls, beyond clearing utility, is a couple of kills.
And that's the big problem, right? You're in a 2v4 in the last 40 seconds. If SANDBOX were to throw this round away here, you'd be absolutely kicking yourselves. Like, there's just no way on earth they should be losing the round from this point. Walls are being opened up, which at least gives them some access in towards site, but now they've got to start finding these kills. And given we're in the last 20, that this player's in a great position to play for trades, I simply don't see it happening. 2 swings out of Charlotte. Good boy. It's a nice, easy first round for SANDBOX.
Straightforward finish for them. You know, they'd basically done the heavy lifting already in that round, able to get themselves back onto defence, just hold a little bit of a turtle, and just wait for the push to come in from FaZe Clan, which ultimately was pretty easily shut down, leaving us 1-0 to SANDBOX at this point in time. So we're going to be heading into round 2, and it's going to be upstairs this time as SANDBOX take us to Bunk and Daycare. I think we're going to see probably a bit of investment out in the map again, as we did last time. I think they're going to try to probably hold on to that cash side, particularly control and initiation as well. You don't want to be giving that ground up too freely. If the attackers can get established in there, that's when you start getting pushed from multiple sides.
And arguably there's probably more security on the side of SANDBOX here to feel that they can play those more aggressive spots. Think back against G2. They've been playing certain spots out around the map. Nade would come singing in from Citizen. You die. There were so many nade kills in the first half because the 1Y was banned away. But here on Theme Park, it's left open and available. And naturally, SANDBOX are going to jump on those two operators. Both there in pairing means you can play a little bit more aggressive. Chucking in a Rooney as well, who, although isn't really designed to be anti-nade, it's more anti-utility. You have to throw a drone through it or a nade or whatever you choose to burn through those laser gates. Essentially, those SANDBOX feel more secure playing around their utility and therefore can play more aggressively as operators as well.
Getting into the action phase then. Let's see if FaZe can go about getting inside of the map any better than last time. They really didn't have too much of an impact whatsoever on the SANDBOX defense. As suggested, it does look like they're going to be coming for that east-sided push, looking to get themselves inside of control, top Dragon, and then sweep across from there. Get some initiation control and think about moving on in. The big thing here for FaZe is that there's no hard breach on side Des. They're not going to be able to open up any reinforcements, so they're going to have to play through doorways, which as soon as SANDBOX realise that, could well play into their hands.
Absolutely. It's one of my things about this map, and to be fair, a few others. I think about like Skyscraper, wonderful attacks coming in from like Terrace and Drum side when you're trying to get towards Karaoke and T. There's a lot of single doorways on this map. It's very pokey. It can be really hard to force with these bottlenecks, and this is why so many teams band away Theme Park almost constantly, because it can be so difficult to attack into. But at least these days, more and more teams are starting to pick up and starting to feel comfortable. And as it looks like it, FaZe Clan once again have found themselves bottlenecks inside a cache.
Envy Taylor's just holding his position in behind the shield here. He's got all the utility he needs, but he knows he needs to dip away. But the cover's there from Shio Bullet. He manages to get himself in and get the trade 4v4, but Envy Taylor's still in position here. Not able to move him yet. Souls manages to shut down Static, who was looking for a flank up Dragon stairs there. So far so good for FaZe. 4 versus 3 now. They've got themselves a little bit of a man advantage. They've got their line drawn. They know where they need to move from. But Envy Taylor is still a big sticking point.
And he hasn't got a lot in front of him, Tim. He's got a single ADS and a shield. They've had 3 players trying to focus on this single doorway and try and get their way in. That nade comes out. The ADS was recooked up, so we must know now is the time to step away. We'll back away with the Magnet. Also in assist, like I mentioned earlier on, you're always going to see SANDBOX leaning in towards that and gets the kill onto Astra as he comes for a swing and gets away with his life. It couldn't have gone much better.
Beautiful play from Envy Taylor there. As you say, played that perfectly, just showing a great understanding of how dire the pressure he was under and at what moment he needed to move. Good boy manages to find Cameraman, and it's all up to Souls and Bullet. Bullet taking damage there. Does have the opportunity to use the nanobots, juices himself up, but not in time to save Souls as he gets taken down by an Envy Taylor headshot, leaving us 3v1, 25 seconds left to go. Bullet, you need to push now. He's got the LMG in hand, which is going to give him at least an opportunity. He's always got a chance whilst he's in this fight, but SANDBOX playing it smart, keeping themselves out of the lines of sight. Good boy finishes it off for us from the arcade machine, and right now they're playing FaZe like a game.
I just feel for FaZe that there could be a bit more aggression, a bit more pace in the attacks as well. It's almost like they come up against the roadblock and then want to pause and refigure things out, talk it through, and chuck a couple of nades in there. If that doesn't do the job, what else can we do from there? And it's not the kind of pace that we're used to seeing out of this team. They feel a little bit uncertain what it is they're facing off against SANDBOX. And to say to SANDBOX as well, the difference we're seeing here between Chalet and Theme Park, I think, is night and day on the defensive side especially. On Chalet, where you have to get more mobile and consume more of the map, that's where they were struggling against G2, where they didn't have these really strong choke points they could hold on to. But maps like Theme Park, where, like we referenced, all these single doorways you've got to push through, they can just set up a utility around them and play around them all day long. It doesn't look like a big bother to them. Looking far more comfortable than they did against G2. And part of that, I think, again, is down to FaZe's lack of pace, but also down to SANDBOX feeling like they've got much more consistent strongholds they can play behind.
I'm a little bit concerned about FaZe's drone play here, Des. Obviously, they got shut down by Shayo when they tried to push onto MB Taylor in the last round. We've seen a lot of those drones getting shot out in the sort of early to mid-round as well. And I just get the feeling that much like the abandoned theme park that they're playing on, Des, they don't have much to go on. And that's going to be a problem for them as they continue. They need to be, A, keeping those drones alive. I'm glad to see that they've got 10 coming into the action phase this time around, so plenty to go at. They've got the Roteros as well that will offer a little bit of information before the destructive utility comes on. So FaZe, keep hold of those drones and make sure that you're using them. Don't keep sending them in to drone out the same player. You know that they're there. Look elsewhere. Where are the crossfires? Where are the holds? Where's the support?
That was the issue, right? Back in round 1, and it reminds me a lot of old Empire. Just time and time again, I think it was Joystick on an interview just said, you know, we'd get scared, we'd drone something and not have the confidence to make the play, so we'd drone again, and again, and again, and by the time you knew it, you had no drones left, and your round was done from there. And
that's not FaZe.
It's not. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to say it's like, oh, we're going to see this the entirety of the game, but it has been a slow start. However, we'll park it because once you get onto the defensive side, things can completely switch. Envy once again taking an entry battle here against Cyber, but not quite finding the kill. Instead, just down to half HP, thanks to a little bit of juice coming out from the finger.
Look at the aggression coming out of MB Taylor, though. Gets himself right up to that doorway before being pushed back. The hard breach just opening up on the wall there does force him to manoeuvre, but he's going to keep himself locked in for the time being. And he showed us last time that he had a great understanding of exactly when the time to move from that position was. Now then, Astro looking for those long angles, just as hard as he can, trying to find all the way through. They've got less space to work with this time of FaZe. Obviously, with the site being shifted closer to that entry point, it just gives them a little bit less breathing space. They've pretty much got cash to work with, and then they are looking at pushing into site directly after that. Astro, he knows where MB Taylor's playing. This is bad news for MB Taylor now. Not being able to move himself back out, but somehow still managing to fight from that location. But here comes Cyberdes.
So unmoving, aren't they? SANDBOX are just sat waiting constantly. Up he comes there for the fight. Does get the win. Does the swing come through? It looked like it was going to from inside a bunk, but Cyber not able to be traded out. That is a critical kill, because one comment I was going to make is there's no attempted backstabs from FaZe. They're all just coming on cash side, but sending someone downstairs and up yellow was the play they needed. Envy gets one, but in finishing him off, the trade comes back the other way. It's back and forth between both teams here. Through the breach they come, and Static shuts them down. 2v2.
SANDBOX are doing a great job of keeping themselves in the fight here, but Cyber's been able to get in and get a position to potentially put the diffuser down. Is the cover sufficient from Cameraman? He takes the first battle and he takes a lot of damage, but it does the job and it takes the eyes off the prize, which is Cyber putting that diffuser down, which is successful. SANDBOX 30 seconds left to do something about this if they want the time to be able to disable that activated diffuser. Shayo, he's going to get on the flank here, Des. I'm not sure that they're aware of it. Cyber shuts down Static, but there could be danger coming from the Jaeger. No, Cyber getting both kills after the plant as well, and FaZe get things rolling on Theme Park.
Feels like a small detail, but all body shots as well from the ARX just packs an absolute punch. And sure, it's that one thing I referred to. I don't think it was the only thing that won them that round, but Good Boy being killed at the top yellow because of that play coming in from below from Cyber for me was massive, because that then opened up side for him to get in and get the plant. They could challenge Envy from multiple positions, for example, and they definitely capitalized on that. And I was going to say throughout the round, you saw Good Boy constantly looking at Cafe Doorway, just expecting someone from FaZe to come dropping in the last 60 seconds to come and try and make a big play on the flank. That just never really came. Instead, it came from the bottom of yellow. So I'm glad that FaZe have cottoned on here in that we can't just send 5 players through one doorway and hope for the best. We have got to flank. We have got to get creative here and keep on asking questions to the defenders.
Yeah, much better, and we'll see if it continues forward. We're going back to our first site, so this is the point where we can contrast and compare. This is our first opportunity to see if things go differently. Last time, they played into the east side, and they played right into SANDBOX's hands.
There are 7 now, but 8 impacts they brought along in this round. They are playing hard for hard breach denial. And of course, there's no Maverick in the lineup here, it's just the Thermite and the Ace. They could pull this off. You only need 5 of the impacts. There's another one consumed as they're going for a cheeky run out. Static, not quite sure about that. One was looking for something and hoping for anything, finding absolutely nothing. Coming back out again for his run out. Really wants to make this one work, but can't find a kill.
You can't keep pushing that Static, I think. I've got to criticise that as a little bit of over-aggression there. He's already taken his run out. He's given away his location, so they know that he's trying to run out, and then he sees that they've all spawned at that side and are progressing very cautiously. It's too big a risk.
If we were playing ranked, this is where you lot would be screwing at me if I was Arakaze. Do you know why? It's got the MP5K.
On the mute.
They have no real ability to open up rotations except for the impact, which I thought was going to be used for the denial. Cyber really starting to warm into the game now after that last round. Has got some wind beneath his sails and is really starting to get moving. Moving his way inside of Cashier. Must know that one more is still sat towards top yellow. I don't think he's inside of office, but there are a lot of walls to look through there, Tim. But FaZe, again, with a big focus on Cash to kick things off.
Cyber is definitely the biggest threat, at times on this FaZe side. We've seen him top rated. I tell you what, he's going to be less of a threat there.
I did wonder what Easy was focusing on, and now I realise.
Static's going to claim the kill with the Capcan trap. Obviously, Easy giving us a great view there as well. There was a Twitch drone sat right in front of that doorway before he goes through and loses his life. Those sorts of mistakes will cost you rounds, they'll cost you games.
And what I always love and say about it is people look at Capcan and go, why would you ever pick that? As soon as they know they're there, they'll know they're there. It's the difficulty of knowing there are 5 traps scattered around, because you get towards the last 30 seconds of the round, your crosshair is constantly looking for the remaining operators, for example. It's not directed towards doorways that can trip you up. Like, that's a beautiful C4. But I was going to say, it's very often that you'll find in the early round someone walking into them because there's always drones going out. But SANDBOX have had the surprise factor. They've caught FaZe out there. Great first kill. But of course, more and more have now gone back and forth.
The push is going to come towards site now, but Astro's going to take a lot of damage there. Can't make the F2 work for him. Knows that there's somebody playing in behind the throne, but just going to dip away. Decides to fight another day on that angle bullet. He's holding it now from a longer range with the Finker LMG, but SANDBOX are happy to just hold on to what they've got here. They're not going to overpeak. They're not going to try to take the challengers. They're just waiting for the push to come in from FaZe because they know that it's going to have to come from this one direction. It's going to have to come from the singular breach. Arakaze just taking a peek around. It's going to be Envy Taylor to find the first, though. That's Souls, and more importantly, it's the diffuser down inside of sight. Superstar Astro is not going to be a superstar as Envy Taylor manages to put him down. SANDBOX once again cleaning FaZe up quite easily, and that's something I want to mention this because FaZe there have pushed through a single breach in control with nothing to support it, with no vertical angle, with no pressure from the opposite side, and they've just allowed SANDBOX to line up the guns. And there's an interesting point here. That is a LATAM problem. I remember seeing Liquid doing exactly the same back in 2021, 12 months ago, on the exact same site with the exact same process. We've just opened up maintenance wall, we're going to try and push in. LATAM teams, historically, anecdotally, from my experience of watching them, struggle attacking that site. They end up coming down to that push through maintenance wall, and it just doesn't work like that.
It came back to the point I was making earlier on about, you know, you had a good boy constantly looking for the flank in towards Arcade, expecting the flank to come that ultimately didn't come from that side of the map. It came from yellow, and that was the first time we'd really seen someone like Cyber make that kind of play happen in this map. And you've just seen them go back to basics there in round 4. As you say, Tim, everyone trying to go through a single doorway. The most exotic they got with that attack was Bullet standing on Dragon Door. That's as far as they got, and it's all too easy for SANDBOX to just sit there, hold your crosshair on the breach, and wait for things to happen. It's far too easy.
It is. It's, as you said, too easy, and they can't be giving rounds up like that, FaZe, because right now, SANDBOX, as I said, coming into it, they were either going to be looking for revenge after the G2 game, whether it's G2 they're up against or not. They want to prove a point here, and they know that they need 3 points. They don't want to be going away from day one with nothing. And FaZe certainly are, facing the brunt of that at the minute.
Got to see him come out sharp, that is for sure, although I know a lot of hype from LATAM was around W7M. FaZe, you feel, should still be in a spot to be competitive. For now, at least, shock horror, Tim. They're starting off with a Cash attack. Yeah, I'm not saying like it's this is a bad attack. It's not. It's one of the main attacks on this map. But I would like to see them mix things up a little bit here. Just, again, ask questions of SANDBOX. Go and attack through Cafe, for example. Look towards Arcade. This time around, Envy. That was a risk and a half. How has he pulled that off then? Okay, I mean, fair play. You have my respect. even if that looked absolutely insane at the time.
He should not be getting away with that. Static, he's going to get himself the opener, and that's going to be Bullet taken down, and the Finker off the board, losing nano boosts along with it, and that's going to be Cyber as well. They just haven't been able to deal with Envy Taylor. Cameraman does manage to get Good Boy, but there's an immediate trade there. We're effectively 4 versus 2, 4 versus 1 now as Cyber is down but not out. Souls manages to get his first. We know that he's a clutch master. There's an opportunity here for him as he manages to find a second, leaving himself now effectively in a 1v2. Cyber's down. He's not going to be risking trying to pick him up, but Cyber, if he can crawl back into bathroom, you know, he might just take the chance here. He can duck himself in behind. He's watching that breach carefully, just hoping nobody appears in there, but that could be a round-defining moment from Souls.
I was so nervous about the potential of initiation, like someone stepping into it and getting the side angle onto him being res, but not quite to be. SANDBOX playing at least passively for now. I think it was Arakazi that was digging a little bit deeper up towards the south side of the map. With these nades coming in from below, you kind of ask questions again, why didn't it start out this way? It's a freebie onto Arakaze, who sits still as a gargoyle and gets picked up for free.
Shayo then, all of a sudden, from a 4v2, effectively to a 1v2. And Souls, I said that he was the clutch master. We can't quite call it that. He did pick Cyber up, but you got to say, he was the only one on his feet at a point, and they won the round from that point.
Exactly.
So I'm going to give that one to Souls and say he's done the business once again for his team there when they needed him most. FaZe managing to get themselves a second round, but it was still scrappy.
I'd give him that as a clutch. Just for the sheer sake of it.
It'd be rough to take it away.
It would be... He won't get it in the stats, but to not say it was a round solely off the back of Souls' play at the very end, I think would be an unfair service to him. Let's see how things go, though, in the office and the initiation setup. The interesting change I saw from SANDBOX here, MV no doubt once again will play his shield inside of the vault. On this site, he reinforces the single wall behind him, whereas on other sites, he leaves it open, so he has a retreat angle out. But it's kind of a, well, this is the site. I need to dig in deep. I've got to be willing to commit. I don't want to get stabbed in the back from yellow, for example. So I understand why they do it, but it does mean that that really is the point that FaZe need to break open if they're going to get a plant down again. To be honest with you, if FaZe walk away from this 3-3, that is daylight robbery.
SANDBOX have,
in anyone's book.
Yeah, SANDBOX have given it away at that point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, SANDBOX absolutely have to come away 4-2 here. They've been on top of things. They deserve 4-2, effectively, so they need to go in and take it. One thing that FaZe are going to have to do particularly is deal with Envy Taylor better. Playing inside of the vault, he has been a consistent nuisance to FaZe here, especially when they're trying to play from cash every single time. It is causing them a problem, and it's one that they need to figure out. It doesn't matter if they've brought nades, they've brought Roteros. He's been able to keep himself in that position and continue threatening throughout.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, Emmy's pointing a camera at me. It's a vlog, apparently.
And I, for one, can't wait to see it, because the subjects sound very interesting.
Welcome to the vlog. Whilst I'm casting, goodbye. Let's get back into things then, Tim, as Emmy is a wonderful distraction as always. Nades coming on through from Cyber, who really feels it's the tip of the spear in this game from FaZe consistently every single round. First in the building, supported by drones. Envy, does he feel like he's got away with this? Oh, it's a freebie! Goodbye, Astro. An easy one for Envy, and a wonderful start for the round for SANDBOX.
You might recall me saying, Des, that FaZe needed to do a better job of dealing with Envy Taylor, particularly playing in and around Vault, which is exactly where he was. And once again, they've failed to do so. Great opener from the Frost and giving SANDBOX that advantage, 5 versus 4. I do like to see that FaZe are pushing from the other side.
Yes.
They're working from Cafe, they're mixing things up.
You stole my point, Tim. I was going to say, look at this, Tim. They've finally started attacking through Cash. They've started coming in through Cafe instead. You've got Bullet challenging down the longer hallway now, removing a shield, but there's Good Boy behind him, and this is the problem. You still need some pressure inside of Office. Good Boy hits the deck. Cyber tearing Emanu one all the way through. Gets a second in the round as well onto the finished off and down. Good Boy. Envy, the last man left standing. Like I said, it feels like a real smash and grab, but Cyber at this point will have pioneered 2 rounds through to victory as Souls gets the diffuser down.
Second round that we've seen FaZe able to get that diffuser planted. Cameraman with the final kill into the back of Envy Taylor. And FaZe, honestly, Des, they should be wearing some sort of mask there with the robbery that they've just pulled off. Because SANDBOX have been largely on top of at least 5 of those rounds for me.
I agree.
And 3-3 is a fantastic outcome for FaZe. And I honestly think that is bad news for SANDBOX coming into this second half.
I mean, truthfully, everything I'm looking at in that first half comes down to Cyber and Souls. 2 rounds, Cyber has won in isolation. We saw some very questionable attacks, sure. Maybe we'll see exactly the same out of SANDBOX here on their attacks. But from Cyber, whether it was charging into waiting room in that last round and getting to 2K, whether it was charging himself inside of site and picking up 2 or 3 kills prior as well, he has been the one that's been the driving force. And no player operates alone, I completely get that. But again, he has been the highest impact player that really finds FaZe in a spot they should not be in. Let's see how their attacks go here. No Frost on their side being brought along, so not quite taking the Envy Taylor special. In its place will sit Souls playing on the Kaid Tim.
It's going to be, I think, a good choice. We didn't really see too much denial played on the side of SANDBOX on the defense. They were bringing the mute, but that was about it. We didn't have any electricity-based denial in that way. And the mute is pretty easy to work around now. If you put the exothermic right over to the side and nice and high up as high as you can reach on the old tippy toes of Thermite, you can get the breach off, even with the mute jammer there, unless there's 2 positioned on the wall. So, you know, it wasn't really the strongest defense in terms of stopping access to the site. And we saw them suffer a couple of times with hard breach being opened up, you know, reinforcements being opened up, and the angles that they created made it very difficult for them to play inside a site. It cut off those angles. It was something that I picked up on G2 game as well, Des, was that they kept getting caught out rotating, moving. Inside a site, there's a line of sight through, they move across it, bang, they take some damage, they take a death. And that's something that FaZe maybe are going to be able to avoid here with the Kaid on site.
Yeah, I think I agree, yeah. For SANDBOX, it was the openness of Chalet, whereas, like I've already said a few times as well, the closed nature of Theme Park really did help them, especially in the first half. They're taking things on a completely different approach to what FaZe did on their attacks as well. A big focus on Arcade to begin with here. I wonder if they'll send the second Rotero in, because there is still, of course, the Banshee on those stairs protecting the player that's playing at the top of Arcade. So a complete and utter change from being a cash focus over towards being an Arcade and Cafe focus.
But he's pretty aggressive here, right up against that Cafe door. There's a lot of utility to support him. He doesn't necessarily need to be stood completely in the open. We can see there, we've got the Banshee, we've got the Prox Alarm, we've got the Magnets. If he stands right out in the open and takes the death, he's in a problem. But no, he moves himself more to cover, and he manages to get the kill onto Goodboy. Gets aggressive up onto that door once again. But FaZe, good start for them, 5 versus 4.
Yeah, a little bit too easy there as well. And I think, truthfully, SANDBOX made the right play. The Rotero saw the player, the call was made. You can swing, you know where he is, he's on the door, and you lose out the 1v1. All things being equal there, you probably give that kill over to SANDBOX. As they'll find now, surely the nade from below just a little bit undercut. Not quite done to perfection. It does down bullet. Not yet out of the round and should be recoverable.
Depends how quickly SANDBOX move here. There's a potential for them cutting off that lifeline that could come to Bullet.
Maybe not, yeah.
Half health down. Shiol's done fantastically well there to prevent that being a possibility. Static manages to get a kill. It is finishing off the down Bullet. It's the Rotero drone that does that. But Shiol, as I say, in a position that was just going to prevent anybody going and picking him up anyway. But what that does is prevent any information from Cafe. Cameraman with 1. Can he get a second? No. Static manages to move fast enough. SANDBOX on top. 3v2. 27 seconds.
Ooh. Here comes Shile as well, swinging something nasty. Astro steps in and gets one back. Can the newly named IGL of this team clutch up big? Because it's time to show that Souls ain't the only one. A 1v2, looks towards the door, but doesn't quite commit. And Shile, a massive closing 3K for SANDBOX.
Big celebration from the SANDBOX side as well, as they get themselves back in front, albeit marginally. Once again, it's 4-3 on the scoreboard now, and a good attack from them as they were able to provide the cover while that diffuser was going down. Getting the diffuser down was a reasonable part of the attacks of FaZe. They were able to successfully do so twice, and SANDBOX going in there and saying, you know what, we're in a position where we can perform those attacking executes as well. So good start for them, a better start than FaZe had on the attack. So SANDBOX just need to continue that momentum here. It feels like they have settled into the major a little bit more now.
So rather than falling asleep and doubling down on the damage that was done by G2, they have come into the second game a little bit more awake, had a team conversation. Yes, I think things are looking a lot better. It's like I commented earlier on, though, I think part of that comes down to the map and also down to FaZe's sort of, I don't want to say tardiness, but it does feel a bit slow at points from them as well, where maybe they aren't being as aggressive as they could be. Like SANDBOX in the previous round there, for example, free control of relatively large parts of the map. Sure, there was challenge at the top of Arcade, but Charles was in downstairs, chucking nades around, then worked his way up yellow with no real bother at all. So FaZe not being as stalwart in their control in terms of what they want to hold down, and SANDBOX are saying, okay, well, if you aren't going to hold all these areas that we deem to be key, we'll just take them for free.
have, interestingly, the Thorn being brought along here.
Oh, this is interesting, because this, by the way,
no,
not to remove your point, it's an exact repeat of what we saw coming out of SANDBOX in their defense, when they had a couple of ADSs set down, challenging in towards Dragon Window and in towards Cash. I'm keen to see how fast SANDBOX can break this, knowing they play exactly the same holds.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The point I was making about Thorn was, you know, for anybody newer tuning in who might not have seen Thorn as an operator, because she doesn't get played too much at a pro level, the Razor Bloom gadget's kind of like a prox alarm. When anybody goes near them, they're going to set off, they're going to trigger, they do a lot of damage, can potentially kill. But the problem is that the fuse time on them is quite long, so they're not really great at stopping entry, and that's kind of the position that we're seeing them in at the minute. But that's why they doubled up with the barbed wire, because you need something else to try and support it. Alternatively, you play them in a position where you're going to try and put a plant down, maybe go for a hard breach where somebody's going to naturally be stood still for 5 or 10 seconds, and they can be more impactful. They can force players away from those late round actions, but for the time being, they are being used against the entry. Shio, he's going to drop the hatch and take a lot of damage as he does so. Cyber on the Vigil, just looking to prevent that east-sided push, but SANDBOX so far pushing FaZe back.
Yeah, good use of the smokes as well to mask that drop, so they weren't going to get themselves tagged back out on the way through. FaZe, I do like, are being quite mobile here and playing almost every player except Astro off-site, just to keep on challenging SANDBOX, hold them up by Cash, and I referenced it earlier on. This is the kind of situation that many teams point at when they say Theme Park is just it just sucks to play. It sucks to attack. If you start on the attack, your defense, you should be coming away the majority of rounds, which, as we've seen here, was not the case. But you are still finding that there's just so much ground to cover, so much to control, and there are so many strong defensive positions that the attackers are going to struggle.
SANDBOX have managed to get the maintenance wall open. What I want to see here is please, please, please do not push everybody in through that breach in the last 20 seconds of the round. You saw what happened to FaZe, and the same will happen to you if you try to do the same. SANDBOX have got top floor control. They can think about alternatives here. They could maybe look at breaching another wall. That's a little bit of an overstretch by Astro there, giving Static the opportunity to shut him down. And as you can see, SANDBOX are coming in from the other side as well here. This could be dangerous, but FaZe, they're able to stand up to the test at the minute. Good boy. He levels things out with a kill onto Souls. 30 seconds left to go. 3v3.
They're in, but the kill, Envy going a little bit aggressive there when really all they could have done was hold the spot and go for the plant, because Good Boy now is in a bit of a dicey situation. Charles, on a slither of HP, is holding a different angle and not really able to support here. More smokes coming out, but eaten up immediately there by the Wamai Magnet above. The plant has gone down and Charles got the right idea. There is a flank coming. He sees the man and finds the shot. Talk about timing. A 2v2.
2v1 as the kill comes in, 1v1. Bullet now just needs to find his last man. Shio low health. If we remember, he took the shots after he dropped the hatch early in the round, and that damage could well come to test him now. He knows that he's going for the diffuser. There's a gunfight ensuing. There's 15 seconds left for this one to be decided. Bullet gets him. He's going to go straight for the diffuser. He sees that the man is down. He knows that he's done what he needs to do. Bullet clutching up for FaZe, and they keep themselves in this.
I'm pretty sure Bullet was 1-6 earlier as well, whereas he's come back to being 5-7 and gets the disable. Really waking up here on the defensive side of the game. Still, for SANDBOX, right kind of idea. I thought there they made the right calls, had players in the right spots.
Much better, much
they made
better.
The push. The best thing was they stacked utility, and that was something that we saw FaZe falling short on a little bit on the attacking side of this game, whereas they were just yeeting everything in towards split. Here's flashes, here's nades, get the hell back or you're in danger. The only real kind of misstep, in my opinion, was Envy going a bit too aggressive in towards top side of the site. They had no knowledge of what was going on up there, but he went trying to look for kills whilst he assumed a plant would go down, but Good Boy and Static weren't quite fully in, or Charles, sorry, weren't quite fully in sync there to get the plant down at the same time. So a small misstep there may well have cost SANDBOX the round.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you just need pressure from somewhere else. It doesn't have to be full send. It doesn't have to be in there, you know, getting 2 or 3 kills. It's easy for us to sit here and say that. If Envy goes in and gets a double, the round's won, and we're probably saying different things. But ultimately, you know, my criticism of FaZe was 5 players going in through Dragon Door and through Maintenance Breach. It's too easy to defend against. It's too one-dimensional. SANDBOX definitely did the right thing in trying to bring those extra dimensions, and to a degree it worked. As you say, just overcommitted a little bit. Talking about committing, we're going to have cameraman committing to the Caveira rat play. He's right under the desk.
I mean, are we still at a point where SANDBOX are going to drone this out? Like, it's the kind of stuff you expect in ranked, but maybe not at the comp level. If they don't have any drones coming in from the Gong side of the map, then this could be a real stinger.
Bullet's going to take a lot of damage early in the round there. He's left on a sliver of health. 1 bullet, 1 breath will take him down. He's going to move himself into, you know, anywhere that he can find a little bit of safety. He's got a deployable shield in front of him there. He can play in and behind the sort of furniture of the map, the tanks in front of him, but it's still not going to take much to finish him off. SANDBOX 5 versus 5 still. They've managed to start progressing towards getting inside the map, but not quite yet there, and it's a little bit slow from them. We're a minute into the round. They're looking to go completely route one towards storage here, looking to just get themselves straight in potentially through that single window. And it's a risky strategy, but it does leave Cameraman out in the cold.
Think about what criticised is a good word for it. This is what I criticised SANDBOX for back in the last map, was that inside 60 seconds they didn't really move. They just sat in the same roam spot until like the last 30 seconds. Cameraman has clocked, okay, no one's coming gong side. I've got to make something happen. He's already started by getting one kill, but there's no one there. In they come. Oh, was so close to landing those shots, but Envy finds the kill first onto an already low health Cameraman, and that Caveira's impact is not going to be an interrogation, but it's still a kill onto an Iana.
There's a beautiful kill onto Static as well. Real fine angle for somebody who was inside a site, able to just shut that down. But as you say, unable to secure the interrogation he was definitely looking for as he'd pulled out the pistol to take that fight inside a bathroom. It was a risk, but it was one that did not pay off. SANDBOX are able to start getting in towards site here. They might just be able to get a diffuser down here as Goodboy finds himself one onto Astro.
Oh, no.
But unfortunately, the nade is going to take down Shio. That might just take the wind out of the sails.
But once again, Goodboy's in here with a chance to get the plant down, and I don't think we're going to see FaZe scramble in time. They're down in numbers, at least SANDBOX are, but they can still find the kills here. Into another air jab, and Cyber's taken out by Envy. A second one comes through as Goodboy goes big. He's 9 and 5 so far, looking for the last to close it out. It's Bullet, our hero from earlier, on 1 HP. He's holding on for dear life, but there's two players who know exactly where he is. Envy with the close, and SANDBOX starting to fly.
Once again, SANDBOX just managing to get that diffuser down on the ground and secure the round from there. Last time around, it was FaZe that were able to manage to get on that diffuse, but this time Bullet absolutely not possible for him. Gets shut down and took a lot of damage early in the round. He was lucky to still be alive at that point, realistically, but SANDBOX just shifting well in the late round there. The team kill, very unfortunate with the nade just having come in near the window, but that could have been enough to shake them right off the strategy, the game plan there. But still, Goodboy focusing on the job at hand, getting that diffuser down, and as you say, FaZe just not quick enough to react.
Not quite, no. And I'm just thinking about this group, because obviously later on we've got G2 versus Soniqs. And I think it's the Soniqs who stay on and play.
Yes, Soniqs versus FaZe.
Yes, that's the next one as well. If FaZe walk away from day one, down potentially 0 and 2, starting to feel a bit dicey then, as a team that many again were saying coming into this could be a top 4 team at this competition. So this is the kind of game that you've got to be winning. But Tim, I also said this about SANDBOX, they will take games away from big teams in this group if not paid the right respect.
5 seconds to go.
Right now, they are 2 rounds away from doing so. 5-4 they sit against FaZe, but they haven't yet, I don't think. Since the first 2 rounds, at least, they've not been 2 points clear. The last time that happened was 3-1. FaZe have then kept them in touch since then, kept themselves in the fight. So SANDBOX, this could be a real opportunity for them to get that 2-round buffer again, but also to have a map point opportunity. Envy Taylor just going to be putting the double claymore on the window. He knows that there's a potential, although FaZe haven't really brought that sort of aggression. It was SANDBOX
That's
who
from APAC, that is.
Yeah,
those are scars showing right there.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, Static was the one who was going on the runouts, whereas FaZe, they've been much happier to play themselves in and around site, set themselves up in a position and play their life there.
Static here looking what he can do from below. It's one thing I will commend them for. The vertical play they've looked for has been excellent, whereas you look towards FaZe again in the first half, that was lacking at several points. Did sort of build as the game went by. We did see a couple of attempts from below from them, but not enough that I'd say it really became a staple of their attacks. And here, Bullet's still the one dancing around, being zapped from the hatch zone. Probably wondering, where the hell was that drone just coming from? 2 drones rifling by his feet, though. Now they know exactly where he is. The question is, how does SANDBOX now make him move?
This is it. He got the kill last time when Goodboy tried to challenge him in that position, so they need to find themselves an answer. The drone telling them that he is still locked in there, and that's a nice little pickup from Envy Taylor there, just able to identify the edge of the Wamai Magnet and take it down, and that might just provide a little bit of a threat where Bullet now has indeed had to dip back away from that cafe door, not too keen on staying within utilities range.
Bullet here wants to try and look for trouble, I think, and he will find it, because Shio is just scanning the catwalk here, daring someone to poke even a pixel above it. I don't know if he'll have seen the man there and given the heads up to the rest of his team that there is a man on catwalk that's come pushing on down. And there it is. Charles must have seen him there, stepped his way up and found himself a kill back across. So we're good stuff to equalise things into a 4 versus 4. Smoke's now starting to rain through as we hit that last 60 seconds. Charles stepping up looking for a challenge, but there's a double kill coming out from Cyber, making sure that this round should be going to FaZe.
11-6 and going fantastically well for his team at the minute, continuing to hold that pressure on his shoulders and to get these rounds going. Shayol does get cameraman, but that is going to be the end of it as he's finished off. The other was down, and that's going to be FaZe taking the round, leveling things up once again, and we're at 5-5, guaranteed 12 rounds.
You smelling that, Tim?
Not yet.
Sounds like overtime to me.
I mean, to be fair, it wouldn't really be right if at a major we didn't have overtime within our first 2 games. Our first stint on screen really should be marked with some overtime.
I love the spread that we've got of kills, by the way, for SANDBOX. Good Boy, Static, Envy, and Shyle all sat on 9 kills. Static, the one who's died more than anyone else, he sat at 9 and 9, but the other 3 are all 9 and 6. So a really good balance of team play coming out, I think, is the one thing to say. And despite seeing Souls on 9 and Cyber on 11, I would still pin a lot of what's happened so far on Cyber.
Yes, yeah, he's definitely been driving forward. Souls has had a couple of big moments, but out of those 9 kills, you got to remember, I think 3 of them were in the round where he clutched up. Yeah. I say, I'm certainly not taking away from his performance. He's been a big part of it, but Cyber has been consistent throughout the game so far, driving the team forward.
The other thing to consider, and I know the warm-up almost factor for SANDBOX. They've had an official game before. They've played their 12, well, not 12 rounds, it was more like 10. But they've played a game. They've had that chance to be ready to play Siege. Whereas for FaZe, this is their first game stepping into the day. You can't ignore that for some teams, they have had, they've settled in a little bit. They're ready to play. The setup's all done. Whereas FaZe have sat down and got to consider, okay, then, we've got to make sure we're comfy to play here. We're ready to go, all the rest of it. I know it seems like a real kind of cop-out in terms of reasoning, but I would say it definitely has a factor given the difference between from SANDBOX from Game 1 and Game 2.
Oh, it's definitely something to be considered. At the end of the day, these teams are at the top of their respective games, and we often talk about marginal gains. We talk about these little differences.
1% better every day, Tim.
Exactly that. We talk about, these factors that can create small differences, whether that's comfort with, the location, comfort with food, just like you say, comfort with your setup around you. We've seen players turning up with tape measures to make sure that everything is just as they expect it to be, and it really can be those small things that make the difference. We're going to head now into round 11 then. Only one of these 2 teams is going to get the opportunity to close this out in regulation and take a full 3 points. This round will determine exactly who that is going to be. FaZe have the momentum, arguably, just having won the last round, but they haven't yet been in front in this matchup.
Really curious to see the use case for the Sens here as well. We've seen it tried once or twice in APAC North. The main one I think of was Talon, who were in a 3 versus 5, and they used the Sens to get through the CC breach when playing on Clubhouse, and basically blocked off Red and also the doorway going into Cash, as well as any holes that have been opened up in the wall between the sites there as well. So we've seen it used effectively. We just haven't seen it used consistently. It's probably the best way that I'd look at it. So SANDBOX must have something cooked up their back sleeves here to be able to bring out and show us just how powerful Sens can be on this map.
Good Boy going in as the spearhead once again on the Finker. You hear the Razor Bloom just detonating behind him. Not going to do any damage, as I discussed previously. Not really great at denying entry. And I think that is really the way that FaZe are trying to use this. So I'm not too sort of convinced with that operator pick. I think that they could have more valuable utility on side potentially, looking at the fact that there's no Wamai, no Jaeger, but you bring in the Thorn.
I think with the Sens here, there's a good chance you can use it through the drone hole that kind of sits just to the north of Dragon Door. You basically eliminate that top side of the site where Envy went charging in last time and found himself dying once he got control of Split. Here, maybe that's a good chance to say, well, forget about pushing in there. Why don't we just lock it off and make it completely ineffectual? And the reason why you also don't see a whole ton of Sens it's worth stressing. I've just clocked, by the way, Tim, and we haven't spoken about it yet. They've got 4 shields. 4
deployable shields. I was just about to make the same point. Cameraman's going to be looking for a Kaid trick here. Does he get away with it? He absolutely does. That is going to be a great play just to slow down SANDBOX here. There is another exothermic charge on side, but it means that they need to start again. Need to send the nades in. It's going to get snagged up at the top, and it's not going to find the electrical. They've got 1 left, but again, it means that Shayol has to rotate down. It takes more time. We're down to 40 seconds.
At least now they can finally get the wall opened up. But yeah, it pulled Charles away from playing on the top floor as well. Just pulled them out of shape a little bit here. They'll have to restore that or just go for a Hail Mary like FaZe did and have everything focused around this maintenance breach. Good opener from Static, but now we've got to see more kills coming in. Out comes the Sens through the middle of site, locking off that top side like we assumed. A lovely X shape across the site here gives them something, but 2 or 3 players from FaZe are already on the south side, and Cameraman in behind the bomb chassis is the one doing the hard yards for them. Can't quite collect the next 2, but Emmy's got a matter of seconds to go and will not be able to stick this one, unfortunately.
No choice but to put that diffuser down in a matter of seconds. Final kill comes in from Souls, just managing to flank around, avoid the light barrier that was in his way. Gets that final kill, and it's going to be actually FaZe taking the lead for the first time, and what a time to get the lead for the first time when it gives you the map point opportunity. For me, again, it came down to that one-dimensional armory attack. It was all coming through to the send it through maintenance, and it just doesn't work. It is too easy for defenders to hold on to that site. The one criticism I would have of FaZe would have been the positioning of Astro. I think playing your Echo in that position behind Throne that is going to be really hotly contested unless you've already accepted that, you know what, we're not playing with the Orcais, we're not playing with them in that way to deny. I'm not sure if they'd both been lost at that point, but it's no wonder that he died first. You're always going to die first if you're playing in that position, and Echo, maybe not the operator to do that with.
To keep your heart rates down, this isn't a tactical, sorry, it's a tactical timeout, not a technical pause. So SANDBOX have used, of course, the one that they get per map. Both teams have now taken them. So this is their last chance saloon here, boys. Get back on the wagon, else FaZe walk away 7-5, which will feel a little hard for SANDBOX, because we both said coming out of that first half at 3-3 that really things should have been a little bit more leaning towards SANDBOX. It felt like it should have been maybe a 5-1. Instead, it was a 3-3. Let's see how things shape up now. They're going in towards initiation and office, and see if FaZe can close it out 7-5, or if SANDBOX can battle this back through to overtime.
As you say, it's now or never for SANDBOX. They are going to feel hard done to with the siege that they've played today, coming away with absolutely nothing. They can't have any arguments for me out of the G2 game, but this one particularly, you know, they could be expecting something from. But FaZe, they need to step up if they want to be favourites, if they want to be looking at a potential second major inside 12 months. They've got to show us that they've got the value for it, which is going to mean getting in here and getting the job done, getting the win. I'm sure they won't mind an overtime win, but they'd much rather a full 3 points. It's going to be initiation and office that they are defending in round number 12. I'm glad to see with no Thorn on side this time, personally, I've got to say it.
Starting to put a bit of a vendetta against the operator, Tim.
Not at all, but just when you don't have a Jaeger or a Wamai on side, in Armory and Throne, when you're potentially going to, you know, think about how many nades could go over and clear that utility
and how many
off
did
the back.
last time around they attacked it, yeah.
And they don't all need to go over. That could have been a lot of utility. You know, if you have no Thorn but you have Jaeger, that could have been 3 of those nades burnt away, or a lot more utility having to be used, or more attack. I know that FaZe got the win, but they won't always get the win in that situation.
Here we go with another focus around this, what feels like the very center of this map, rather than it being more on the fringe out towards the actual entry points. It is the focus around Top Dragon, around Cash, where these teams have loved setting up so far. Goodbud is trying to make sure he can get his way through. Don't think there's a player actually playing inside, or just outside of Cash, sorry, in the hallway, sat behind any of those magnets, for example. So this has been slow progress so far, being impeded by the mute jammers, for example, by the laser gates, you name it, just all things that are slowing SANDBOX down.
Bullet just holding a skinny angle there on towards the Cash door. Very aggressive. He's going to be facing up to Arakaze very soon. A name that's been very quiet so far. It just strikes me nowadays. Arakaze was one of the people we were particularly excited about seeing come into the major. 3-8 today, and I think that's the first time I've said his name.
It is. I mean, in the game earlier on, he was like 0-5, I think it was, inside the first 5 rounds. We had not seen his impact felt at all. However, what I'll give as well for Arakaze, this is his first LAN that he's come to. You know, for the other boys on SANDBOX, they've been to a few. And for Arakaze, as good as he might be online, it can take some adjusting to get used to playing in the LAN environment. It's a different setup. It's not home. It's not the gaming house that these boys normally play in. So give him a couple of games, and maybe you'll see a different side of him tomorrow.
I think the big problem for SANDBOX is that those performances might be a little bit too little, too too late as Bullet manages to take the Ossa out, and that is going to be a nice nitro from FaZe to kick things off. Astro getting a little bit confident here, getting a bit willing to push forward, take the fights. He's playing from out behind his shield, but that little bit of damage is just going to force him back. He needs to be careful because there's a man on the single door. Envy Taylor manages to get Bullet in what is a very late trade, but with 35 seconds left to go, SANDBOX not really established inside of the map enough here.
Until Charles drops a kill straight down below onto Envy, but then here we go, Cyber dropping one back the other way. Souls a second, this should be it for FaZe. It feels like they have dealt with a very lethargic SANDBOX. They started strong, but here in the second half can't quite deliver the goods. Charlotte is all left standing inside of control, but the only one with control is FaZe. They take the win.
FaZe showing great resilience there, something that they're going to need. Any team is going to need if they want to come through and win at the Berlin Major and lift that fantastic-looking trophy, I must say, at the end of things. FaZe there with a lot of mental fortitude, just able to really dig deep. They didn't even go ahead in the game until round 11. 6-5 was the first time that they had an advantage in terms of scoreline, and they were able to shut it down immediately. Well played, FaZe.
SANDBOX are going to feel a little bit hard done by there as well, as I imagine. Because we said it again, first half,
they deserve more. They deserve something out of it.
If not 4-2, then 5-1. Yeah. But we'll talk more about this game after a very short break. Stick with us. I'm hungry. Ready for some food. Didn't have lunch, so I'm just like, oh. Welcome back, guys, where SANDBOX have just been dealt their second blow of the day. 0 points from 2 fixtures, Tim, but G2 and FaZe very happy, I'm sure, with 3 points apiece.
Absolutely, coming away, especially FaZe. I think, you know, G2, they knew the win was there to be taken. FaZe really had to work for that. They've shown some great resilience, something I mentioned just before the break. That's something you need at a major. You are not going to cruise through this. If you want to win the whole thing, having it all your own way, FaZe showing that they can dig deep when it's needed. But FaZe, for me, maybe it's just on theme park, but they need a few more ideas.
They do. The one thing I said throughout the game that really kind of resonated was, well, of course I said it, was that Cyber was the tip of the spear. Without him in that first half, they weren't getting 2 of those rounds. Sure, one was a massive Souls clutch. We always talk about him. He's a big clutch player. But without Cyber, they don't have those flanks, for example. They haven't got the nade plays coming through. It kind of felt like the other 3 were, I don't want to say invisible, but they were there. They weren't really there. They were just.
I couldn't really tell
there.
you too much of what Bullet did.
No, he was.
And I don't want to
he was
single
1
him
and
out,
5
but
to
it
start
was
with.
like you say, it was a quiet game. What I think FaZe fans will be hoping is that those players get themselves more into it, and then FaZe could look like a really dangerous team.
And Bullet did battle his way back in.
He certainly did, absolutely. You know,
I mean, round 7, he was a big contributor in that round, especially. Got the disable off as well after winning the 1 versus 2. So they warmed him more at different points, but no player was really consistent, I'd say, outside
Through
of
that
Souls
first
and
half,
outside
it
of
was
Cyber.
a bit of a problem.
Exactly that, yeah. We will take a look at the match summary and also at our groups as well before we wrap up here as well. So we'll throw those up when ready. But essentially with how things now stand, we've already covered it. SANDBOX are now down on 2 losses. We'll see these guys play again later as well, where Soniqs also get to play 2 fixtures. So with G2 versus Soniqs in 3 games' time.
2 games, yes.
2 games to play, and then
it's the 3rd game.
Now you're just doing how we count. Yeah, so
now.
in 3 games' time. That's a good point. Would you say in 2 days' time? If I was doing something in 2 days' time, when am I doing it? Wednesday? Or Thursday?
In 2 days' time on Wednesday.
Yeah. So in 3 games' time, it's G2 versus Soniqs.
Okay.
Therefore, I was right. And you were wrong.
Questionable.
No, there's...
I can't admit that. Especially not on stream. It's recorded.
Ace of Wide right here, just taking up all the room.
I do that every time you say it.
Is that like a thing now? Pavlovian response. Ace of Wide right. I love it. Well, here are the group standings for A for you guys to take a quick look at as well. NIP up there, of course, in first. Only by the 1 round diff, though. We saw these games earlier on today. Damwon Kia just not showing up to the races, much like SANDBOX. Both of the teams from APAC North are currently 0 and 2. Let's take a look at Group 2 or Group B if we're following the number format that we should be. It's FaZe and G2 at the top with 3. SANDBOX currently down there on 0 and 2. Soniqs play 2 games later on, so come the end of the day, we will see all of the teams having played 2 games, and we'll start to get that much more rounded feeling for who is really going to be the race winner or the lead runner in this group. And then over to C, Tim.
Yeah, we'll have a look at how that one is shaking down. Wolves winning against Gaming Gladiators, but you see that one was in overtime. It was 8-7. So Wolves, they are on top of things as it stands at the minute, but still with only 2 points. We're awaiting W7M and Oxygen to finish, and then that one will be updated at a later point. But not a bad start for Wolves, not a bad start for EU as a whole today so far, actually.
Outside of M&M letting us down, yeah, it's been good.
Yeah, it's been all right so far. You can't expect everything from every team.
No, you can't. But to have 3 out of 4 wins so far, I'm absolutely not
Don't want to bring
complaining.
up that it was the early game.
No, let's not get started on that. Group D, let's take a quick look at as well to see how things currently shape up there. Elevate at the top with 2 wins to their name. That was the big surprise here on the B stream before we got into our last couple of games here as well. So FURIA, Astralis and M&M realising this group might not be the walk in the park that some of them were expecting.
Well, I mean, even last night as we were discussing it, I said, honestly, I think this group is a fight over 2nd place. I was expecting Astralis to come in and take the top spot. But, you know, it might well be a fight over 2nd place, but it's not going to be the fight that we expected with Astralis getting drawn into it.
Like Tim, it says in the top right corner of the screen, greatness comes from chaos. And
Certainly
the Major
does.
so far has got it in bucketfuls in every dimension you can imagine.
It really does, and that's, as I keep saying, what I love about group stages. We've got another 2 days of this, and it's just... There's so many more upsets to come. We've seen a few expected results, but believe me, there are more to come.
Absolutely. We'll come back to our wonderful faces for a short while. Any kind of closing thoughts that you've got on those 2 games we just had?
I think that things are going to be a little bit closer than maybe expected. I think everybody thought NA and APAC. NA and LATAM. We're gonna. It's been a long day.
It's okay, mate. It's hot.
NA and LATAM.
Right.
We're gonna come in here and be really sitting top of the pile. I think EU and APAC have shown up and said, we might just have something to say about that.
Elevate has shown up.
Rogue sitting top. Wolves are up there at the top.
No, but you said EU and APAC, so I was picking more on APAC than EU here.
But I think as regions they've shown up and they've said we might have something to say about that.
I really think we will likely see both Wolves and Rogue going through. I think from at least what we saw of Rogue earlier on, great. Wolves, we know the capability from EUL itself.
Yep.
Also fantastic.
You've got to remember, only 8 teams go through. So if 2 go through from a region, that is their representation. That's their sort of minimum to be arguably in the fight.
So we need G2 to make it as well, and we're flying in EU, basically.
Basically.
That'd be nice.
EU on top.
Let's not get too excited. It's only day 1. But if it came to Friday and we had 3 EU teams playing, I'd be like, yes.
Honestly, I'd be blown away.
Now watch us get drawn. The 2 EU teams get drawn into a quarterfinal against each other.
being
you could see it coming. It would suck, but teams have had this before, and it wasn't like.
I mean, we're not going to get any sympathy from APAC for that. They've suffered to that a few times.
They had down one versus SANDBOX at the last one. Yeah,
they've suffered to that a couple of times. LATAM as well. LATAM have had quite a few.
Yeah, SI.
regional.
They had the entire top bracket was LATAM, but they did have 6 teams in the last 8.
Yeah.
So. Screw you guys.
You couldn't really avoid
need
it.
a nerf. You need to all be in the same bracket for this to stay fair.
Yeah, you do. But yeah, I'd love to see a good bit of EU progression. And not because I'm EU biased. I said it the same SI. I said it with NA. You know, that was the region that was struggling at the time. And so I want to see that churn. I want to see, you know, the reason for now, EU, APAC, let's have a good performance out of one of you guys. Let's have one of you guys come on and win it. And so far, I won't say so good, but EU at least looking pretty steady.
Absolutely. I think we're ready for a break, Tim. Do you hear that then?
I think we should go to a break.
We'll try and go to a break. If we can't go to a break, we'll keep on talking. But if not, see you guys later.
Let it.
Welcome back, Berlin, and everybody else watching from the sidelines. I'm Fluke. Stood next to me is Hap, and right in front of us, on digital screen at least, FURIA versus Eminem.
Yes, one of them has played already, the other has not. Eminem, they suffered a loss against Elevate just earlier today. Now they will be hungry to try and find a bit of revenge, but against a different team, against the team out of LATAM, FURIA, who haven't played yet and thus are looking to find some points as well to take that second place in the group that's currently uncontested.
I think that's the very interesting thing that we have here with these two teams, is obviously FURIA yet to play. Eminem have played once and lost. The team that beat them, Elevate, sits at the top, and the other team that FURIA has ahead of them is the other team that lost before. They're coming in a little bit fresh. They've been able to watch the opening 2 games of their 2 opponents, and I guess if they can try and put a second nail in, suddenly the race is not really to the top, but to the bottom for half these teams.
Yeah, for sure. FURIA has the opportunity here to at least start off their game as strong as Elevate did against Eminem. So we need to make sure, or FURIA needs to make sure that they start this off strong.
Now, obviously, very quick there, picking Ban onto the side. I was about to do a spiel, but we have Border as our end. I was going to say, obviously, it's a best of 1, so we're back and forth with bans until we have our ultimate decider. The side pick would have been in the side of FURIA, who opted to attack first by the looks of it.
So quickly checking the Border stats here for FURIA, 43% win rate on both defense and the attack. So
it could be Eminem attacking, actually. I'm still learning these graphics.
That is Eminem attacking.
Eminem attacking.
I'm just pulling up the Eminem stats in that case. They haven't played Border. There you go. That's quick as ever.
Well, they're going to have to play it today. I think that's the interesting thing, though, because with these 3 teams, we started the day with a discussion. We've been with this group all day that you expect Astralis to be first and a fight for second to come out. That's obviously not the case. And this is now a massive windfall moment, a potential 6-point game, as it's often described here, between 2 kind of scrappy teams. One that's had a taste and a test, and one that is yet to be tested on this stage. But FURIA, they've passed a few of these exams before.
They definitely have, and they will be looking to do so again, of course. I mean, they have been in many events before, so that is something they'll be looking out for. They want to reach the playoffs. That is going to be their goal. That's where they want to get out to. So they're coming up against Eminem. They just got them beating there, so there is definitely something to be gained here.
And I think that's the thing as well. When you've got Eminem, when you've got a team that suffered once, you got to see if they can try and bring themselves in for the next. Border. Now, Border, if you're unaware with Border, as many times as I can say that word, my, it's quick. Me, it's aggressive. And it's fast. It's sharp. It's everything that you want. Sorry, I was just checking that Hap's okay.
It's fine.
What if he dropped?
I've not dropped anything.
Oh, cool.
Why?
No, you're looking around like you dropped something.
No, I was
doing a whole spiel.
Stuck to my little marker.
Tell me about Border. How great is it?
It's basically, some people had a hatred for Coastline. I don't quite want to call it a hatred for Border, but it is a very attack-heavy map. You cut it in half, especially in that top 4, and suddenly it's going to be quite easy to take care of. So, as we see the bans coming through, the Fink gets to be removed, so does the Ying. Those are operators that, or at least one of them, that you do not see to get banned very often. Of course, Finka is very decisive in the current meta, so seeing that removed could be absolutely game-changing. Mira also off the board. And now the big question is, do we see one of our newest operators to the competitive pool removed as well? Is it Azami gone, or will we get a different ban?
It's, I guess, an operator that we've had a good test of. No, Valk, a fair removal on this map. This was a map that actually she sort of painted the idea of nightmares into. The Ying and the Mira. Ying's had some good pocket play, had some good sort of breath, some good steps put together today. And I was about to say the same about Azami, and instantly she's on the board in the pockets of Tyrant, because when she was introduced, or when she was sort of put into the pressure of this, there was conversation of the idea of, okay, she could be massive. She could be huge in the right hands. Those hands are clever at utilizing those sort of keeper barriers. They're going to have tricky little plays and positions.
That's it. Like, you know, it's an architect, and you have a couple of them inside a siege. One of them is Mira, the other one is Castle. to some extent, Aruni also does a little bit of architecture by blocking off some windows and doorways with these serial laser gates. But Azami is the newest one, and maybe the most impactful one, as they are ranged. They're throwing knives. You just toss them wherever you want, and suddenly, like, something appears, a surface appears.
FURIA are attacking first.
They are attacking first.
Okay. So I was right the first time. Apologies. Well, I mean, now it doesn't really matter. We can see it in front of us, and we'll see it as it rolls out. The start is kitchen. Now you've got to have an extension a little bit above. You keep some of that security over that hatch and make sure that they cannot have access to the soft floor. Some teams will like to try and take everything with a bit of strong arm and muscle, and some teams will try and just clear a pocket. Usually the direction is towards this, the workshop. But look, Fantasy, this player that every single person in this tournament has eyes on, and is that terrifying start. Hits the beepers, hits the player right behind. Solotov gets one, though, before he's inevitably caught out by a very quick two-pronged push.
So with that, Fantasy also taking small amounts of damage here. It's FURIA that's trying to figure out how exactly this side has been set up by M&M. There's tons of ankle holes, there's verticality everywhere. They just need to be careful. They cannot threat wherever they want without potentially being fired upon by the sides of M&M. And also they use these serial laser gates to make sure they cannot just widen up the gap here as the Nitro comes out. Fantasy takes some more damage, eventually picked up by users though, who went a bit aggressive in the actual archives. With that, it's M&M now that takes the lead.
There it is, a little bit of a slow now. M&M, they've been able to take care of Fantasy, and we get to see what FURIA can build behind it. The second name that's often on the board is Miracle. They're going to see if they can try and find some pressure onto the side of AC. They've got, again, this idea of trying to clear that clarity of space over the top. This is not quite a pocket play. This is the one that's full fat and ham. See what you can get. And with those mute jammers stocking a true stop into the side of the fountain, they're going to have to go a little bit wider. Will this charge catch the castle? I'm not entirely sure. It looked like it did pop it off potentially.
At least we'll make a creation and a rotation there as Miracle's going to be able to find Tyrant. Uses gets picked up as well. Suddenly sell up to Neo and Nello, the two backliners on the side of M&M. Not the dynamic fragging trio. But can they clutch it out? They're known to do so. That is literally the point of them being in that backline. They have that clutch ability whenever it's most necessary. And currently you find themselves on opposite sides of the map, one inside of Archives, the other one inside of the office, looking to support each other in the best way they can.
45 seconds though, and now with the bite back from FURIA, they have their chance to get some of these angles and try and isolate potentially one of the two remaining players. Nello, a little bit further afield, he's got himself drifted right underneath the hatch, waiting for anyone that might try and go for a drop onto that server side, but they're not going to risk it. They know that they have a little bit of time, and they're going to make sure that they have that clarity on where the players are. One is in that room. They know that they can take the drop, the pop round. They have the awareness that the shower is clear. Nello's going to move back over the side. This first is Neo's. He swings through. Can't get the second. It's a 2 versus nobody.
I was going to say, dropped the diffuser there, but didn't matter in the end as they were able to find that very final kill. Already very close to the shower's corridor there. Knew that the pressure was coming down from that direction. The hatch was about to be dropped, and thus the pressure needed to be put back on by M&M. And now FURIA leading that very first round. M&M, they started it off quite strong, just unable to hold out. FURIA bit back in the middle of that round. We're able to get some rounds, go the other way. Or kills, rather. And that will translate into that first round here on the attack. But attack is what leads on Border. Attack is what decides a lot of matches on Border. And you shouldn't be surprised if 3 or more rounds will go to the attack on this first half. And of course, I said it before, a 43% win rate for FURIA on the attack in the LATAM scene doesn't shout 3 rounds. But we're playing international now. Things are a little bit different. We are on LAN. You cannot just copy-paste the percentages and expect them to be the same.
It was a good read back in from FURIA. And I know I sort of let into it. I went, hey, there's Fantasy, hey, there's Miracle, and sometimes it's also that sort of problem with FURIA is people focus on these 2 players, and because of that, they don't have the biggest expectation of what the other 3 can do. And it wasn't directly the other 3, but it was still a build-up away from those superstar names that is what you've always wanted from FURIA, because we've seen rosters that are top-heavy, fall, trip, and stumble. and they could become so balanced and dangerous for the team that just keep finding themselves on the top stage. Burnt and push through the pressure over onto the side of the army. They're buying themselves some time with them keeper barriers, but the bit of width means they can't really escape. Pre-firing either side, and there's the first. Solitov once again gets M&M off to a bit of a start, and no one instantly to bite back. All the pressure is on this. A great play and idea with the buck, but they're so close. He just missed the swing on the Nook. Either side of the breach and the hole. The impact comes through. There's the spray.
No! Tyrants!
It's Fantasy that locks it in. They're going to try and dig themselves all the way through onto site itself. The rotate up Beepers just catches them out. Solitov almost slipped by the Deagle there. Has stacked himself up by the bottom of sandwich window. Just missed the head of a player on a rappel there, and FURIA lost another body in a mix. The madness took CCTV, but that's about it.
Luckily for Tyrant, his teammates were able to rectify the mistake that he made there. I mean, he saw the opportunity, didn't go for it, used the impact, whiffed the shot. Those things happen, but luckily, FURIA went a bit too aggressive at that point. Eminem was able to just bite back at the right timing there, and that finds them now in a 2v4 situation, but you cannot count FURIA out yet. Can still win this. They can still turn this around if they play this right, because Border is that map where if you have someone in the middle, if you have someone in break, you can cut down the rotations. If you don't make the right choices, you might just be in either a 1v3 or a 3v1, 1v1 on the actual site. So depending on where FURIA want to go, there is an opportunity for sure.
Heavy hitting rifle on the backside, but what else can you put behind it as you've got a minute? And we said we wanted to see what they would do before, and now we're going to have to see what they can do further as they find themselves battling an even trickier position than the last time. Solitov, he's able to pop up, find the head of Rare. The grenade is very well played, removes Nello from the board, the last player of the previous one. Iana's going to see if they can find one more.
Ooh.
Almost does. Users pretty much dead, but pretty much isn't dead.
Still a gun that's firing, and that is still a gun that can go for these headshots to lock out. And the last man standing on FURIA here. Just picked up those 2 kills. Unfortunately, the drone didn't spot out the player that was already looking towards the entry that was eyed upon by one of the FURIA members. This could have been a really close one. So pre-fires coming through from either side. No connection found by Handy, who's looking to fire back right on through. Somehow survives 2 of these guns. He's being chased down as the time runs out. Finds yet another kill, but not the second one afterward. Uses is going to be able to lock it up for M&M, and that means we are tied 1-1.
Yeah, they had a response. They had a new place they wanted to bring the fight to, and it was more aggressive, and it was Solitov's. And that's the thing about that player. We talked about how powerful the front line of M&M can be. You're looking at some of the fraggers that were the closest to breaking that 100 mark. You're looking at a team that has ups and downs. There's no two ways about it. But when they're up, they are up. And they're up against a very tricky opponent who also have superstar gunners. So this is, if anything, the game where you need the magical powers of the Marshmallows and Solitov to be postable on socials.
Yeah, not the Molotovs, but the Solitovs in this case. Let's see if he's going to be able to, well, drag the rest of his team up as well, because currently he's the one that got a lot of kills there. Users trying to follow a little bit there, but the rest still needs to step up. And I guess that kind of whiff we saw on Tyrant there after he used the impact grenade, got the drop onto the Nook, not able to win that gunfight. It's unfortunate, but it's something we've seen quite a bit throughout the EUL stage, and that is something we hoped not to see anymore from them throughout this major. But of course, sometimes it pops back up. It doesn't matter if you win the games in the end, and there is still the opportunity to do so. We're only in round number 3 so far, as there's a sandstorm currently appearing on border, so we need to be careful as we thread lightly through it. It is going to be FURIA still on that attack now, up towards, I believe that is, again, the Towers area.
Okay, FURIA, a response. Let's see if you can keep it for tack. The last time we were here, it was your site, and it seems like a bit of a different drive. They've got Miracle playing that role of the E1D on the far side of Fantasy. No more Nook to try and creep and sneak their way through. Instead, they're going for a little bit more width on this side. Get over the top of the top square and mean that anyone else that tries to rotate out is going to get caught early on. There's a bit of a ping, but they're happy to hold onto it. Tyrant might be the first in his army, but actually backs themselves off. Instead, focuses their way back round towards Armory.
Meantime, FURIA indeed looking to find an entry elsewhere. through the Prisma is going to be a bit dangerous if you want to play that window. Got to be a bit careful until that runs out. But if they are positioned in that way, you are just going to be finding yourself pinged more often than not if you try and go for gunfights. So let's looking to open up the wall completely there. Unable to do so. Now, FURIA entering from different kind of areas. They, of course, do not need to take top under control if they just manage to get it horizontally.
Well, here we go. There's a bit of a stun once again. There's a bit more of a reveal on the player that's pulled himself slightly further back. Solotov's ankles suffer, but enough that he can still try and run the rest of the race. A minute 20, and they're still buying themselves survival. That's the kind of important part here, because this time, last time round, we've seen, obviously, FURIA take a couple of bodies, take that advantage, and then put the pressure on the site. Miracle just gets the head of Solotov on the swing round. Tyrant responds, and there's STK. 3 different engagements, 6 different players, but finally there's a bit of a crossover as Fantasy finds the wrong end of users there, and wrong for an M&M player. Tyrant, he's waiting for a little bit more of a drift into him, but he does not see Fantasy, who gets that swing down onto the main long corridor itself. SDK, the last one is his, and so is the second FURIA round.
Another cleanup here on this side. FURIA not having anything that M&M is trying to put up there. With those ankle holes basically working in their disadvantage for M&M rather than their advantage. They're meant to slow down the attackers, but they're using them against them as soon as the rotates come through just to deal a lot of damage to whoever is on the other side. And FURIA in that lead, 2-1. Again, they see a gap. Astralis unable to win their game against Elevate. M&M unable to win their game against Elevate. That means that FURIA can just jump into that gap right now and make sure they find themselves with some points. This is interesting graphics we're seeing. Oh, they fixed it by actually destroying the floor.
What?
We could see through the flooring.
Yeah.
Until they fired a shotgun shell through the floor.
See,
you see it right now in the archives.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like how medics went to follow them. Was like, no, I probably should. It's cool.
If they fire a couple of bullets through, it's fixed.
He's in our area. Lovely medics, and obviously Red Lake and Stefan Easy are our observers over this. Very, very warm, very tough, very long days. And Solotov, very aggressive. He's waiting on the precipice of greatness, of glory, of Solotov, maybe opening up with a big lead in here. Fantasy on the far end, but they know, and Fantasy has some pocket grenades that he's going to see, but it's actually the pressure. There it is. Miracle on the far side of the stairs. They had a player underneath to draw attention, and they had, they kind of had Solotov's number.
They almost picked up Tyrant there as well. I was looking for a very long angle through the double door. They just missed his head there. So M&M very lucky to get away with just a single loss there on Solotov. Has been picked up early, and that's quite unfortunate. But the droning game of FURIA is currently on point. They know exactly where every single member of M&M is. And look at that. That is just one of those drones that you probably won't look to. You don't look up generally unless you're getting rat pinged, unless you know that you are being seen.
Pre-firing through the soft, hoping to catch somebody, just a bit lucky. The intel tells them that the player's obviously pulled up, and Tyrant, he wants to step a little bit closer back in. But FURIA, they're being very thorough with this intel. They know they have all the time in the world. They're a good attacking team, and Border's a good map for attackers. It allows you to build this thoroughfare, this massive web of all the players in the catches. There's one dropped on the hatch. Do they know about that player in Armory? That could be a bit of a reveal a little bit later on in the party. Well, they're probably going to find out. Users is going to do some droning of his own and offer some support onto the player against 90. And you can see now they thread themselves in. Fantasy's gone. Users got the call and gave the destruction himself.
Fantasy just stepped back into that nitro cell there. Miracle now trying to go for a quick response. Actually saw the feet of the Mozzie of users there, but unable to actually put some bullets towards him. But they know he's around there now, and that means that they will have to put some pressure down these metal staircases, looking to see if they can cut him off somewhere. Now, STK opening up below on the actual main site is going to be making sure that the plant is going to be on the cards, but they do need to find an extra opening on the side of FURIA.
That's it. At this point, with the 4 versus 4, FURIA has gotten that vertical control, and they're making sure that they reinforce any chance of a rotation. The buck is causing so many problems. But so's Miracle inside the site. Dug his way around right onto the server door. There's a second. There's a bite back from users, but still, they've got to try and retake territory that's been opened up. Tyrant might be that loose thread. I said they were working around on the far side. Now as the flashes come round, Rare with the kit is going to go for the hot hop in. Users goes for the rotate round on the back. Tyrant, he's to your left. Doesn't quite get the right moment, was sprinting, and so was the next. FURIA, 3 rounds.
I was going to say, for now, it looks quite good for Eminem, and then Miracle's just in the middle of the site getting 2 kills. It's kind of how you can summarize that round.
I saw him going down the stairs. I was like, is he holding?
I was like, is he
and
upstairs?
then I looked away, and then I looked back, and he's inside the site.
I was like, is he upstairs or is he down in the actual site? Because someone's right next to him. The answer was he was right in the actual site. Finding 2 kills, opening up that area for FURIA to really go for an execute afterwards. And you saw it, as soon as he got those 2 kills, they move in, they try and get that plan down, they make sure the cover is on point, don't even reach the end of that 7 seconds there. So FURIA, well done by Dan. 3-1 is the current scoreline. Of course, attack is favored here on Borders, so keep that in mind.
Funky ground.
Funky grounds, yes. Everywhere.
We'll call that funky ground. Because the funk is here.
But it's able to be fixed by the players itself.
Yeah.
They just don't know that.
The players, obviously,
they don't see this.
FURIA, 3 rounds on their attack on Border. This is always that moment. You said at the very beginning that Border, when it was reintroduced, was sort of highlighted as being that swap in for coastline.
Yeah.
In places, it's a paper-thin map. You go from outside on the safest part in the world to I'm in the site. And we'll see that from good attack teams. Obviously, FURIA are taking this so thoroughly, and I love it. I love the drone game. I love how they're grabbing their intel. They're making sure when they act and react, whether it's a fight right through onto the site itself or the take and the pull onto the players by these peak areas, that it's researched, that it is put together. But things can happen suddenly. So we generally expect attackers to have a little bit more success with how pliable and pliant this map can be.
Now, FURIA is already doing better than they normally do on Border, at least within their LATAM counterparts. So they already have that going for them. But what's more worrying is if you look at this side of M&M, they banned this map 5 out of 9 times in E1 and got banned against them 4 times. They literally haven't played it. And it's like they banned it a lot of the times, more than half the time. Someone, again, in Workshop has no clue.
They're planting.
They're planting in the meantime.
Red's putting the kit down in the meantime. Tucked around on the door, and they don't have the C4 in position. Nello's going to go for it, but it's a little bit too late there. Popped off and doesn't get the player a post plant. They were just tucked around, caught sleeping, and at this point, they're watching for the jump out. They get one, there's the second, both of them. And it's a fantasy. Second time we've seen Eminem do a double this time, and neither of them find success. Well, at this, you're thinking 30 seconds. You're thinking 3 players still remaining, trying to find their way through to what is a very tricky place. There's a shield right on the door. Rare is holding on. They're going to drop the shield, play the game. Miracle's there as well. They've got to try and get the swing round. Miracle puts down the alibi. They go for the spray. There it is. And there is just Tyrant with no time to get it. FURIA 4-1.
And that's going to end with, oh, actually still gets the kill to Rep. Doesn't matter in the end. FURIA really quick there. Just sends in the Monty, sends someone in from below. And now it was like, okay, there is someone in Workshop already. And no one even knew. But of course, the Sledge being in Workshop, quick going in from the tellers right through the wall to make sure that no Nitro Cell came in from below. Just to make sure they could go for a plant.
Do you know what I love?
What do you love?
I started that round saying,
yes,
this map's paper thin. You can
it
go from the safety of outside to right in the site.
That's exactly what it did.
That's exactly what they did. And it's not something they've done every single round, but that was them demonstrating why this is such a good attack round. It's like they heard me and went, oh yeah, we'll show the audience at home what Border can be. And that is what Border can be.
Just to emphasize that point, there was only one person really inside of the building.
Yeah.
The Monty was inside for 5 centimeters, and you had the Sledge down below, making sure there was no Nitro Cell. That's literally all the people they sent inside. Of course, afterwards, you had some players going inside the break room just to create some extra angles, but that was it. It's like you do not need a lot more than that.
It is all you need sometimes, and that's sort of that perfect demonstration of why this has generally fallen into the favor of attackers. A 4-2 isn't the end of the world. A 5-1 could spell some trouble for Eminem on the other half, because sometimes they can be a bit cautious, sometimes they can be entirely thrown in, but FURIA are a team that build energy, they build that momentum, and they love to have it thrive across the map. That offers them some of it back. Here, the last chance, the last little bit of an attack for them to try and put it together. There is obviously the throw out outside from Solotov. The fake lady is able to get a bit of a removal.
It's definitely going to be a bit annoying if a Prisma is out there. It's not really something you can easily deal with. You have to move over. Neo will be able to find that very first onto SDK, so that is going to be the buck removed from play. It's going to be be able to open up everything, but instead Fantasy just moves in, gets traded out. But Miracle is in a good position as well to try and go for the fight. They're just feeding bodies to the size of FURIA right now, and yes, they are out there. Yes, they're playing with the LMGs. You need to be damn sure if you want to be outgunning them.
That's it, the loss of Neo there, but the removal of Fantasy and SDK. You still have a lot of firepower on the side of FURIA, but it puts them in a trickier situation because those that have been really gunning on the side of M&M are still standing. Solotov, he's stacked up. He's waiting for this player to drift into an angle he can try and put some pressure on, but once again, the drones, they are rolling from the side of FURIA. That irritating outside alibi Prisma still causing some attention. It's just something that is an irritant. And it's something that M&M are happy to leave there. So many keeper barriers stacked up into this firing range down towards the east stairs.
It's been quite a bit of a fortress out there inside of CCTV. You don't think you're going to be taken that easily unless you just go for the LMG fire. Get one kill. Suddenly there's only a player that is now falling back. Gets another. Miracle turns it around here for the side of FURIA. Now it's a 3-on-2 situation. Both these players in and around the site. One in the fountain uses is on that bit of a semi-roam, semi-hide, but he's the last man standing now. FURIA are really turning this around. He needs to head back towards the side, but he's already being circled around as Andy gets that final kill. And FURIA, you know what? They just lock it off with a 5-1.
I mean, there it is. That round was so well put together. That's everything I've loved about FURIA's approach on this map so far. Not counting the only round where we really had a kick go down with the paced one. But when things are going away from them, they get their heads back around the game. They sort of get themselves droned out, fleshed out, and they make sure that all of the steps are measured and everything is sort of put ahead of them. There's a famous Tim, Ace of Pyrite Lever, saying about this. They don't know when they're beat.
No, they're definitely not.
And it works two ways. Because when they are beating, they still treat it like it's 0-0. They still treat it like it is that same ferocity.
And that's the beauty of it, right? Like, you do not really want to slow down now you're in 5-1. Just continue at that same pace. Make sure you make life hard for M&M. And I know I'm a European caster and I should have a bit of bias, and of course, I like the boys in M&M, but it's like FURIA just for now seems a lot better on this map, and you don't want to see them slow down. You want to see them continue at this pace and make it difficult for M&M. However, if the repicks come through and they don't change in the next 2 seconds, we're up for a very potential intriguing push.
An intriguing push.
Intriguing. I can't use interesting because then Milos
will be fuming.
Exactly. So we have the Monty, we have the Glass, we have the Line.
We do.
Are we going to see a similar kind of push compared to what FURIA did? Just smokes out, go in for the plant, have the Glass cover over shoulder.
Do you know who I love on this one? Ascends on AC window, but Fantasy almost suffers first of all. There is now the players stacked up. Some attention will be brought towards the far side. Hey, look, it's a clash. All the way currently on east stairs. The Monty's going for the slow creep. Pops it. There's the E1D to buy themselves. There's the smoke cover. And there's a Monty going actually deep all the way into the opposite corner, hoping to move away from the C4. There it is. It hits the wrong part. Monty's going to be able to pull off this plant because he dug deep. And now he's just going to put that shield down and sort of say, hey, here's a wonderful place to play. Sandwich window, swing away. Doesn't quite get it though. Miracle is able to lock it in. The Glass on the far side is just holding on. There's a clash. That might cause a bit of a problem here. They're now going to see if they can just hold on. Tyrant gets the one kill over the far side. They're just going to keep putting a little bit of a zap. Nello gets caught out. Miracle's going for the defuse.
No way that they do this.
They're holding it on. Rare has all the cover. FURIA has themselves sitting on map point.
I was going to say FURIA, they played this like kind of party at the start. They dropped down the hatches. They used these impacts. I get it. They tried to stop that plan, but instead they removed themselves from the fight. And then instead, they just go for the retake. And it works out. They win these gunfights left, right, and center whilst they go for a defuse under the cover of the clash. And somehow they get away with it. And 6-1, right now on the board. M&M with a tactical timeout will need some time to talk.
I mean, that they do. That is just
a wonderful retake is all we can really say.
It's a wonderful retake. The clash was the difference maker.
Yeah.
As soon as she rode up, it became a problem. It became this big thing because the game plan was they can't get to this unless they have a wall that walks.
Yeah, and that seemed to be the only thing they really had. So, lack of droning.
Oh, there's a nosebleed.
There is a nosebleed. Those happen. Injuries in esports.
Esports is dangerous.
It is.
Kids, don't try this at home. No, leave it to the professional athletes. We don't have to show
don't have to
this
show it.
nosebleed.
Don't worry.
Let's give the man some dignity. And look at Nello, Croatian sensation.
One of the Croatian sensations. We
One
have
of the-
two.
Yeah, the other one is observing this game.
Currently, yes. Coincidence?
And then we have the sensations opposite. And to be
Yeah.
honest, all of them. This game, I know we've talked about the power of FURIA. I know we've had expectations. And there's this sort of story about FURIA is that they're so consistent getting to majors. They're always on the big boards. I think they're one of the only teams, if not the only team that's been at all of them, coming into this event.
Could definitely be. Let me just go for a quick check. Got it all written down.
You can run those numbers.
I
I
am running
believe it
numbers.
was something that we discussed in our
Yeah,
meeting.
I definitely know we've been talking about it. And if I go back, I see Charlotte Major, I see the Sweden Major, I see the Mexico Major. So yeah, we
The
have been
SIs.
seeing those. Yes, the SIs as well. But that's what we said as well. They're always that team that gets there.
And
they always
then-
barely get there, and then that's it. It's like they don't get any further.
But they're a team that's been together a long time. They're a team that has had a lot of growth, and they're a team that, to be fair, you know, when you've been the bridesmaid 6 times, and you're
At some
surrounded
point, it's time to get married.
at some point, it's time to get married. And not every other team here can say that they've been at everyone. I, off the top of my head, cannot remember another team that's been at all of those majors as well as SIs as consistently as FURIA.
I'm trying to remember, but I think almost every single one at least missed a major on SI.
Yeah.
And like the first
The
thing you think
numbers
about
make
is
sense.
like actual championships, but it's like TSM isn't even here.
TSM? Yeah, not here. Dark Zero?
NIP, they
Not
missed
here.
some as well. Dark Zero aren't here. Astralis is only like
Astralis was
really
only
playing
Charlotte.
well ever since Charlotte.
M&M, obviously, they're at SI, but they weren't at Charlotte.
Yeah. I mean, G2 was at Charlotte.
G2.
So it's like I didn't expect G2 to be at this many majors, but if you look back, they were at quite a lot of majors as well. But I
They
don't know
weren't
if
at
it's every
SI.
single one. No, it wasn't SI.
They're
They
running
were the ones
numbers.
that just missed out. So yeah, it seems like the
I think the nurse
is leaving.
the doctors.
The nosebleed has been resolved, and we are back underway in
We're
a
back in.
couple of seconds.
Hopefully soon. Did you know on German public transportation,
You need to wear masks still.
well, you can also, my story was you can register any thing before your name. So I'm Professor Doctor.
I did. You did show me that. Yes.
Yeah, I did. So if anyone's coming to the Charlotte Major and you
Is
need
it-
to use the public transport,
Berlin Nature.
yeah, Berlin Major.
Yeah, you said Charlotte.
I did. I
Yeah.
know. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
If anyone's coming to the Berlin Major and you can be a Professor Doctor as well if you like. You can just be Doctor or Professor Doctor. These are options that you're allowed
Maybe
to do.
Professor, Doctor, Professor.
I don't know. I could only see Professor Doctor.
Okay.
We'll be back in. We're just obviously making sure that everybody is okay.
There's no one nosebleeds.
And that there's no one nosebleeds, and that we're ready to have a fight. And FURIA, well, they've had a heck of a fight throughout this game so far.
Yep.
I mean, if anything, that exemplifies it. They never know when they're beat. That was a fantastic retake. If you missed it, the clash rolling in was that sort of slow-mo black and white moment of, oh no, like for the attackers.
It was at this moment they knew.
Like the Monty
they were not gonna
having
win
to
it.
drop the shield, the Glaz getting caught out on the swing as well. They had everything for a good plan,
Yeah.
which could have worked if only the clash.
That was the one factor that they didn't take into account or thought they might have been able to deal with. And again, I'm going to say it, as soon as the push came through, the smoke canisters popped, the Monty went in deep. The Izami that was close, they could have actually gone for a fight, could have walked through the smoke and done something, dropped down a hatch, used 2 impacts into 2 random spots, wasn't able to get any connection. And at that moment, it was like, this is going to be a retake. And, you know, they used that clash. They used it very well, perfectly, you can say. Didn't move at all. Made sure there was a safe space for one of his friendly defenders to sit in and go for a defuse, whilst also being able to look out for the Monty, see if there was nothing weird happening over there. It's just a perfect play from FURIA.
Do you know what one of the cool things is about the setup that people at home don't get to see? Is how the players are all on different levels.
Oh,
like
yeah.
above and below each other. From our perspective, it's really cool because you sort of look and you see all 4 teams like towered.
Especially if we like open the curtain.
Yeah,
and
we
it's
can
like
get a great. We're on the other side of a very big room. to them to make sure that they obviously can't hear us and they can't hear each other. But it's a very cool visual, the way they're sort of locked down. You can you go down the stairs and you're just like, ooh, cool. Oh, it looks like we're back in.
We are back in.
High fives all around. We should do one. Nice. Now we are also part of the game. 6-1. FURIA, 1 round away from a very quick 3 points. Obviously, they've doubled down. And M&M, they're 1 round away from nothing over 2 games.
Yeah, and, you know, it is just unfortunate. They played against Elevate, and I thought the game against Elevate, you know, 7-4, 7-5 was going to be the scoreline. Eventually, that one succeeded. But I thought that, you know, it was going to be M&M and Elevate fighting for that 2nd spot in the group. And FURIA potentially backing out of that one. But with Astralis getting 0 points so far, M&M getting 0 points so far, we might just get Elevate and FURIA to be the teams that lead the group here today. Because FURIA is still having to play Astralis.
Attackers are heading out.
I think that's it, obviously. You've still got big challenges ahead. You've still got big teams. And Astralis are wanting M&M to drop points in this. They're wanting to try and find themselves suddenly looking at not an easier fight, but a more competitive lean-in onto this aggression, and they need that team that's suffered today to suffer a little bit more so they don't find themselves at the bottom of the board, and then they want to beat FURIA because then suddenly they're in a neck-and-neck race for 2nd rather than what could otherwise be a bit more of a takeaway. Sprays through, but not quite the catch onto the player. Fantasy pulls himself to a little bit more safety and then dips round to the side of 90, looks down long and keeping himself active on his defense.
It's so funny, this CCTV hold is basically as old as when Border actually started to come through. It's just being enhanced a little bit as FURIA just executes M&M right here, finds 3 kills in quick succession. It's only up to Solitone, and he gets taken out. A flawless half to come through just to end it all. M&M will be ending the day with 0 points as FURIA on the defense just decide enough is enough. It is time to prepare for the next game. Have a good night rest, M&M.
I said this map can go from all to nothing in the blink of an eye, and FURIA proved it on both their attack and then on their defense. Wow, we're going to have to watch that one back to get the full taste. We'll have a quick break before we're back with the desk to break that game down.
Paris, Mexico, Stockholm. I have so many memories. I had a front row seat to see Goga qualify G2 Esports for the final after an unbelievable performance.
On the best team in the world.
I was there in Tokoname, where Nello won a legendary round all by himself.
In the midst of a crossfire, gets one on the Diesel and a second one on Amaranth. Are you kidding me? The 1v4.
I was standing in that madding crowd at Montreal, stunned by the triumph of Space Station Gaming.
But it's home once again.
I was thrilled when Ninjas in Pajamas got its revenge in Paris.
Not bad.
Alamau in a 1v3 here. He makes the swing, he finds the headshot, and not just one.
I witnessed LMAO's demonstration in Mexico when he led Team 1 to a consecration against all odds. I was fortunate to see Damwon Kia making history in front of me in Yable.
First Korean team who are progressing to the semi-finals.
But did I tell you I even saw as a nobody TSM FTX became the new world champions in Stockholm? This is it. This is my major story. And as an official hardware partner of Rainbow Six Esports, I feel blessed to witness them for such a long time.
Welcome back here to our lovely little corner at the Berlin Major. Post a little bit of a shell shock there. 7-1. M&M brushed aside in some rounds in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, for sure. We saw some quick rushes coming down from FURIA. Also the attempt of M&M to try and do the exact same. She said the retake ability of FURIA was too strong here today on Border, as they started off with a 5-1 lead on that very first half. And to be honest, on Border, it's not too strange to see sort of that sort of score lines. 4-2, 5-1 is something you expect. But after that FURIA, they didn't stop. They just put down that trigger even harder and managed to make sure they were victorious.
It was the big thing that I guess we wanted to see from FURIA, which was a full control of the game. Sometimes it's a little bit scrappy, sometimes it's a little bit sparky, but that was a full-fledged fire that they were able to bring to the side of Border. And M&M, a rough day, 2 games, no points, is what they find themselves sitting at the bottom of the board.
Yeah, and with that, FURIA now finds themselves into the 2nd place as they take their spot behind Elevate, who are on 6 points. They beat Astralis, they beat M&M before today. Now FURIA with 3 points right behind them in that 2nd place, currently in a spot to go to playoffs, but of course they need to keep this momentum going for the next 5 games. So that is something to keep in mind. It's far from over yet. There's still, for these other 2 teams, a lot more games to go at as well.
Well, there is Group A, obviously, Ninjas in Pajamas and Rogue, who are currently playing versus XSET. That game is still in motion on the other stream between Rogue and XSET, with Damwon Kia, who are waiting on the bottom of the board. NIP will play XSET next. That will be the game just after. But obviously, with the pace of ours, the A-stream game is still ongoing. So once again, that's the middle 2 teams, Rogue versus XSET, for Rogue to see if they can try and push ahead based on their previous result.
And of course, points are always going to be the most important, as that decides these places first. After that, round differential comes in. So that is what you need to keep in mind. For Group B, we have FaZe and G2 currently both on 3 points each. SANDBOX lost both those games out. And Soniqs still yet to play.
Yes, they will be playing a little bit later. I think they're, they're not currently playing. They'll play FaZe once, they'll play G2 once, just to make sure that everybody plays twice. Soniqs versus G2. I wonder if there's anything going into that game.
If there's any heat in that game, yes.
Going into that game, I guess time is a sort of tell there. Group C, and we have, obviously, Gaming Gladiators getting so close, putting the pressure on. They almost swung in with a heavy start there. OXG take a loss, and Wolves, they almost take the full 6. Not quite that level of Elevate, but enough to make sure that they've still made that statement.
I mean, they did manage to take out OXG in full time, which is also very important. But if we then move on to our current group that we are active in, it is Elevate leading the charge with 6 points. The team from APAC that came in swinging, and now FURIA trying to chase them down from LATAM with a single win so far, but a 7-1 scoreline.
I think that's it. That's a big part right now. Obviously, if they have another similar performance, they're top of the board, no real question asked. But still, that does ask, actually, or raise a couple of questions about the 2 teams at the bottom. And the next one is the one that has a lot of focus on Astralis. Obviously, they've probably paid keen attention towards the players.
They definitely have. Astralis is, of course, that team that, you know, people expect to be coming over towards the playoffs, expect to potentially even make it to another finals. But before we head too much into that one, let's quickly recap this last game. Only round 2, won by M&M, as FURIA was able to win the other 7. Miracle taking the lead of his team with 150 EPS.
it was a name that we sort of had as a highlight, but for me, all of them were putting the pressure in. All of them leading the game with a positive KD. When you're sitting on a 7-1, it is that sort of devastating bit of momentum, and they're going to see if they can keep trying to ride that. Eminem, as I said, it's been a rough day at the office, but that's the thing about this format. It's a double round robin. These teams will all play each other again throughout the 3 days. You can brush off a bad day and still come back to the top of the group. It's not easy, but it's possible. And possible is the most important thing.
As long as there is an opportunity, there is hope, and hope is very powerful, as we all know. But yes, Eminem, unfortunately, 0-2 for today. Now, let's see whether or not FURIA is also going to be getting the 2-0 compared to Elevate.
That's it. FURIA, obviously, they're double down. They're back-to-back, and they're next going to be playing Astralis. We're going to be throwing to a break. Keep your eyes on the A game that I believe is still ongoing, and then come back to us to see if Latin America can conquer America.
We were right to leave Rainbow. We are stronger than we've ever been, and our new recruits legitimize us in the eyes of many skeptics. What is a high price tag when success is guaranteed? Our results speak for themselves and give us leeway to operate as we wish. The world is not designed to foster talent. Fall in line. Do what is expected of you. In my life, I've often found that the great rarely fit traditional standards. When you confine excellence, it suffocates.
Ace, wall down in 5. Finka, prepare for a rush.
In removing these restraints, I have redefined what an operational unit can be.
Forward, now! Go, 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 go!
Some might see us as selfish and opportunistic. Let them. Nighthaven will leave them in the dust as we saw.
welcome back here. Berlin, the rave is still going. The lights are starting to dim, but we're still here. It's Fluke, it's Hap, it's FURIA, Astralis.
It is indeed. FURIA just able to pick up their first 3 points of the major, and they will be coming up against Astralis, who took a very unfortunate loss. But they're singing right now. They're getting the moods up. They want to make sure that they vibe into this match, and will take 3 points of themselves.
Wow, they got a vibe. FURIA, they're riding high. 7-1. They dispatched Eminem. Eminem, they are in this group. They take no points for their 2 games today. And, well, this is the chance here for Astralis to see if they can try and, I guess, keep pace. Because if FURIA lock this in, then they, too, can end their day at the bottom of the board with nothing to show for it.
Yes, and then at that point, we would have both FURIA and, of course, Elevate on 6 points. And with 4 games left to be played for each and every team, it's starting to become quite difficult to make that catch-up happen. So, with that being said, both these teams, of course, they want to get these points. Astralis may be more in need of them than FURIA at this moment in time. But yeah, it is going to be an exciting matchup, that's for sure.
And I think that's the main thing right now is... We've heard the energetic singing from Astralis on the far side of the room. We've seen a less energetic performance. They didn't seem aware of the games Elevate wanted to play. If you missed the game earlier, it was on Oregon, and they started their attacks with a real bit of pace. Astralis looked good, but they didn't seem prepared. That was the difference. Elevate kept on moving into open space. They seemed to play a game that Astralis hadn't really prepared for, and now they're going to see if they can try and, I guess, pull that back round and go up against FURIA, who showed up so strong. Where are we going to go, Hap?
Yeah, that is going to be the big question, and it will be Border with FURIA starting off onto the attack here. So we're running it back for now. FURIA just, of course, managed to get a pretty convincing victory down there. So let's see if they can do the exact same here against Astralis, who have actually never played against a LATAM team before.
Wow. That is an interesting fact, isn't it? It was one of the things that we sort of highlighted earlier on, is Astralis, for all their money, for all their weight, and for all the sort of movement behind them, haven't had a massive amount of international experience. And those cross-continental plays, those games against the Ocean that you sort of see the motion, well, that's nothing that they truly have. Whereas FURIA are one of the most traveled recent teams, one of the most experienced teams, one of the only teams to have gone to every single recent major and SI.
Is it going to be FURIA's moment to shine and join Elevate up into the top step of this group, at least for now? Or will Astralis bite back and make sure that this group stays competitive to some extent at the end of day 1? We are going to Border in just a couple of seconds here. I'm very excited to see what the actual social votes will be like.
I like the music. I was going to say I love the bus that flies around.
Yes.
So I'm just imagining that's just perpetually flying around, zooming about.
I hope the players won't do that with their trophy.
Well, we don't know if that's the trophy.
Of course we don't know.
People are just making guesses based on the Charlotte trophy being Thermite's bust.
Yes, but it is on a lot of posters. So I'm just starting to
Thermite one
confirm
was
it for
on a lot
myself.
of posters.
Yeah,
it
exactly.
seems like there's a trend.
Seems like there is.
Mr. and or Mrs. Ubisoft, whoever's in charge, I don't know. But it seems like there's a trend. Buck, first one gone, and there's going to be a response of Nook as the second one. Buck was obviously a bit of a play in the pockets from FURIA from the last time we saw them, which was, the previous game. Mira, this is a very quick ban phase. Nobody's messing around.
Know exactly what I want to get rid of here, and again, an instant lock-in to come in from Astralis. So the very last, it is going to be Valkyrie. So Valkyrie again being banned right here, not playing the information game on Border. FURIA again starting off on the attack. Now against Astralis. Is that going to be a big difference maker, or are they going to be able to go for a 5-1 again?
Well, I guess that's the sort of tale, will it be told? As long as time, FURIA once again back on their attack. Blink. And you might feel like you're just having a bit of a reset here. Is it going to be 2 for 2? Or can Astralis do a little bit more? The start is slightly different. This story might have a different tale, and it's beginning that way. Vent instead of bathroom. Have the castle, the mute, the control that can be offered here. Iconic, picking up the role of the Azami. See if that can be a bit more of a stop. It had some showing, but FURIA have a few plays of their own.
FURIA definitely has a few plays of themselves. We saw a couple of rushes that come through, a couple of denials of rushes from the other side, and you know, every single time you see that line on the board, there's always the opportunity of a quick pace push to come into the fray right here. Complete lock-off there, by the way, of the passport check, so not wanting to deal with that on the Astralis side. Proximity sensors are still being put in place as well, just so they get as much information as they possibly can. It's a bit risky, but of course the castle barricade is bulletproof, luckily.
It's not just saying it's risky, Sandstorm outside. It's not just saying it's risky, it's also saying it's well rehearsed. You knew you could do that and be safe even with a full sprint. That's why they do it. He was just a little bit behind the par. There's the opener here. The swing round, it's a little bit awkward on the approach. You can see Fantasy wants to try and take the fight, but either side, there's the E1D popping off. The drone game. As we said about it before from the side of FURIA, is very well put together. This grenade is just going to pop over the top and removes the Prisma. The fight is Fantasy's, and he finds J90. Over the side of the shield, DP Fire's gone to Forest. Is that response just from the tip of the shoulder, digging their way closer towards the plant? They want to go for the swing out on that loose player. There's the ping. Forest is looking for a second. They just don't have the wide enough booty, but do suffer the scratch there as they crouch down.
Miracle just jumping into safety here, doesn't want to stick around any longer than he has to here. Rare able to find Iconic. Windows are still being opened up, and it's going to be a very comfortable lead so far for the members of FURIA. Shuttle still inside, Forest close around it as well. They need to make sure they isolate these players, and that E1D will do exactly that. Will at least give them the opportunity to start moving in. Grenades are being tossed in, small amount of damage being done to Shuttle, but he's right on top of that hatch, I believe, for a bit of safety.
Now there's Handy being handy with a gun. Shuttle is taken off the board, and if you're unaware, the players aren't seeing these lines the way we are. Forest sprays over the top, tries to get a connection, goes a bit wide, but Handy gets the lock in there. First round, FURIA.
Another attacking round that FURIA is going to be able to put onto the board here for Border. Let's see if they can keep it up as well. Against Astralis, again, I'm going to mention it, one of the tournament favorites potentially. Bit of an upset, losing to Elevate. And you can quickly pin that down to Astralis back then not really having a clue on how Elevate play, or not really respecting the way that Elevate play. They take space if it's there. And FURIA, well, they kind of do the same to some extent. They just have that deadliness, the accuracy, everything like that. So, with that being said, FURIA leading in that very first round are looking to extend upon this as well. Make sure they get that double border win here.
Okay, so let's see if we can get a bit of a stack back in. On the side of Astralis, obviously, as you said, it's the sort of double down. It's dangerous. Now, this is an attacker-sided map. Astralis expected, as any team does, to sort of dip a little bit on your attack. You're going to see a bit more range, a bit more distance, a little bit more pizzazz from attackers on the side of Border. They know this just as well as anybody else does, but it's also a bit scary. It's also a bit dangerous when you've seen this team be so dominant on this map just before. It's a gamble. It's a confidence to say, let's go back here.
It is definitely a gamble indeed, but they probably have seen something that they want to abuse and can use on the side of Astralis to go back right here. You didn't have much time to go for a bit of counter-stratting here, so you definitely need to be sure of whatever it is you saw to make sure you get good use out of it. As Fantasy gets the first, it's forced. Shut down. Yellow that was down below on that roam, no longer having any bit of influence in that round. Could be on the cams, of course, give some call-outs, but that's really about it.
A little bit of a moment, a break, and a second to pull your thoughts together. As Forest might just be offering anything from the cameras that they can. Another E1D goes out. Shuttle's holding a bit firm, hoping somebody swings around on the side, but they've put the pressure inside underneath. If he's gone unchecked here, he could be big. Rare takes care of Iconic. Shuttle with a hop over, somehow slips past the first player, gets the down on the next. Rare does go down. Doesn't get the lock in, but does strike on the side. There it is, the C4 to confirm, and Shuttle sends them out of the border, sends them off to the side. J90's gone down in the meantime, so it's a technical 2 versus 2. He's just tucked under the window. They might not know, but he just needs to pop his head up, maybe hoping somebody was going to swing in. But you assume they're going to confirm that kill in just a second.
I was going to say they might just try and go for a bit of a bait there, hope someone would come by to pick up Jane, I know it's not going to be the case. Somehow, by the way, you just mentioned it, Astralis managed to get back into it. A huge flank to be on the board allows them to bring it into that 2v2 situation, but it's only up to DP Fire now. We didn't see any of that, but of course the players
He saw everything.
He saw everything. He was going to be able to lock him out, and it's only up to DP Fire now. He's holding long. He's trying to make sure he doesn't get picked up, but it's going to be a head that peeks out. Gives away the information that someone's out there. Someone's coming from the customs area. The drone that confirms that spot, and that also does mean that they can just play around this current position.
Wow, follow the trail down towards the hatch, 40 seconds, and they've done these sort of late pinches before. They're just trying to find DP Fire. Now they know where he is, and the grenade is going to attack onto the drone hole. Doesn't quite get the full read, and they're going to see if they can stick the plant with the cover coming through close. DP Fire, he's going wide around into the corridor, is concerned about the rotation. The rotation is actually almost going to get filled in, but FURIA in a post-plant situation. As soon as they knew where the player was, they could play the objective, set a fresh timer. Swung round. Oh, just survived, but not for very long. FURIA over these rounds. They've got 2 plants and 7 wins on 8 swings.
Yeah, they've definitely been doing quite well here. Timeout is being requested by Astralis right now because they realize something is not really going too well. They're shouting something across the hallway there.
I assume that's our game.
Yeah, because the other one just finished.
Oh, okay.
Right? So
That's
it's like,
our
it
game.
has to be our game.
I think that's the thing about when you step up into a game. Obviously, Astralis lead in with their chant, brings the energy up, gets your heads into it. It does hype up the other team when they start getting some rounds. And they're just being cooled down by the coach. They're just saying, come on, lads.
Let's bring it down. It's only 2. Is that strats on the table there? I think it was strats on the table. Let's not zoom in on that.
Strats on the table.
Everything, of course, on paper, as you cannot have any other electronics than your computer that you will be playing the game on. But with that being said, FURIA are definitely in a bit of good form right here on border. Astralis, they took a gamble going out there. They might have thought they seen something they could use and abuse against them, but FURIA so far really having the upper hand. And I was going to say, like, I mean, it was a good try with the MI. You wanted to go in as soon as the first pre-fire failed, but it's an LMG you're up against. And it's not the 100-round LMG of Finka. Finka is on the board, not really being played. But it was the 150-round LMG. Sophia, the LMG-E, just carries a little bit more ammunition to go by in the magazine. Now, 2-0. Miracle currently on a 3-0 lead. Let's see if FURIA can hold on. Astralis is going to be able to fight back because they just had their tactical timeout. They just had the little bit of a discussion that was necessary. Now it will be up to them to make the difference.
FURIA been able to get themselves, obviously, 2 put together here, and once again they're playing that game that, to be fair, happened a few times in the M&M match, which was, we're a body down, get used to it. They do, and they lead themselves back in to keep that ferocity fighting here. Now the pressure over onto the top rung. Long throw grenades, hoping the player was once again in that really aggressive angle that was played before, but no catch, no dice, no luck.
Yeah, that is at least going to be keeping Astralis into this one in even numbers for a bit longer. They just found out about a barricade being tossed up, though, near the actual tellers and bathroom area. So that might be a bit of a point that FURIA want to focus on very soon. They know someone's in there. So first, they try and take control of the archives. Make sure that they can put up some pressure up onto that top floor before they start focusing onto the bottom floor.
Oh, there's a ping, there's a reveal, they're dug right in, a 2K across either side of the board. There's one more of a fantasy. And the Astralis tack timeout hasn't quite led itself to the success shuttle. He does almost get caught out on the slip back round. There's a player in sandwich, he has no idea, and he's the next feast. Forrest up the same set of stairs, one to his right, one to his left, takes the first, but there's a fight that's about to happen. Fight over the path, the grenade as well. And FURIA
are furious against Astralis right now. They're just shouting all across the venue here, trying to make sure that they get into their heads. And 3-0, they are continuing. I don't know if you saw, by the way, but the program feed quickly went back onto us with the group stage standings. What? I was just waving. Oh, you didn't see that?
No, because I don't have that on my
I
monitor.
know, but I was like, I don't have game anymore. Hello.
Oh, was I on camera?
Yeah, you were on camera.
Just sat?
You were just looking very, very focused onto your screen, yes.
Yeah. There's a little preview of Behind the Magic. I interrupted Designace's cast earlier. I was filming the vlog. There's a vlog that's being put together that Ubisoft wanted me to do.
Okay,
and I was filming them quietly, and then they started interacting with me. It's their fault. Then I tell them to say welcome to the vlog. So you'll get a taste of what it's like being a caster.
Oh, very nice.
Not used with it. You can know.
Wait, what? Oh.
You can if you want. But
there's probably a lot of people that wonder what goes on majors and
yeah,
all this stuff.
we do more than just talk about video. We mainly just talk about video.
It's a main job, but there's other stuff we do as well, like getting coffee for one another and stuff.
Oh, that is a very big part of being a caster. 3-0. It's also a big part of bringing that energy back around because you've got to now think Astralis. They have nothing else ahead of them. 2 rounds went by, they used their tag timeout, now a third's gone by, and once again, FURIA struck and probably some of the best base they've had. The Candela swung around onto Sandwich, the player's going to be blinded, Forrest digs himself aggressive, Rare gets one, but there's Forrest, massive kill to make sure they don't get everything, but he does get caught out, they pre-fire the angle, they're hoping and holding, there it is, dug right in, there it is! J90 is at least able to hold on to the side, the wings and the echelon of that round. The drone has the ping on where DP Fire is. Rare's watching the back. They swung themselves into the side of the site itself. There's Rare right in the building. You assume he hopped in on the bathroom side, and J90 on the second story needs to make some use of it. Hops out, can't find Miracle. FURIA find their 4th.
With every single round, to get more and more loud, I mean, it must be terrifying being Astralis right now. And we talked about it before, you don't see it, but they're literally floors above each other. There's like this giant open space that you can see through. And we can just see them like raise those fist bumps. We can see Astralis as well if we really want to, but you definitely can feel the vibe. You can hear that chant that Astralis did before. And if you might be paying attention, you could be hearing FURIA going loud. And what was it you said? They played now by 10 rounds of attack and they've won 9 of them?
They've won 9 of their 10 attacks on Border.
I have a feeling Border might be banned against them for the rest.
This is the thing. No, but it's the thing I sort of said is it's 100% it's a gamble because we've seen teams double down. We've seen teams, you know, and it might just be coincidence. It might be that both Astralis and M&M looked at all the ban statistics, looked at how they played and said Border's where we can probably take them. It might just be a happenstance. But it's something that you have to take into consideration sometimes is if you're going back-to-back on these maps, that 20-minute period, sure, they can talk during the game, watching FURIA versus M&M, but that's not going to give them the true in-depth sort of taste. There was an element of risk there.
You can't fully counter-strat what you've just seen.
No.
Right? There's no time for that. That takes... I mean, by no means I am someone who's counter-strategy, but it takes half a day.
It's also fair to say we didn't really see half of their game anyway. It's, you know, and it's hard to counter-strike attack with attacker repick. There's instantly more pressure put on. There's instantly plays around Glads and the smokes, which we didn't really see from them last time around. Iconic, he's ready to try and hit the C4 over the top rope. They want to see if they can put some of this pressure, but the barricade actually steps its way in. They're hopped up high, holding the angle. You can see the Azami is really potentially going to cause some problems here, and the Glass is trying to find the swing onto Forrest. Tucked in, a bit of an awkward angle. This grenade round onto the other side, caught by the first disc. Shuttle with the pre-fire. Jump in. But he has to jump in, and there it is. There is SDK moving his way across, looks for the second. They've ducked themselves around. Iconic is able to find a response.
An important one of that as well, because that keeps it on equal numbers right here. It's going to be Rare that falls as well to Iconic, and it seems like they might have wanted to go for a bit of a quick plant like they have done before, but with the Azami barrier, haven't quite been able to push it through all the way. The thing is, though, we have seen FURIA come back from a 2-4 situation and somehow still win it, somehow still turn it around, so you cannot really count them out. Not even against Astralis right now, who seem to be one of those tournament favorites, but haven't quite had the start yet that they might have wanted. DP takes a lot of damage right there, hopes to go for a bit of a return fire, but almost loses his life there, Iconic.
A bit of a scrappy spray. DP Fire suffers a huge amount of health damage, but he is still in a position to put pressure. The swing comes round. There's the rest of it done. There's not the second, though. Iconic keeps finding a response, but finally, Handy puts them down, puts them into the 2 versus 2. A minute left. They've been able to win these situations before. Forrest going to see if he can be a difference maker. The close breach, and he's going to respond.
Oh, no.
A huge swing round. A great bit of movement from the side there of Astralis. Miracle, all that's left, 2 versus 1. There's one, there's no! Astralis find their first round.
Force just in time. They're going for that re-swing, and this is kind of the stuff that we need to see from Astralis. It's something that Elevate did against them. It's something that FURIA has been doing as well. A wall gets opened up by FURIA. They use it to their advantage instead. They use it to swing wide, to get one of those kills to go their way, and with that you turn the tides back into your own favor. Astralis able to pick up that one round might be crucial because we're on that attack-sided border right here. Astralis, after this round, will be on the attack themselves. That one round they just had could be the difference maker. That one round could be allowing them to bring this back to, let's say, a 7-5, for example, instead of an overtime victory.
Bomb located by attackers.
Alright, FURIA, you can bleed, but you only bled once last time round, and it was a lot earlier, and then it was a clean sweep. That could be maybe a bit of a difference maker. If Astralis get just a pocket of momentum before the turn of the half, suddenly they're in a bit of a strike. It was some of the most aggressive we've seen Iconic play, and it was the only sort of game that we've seen Iconic put into this border so far. He was a bit quiet during the early showdown as well. If there's a time to show up, if there's a time for that bat signal to be lit, as they love to post on socials, now it is.
Definitely so, because if you don't, then FURIA might be walking away with yet another full 3-point victory here. And I said it before, there's 2 teams on 6 points. It's going to be quite difficult for you to catch up. It's a full day of victories with them having a full day of defeats if you want to be closing that gap. And with only 3 days of groups, it's going to be quite difficult to make up for it. So Astralis, they really want to make sure that they take at least some points away here from FURIA to stay close into the fight, and preferably take all 3.
The steady drone game once again rolls out across the top of the boards and border here, and SDK is so quick. This is something I love about FURIA, is they see territory and they take it. They move in on their attack and make sure that it becomes theirs. Miracle, he's trying to find a fight there onto the bathroom itself, but nothing more than a scrap and a scrape and a pull back. A minute's gone. They've done some damage, got that control over the top of CC, and trying to angle their way down towards Iconic.
There's that C4 pulse around as well and shuttle, so they're trying to get some explosiveness to work for them there. DP Fire also below, able to toss one up. So looking to try and find some wins in these fights without putting your own life at risk. That seems to be the way they want to play this, and rightfully so, because they're straight on gunfights they have been losing the majority of. So if you manage to take out 2 or 3 with these C4s, maybe even 1, it could be the difference maker at the end of the round.
Now going for the breach and the break, giving themselves that rotation through onto the wall here in office. It's generally been the longest we've gone without a confrontation between these 2 teams so far. It's still border, so you can do a lot of the work outside the map as proven. But there's Fantasy, stopped by J90 on the far side, but still let in with a double kill. And that's really going to start to put the pressure on. Iconic's going to see if he can go for the retake. Hello, Sledge, and almost caught out there. Pulls back. J90's here to offer some support, but it's DP Fire on the far side that suddenly bites in. Miracle still hanging around on the bathroom window. Gonna see if he can try and get a bit of a hop in here, but Astralis suddenly swing back with some momentum.
Astralis taking a page out of the Elevate book right here, which means if space is left unattended, you start taking it back. And it seems to be working out quite well for them, especially in these last 2 rounds. Managed to turn this one around as well. Rare and Miracle, the last 2 members standing. Of course, there is still an LMG to go by. There's still some flashbangs that are going to be tossed in, and there's still some nitro cells on the other side they need to be careful of. But if they only manage to find 1, suddenly the other player is going to be isolated. And with that 2 ping, they know exactly who 1 is. A brief fire comes through. The kill does not quite go in. It's going to be a drone somehow to get pulled out, but Rare finds himself on a plant spot.
An accidental fat finger onto the drone key. They're swinging for the fight. There's 1, but look around the back stairs. It's Iconic. He's coming around onto the side. The pistol spray, but there's a second left. There is Astralis. 2 rounds on the trot, just at the very end of their defensive half. But this 4-2, well, it's kind of what you want on your defense.
It's kind of what they needed indeed, especially after, well, let's just say, when the 4-0 was out there, it was needed to get those last 2 rounds on the board as well for Astralis. So, with that, they're headed out to the attack now, having to fight through the maze that FURIA will put up with all the keep-up barriers that they usually possess. And that's exactly what SDK is going to be playing with the Azami, trying to make sure that it's going to be difficult for these attackers to navigate. But Astralis, they have found a solution to that, potentially. The Ash is coming out, Sophia as well. You see the slash and the finger, that is going to be up to 8 explosives they can use to get rid of Keeper Bear. Why did you just snort that?
I laughed because the hot cam went through, you know, it was, and Fresh said it was hilarious because I was super zoomed in. And in the words of Tim, you waved like your parents were watching.
There might be, I don't know. It's just that, you know, it's my screen that turned off, so it's like, well, I see it. You were super focused on that.
Yeah,
I could see the game, so.
I was watching the game.
Yeah, I couldn't.
I'll have to watch it back. I would say I have to watch it back, but I feel like I could just be like Bartosz and he'd be like, here it is.
Here it is. Might even be your socials already. Who knows?
Yeah, probably. Okay, 42 Astralis. They've obviously already used their tack timeout quite early on, and then since lost 2, but brought 2 back. That's the most important part of this. We're actually going to get a taste of a FURIA defense half, potentially. We're going to get a little bit of a drive here. Rare's going to feed that intel, very quick play, and this is something I really liked in Astralis' attacks before against Elevate. The coordination and the pace that gets applied with it, oh, it's so beautiful.
It's definitely beautiful. It's something that I love to watch on Border. I mean, it's such an aggressive map, but there's like so many different small kind of things you can go for there as Forrest finds Rare. It's going to be the entry, but he might be able to crawl into a bit of safety here. That's going to be Shuttle that shuts down Handy here, so that's going to be a double opening for Astralis. Well done by them. And that is definitely not a FURIA we're hoping to go for here. The Finka will get shut down as they lose yet another member, trying to go for a wallbang onto a second, but it's not quite connecting. Someone coming up right next to the office will be shut down by the Bearing 9, but the pressure is truly on as DP Fire will be there for the trade.
There it is, and that's what I'd love to see from Astralis. They made sure that every angle, every out, and everything was watched and locked down. Miracle, he's suddenly all that's left. He's going to have a player knock a window or a door very close to him, and he might be able to respond in a second, but, well, he's a million miles away from the site. There it is. The first hit, the slow creep. They've actually gone for the big rotate. They've realized they've got the site itself. Let's get the kit down, lads. A minute 28. We can probably make something happen here. Miracle tucked himself in, and not for very long, put to bed by Forrest. 3-4, Astralis take their first attack.
Pings to come through, barely missed the head there, and at a timeout will be requested by FURIA. So 45 seconds, they will have the opportunity to discuss what they need to discuss, because they started off this game quite well. 4-0. Suddenly, Astralis trying to get back into it. 4-3 is that current scoreline. And of course, it is Astralis onto the attack. They have the advantage with these next couple of rounds. But FURIA still have the extra, well, round as a bit of a buffer.
I've just
watched it back, yeah.
I did just see the clip, yes. I had no idea.
It was very short.
It's very cute. It is a timeout. The teams are talking. Astralis, as I said, they bit their way back in. FURIA, it's not so much that they just lost the round, but the momentum has slipped away. And if we've said that FURIA can be a momentum-driven team, Astralis, you know they are. They have that sort of unending energy. It's a train that gets it rolling, and it takes not just effort to stop it, but to start to slow it down sometimes. And you can see it building and building and building in pace. And it's not just an all or nothing, it's a bit of a peak.
It's going real quiet now, actually, because whenever FURIA won a round, they started to scream, they started to shout.
They did.
But now, 3 rounds in a row, Astralis have been able to win. Unfortunately, loss of a drone there from DB, but, you know.
Quick transfer.
Quick transfer from the barricade onto the drone.
It's not quite a head-to-head transfer, but it
works out.
It
right?
works
it's
out.
Like the best thing you can do.
It's what you train for. It's why you hit.
If you hit the drone, you can hit the head.
On a very tall operator.
On a tall operator, yes. Well, no, who knows? They might be getting the drop on you from a hatch.
They might.
Possibly.
Anyway, you were saying?
No clue.
Okay. Astralis. They've just been able to put one more, and suddenly this game is all leveled up. FURIA have used their timeout, so all we have ahead of us is the game itself, the game ahead. No more time to talk. The spread and the pressure across the top to see what else can be led through. They have a ping and a reveal, and well, we'll sort of see how much pressure things can come together here for the side of Astralis, who, as I said, they've started to build into this.
Almost saw a head being taken out by a teammate there as they wanted to take care of the very first default camp. So, luckily not the case for Astralis, who have some good information here. Still some drones in right positions, even though we saw some of them get taken out earlier. Rare seems like one of these operators, one of these players that might be isolated as the very first on to the side of FURIA.
Now, with a bit of a breach above, they've got themselves some eyes down towards, well, anyone that might step into the building. This is something FURIA do like to do, is sort of keep themselves aware. But Border doesn't offer you much more space. There it is. Rare was very aware. There's a second. And they move around quick on the drone again. Did they mean to do that? I don't know. But at this point, at least they're not caught out in and amongst the trade game of it. There's still pings onto that player. There it is. Handy goes down. J9O is able to once again keep the fight into a little bit of the favor. More of a spray over the top. They're looking for that player that slipped into box, taking the drop, but it's Fantasy. Gets caught out by DP Fire. Going around on the backside. They had at least 2 players paying attention.
Right now, some information down below as well, hoping to go for some blind fires through the actual flooring, not able to connect anything onto Rare. And I said it before, Rare is being spotted out in a prime position to actually be isolated, but instead they lost 2 players to him. And he's still going to be a nuisance. He's in that bathroom. You have to drop the hatcher coming from the back just to make sure that he's not going to be of any more trouble. He knows he's going to be pressured up from above. The sledge is out there, but he's just staying put. He's not moving around. His actual feet just showed up. They know he's there. He's shutting down Shuttle potentially right here. He's low on ammo right there. The pistol goes through for both of them, but DP Fire will be able to shut him down eventually.
That was it. DP Fire out of the back came in like a breath of fresh saving grace air, but look at the kit. Currently a little bit further away, and there's SDK sort of keeping it even further. Takes out DP Fire. They've lost the ace, and now it is technically 2 versus 1, but they will be able to get Shuttle back up to his feet. 30 seconds. And they have a lot of destruction done to the site. J9O just takes the drop. Trust the intel. Miracle finds the first, though, around into the back. The quick hop round, slips and sprays and prays his way away. That kid is probably out of range at this, so he's just going to have to try and take the fight. Keeps that LMG going, but it's out of time, and there it is. 5-3.
Kept the LMG going, just barely missing the heads every single attempt that there was at that moment in time. And now FURIA able to make some noise again. You might have heard it bleed through our mics here with a 5-3 scoreline. Needing one more to take some points away from Astralis, and with that secure themselves for that second place at the end of today's group stages. But also, more importantly, having the opportunity to fight for a full 3 points. Now, with the top floor to be coming out again for FURIA, we again see the Azami. I'm wondering if we're going to see a bit of a maze to be built in any of these sites, either the office or CCTV, just to make it a bit more difficult for Astralis, who again bring a lot of grenades, bring a lot of explosives, so they can deal with the keeper barriers.
Astralis, a very important round for them now as well, to make sure that they can keep the 4-2. One site has slipped away and one more, and they're playing a very tricky, risky game on the hallowed halls of Border. FURIA, they're still fighting, they're still in this, and if they can double down in a second, even just getting to that point puts them in a huge position. What are you doing, SDK?
Just wanted to go for a very little quick check there, maybe see if there was a drone or a player that was super quick into that position, which of course is not the case in the very first 5 seconds. It seems like Astralis might want to go in from detention. At least Iconic is heading towards that direction. As cameras are being taken care of, Miracle needs to be a little bit careful as the window next to him gets shut out. Rare actually hiding in a very, very close corner right here. If that door opens up, which it does, it's going to be leaving an opportunity for him to go a bit aggressive against Astralis.
Well, they've got some awareness that a player was around this position a long time ago, and now they're going to maybe see if they can try and finish a bit of a fight here. Cracks the window, use the Claymore underneath. Sort of waiting for that. There's Forrest, takes the head off of Rare on the far side. He'd gone for the double door, and now they're going to hop in and put pressure onto the side of CC and break. There is obviously the Malusi trying to do everything that they can. SDK, they tuck themselves a little bit further back, just missed out on the catch all the way back towards the site itself, leaving, wow, a bit of free ground, a bit of Astralis to move in. There's obviously one stretch player all the way into office, dug in, but this gives them that CC and an important break control.
It's unfortunate Rare wasn't able to find any kills from that run out there because FURIA, they had the right ID, they had the space given to them, but FOR still watching now, of course. Well done by the side of Astralis. Now, Astralis want to focus on opening up the armory wall. You see the EMPs to be used, an extra thermic to be placed down, and potentially a second EMP to be tossed in to make sure nothing reactivates. That gets opened up. Smoke canister instantly tossed back out as J9O will be able to find SDK.
Handy bites back, the shield gets dropped. Fantasy is able to find one in small box. It's almost a little bit of red on red, but they're able to just take the head, and now it's suddenly a post-plant almost. They're going to get that locked in. They're too far away. Fantasy is with the blink of an eye on the back of this aforementioned post-plant, and now he's got a lot left to do. He's isolated on the side of office with no real opening work done, pre-firing every which way. And there is one player tucked around on the other side, but now he's in the dangerous game of angles being held, swung, and it's swung. J9O, he bites the last one, and we are 5-4.
Astralis looking to still equalize the scoreline here after the early hit they've taken onto this match before they started to wake up. 4-0, 4 rounds in a row. FURIA was able to win before Astralis found their first. After that, they got 3 in a row though, so they definitely did bite back, but it wasn't quite able to neutralize that gap, make sure it was going to be equal. And they're still trying to trill. They're still trying to chase FURIA down. Make sure that the next round will be into a 5-5 rather than that 6-4 for FURIA. Who, of course, if they do get another round, will be in that second place for now of the group. Confirmed. Very nice.
I just wanted to add a little sound effect.
Totally fine.
You know, start bringing some forward
SFX
dimensions.
ME?
Yeah, you know, like Police Academy.
That's great.
And a film. It's 5-4. Astralis. I said that it's too young. Haps a baby.
SFX ME, the Police Academy.
No, Police Academy, the film, where they make. Okay. Astralis. It was an important round for them to win, and now they're going to see if they can double it down because, well, that's the point of it being a sort of primary site map border. It's only really one where you get that single lead in from that other point. There's an early E1D trying to catch a loose player that might be making moves outside the door once again, but nobody
caught this. No. We'll be safe for the side of FURIA, at least for now. We are on that defense. It's not the favorite side, we have to mention it. But they play it quite aggressively. Maybe a bit too aggressively here at points, but that same aggression does provide them some support. Miracle finds Forrest, who was already close to the site without probably even noticing that players were still around.
That's it. That was a very early strike up. That kill was massive in terms of the potential direction of this round. The Ash of Forest is gone. They went for an early header into the back of the net on the site itself, but have been pulled back, carded, and now there's a moment for them to try and recollect. You can see J9O is still droning, trying to get the cams and the full intel before they try and take any of this verticality. Fantasy is doing the same, but in reverse. The Echo drones being mobile, being active, being utilized mainly to spot the approach and the players. They have some support and structure inside Fountain. The shield round tucked on the other side. The shield should get removed by that grenade. Fantasy takes a bit of damage. The second bounces back, and Iconic cannot follow up his own fight. But there's J9O to get one round on the window. The pre-fire doesn't quite get it, but Shuttle does get the catch there. They're able to at least double down. Iconic suffers in that verticality. They're going to get themselves healed up, but it's suddenly a 3 versus 3, and they got the ground.
Even though FURIA lost 2 members there, they still came out relatively well as they managed to shut down J9O, who managed to get that very first kill. Now it's just a straight-up 3-on-3 battle, with Iconic being quite low on HP. No more adrenaline surges left, and if you look at it as well, there is no heart breach available at all at the side of Astralis. So they need to go for a horizontal push at some point. For now, to just open up some vertical angles so they can maybe try and dislocate some of these defenders, maybe even pick up a kill to make sure that they have the advantage. But if you look at it from the bigger picture, it's definitely looking like FURIA might have this round in the driver's seat because they need to push in horizontally. FURIA still does have 2 players offside that can start pushing back at any moment.
30 seconds ticks ominously closer now. The hatch is still locked. They will have to have it remain as they're just going to try and stick it. Caught in the smoke. Miracle gets the lockdown on an already wounded Iconic. They're going to drop the hatch and try and find the fight across towards the workshop on the side of construction. The ping on the player, but they know they don't have to overextend. One's on the second story. They're trying to make a movement onto that. They can get a pre-fire. They've heard the audio. They're ready with the spray. But it's the pre-fire that comes through. 10 seconds now. They've just got to connect that kit with the floor itself. But now it's just DP fire. Caught on the rotate. 2 versus 1. Then it's not for very long. FURIA, they're sitting on map point. Astralis have 2 more chances to take anything out of play day 1.
1 point on the board for FURIA. They will be confirmed second place, at least for today. But they have the opportunity to make that even a first, I believe, if they do manage to win it in this next round, depending on round differential.
Yes, so obviously it was a 7-4, 7-3 that Elevate had earlier.
And 7-1, we already saw FURIA win, so
yeah.
7-5 would even be enough.
7-5 would be enough. Anything more would go to OT anyway.
Yes.
So it wouldn't really matter. So yes, they have done, if they win this, technically enough to be locked in first in regular time. But still, imagine being someone looking at this group at the end of day 1 and seeing M&M and Astralis both with 0 points.
Yeah, I mean, M&M was, for me, a team that, okay, that could have been like 40 top 3 contender, like 3-4, maybe second if they were able to fix their issues. But like seeing Elevate up there, seeing FURIA up there currently in Astralis and 0 points, that is going to be that big question mark to come through on the side of Astralis. Because they came here to Europe, they wanted to do better than they did in Charlotte, and it's going to be very difficult if they don't pick up any points from this game.
FURIA, 1 round away from ending day 1 at the top of your group. Now, it doesn't cement everything technically. Obviously, there's a total of 18 points to play with, and you've just locked in 6. So there's still a lot more siege ahead, but going into the second day with the momentum of the energy that you could leave that day, being one of the secured top 2, well, that's a way to do it. Shuttles off the board first. Fantasy with a quick hop out. He's going to hold in and hope that somebody tries to find the fight on detention. Iconic is eyeing up the possibility. Just going to get him tucked in with the reload, but it's Forest that finds Miracle instead. So they've been able to at least get something back in. Astralis, the fight's not over yet.
It's definitely not over. They managed to bring it back to that 4-4, more importantly. Now FURIA looking to fight back yet once more. Drones continue to come through, and he just wants to go for a bit of a reinforcement there, but knows it's going to be quite difficult, quite dangerous as it gets fully fleshed. I'm wondering if there's any teammate coming through. Yes, there is. I believe that is Fantasy that actually dies
underneath,
trying to support from underneath.
There it is. Handy quickly gets the response. The flash comes through. The swing! And Handy's able to take out DP Fire on the top of East Stairs. They prepped a bit of destruction onto the hard wall, but now it's a 3 versus 2. If they can try and isolate one of these players, well, they might be big, but you're still looking at the biggest obstacle of all in the hands of SDK. It's a clash, and there is no worse time to fight a clash than when you are a man down, because at that point, all they have to do is be there and be a nuisance.
The only real thing you have against that clash is going to be the 2 grenades on Iconic. Otherwise, you need to get close, go for that knife, or be lucky and hit Clash from the back with your guns. And with that said, well, are they even aware at this point? Have they even found the clash yet? Because SDK, well, whilst he has been roaming around, hasn't really been in too much of combat yet this round.
Less than a minute separates FURIA from a full 6 points, and 2 players are the potential break. Iconic, he's led his way in. He's got 2 grenades to try and cook underneath. That one. Oh, the Handy actually just moved in. I was going to say went a bit wide, but Pepper Step doesn't quite go their way. They're able to survive the second. Iconic didn't quite cook it long enough either way. Hey, there's a clash. And they're on the board. There's a bit of the detention, and there's now 30 seconds. You're going to try and have to hit this as the double. There's the reveal on the Azami. They pull themselves back. That is locked. No quick way through. Forest has to rotate. Iconic's gone sort of solo on this. He's driven all the way. The clash is causing problems. And there's an even bigger one. Rare gets one. Rare gets the next. FURIA get full 3 points, and Astralis leave the day with none.
And they started to get louder and louder every single round they won. Of course, they were shortly numbed by Astralis fighting back, finding 4. But you see right there, they are still shouting. They are happy about it. And they will be joining Elevate on that very top step with 6 points on the board. And with that said, M&M and Astralis, they have a very tough next couple of group days ahead of them if they want to be making it out of the groups.
And that is all she wrote for this group for today, apart from the fact that we're going to take a very quick break before we're back with the breakdown of that game. See you in a mo. Welcome back to Berlin here on the FaZe stream. We find ourselves...
That was an attempt.
That was an attempt. I always give it a go. We find ourselves in, I guess, the aftermath of this group, and only 2 teams are left pretty much unscathed. A full 6 points now sits in the pockets of FURIA, Astralis, just like M&M, 0.
Yeah, so they will have something to make up for tomorrow, as unfortunately they were not able to get anything on that board today. But FURIA, more importantly, played this well. They did everything they needed to do, and just that little bit more to make sure they could lock off Astralis in this map as well. They played it back-to-back, successful. It's not always you see that. It was a bit of a gamble from Astralis to bring them back to a map they just won this confidently on, and unfortunately it did not pay out.
No, and I think that's the sort of thing is when you're looking at a team double down on a map, there's always the moment of, what do they know? What have they learned? Well, we don't really know. But apparently, FURIA learned all the lessons they needed to. We'll go through all of the top groups. First of all, it is Group A. Rogue were able to eventually take their game against XZ. So I believe XZ are currently playing Ninjas in Pajamas on the A stream, if I have recollection on these things.
They should be.
I also have it written down. They are. XZ are playing against NIP, so it's an important potential game to see if they can try and put some distance. Again, it might be another day that ends with 2 teams at the top, 2 teams at the bottom. And that is the A group.
Then we head towards the B group. is we only have SANDBOX that have lost both their games, either against G2 and FaZe. Now, those, of course, will be playing after these sets of games that we have going on, just to make sure that everybody has played 2 games. So one of them will be Soniqs against FaZe, and the other one will be Soniqs against G2, where, again, we mentioned it before, there might be some spice in that one.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah. Group C is, again, one that will be on the second set, so will be, I believe, on the A stream after the current games. But Wolves, they're the ones that I think are the only game that's gone to OT. Gaming Gladiators versus Wolves OXG. They lost one of their shows earlier as well, so there's still a lot to play for on W7M. A lot of eyes on them. Still both their games to play for, and if they've got anything that FURIA just have, of being that late-night LATAM introduction, you know it's going to be spicy.
You know it's going to be spicy for sure. And then we have one more group to go through. It is Group D, of course, with FURIA and Elevate all the way up on top. 6 points each. And 0 for both M&M and Astralis. The first group that is completely done for today. So all of them can go to sleep right now, or do prep, or watch the VODs, whatever they really feel like they need to do to be ready for tomorrow, because some of them are going to have real early games.
Oh, let's throw out those real early games. Just as a quick thing, if you don't know, tomorrow the opening game on B stream is M&M versus Astralis. And then it's FURIA versus Elevate is the first 2 games on B stream tomorrow. That is tomorrow, though. And obviously we still have the fact of what just kind of happened today. A slightly technically worse performance on this map, but it's hard to be better than a 7-1. FURIA 7-4 against Astralis.
A 7-4 victory indeed, and they started off strong with those very first 4 rounds, just going back to back to back to back, even shutting out the tactical timeout that Astralis had. Wasn't able to stop the momentum that FURIA had. Up until round 5, though, that's when Astralis started to put something back onto the board, but FURIA already too far ahead to be stopped. And in round 11, they managed to win it. This time with Fantasy on top of the board, a 148 EPS.
I mean, that was the sort of thing. He wasn't the biggest player in the previous game, and he definitely was this time around. He had some sort of opportunities to stretch his legs. Once again, from the side of Astralis, it wasn't that they were entirely pushed apart. It wasn't that they were entirely brushed to the side. There was moments of seeing Astralis, but there was more moments of seeing FURIA the same way there was more moments of seeing Elevate. It's far from over. It's just the end of day 1. We've seen teams lose everything on day 1 and still end up top of their groups by the end of day 3. They know what they need to do. So does every other team at this tournament. Doing it is the tricky thing. That is all for us today. We are personally going to go take a break, put our feet up, and watch the next couple of games on this stream. Gaming Gladiators. In fact, no, they're not playing.
You're lying.
No, I am. It's Soniqs versus G2. Gaming Gladiators are on the A stream versus W7M. Here, Soniqs versus G2, casted by Dez and Ace. And I know Dez is not going to stir the pot. He's going to keep things very calm and cool.
He's not.
And yeah, we'll see you after a quick break.
Down but not out. Sight. Ritual.
Welcome back to the Berlin Major. It's me, Dez, joined by Tim for the last couple of games of today, and we have got arguably my most favourite game of the group stage coming up, Tim. Soniqs versus G2. There is so much fuel, so much beef that you could put on this fire that we can have a whole barbecue. Not that you want one in this weather, but you could if you really wanted to. I can't wait for these guys to get in the server against each other.
I know you've been looking forward to this one, Des. Since the groups were drawn, this game had your name all over it. You absolutely picked it out immediately as something that was going to be big in the group stage, and we're about to find out how big indeed it's going to be. We've got some of the biggest names in Siege, some of the biggest personalities. We're going to have fireworks. There's no two ways about it.
I love how Emmy the other day was like, hi, by the way. Emmy was like, I was looking down the kind of like spaces left, because we pick our games, again, breaking the fourth wall. We all pick our rotations before we get here. Weird that. So we can do a bit of prep. And Emmy was like, I saw that one was open. I thought, I best leave it for Des. And I'm like, I love you. Because this is just one of those games where if you've been following Twitter, Reddit, any kind of social media, even streams, you'll know that players like Alamau and Super go each other a lot. Shaz weighed in, for example, last week as well with some comments about the boys. It's just brilliant. So you're going to get a lot of drama, no doubt a wonderful, incredible game, because Soniqs, they are the last light for NA on day one, Tim. NA have not had a good first day, and Soniqs could be the only ones walking away with points from that region today.
I mean, that's a strange reality, isn't it? You know, coming in, NA won SI, won the last major, and then all of a sudden, day one, 0 points. I mean, as an EU, I won't say supporter, but as somebody from EU who likes to see the region do well, I know what that feeling is like. We've come through dry first days before, and it's worrying. It's worrying.
Pick commands are up. Let's take a look at what map we step into. I won't leak it this time. It's going to be
Well
Theme
done.
Park once again. Oddly enough, didn't leak it, but it was Theme Park.
It was still the same map. So
what you guys didn't know is when I leaked it earlier, I was actually leaking the map for this game and not the one that we cast at the time.
Yep.
Just that
Light
far ahead
years
of the
ahead.
game.
Light
Honestly,
years ahead.
before the players even know it's going to come and be a thing either as well. So Theme Park we're stepping into. G2, as far as I remember, used to play this a long time ago. I'm talking like last year level of long time ago. Recently, can't think of a time they've gone to it. Haven't got my stats to hand, for example. But it's one of those maps that we spoke about a little bit earlier on. Very bottlenecky. Defenders can actually play the more old style of defense where you hunker down and hold a specific location rather than playing very loose and free. So we'll see how they fare. And I believe G2 also start on the attack, Tim.
Well, I feel like that sort of plays into what we saw from G2 earlier. So SANDBOX were kind of doing the same thing. They were, like you said, they were holding a position.
Yep.
You know, I commented that they weren't necessarily playing free enough on their own, particularly.
I need to stop standing like this facing you the whole time because I'm like, hi, Tim. I'm talking to Tim. Screw you guys. You're out of the picture. I need to actually stand
Who
like
else
this.
matters? But,
exactly.
You know, they were playing against SANDBOX, and SANDBOX were a little bit like that. We had MV Taylor on Alibi, top floor of Chalet, for example. Wasn't really too mobile. And G2 dealt with that very, very well. So I feel like it maybe plays into it a little bit here. If they get on Theme Park and Soniqs are trying to hold specific locations, how many nade kills did we see for G2?
Oh.
You know, that sort of play is, if they can bring the same fire, the same technique on attack, they might just have a bit of joy with it.
We saw SANDBOX finding some success with vertical nades as well. Not so much FaZe. They were playing
Less so
much
on
more.
Theme Park. You're going to get less so on Theme Park.
You'll get less, but SANDBOX, when they stepped there, did get more inside of like Droga and Lab, for example, or Lab and Storage, sorry. Whereas on the other side, for FaZe, they weren't really the ones looking to play from below. They were kind of single direction. So a lot of what I was saying earlier is going to carry into this game. I want to see the attackers coming from just more than one angle. FaZe had a big issue where Cyber was a very pointy spear for them, but it was always through cash. So SANDBOX knew where he was coming from. Where they had the most success was when Cyber would go and flank from below or try something a little bit different. So variety being the spice of life, absolutely. Variety being the spice of this game, it's got to be a thing.
Absolutely. I mean, Soniqs now have got 2 games to look forward to as well, and they're not going to be easy games. They've got G2 now, and then they play FaZe in the next game here on the B stream. We're going to be covering all of the remaining NA action, and I'm sure given the time of day that it is now, we've got plenty of NA fans coming in to watch this one because obviously the time difference suits them for the late games.
Starting to finish work, get home, realise that NA are indeed heading towards the airport and it's not looking great for you, and then Soniqs are maybe your last bastion of hope on day one. Yeah, why not?
I can't believe that copy pasta's come out on day one already.
Of course it has. It's the only day it can come out because I guarantee you they're going to do exactly what they've done at previous events, which is just somehow wheel their way through day 2 and 3 and actually get most of their teams going through to playoffs. It happens every time.
I'm certainly expecting more out of NA. I will say that. I am expecting more in the next day or two. If you're an NA fan, an NA enjoyer, appreciator, don't be too downhearted yet. I think you're going to get more coming out of them in the next couple of days. And they adapt very well. Once they've played these teams once and they have to come back for a second bite, it's going to be a much bigger bite that they take, I would imagine. So I'd expect a little bit more out of NA over the next few days, but let's not write them off yet. We've got the Soniqs. We've got 2 games coming up, 6 points available for them, and they are really looking to be the sort of sole hope at the minute, the primary hope of NA, and it's going to have to start here against G2. But they are coming up against G2 that had a good performance against SANDBOX. As we say, SANDBOX didn't really deliver their best, but there was an element of G2 stifling them as well, not really letting them get into the game. As I said, they were sectioning off parts of the map, they were chasing people down, they were finding kills, great teamwork together quite often. And if they bring that again, it's potentially going to be a very difficult game for the Soniqs. You know, we know if Yeti doesn't show up, if Yeti doesn't have a good game, it can be very tough for the Soniqs to get going.
And it's not even just Yeti as well. I mean, look, Kanza and Grix, they've got some phenomenal players overall, but many have always said you've kind of got Super and then the other 4, which is all fine if all 4 are firing, but you've got to see them really coming online here as well. Because look, Super, with all the love in the world, you're starting half a man down anyway. You know Super very, very rarely is going to be the guy that stands up and gets 10+ kills in a game,
His value is elsewhere.
His value is elsewhere.
It's not in
exactly
the kills.
that.
His value comes from elsewhere.
Absolutely. I mean, again, I'll go back to what Lycan once said to me, which is, you know, when you sit in the venue for NAL and close your eyes and listen to what the IGLs are saying and like trying to visualize the state of the game, how things are going based on what's being said, Supers is like crystal clear.
Yeah.
Like the clarity of comms that come out of that guy's chops are unbelievable. Also worth noting, just so you guys are aware, Soniqs are just getting into lobby. G2 are all 5 in, so it won't be long until we do get underway. It's just waiting for the Soniqs to boot in. It is their first game of the day.
They've got
so
to
they get a few minutes extra to get themselves really set up and ready to go, so we are just waiting on them.
Yeah. So, you know,
so hurry up, boys. Come on.
Let's go. We're ready for this game. We've been ready for 2-3 days.
This is like boxing, where they're taking ages to get the walkout
Just
started.
attention.
So G2 have done their ring walk already. They've had the G2, the whole lot. They're all ready to go. And now Sonics will just be like, right, let's make them wait.
Let them wait.
Make them sweat. Mind games. Always.
I mean, they need some.
They're getting on the timeline.
Just tweeting some.
Super's on the timeline just tweeting out, LML, good luck. Have fun.
I saw some photographs posted on the main account earlier of Alamo and Super. They'd done some photographs of them together.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like a little face-off.
Oh,
it's quite
I missed that. When was that posted?
It was on the main R6 Esports Twitter.
Bartosz been having some fun.
Basically, yes.
Let's have a look. I'm really curious to see.
Yeah, there was... I think, you know, it's as we've said, and that's why you've got to watch everybody else here. And if they get one player on the side of the sites, it does put a little bit more pressure on the other 4, because if you get one player who's maybe not on top of things, it can have more of an impact on the team overall.
That's what makes me nervous, is because for G2 today, you got the picture. Nice. It's for like a proper standoff with the fists up, and that's kind of cute.
All in good fun.
It's all in good fun, but that's part of the fun. That's why I enjoy it.
The thing is, I've said it before, you know, within reasonable limits, you know, no, we don't want to be crossing the bridge into toxic, but a little bit of chat, a little bit of talk, it just adds that spice, because whoever comes away the loser, whoever comes away the winner, it just adds to those bragging rights.
Let's go back to like Man United versus Man City in the Premier League.
It adds a little bit of spice.
Everyone loves it all when Blues play... Oh, wait, Blues are crap, never mind. What I'm excited about for this game especially is looking at these players on G2 who've had a good day so far. Citizen... 15-4 was it earlier? He was something ludicrous. Alamau wasn't far off the same. Those two were absolutely flying. Doki hasn't yet been unleashed. Virtue is doing a wonderful job on the flank watch. He came into dining early and I said, I saw you on that flank watch against Envy, and he smiled at me like, yeah, that's my job. And I was like, you know what you're doing. And Prano on the timeline was like, I was bored after 4 rounds. I literally had nothing to do.
The life of a support.
The thing is, there was a really kind of sad moment at the end of the game, because there was Prano stood by himself packing up and the other 4 boys were all celebrating. I'd messaged him and said, mate, you could at least look happy. And he said, I've never played such a boring game in my entire life. And I was like, whoa, okay. Pretty big smack, let's not lie.
But I'm sure they're going to be more interesting
this one
as
should be.
they keep coming, which they're going to be doing very, very soon. We're going to have the Soniqs ready to go any second now, and we will be bringing you Theme Park. Just get in there. We get in there. It'll be a minute or 2 yet, but Theme Park is pretty much ready to go. You know, we've built this one. It's the big EU versus NA. There's been the chat beforehand on the timeline. It's all there. Everything you need, every part of what could be the biggest matchup of the group stage, or certainly one of them, everything's in place. We just need the teams to do their bit in the server now. We don't want a 7-1 here. I want all 12 rounds as a minimum. I want it back and forward. You know, I want these two really going at each other.
I do as well, especially we get towards the back end of the day as well. You know, like I said earlier on, SANDBOX in their game against FaZe. SANDBOX looked a bit sharper because they'd already just played one game and then came into the second, a bit more warmed up. G2 have played earlier today, but the danger is they've had a couple of hours away. And Rogue said this about their second game earlier. They went down 3-1 and they just said, look, the boys were a little bit lethargic. They played their game. They got all excited. The adrenaline was up. And then the crash because you've relaxed. You've gone back to the hotel, for example. You got some food. Your energy's then down much slower than it was at the start of the day. They had the timeout and Meepy just said, look, boys, energy back up. Let's go. So I'm hoping for G2 we don't see a more slow, lethargic version themselves. Whereas for Soniqs, this is their first game. They're going to come in buzzing and sharp and ready to go from this as well.
Well, it's kind of difficult, isn't it? Because you've got both sides of it. You've got G2, like you say, who've had to deal with that lull, and that is absolutely something that the players need to deal with once you've had your game and you've got them split fixtures. But also for Soniqs, they've had quite a bit of waiting around to do today.
True.
You know, they're not just getting out of bed an hour ago. You know, I've seen them.
You don't know that.
Well, I don't specifically know, but I've seen one or two knocking about through the day, and it's a lot of waiting to do as well.
Well, it is time, I hear. We are going into Theme Park for Game 7 of the day here on the B stream. It's a big one of my favourites from the group stages, if not the whole tournament. It's Soniqs versus G2. Soniqs fighting to get NA their first points today. G2 to continue what could prove to be the foundations of a real miracle run through this tournament, Tim.
We are going to be going in.
Imagine if they come out 6-0 from groups, G2. A team that squeaked in at the last second.
It'd be one hell of a story, wouldn't it?
Yeah. That's the point I was trying to make, Tim. Yeah.
And I agreed.
I'm glad you agree.
And I do.
Tim, we ignored bans earlier. Do you want to talk about them now?
Yeah, let's have a look at them. We'll see what comes through. Knock ban, not too much of a surprise. We saw G2 using that earlier. Thank you. We've also, you know, when I referenced people picking up on EU maybe not playing as much knock when available, I think Super was part of that. You know, so one of those voices that was saying, you know, knock is super powerful, so not too much of a surprise to see the ban coming in from the North American side. Thatcher, long expected, probably have about an 80 or 90% ban rate here at the major, I would expect. And then Kaid, that's reasonable. I spoke about the electric denial of the walls in Armory and Thorn, particularly. We've got a couple of important hatches sometimes as well here on Theme Park, so not too much of a surprise.
No. The Nut coming in is a second target ban today against Alamau, by the way. In the game against SANDBOX earlier on, they banned Twitch away from him on Chalet, whereas coming here into Theme Park, the Nut is taken away, which is why he was somewhat exasperated in the chat with all those question marks. Many questions to be asked, but the answer was quite simple. They just fear the death that may come from him playing on the Nook. We're going to start things off in Armory and Throne on the downstairs. Soniqs kicking things off on defense. G2 starting on a side that many teams lament being on this side of in this map. It is going to be the attack on Theme Park. Now again, I referenced back the game between FaZe and SANDBOX earlier, and how both teams at points got a little bit stuck, a little bit hung up by the roamers. So, let's see how roam-heavy Soniqs go. Looking at their lineup, I'm seeing things like Hansen, Grixer, maybe even Rexen as well on the Legion getting out and about around the map. But for the side of G2, it's going to be how fast they can deal with the possible impediments being put before them, especially things like those Vulcan canisters.
Well, I was just going to comment on this. Watching Yeti on the setup, taking the Goyo. We've got Banshees, we've got Vulcan canisters, we've got everything going top floor here. We did see a presence on the top floor previously, but we haven't really seen a team try to hold on to it to this degree. Now, if you're wondering why that is, you know, why is the top floor maybe not as important, a lot of that comes down to the lack of verticality on Theme Park, particularly on this site. There's not a lot of verticality, or there are two small areas where you can gain an angle down into sight, but largely it can be difficult for attackers to do anything from up there. But that does not mean that you can leave the defenders in place up there, because of course you open yourself up to potential flanks if you're to go into the bomb site without clearing that out. So it is something that needs to be dealt with. But Yeti putting all three Vulcan canisters up on that top floor around Cafe, around Arcade, that is just a big marker of the sort of area that the Soniqs want to be holding on to.
It is, and again, I wanted to see how much they got out in the map and look to be controlling here. They've gone out with all control as well, potentially 3 or 4 players out on that top floor trying to waste a bit of time. And for G2, they had the Twitch drone rifling through sight from Citizen. It's one thing I've kind of noted about Citizen is both his droning, whether it's with shock drones or normal drones, he does like to consume them generally quite early in the rounds. We can then focus on being guns up and being led in by the rest of the team. Now, whether that's entirely by decision, i.e. we want you to get information fast, it doesn't matter if you lose the drones or not, I'm not sure. But it does, again, free him up to then let others carry on droning so he can put the focus on being the fragger for the team.
Citizen running through with the Twitch drones. Going to clear out a lot of the downstairs utility. The default cams won't have too much of a problem. There's nobody down there to challenge that drone, but as he heads upstairs, going to have to take a little bit more care, and I'm sure they're going to be aware of the presence of 4 of the Soniqs players up on the top floor. First Vulcan canister is going to be popped, and that's going to at least give G2 an avenue, an area of ingress, potentially. We've got Alamau just working on the cafe door. Citizen, interestingly, downstairs on the Twitch, looking directly towards site, but it's ultimately going to be Grixer who picks up the first. He's going to find Doki on the entry, and we're going to have Virtue taken down as well. This top floor clearance is not going well for G2 right now.
That is not like Citizen to be missing shots like that. They've been absolutely decimated by Kansan. A bit of a whiff coming up on yellow, a slight mistiming from Virtue. Doki being ahead of the pack has just led to them being destroyed. A very comfortable first round for Soniqs, who look largely untroubled up there, Tim.
Yeah, it's all down to Prano, 1 versus 5. It's going to have to be an ace clutch. 37 seconds left to go. I would suggest that this is probably unlikely. I think it is fair to say. He's just going to be holding his position for the time being, maybe just take the opportunity for the guys at G2 to have a chat amongst themselves about exactly what's happened there. You know, he might get himself an exit frag or 2 if Soniqs choose to come looking for him, but I don't think they will. They'll be just as equally happy to have a sit and have a chat themselves and just, you know, reinforce what's worked and why, and, you know, what can they take from this round.
If one player can go off huge like that and win the round for you too, then I imagine for G2 there's not too much to talk about, because I felt they did a lot of things right in terms of the early droning they did, the movements they were making. They looked to get control of top yellow, for example. It was very safe, sensible. They were doing all the right stuff. They just lost when it came around to a little bit of team play because, well, Kansan hits a nutty 3K. Fair play, though. Soniqs hold firm. Good first round as they now go into bunk and daycare.
It's going to be interesting to see G2 play against a little bit of adversity as well. SANDBOX, pretty much everything went their way largely. So seeing them now start to get really challenged potentially. I mean, that round I think can only be described as easy for the Soniqs. You know, it really didn't take much movement from them. The fights came to them. Their setup was good. They'd set the stall out that they were holding on to the top floor. There was 4 of them up there. Absolutely no way that they were going to be moved. And G2 find that out the hard way. So this time around, it's going to be round 2. Soniqs continue on the defense. It's going to be bunk and daycare. Now then, they have not brought along the Goyo this time, interestingly. They're not going to be looking to slow G2 down necessarily in the top floor push specifically. They do have the frost mats in place, which is going to take a little bit of care, just prevent access in through that arcade window. But I would imagine we will probably see G2 pushing from the east side, looking to get themselves established inside of cache, control, and move across from there.
They had rotated off who was playing what operator as well, where Doki was on the Twitch for a couple of seconds there, looking to be the replacement for Citizen, who's now gone on towards the Finca, but then changes over to the Iana. So this is actually a lot of what we saw back in their game earlier today, was Citizen headlining with the Finca, Doki the supporting act with the Iana, and Alamar normally sitting somewhere in midfield as well, playing things like the Twitch, like the Nook, like the DKB in this case. So lots of aggression packed into this team. They've got the right sort of lineup. It's on Soniqs to disrupt that early in the round and take away a couple of those crucial operators, and they may well find one here. I actually thought for a second that Yeti was getting ready to C4 up that hatch straight away.
He's staying aggressive on it. He's going to keep the angle there for the time being. Virtue's actually backed away from there, but Yeti just sort of signalling here that the Soniqs are not going to be easily pushed back out of these positions. They are quite happy to hold on to it. As you say, the Nitro just falling as that hatch gets opened up, so he wasn't quick enough on the trigger to detonate. He's more than likely going to want to go and collect that utility. Yeti just waiting until he can be confident that the player has moved on. For the time being, interestingly, Doki on a rotation here. He's going to go the entire way around the map and look to sneak his way in from that cafe side.
I think Yeti did just try there and almost got blown down. I believe it was by Citizen who was pushing up above him. May well have been Virtue though, but either way, it's a good few shots to scare him away from getting that C4 back, and we'll sure enough know it's going to be unrecoverable this round.
Doki just having a very good idea there of the utility, even though one was a mute jammer, still knowing exactly what he was going into. Uses the Gonsick to take down the Banshee.
Rexon.
Both weren't really ready for that fight then. We just see Rexon taking some damage there, and I felt Doki was lucky to get away with his life potentially. Alamau sees his man, and there's a lot of bad siege timing going on here.
Oh, but look at them. 3 members of Soniqs down to a slither of HP. It's going to be one shot or bust, essentially, for a few of them here. One steps in, and it's Citizen to lose out. Grixer again takes damage. They're getting hit, but not finished off. This could have been 3 or 4 kills for G2, but it's all falling by the wayside as Yeti finds one back. Surely G2 don't give this away.
As you say, everybody finding these kills is doing so with limited HP, making the most out of the life that they've got. Now then, Doki manages to swing onto Yeti, finds himself a second. That's big, that's what G2 needed. The Iana just coming in there and managing to get explosive, get a couple of kills and start to grab a little bit of territory for G2. But the question is, do they know that Grixer is moving around to try and hit them on the flank?
Well, at least they balance things back out, and that's the important part. But that clock becomes a 6th man here, Tim. I always talk about it. The last 30 seconds, the clock starts to build in the defender's favour. Grixer bringing down Prano, leaving just Virtue and Doki to pull this off, but it can't be done. Rexon, big couple of kills there inside the side itself, and Virtue won't be able to bring this one back by himself with 10 seconds on the clock. G2 off to a slow start. Soniqs standing resolute in the face of their aggression. Will take the first 2 rounds.
Yep, Soniqs looking good so far. Pretty much what we would expect on Theme Park. You know, we can't get carried away. The defense on Theme Park doing pretty well. But the problem for G2, and I commented on this in the SANDBOX game, is G2 historically aren't great on the defense. So you can't necessarily rely on that from them in the second half. It was the area that they struggled on Chalet against SANDBOX, and I would expect to see more of the same. But the problem that they've got is that I feel like Soniqs are probably a much more clinical team than SANDBOX. So that defense is going to get picked apart quickly. G2 need to get some rounds in this first attacking half. Round number 3, third attempt, is going to be down to Lab and Storage.
And even think about it as well, the Valkyrie wasn't banned away in the ban phase. Don't really see her all that much all these days. She's banned away on the vast majority of maps because even though she lost the ability to have the long-term outdoor cams, for example, they're still just so impactful on the inside. The teams would rather see that information taken away. And it's hard as well thinking about it. Like, how do you balance her? Do you take away a camera, for example? Because the MPX ain't exactly a good gun. It's just the information that is that terrifying to deal with.
10 seconds left.
G2 so far for me struggling to take any sort of reasonable map control in the sort of first half of the map particularly. They're not getting themselves inside, they're not winning those couple of early gunfights. We've commented Grix has picked up both entry kills so far. I feel like G2 need to give themselves the opportunity to win a round. They need to get that entry kill, they need to take a bit of map control of this top floor and then start working from there. Then we'll be able to have a proper opinion on this attack. For the time being, it's just been pretty toothless.
I imagine that's the last time team about to start their game, Tim.
I would have thought so.
That was a very, I don't know if you guys hear that kind of stuff at home, but I mentioned earlier on there's a big like gap next to us where there's a big drop. And then across the way there's like 4 floors where the teams are all set up and we can see them all. And you hear everything. It just reverberates around the entire venue. It's fantastic. And no doubt you'll hear some of that as this game continues as well. We've heard little cheers coming out of Soniqs so far. Wait until you see some more rounds start being won as the kills start stacking up and they start getting towards that potential 3 points that NA so sorely need.
Okay then, Alamai once again just sending that Twitch drone in. It's something that G2 have used consistently to go in and try to clear out utility. Obviously primary function of the drone, just going to feed information into the location there. And that was something that I thought G2 did well last time against SANDBOX, was they found players and they were in a position ready to attack, ready to challenge. Whereas this game, they just feel like they're a little bit behind that pace. Instead, Citizen taking damage from Yeti there, even though he was aware of that location to begin with.
Got a little bit of an assist there as well. I mean, Citizen juiced himself back up, negating a lot of the damage, but there were 2 or 3 Soniqs players hanging around yellow, and you cannot afford to push that by yourself. You can sit and grind through it with utility in back pocket if you want, but I imagine on G2's side, 6 frags in back pocket, they really want to be getting used to those into some critical locations, removing things like the Vulcan canisters, looking in towards bulletproof cameras, shields, but most importantly, players. They found so many nade kills in their game earlier today that why wouldn't you be trying to double down on that?
As I said last time around, I'm just a little bit concerned about progress that's been made. We're way over halfway, and G2 have got control of half of the bottom floor. They haven't been able to move the players on the top floor. They're, of course, pushing into lab and storage, which does have verticality above it, so they really need to be clearing Cafe out, because getting a plant down could be difficult without doing so. But again, everything just a little bit slow for G2 here. Nobody able to put any real impetus into the round, get that opening kill, give them that spark that's going to push them forward.
Absolutely, rotating everything off here. And again, that clock running down is what makes me the most nervous. Citizen finally picked off. Not quite the stellar game that he was having earlier on when he was like, what, 15 than something stupid. Right now he's 0-3. He's really struggling to make an impact. Yeti finding another. Soniqs just on all cylinders at the minute, and G2 aren't. I wonder at what point, Tim, the conversation comes out for a timeout to get things reset here, because it is not the G2 we saw earlier today.
No, absolutely not. And the pattern is the same for Soniqs every single time, and that is stay patient for the first half. G2 will present themselves for a gunfight, which we will inevitably win, and then we will go on to push forward in the round from there. How many times have we seen players 1 versus 5 now? This is like the third time that we've seen that. Virtue twice, Prano once, and the Soniqs are not just on top of this, Des. They are absolutely dominating G2 right now. NA hearts must be soaring after the day that they've had today.
It's a total flip from what we saw of G2's game against SANDBOX, right? When SANDBOX weren't present, they were not in the game, and G2 are running away with it. It's the exact same here. 3 rounds in, they have 2 kills to their name, Tim. 2 kills. That's how miserable it's going. And sure enough, that timeout I spoke about has come through. They are not quite having the impact that they need, G2. Some words from Shaz, no doubt, coming in here as well to help get them back on track, find some more kills and get this game moving. Otherwise, this could be a very quick affair.
It's easy to say, but kills is the problem at the minute for G2. The thing is, they're too far behind the Soniqs here to worry about strategy. They're too far off the pace to worry about those things. Basics. Let's get in and get a couple of kills, and when we're doing that consistently, then we can worry about which areas of the map we're taking control of. Then we can worry about where the final execute is going to come from. You know, right now, it's just about even being competitive in these rounds, which G2 have been unable to do so far. And this, for me, is really interesting, because obviously we've seen G2 have struggles through Stage 2. I think they've done fantastically well in the second half. They've had a big improvement to get themselves here to Berlin. My question is, how will they perform under that bit of pressure? How will they perform when the going gets tough? And that's the sort of thing we're not just going to find out in this game. You know, arguably, let's look beyond this game. Say the pattern continues and Soniqs dominate and take the 3 points. G2 have more games to come in the group stages. How does it affect them through those games as well? How is the mental? That's going to be a big question going on from not just during this game, but beyond as well.
And we saw it really kind of coming into effect in the earlier Stage 2, right? The early parts of Stage 2 when they were down 3-4 games, not able to really find a win out of anywhere. And it looked like the team might implode. And sure enough, they had a rally towards the back end of the stage, but is it enough to carry them through a major, like you say, Tim? Here, at least, there's 3 or 4 players from Soniqs once again up on the top floor. 4 of them is to be the exact count. And why wouldn't you do the exact same as you did last time round? It worked so well, they wasted so much time, and G2 are the ones who are left struggling to find an answer. So really doubling down on that pain there, committing 4 members rather than 3. Makes total sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. They've switched it up a little bit. They don't have the Goyo on side this time. Instead, Yeti's on the Capcan, another operator that's going to do a similar function. It's going to slow things down. It's going to mean that the push, the attackers have to be careful, going through doorways, making sure it's droned, making sure utility's cleared. You know, potentially going to take a little bit of damage along the way. Now then, this is what we were talking about. Vertical nades, Citizen's actually going to put it back in pocket. He's not going to take the opportunity to try and go for that one. We saw him pushing directly towards site last time around. Just dips himself away from that. It's not quite on a destructible surface, Wrexham, which is why Citizen put that nade back in pocket, but he now strays his way into cash and could leave himself as an opportunity, and Citizen, he's straight over there having a look.
Wrong
Very aware of it, though. Very aware of it.
He is. Once again, Yeti's having a field day. Brings down Doki. Still a rough performance overall, but Prano finally collects a kill as well with the Claymore before Wrexham finds one back. Not sure if that was a double run out of Champ there, but they do get back a kill and still leave things at 3-3, despite looking like seeing what looked to be a bit of a rough patch for G2.
It is quicker play from G2, which is something. They've got themselves a couple of kills in the first half of the round this time, rather than having to wait until later in the round. Citizen knows that there's somebody just on the opposite side. Wrexham needs to keep himself in behind that reinforcement. If he's not careful, he'll find himself getting gunned down, but Citizen, for the time being, he's just going to hold his angle, but no, he goes for the spray down at the wrong time, and if that doesn't tell tell you everything you need to know about G2 and their performance here on Theme Park, how things are going for them. I don't know what will. Citizen doesn't spray down initially when he's there. He then does when he's moving off the angle. Finally gets the kill with the nade. 2 versus 3, 50 seconds, but I wouldn't put it past Super and Grixer to hold on.
I think Virtue was sat on drones as well, trying to feed Citizen in, when really Virtue was the one there waiting for the cut to catch Rexon on the pull back. So although he slips up a little bit, he holds that bathroom door, nade comes through from Citizen. We've seen those flying all day so far, and it connects nice and true. His first kill of the game. But as you say, we're into that last 30 now. They've got the numbers advantage, but can they pull things off together? Citizen finds one left standing. It's Grixer upstairs. I don't know if he'll be able to do much up here by himself just yet, but going to work his way back down towards Dragon as Virtue goes in for the plan.
This is exactly what I was talking about with this site. There is practically no vertical access to it, so the Soniqs really fall in foul of that fact. Like I said, it's all well and good holding on to the top floor of Armory Thorn, but if you do and the attackers get the site, they have to be aware of the flanks, absolutely, but you've only got the flanks to use. Yeah. There was no option there for Grixer to deny that plant, to have any sort of work or impact on it from above. He had to come down to the doors. So once G2 are secure in sight, they've got 2 single doors. They hadn't even done a hard breach there, so there was nowhere else that they needed to watch. They watched split door and they watched dragon door. Simple as that.
All right, well, they've got 1. Can they make it into 2? We look back at the game earlier, and SANDBOX on the defensive side, we felt at a 3-3 split that it should have been maybe a 5-1 to the side of SANDBOX, if not for Cyber pulling out some mega rounds. It could be the same for G2, where Soniqs have looked arguably the more dominant of the 2 teams, but G2 has still managed to get rounds on the board, and then it all comes down to that second half of the map.
Okay, then we're going to see Bunk and Daycare. Soniqs choosing to move on. It's the same site that we saw them move to last time around. G2 tried to push across from the east side, but Soniqs once again were able to just clear those kills out one at a time as they came in, as the challenges were made. G2, again, same as they did last time, they need to get those early kills in the first half of the round. Rexon this time, he's deciding to take the fight to G2. He's going to take a few pot shots there out of the window towards the bumper cars, but he's not going to find anybody. G2 being particularly cautious on the approach.
Really curious that they've moved away to the IQ here. I thought maybe that's the sort of pick that normally is inspired by seeing a Valkyrie pit, because small black eye cameras, hard to find when they're tucked away in tight places. That's exactly why the IQ is useful. So maybe here it's a gun thing that he's moved away to playing on it? Not entirely sure. Prano double claymore in this window as Yeti is literally seconds away from it, but he has no idea. I don't think either of them do that someone was on the other side of that barricade.
I don't know if he maybe just got a little bit of audio to think that the Claymores maybe getting planted, but as you say, not enough for him to make a challenge. I think sometimes with Citizen and, you know, the IQ issue there's obviously the Claymores, they've suffered to jump out, so let's bring those along. But I think sometimes for Citizen, it's just who is he comfortable playing? Which gun does he want to bring? You know, like you say, maybe more so than the utility being brought along, particularly in terms of that primary gadget. Now then, for the time being, Alamau has pushed his way towards Cafe. Citizens working on those bunk windows, and I think that tells us what we need to know. They need the Claymores to keep him safe. Prano, Citizen, Virtue, all working those windows. They can't have any jump outs.
And a jump out here would kill, what, 2, maybe 3 players?
Exactly.
It would be round ending. There's no other way around it. Looking towards the control of Arcade as well. You got Doki playing on the downstairs. Maybe wanting to soften them up from below. And there's the jump out, but jumps straight into the Claymore and doesn't net a kill on the way through either. Good emergency juice coming out from Citizen, keeps himself alive before finally he gets finished off. And Rexon has found 2 here as well. That is how you shut down that kind of aggression, and it's all done the old-fashioned way, Tim, from inside the building.
Rexon's gone big there, exactly when Soniqs needed it. 1 minute left to go. 3 versus 3, and G2, it's sort of back to the drawing board. They'd drawn out that aggression that they wanted from Soniqs. We commented that they brought along the extra Claymores. They were playing into the hand of potentially having those jump outs, and they got what they wanted. They got their reward, but it hasn't been enough because Soniqs have got a plan B. They've got a plan C. They're able to adapt and fight around it. Alamau, he has no option but to push in here. Going to be taken down by Kansan. We're going to see another one on the yellow stairs. Grixer manages to find Doki, shuts him down, and that leaves us now in a 1 versus 3 for Prano. 35 seconds left to go. Starts pushing in towards site, but shut down through that soft wall, and that is going to be a great round from Soniqs there. Despite the early attempts at aggression not paying off, still able to find the round win.
It feels a bit like when all things are equal between the 2 teams, they've had their start, they've tried jump outs, all the other madness. Soniqs just have it nailed down. when it comes to the gunfights, maybe G2 are pushing in a little bit isolated, but they look like a lot of 1v1s to me.
It's a very, yeah, definitely a lot of 1v1s.
Soniqs just feel like they have a better grasp of the situation and know what to do. So G2 still trying to find their way back in. For Soniqs, I'll be shocked if this doesn't prove to be a 5-1 half.
It's easy to say because G2 are behind, but it does look more similar to the G2 play style that we saw at the beginning of the stage rather than the end. Like you said, I'm not saying that they're necessarily not droning for each other or, you know, playing solo, but a lot of one-for-one gunfights. You know, when we look back to them playing SANDBOX on Chalet earlier today, I commented that it was very much going in 2s and 3s. We've located somebody, moving together, get the kill, I'll force him into your line. You know, there was a lot more of that going on than we see in here. Alamau on the Lion, pushes into corridor, gets taken down by Kansan, 1v1. Doki pushes up the yellow stairs, gets taken down by Grixer, 1v1. It's a problem for G2 right now.
Very curious to see where Alamau's going with this Amaru as well. Now, the thing is, some teams pick Amaru and don't use it for the purpose you think. They aren't using it to zip in through a window. They just want the gun. They need 3 flashes, for example, and things just perfectly fine of doing that for them. So maybe that is the end use case here, but you're not going to see any mad rush here at the 2-minute 45 mark, for example. Just more standard play.
I mean, you're on a downstairs site to begin with, so the Amaru wouldn't really, unless you're going to zip in through the lab window, you know, through the storage window, you're probably not going to be going for that one. Let's be honest, it's only going to end one way. Now then, opening kill, Doki manages to get Rex, and can G2 have a little bit more impact here? I want to see them work as a team, go in together, look to check challenges together, so you're in a position to trade, you're in a position to impact on deaths, should they happen. Doki gets a second onto Kansan. This is better. Doki's going in. He's got players surrounding him. He's got a little bit of backup. But Grixer, he manages to find his man, shuts him down after the 2K. Doki's job is done so far in this round. On the Iana, that's exactly what you're looking for from him. G2 still have the advantage 4v3. They should be looking towards top floor control now. Soniqs have largely been pushed back towards site. G2, it's time to start softening that site up.
It was nice for a second for G2 because they had that drone at the top of yellow that fed Doki the information of where to push, but there's not enough respect being paid to the open hatch. I don't even think G2 opened it. I'm pretty sure Soniqs were playing it to have a faster retreat angle for the defenders when they wanted to get their way back down, but ultimately able to use it instead to catch out a player that either A, didn't expect it to be open, or B, didn't quite know what he was looking for. Yeti onto Citizen. Grixer onto another. This is what I mean. We get to these mid-round points and Soniqs just explode.
That's it. They just notch it up a gear. They just go, you know, to the extra degree. They just put a little bit more juice on it and just really do propel themselves away from G2. And it's all in these mid-round flurries that are being won by the Soniqs. It's almost they lose lives, drawing G2 into the position, into the spot that they want them, and then they cut them down. Fantastic play so far from Soniqs, and it's looking for all the money like a 5-1 half here as Virtue finds himself in a 1v2, but let's not write him off just yet. There is plenty of work that he can do. 40 seconds left to go, and we know that Virtue is capable of the big clutch moments.
I just love that it's the 3 players on Soniqs as well that everyone gets really hyped up about. Sorry, it's Grixer, Rexon, and Kansan. All of them having a lights-out performance. 5-2, 6-2, and 8-1. Across the 3 of them, really running the show here. It's not to say that Yeti hasn't got involved. We have seen him get the odd entry here or the odd closing kill there. When the rest of your team are dropping kills like this, why would it change? And Virtue, I mean, I think he was trying to cover his flanks and no one would follow him down the hatch, but fundamentally gave away where he was, panicked a little bit because he realized he was getting burnt to death on the drop through the hatch and just made it far too easy to kill him.
I mean, it was always, you know, it was always stacked against him. He was on V2, but 1v2 is absolutely winnable, and you want to give yourself, you know, every opportunity to do so. Like you say, maybe not the best decision. I think it's one of those.
Playing with fire, ain't it?
It's not. I think it's one of those. You drop through the hatch, you see the canister there, you think, yeah, let's pop it, stop anybody following me. You know, it's one of those. You just shoot it out as you pass in. You don't necessarily probably think the next 3 steps ahead as to, oh, the fire's going to actually fall down the hatch and it's going to be on top of me. You know, you don't necessarily think about the spread, the area that it's covering, everything else. So G2 having a very tough first half. 1-5 things are sat against them at the minute as they move on to the defensive half. But we got to give it to Soniqs. They deserve a hand right now because they have been clinical so far in that first half. They've got a good read of what to expect out of G2 despite not seeing Theme Park from them very often. I think that might be part of the problem for G2 here. They just look like they just, I don't know, there doesn't seem to be too much structure. It's just run in and let's try and take gunfights, and that's why they're finding themselves in these 1v1s. It doesn't seem to be like organised pushes for me.
It's G2's play style is what you might call a hero play style. And I always reference it. It's about the hero plays. The number of times early in the stage they'd be against a team that I felt at least look clearly better than them as a team, but when you've got Doki dropping a 3k one round, Citizen a 4k the next, Alamau a 3k the next, then back to Doki for another multi-kill. There's only so much you can do against stuff like that when the players are just that capable and that confident. Right now, we're not really seeing that. Again, you look down the kill feed, or down the leaderboard, sorry. For G2, no one's really proving to be that hero that they need. So who's it going to be in the second half, Tim?
Right now, I'd only put money on it being one of the Soniqs, to be honest with you. You know, they're the ones that are looking far more structured and organised. The fact that G2 have moved on to defence might be helpful for them in that sense because, you know, by its nature, it is more structured and organised. Yeah. You're going in with a setup. You have the game plan. The attackers have to adapt to you. But honestly, Soniqs just look far more comfortable on Theme Park for me.
I mean, Doki ran past us on his way to the bathroom, and, you know, he kind of gave us that kind of view of what the map is. Like, yeah, we know what it is. And he said, defense, you'll see us look a lot better there. And so far, not to take one kill away from it, but at least here it's going better, because I believe they only got one entry back in that first half. They've now doubled that here in this round.
More importantly, it's not the complete hard breach, but it is a big portion of it. We've got Kansan on the Maverick still able to work at opening up those reinforcements, but obviously it's just a little bit more dangerous and a little bit more time consuming. It looks like the Maverick will probably be successful. G2 need to not lose any lives here. This is an important factor for them. You know, they've got themselves the advantage, got themselves the opening kill, and it's something we haven't seen them do fantastically well, is then take advantage of that. For the time being, Soniqs have done something that G2 didn't. They've got themselves the map control that they need. They've gone in, they've taken that top floor east side. They can now start working towards site. They're very focused on their goal. G2, like I say, we're a little bit lackluster in exactly what map control do we need to take, but Yeti just straying a little bit there and wandering into sight.
Slammed by Citizen, and the nades coming raining through as well, but not finding their target. Doki gets another in the round, much better from G2. Maybe it's the curse of Theme Park on the attack inside. Team's just not looking super confident there just yet, but don't count these two out. I've touched on how well Grix is playing. The same with Kansan, the same with Rexon, and two of the three are still alive in this round.
Grixer working forward now, just looking to find himself an angle if he can through into sight, but he's going to have to find a very good angle. He's 1v4, he's shut down. Prano manages to find that kill, and that's going to be G2 taking a very important round. Of course, any more for the Soniqs will leave them on map point and guaranteed overtime. G2 don't want to let it get to that. Take their first defense. They have broken the momentum of the Soniqs now. That is the important thing. G2 need to build from this, and they're going to be moving on to initiation for the next defense. So they're happy with the top floor. It's pretty much a mirror image that you would expect here. They will take initiation office. The Soniqs might still try the east-sided push, but they will have less room if they choose to do so, because they'll basically get to the site sooner because it's on that side of the map. They may choose to push in from the cafe side, but G2, they played that pretty solidly. They didn't really overextend themselves. They were happy to play from sight. They just played for the angles that Soniqs were opening up. It was okay.
It's interesting how you've seen the change come in here compared to what we saw earlier on. Like, no Jaeger on side here, so I can't imagine you're going to see a hole at the end of long, for example. Instead, you've got things like the mirror. So a lot better at being able to hold down areas like Cash. If you reinforce off one wall, put the mirror window on it, leave the other one soft, you can just step out and spray challenge very, very comfortably. No doubt, one inside of Office, one inside of Initiation. Hold off anything from Cash or Dragon side, and then you can have 2 or 3 players holding out towards Cafe behind shields, potential laser gates, things like that. There's no Aruni in this round, but just to give an example. So, yeah, G2 doing exactly that. You can see the shield facing in towards Cafe. Makes sense to me.
A lot of caution from Soniqs as they approach the building here. Obviously, a little bit of early round aggression was something that they tried to bring to things, so they're not going to be getting caught out by that. Just watching for any potential peaks. We've got Claymores going down again, cautious of the jump outs. They weren't overly successful for them, particularly the second time that they tried it. It was pretty much lesson learnt, but they are not going to fall foul of it themselves. Stacking onto initiation this time, so it looks like there is going to be a little bit of west-sided pressure. I did comment that if you go completely from the east side as an attacker here, you've got a lot less room to work with. You've got control, you've got cash. Other than that, you're straight onto the site. So you need to be making sure that you impact on that cafe side, because usually you're going to have defenders playing back into bunk, back into daycare, as we can see there, looking to hold the site at more of a distance.
That was a little bit wonky there. I don't think it was quite the intent that he was looking for with the C4, but the drone surprised him for a quick second. There is still a player out on those break windows, and now Prana bringing out the second mirror window, so saving that one in back pocket.
I like that.
Yeah, I think it's quite smart. You've got the one that you're playing behind, I believe it's inside of Initiation, and then you know you can turn the second one to be wherever you want to put it. Is it facing out towards Cafe, because that's where they come from, and Yellow Stairs, or is it instead out towards Catch? Good.
Exactly that. You can just wait, see what's happening.
Look at the drone count, by the way, Tim. They've chewed through basically every drone that Soniqs has got halfway through the round.
Fantastic play from G2 here on the defense. A much, much better performance than we saw. But how are they going to stack up to this? Virtue on the warden going to be super important here as the Candelas come in. They continue to rein in, continue to flash everybody out. But Virtue, if anything, he's running towards the danger. He's running towards the noise. He knows that he wants that fight. Alamo gets one. Alamo gets two. Virtue with the glasses of the warden manages to get a third, and a fourth comes in, and that leaves us now in a 1 versus 5. It's Grixer, it's shut down, it's a flawless round for G2, and they've woken up on the defense, Des.
That was so smooth by Virtue, by the way. I commended for it in quietly, and I think it was Fresh earlier on who tweeted out basically saying, you know, DPET will never get the love that he deserves because he spends 70 to 80% of the round on cams for his team, but he does a lot. I think you're sort of seeing that with Virtue, where maybe a year and a half ago, he would be in the front line. He'd be the flex player alongside Citizen. I always think about those two as a pairing. They were an absolute terror pair. Whereas now he's playing more of a flex support role. You're not going to see him having big, shiny moments like that. But one, to have the balls to go for the aggression through the flashes of the Candelas as they come out, to then sidestep your way across on towards long of Arcade and get the kill long down Arcade, turn back around and get the kill on Super. Just timed it so well, hit the crucial shots that he had to manage, managed his utility incredibly well. Just everything Virtue did there was spot on.
Let's see if G2 can keep this going, because right now I think there's going to be a little bit of panic setting in amongst the NA fans. Obviously,
Soniqs will lose this round. They'll have a tactical timeout, and then it's anyone's guess what comes next.
Absolutely, I would completely agree with that. I think this round is particularly key. You know, we often talk about round 9, round 10, depending on what the score is. But if G2 can do this and get back within touching distance, then yes, I think, like I say, the NA fans might just have a little bit of a worry on their hands as to whether the Soniqs are able to bring the first points home for the region on day one or not at this stage. G2 looked, I'll be honest, all but beaten after that first half. The Soniqs were head and shoulders above them when they were playing on defense, but it certainly seems that we're having the same attacking wars out of the Soniqs here.
It's part of the thing more on the map, I think. I spoke about it earlier on, the bottlenecks, for example, that you have to run through are just so tight and it can be so difficult.
It's just attack on team park, to be fair.
Literally. Again, this is why so many teams, when they first got added to the map pool, were just like, yeah, hell no, insta-ban. And many have stayed that way. And I think a few creative teams have said, actually, there's a real good opportunity here to play a map that others simply don't want to play. And we know that if we haven't got a like perma-ban guarantee that, at the very least, they'll have to perma-ban it against us because they know that we do play it. So it all plays into that larger map ban strategy.
Rexon is just ready to go. He's on his drone. Skrix is going to be joining him, looking at potentially getting into the map. But before he does, he's going to take Alamo down, who was going for that jump out. Nothing learnt by G2 as they were able to take advantage of the Soniqs' aggressions. The Soniqs have been able to do the same in return. Kansan holding the line there. He's the one supporting Rexon at trying to get inside of Cafe. Doke, he's on low health as well. And this round that I said was particularly important is looking like it could go in the favour of the Soniqs right now. They've got themselves inside of the map. Prano going to be taken down by Grixer. Soniqs looking good.
Pressure is the only way I can summarise it as well, Tim. Just jackal tracks, nades, you name it, everything flying at them. Citizen at least getting one back and giving G2 a moment to breathe. And now they're all back on site, things can settle for a second, but Soniqs, I feel they've had a great first couple of minutes there. 2 kills coming through. Sure, they've lost one in the process. They've gone through most of their utility in terms of frag grenades at the very least. And now they've got a lot still to work with in the last 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's been a great fight over top floor, absolutely. Soniqs have now got that vertical control so they can start working towards site. As I've said, and we saw it previously, it's not the most critical thing for this site. Super, he needs to get down there and start opening up some angles with that hard breach. 45 seconds left to go, because otherwise we've seen what happens when you try to push into Armory and Throne without the hard breach having been applied, because at that point you're going in through single doors. It looks like Super's just trying to judge exactly where the mute jammers are so that he can make sure that those Stelma devices are successful. 25 seconds left to go.
Oh,
that is exactly what they needed.
C4'd his own mute jammer off as well.
Not good.
So now this can get opened up for absolute free. I understood the intent again, but the idea just didn't quite come to execution. Super's the one now looking to play at long range. He's got that diffuser in back pocket, but Grixer has come down split. The man behind Throne is not going to be there for much longer. Doki gets one, finds two, but can he hold on? He finds one more. It's a 1 versus 1 against Grixer. Doki's clutched it out.
Unbelievable plays from Doki there. G2 just able to hold on, and ultimately I feel it came down to what we discussed about how late in the round that angle was getting opened up from the bottom of yellow stairs. The hard breach was just really late on. Virtue, as you say, not ideal, clearing off that utility himself. Could have burnt even more time, but with only 20 seconds left to go after that was opened, it left the Soniqs with no option but to rush on into site. Yes, it still needed some talent, some ability on the side of G2. Doki to get them couple of kills that allowed him to keep himself alive, but ultimately, another 10 seconds on that clock, you feel like Soniqs probably win the round.
Absolutely they do, yeah. We spoke about the roam, you know, Soniqs have played it so well, left it to the last 60. It was that kind of delay on the actual execute itself there that I think cost them. And to be fair, I wouldn't beat myself up if I'm Soniqs there. They played that round incredibly well. You've just come up against Doki, who's crutched out with Shock Horror, a big hero play for G2 there in the close. But like we said, they'd lose that round, they'd call the tactical timeout. This is where things get spicy, because we're going to go back through the same 3 sites here as well. You'll see them go through the same rotation. Soniqs need to adapt based on what they've learned in those last 3 rounds, what they've seen, what's gone right, what's gone wrong. So the timeout there makes total sense. But again, if G2 are relying on winning rounds coming down to hero plays, Soniqs will eventually break through.
I think this was one of the best attacks for the Soniqs onto Punk and Deka.
Hands down.
They went in very quickly, got control of East.
Last round.
No, this one particularly for Soniqs. We saw them go in, they got control of East, control, into initiation, into office very quickly. They got the hard breach opened up on into site. They had the flanks locked down. They were looking good. And then there was, I think it was Yeti, just pushed on into site. He just ran on into the middle of site and he was cut down from break room. Citizen managed to get the opener. And from there, they were just picked off the Soniqs as they tried to push on in. They didn't really use the angles that they got from the hard breach. They were trying to push from elsewhere. And so for me, the first half of their attack was good. Do the same thing again. Get yourself in cash, in control, get yourself established nice and quickly, open up that wall. It's what happens from then. How do you prep yourself? How do you get yourself ready for that final execution? That's what the Soniqs have got to improve upon, and if they can do that, there is a round here to be won for them, definitely.
What I love is it's an exact inverse of what we saw before. When we were talking back in the first half about, all right, you're going in, you're getting picked off in the mid-round, Soniqs are super solid and get 2 or 3 kills in a row. Now I'm looking at it, the exact same thing is happening back on the other side. But the big difference once again is G2 are doubling down on the mirror. They've already lent into that once. I liked the dynamic nature of Prano's play. This time around he hasn't held on to the second one, he has deployed it, but the C4 is still in back pocket.
Here we go. Soniqs are looking to build for that east side of clearance as expected, as they did last time. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It was something that worked for them. They're looking to get on in. They're going to meet a challenge potentially from Office. I think that's where the drones are coming in, particularly to look for. They know that cash is clear, but they need to know whether they're going to be challenged through Office. Now, interestingly, they're potentially going to be challenged through 2 walls here, Des. They've got the mirror looking into Office, but then they've got the soft wall opened between Office and cash, exactly where we're looking right now. So playing from the mirror, they can actually defend from top of yellow stairs all the way out towards cash door, and that could be smart from G2.
Very much could. I like how it gives them a lot of control without having to actually hold the ground itself. They haven't got to put players there and commit utility that far forward. Instead, they can kind of dig back a little bit, play closer to one another. Like top yellow right now should be a fortress for these boys to be able to hold on to. And when they feel like it's getting a little bit dicey, you rotate through just like this from Doki, and you've got a new fallback point to come to that is basically a fortress to get through.
Drones again, Des, down to 3 for Soniqs. They're going to be playing largely blindly into this defense in the final minute. Prano, he gets Kanzen. This could get leveled up for G2 here as they continue holding on stalwart. They will not be moved here as Soniqs once again have got to a similar position and stalled out. Alamau finds Rexon. They've got that east side control. They've got cash pretty much. There's no challenge in there, but they can't do anything with it. Yeti, he manages to come in from behind though, manages to find one onto Citizen. 34 seconds left to go. It's 4 versus 3, but you feel like G2 are comfortable.
Yeah, they got that little flank off from Yeti that caught G2 on the backside there. They weren't expecting it, which does mean they're a little bit exposed here. Their focus has been elsewhere, but a player coming in through break. Yeti finding almost one, but not quite finishing it off. And there goes Virtue onto another. They've been torn apart here, Tim. And despite looking like a good flank was on, I don't see Yeti being able to hold this one down. Prano goes in for the kill. G2 equalise it up to 5-5, and you can hear them starting to get noisy across the way.
I'm sure I don't need to remind everybody at home that this was at a point 5-1 to the Soniqs. We've got to, of course, give a little bit of leeway for the attackers on Theme Park. It is not an easy map to attack onto, but G2 showing some real heart, some real spirit here. They were 5-1 down at the end of the first half, and they are right now, Des, staring down the barrel of potentially bettering that, going 6-0 and taking all 3 points from the NASR here with what would have to be the biggest comeback that we have seen on day one.
It is, yeah, and we almost saw it from SANDBOX, right? The 6-0 earlier that we thought, oh, there's a comeback coming on here, but they just didn't quite manage to complete it. I think they got to 6-3, and then it was closed out at 7-3 to the other side. So for G2, just kind of, again, leaning in towards that confidence that Doki had earlier. You know, have faith in the defense. We'll be fine once we get on defense. It's showing up in spades. If this comes down to only one attacking round win, man, Soniqs will be kicking themselves about that one round that they let Doki clutch up.
Initiation is going to be the defensive site for round 11. Soniqs again. Last time around we saw this back in round number 8. It was a G2 win, as has been every single defense so far. It was the round, if you remember, with the Ying playing out on break window. We had the Warden brought along by Virtue in position once again. And Virtue and Alamau basically dominated the top of Arcade into break. And they just got kill after kill and were able to close out the Soniqs attack. The Soniqs never really got themselves established inside of the map for this one. I think was part of the problem. They were playing in through the break windows, trying to play in behind those Candelas, but it just never really happened for them. So I'd like to see them take a little bit more map control this time and just see, you know, what can they do with it. They couldn't really get into Cafe last time. There's not a lot of room inside of Cash and Control to play into. If they can just get hold of a bit more territory, then we'll see. It could be game on.
You see, once again, these drones just rolling around. 4 down already. I know, like, 5 down. Sometimes you look at drone counts and you're like, is it really
G2 are chewing through drones.
They are, but this is what G2 are doing that they haven't really done well historically, I don't think. I always think back to G2 playing against Rogue on Bank. And the number of times that G2 would fall back at the minute-and-a-half mark, regardless of how much ground had been taken by Rogue, I was like, why? Well, one thing they're doing really good here is staying out in the map until they're forced to move away, right? You get droned, you're not stupid enough to stay in the same spot, you'll move back a little bit. But what you're then seeing is players like Doki just circle back into that space once again and just keep on forcing Soniqs to have to re-drone the same spot of the map over and over and over again. It's really smart, like, starvation play in a way, just trying to keep them away from these critical areas of the map, and maybe that's why Soniqs are really stalling out.
Exactly that. Right now, we're going to be back on the drones for the Soniqs. They've still got 5. They've had 5 for the last minute or so, so not losing too many there. That bodes well for this attacking push. But as we can see, they've 2 died, just as I say that, cast the curse. I do apologise. And here, we've got them all pushing in from the east side. They're going to be getting the breach open, this time looking more towards office rather than initiation that it was last time. But Prano on the mirror is potentially going to be a problem. He's just cautious of the yellow stairs. Alamau just able to slow that lane down there. It's not all about plant denial from the smoke. Sometimes it is about pushing and just preventing those attacker lanes being utilised. Doki's getting aggressive here. He knows that there's one in bathroom.
Oh,
He's just going to hold himself tight to the wall. That could be a disgusting play, Des.
They can't drone it out, but he goes down anyway. Rexon's going to find him on a quick swing around. I think Doki there moved a little bit too soon. Yeti's up at top yellow as well. This is the kind of control that Soniqs are looking for as the plant now starts to go down. Virtue on this Warden has already been lethal today. Finds one back, but the plant completes, and now G2 have got a retake against, again, a real bottleneck-heavy map.
Really difficult for them to do anything about that diffuser going down. Citizen, he's trying to get on the flank. He's going to have to do something special here, and counters. Grixer closes him down, and it's going to be the Soniqs that have the opportunity to take all 3 points. They get themselves onto 6-5. We're going all the way to 12, but G2, they're going to want a few more.
What makes me nervous, Tim, is the site that we should be stepping into. If they complete the rotation, they could go back into bunk again, but by the looks of it, it's going to be Armory and Throne. Okay, no, they're changing away entirely. Forget what I said. My only concern here is one you've just played there, and Soniqs figured out what worked. Now, unless you as G2 know exactly what went wrong in that round, the exact moment, the exact amendment required to get things correct, Soniqs haven't really got to change anything. They were out of information. They had no drones left. They were all pushing in really from the one side of the map until Yeti hit G2 on the flank. but that's the second or third time this half I've seen Yeti pull that kind of play off, and G2 haven't adapted to it. So you'll forgive me for being nervous, but they've got to be so careful about these flanks coming in.
Soniqs have got their opportunity now. This is what they've been fighting for. It's not been an easy slog for them on the attack, but they get the round that they needed to guarantee themselves overtime at least. NA, you will all be glad to know that you will at least have 1 point today.
You won't walk out of day
that
one
much I can say. That much I can say. There will be at least a point for NA on day one.
I tweeted this earlier. I was like, this is the moment where someone tunes in, Soniqs turn to the whole world just like, you must be truly desperate to come to me for help. Because NA have had nothing all day, and they're the ones that can now have that opportunity to ensure that NA don't go home empty-handed. Here we go then. Let's see if it all ends here and now. If G2's miraculous start proves to fall slightly short, or if Soniqs can be the ones that get off on the mega foot and maybe for themselves find us going all the way through to overtime. Twitch drone coming on through. Keep a close eye on that drone count, as it has been a bit of a staple of the last few rounds.
As you say, they've got to quickly find the answer here, G2. If they feel that the entire round hinged on that Yeti flank, that should be fairly easy to deal with. You know where the flank came from, you know where the other flanks can come from, you lock them down. You make sure nobody comes through there. And that may well be the thought process for G2 here, that, right, okay, that was what opened us up, we can just stop that. They may be confident that the Soniqs didn't really have anything pushing directly towards site up until that point. So that may be what they're trying to hold on to. We see the drones getting taken out heavily again. There's down to 4. It didn't stop the Soniqs last time, but it is certainly a factor. Oh, Grixer!
I mean, God bless it, he didn't die, because he can at least juice himself up to just over halfway HP, but, well, just half HP, sorry, but I don't know. That's one of them again that, like, it reminds me of the earlier round. I think it was round 3 or 4, where 3 members of Soniqs were down to about a third HP, but not quite finished off, and they just came back to bite G2 in the later stages of the round.
Super. He's up on the roof. He's going to be looking to get down into control, I would imagine. Potentially, I'm not sure where they're going to be looking to open up with the hard breach, but there's a bit of information getting fed in on the yellow pings. Yeti thinking about making a challenge, but instead it's going to be Super who gets himself onto the rappel. 1 minute 10 is on the clock, and they need to be careful here. The Soniqs look like they're running a little bit short of ideas. They go in one place. Nope. They go in another. Nope. Grixer, he does manage to get an opener onto Prano, though. That is big for the North American team.
Again, for me, they'll just repeat the same thing as last round, and that's exactly what it looks to be the case again. Doki holding this angle, doesn't quite connect the shots that he needs to onto Rexon, who's holding the tight angle, finally gets down, but Doki gets swung, doesn't get taken down. It's absolute chaos inside of the office showers at this point, Tim, and now Yeti is looking for that backstab. I spoke about it earlier. You've got to watch out for this G2, else he will end this game.
Nade goes in to try and find Doki. It does damage, but it does not find the kill. They're going to take the opportunity to get Rexon up, but 27 seconds left to go. Here comes Yeti. How much of an impact is he going to have? Absolutely zero as Alamo. He manages to find the kill. 20 seconds left to go. Soniqs need to get moving. Need to get themselves inside of sight. Alamo, he goes big for G2 when they need him. He gets a second onto Grixer with a headshot. Citizen, it's 4 versus 1. G2 have held on, Des. There's 7 seconds left to go. It's all up to Super. It's a 1 versus 4. He finds the first. Can he find the second? No. Des, we're going to overtime.
I've been waiting to hear those words all day, Tim, and what a better game for it to go to as well. Oh, we spoke about the beef coming in. It only builds now into these last 3 rounds. The best part for G2, Tim, is they start on the defense. They'll be absolutely buzzing about that. For Soniqs, it's a bit of a kicker. You couldn't get it done in regulation. You were 5-1 up and just couldn't quite tip it over the finish line. As close as they've come a couple of times here. You'll look back at that round where Doki clutched up. Soniqs will be kicking themselves. They should have had that round done and dusted. G2 start out in bunk and daycare. I can't wait to see how these next 3 go.
We are on the edge of our seats, Des.
We're not on our seats, Tim.
We're not at all. We've jumped up out of them. We've slipped straight off the edge of them because this one is just far too exciting. NA versus EU, Soniqs versus G2. There are so many storylines here, and we go the distance. We are into overtime. Best of 3 rounds now, and as you say, G2 bringing in the advantage with the defense. They're going to go to bunk and daycare, site that they won on both occasions when defending there. So G2 coming in with a bit of confidence here.
Whew. Take a breath. You have the prep phase.
I don't want to.
You're going to have to, Tim, because we have like probably another 90 seconds or so of the drone action that we love seeing. already down
A lack of drone action for the Sonics, to be fair. G2 have been right on top of those drones.
There's drone action for the start of the round, but then they do die out pretty quick. It's a really crap version of Robot Wars, to be honest with you, Tim. Let's keep a close eye on it, though, and see how this one plays out, because, again, I really hope Sonics are learning from that kind of thing, and that they are adapting, but G2, again, are just staying so mobile that Sonics are having to drone multiple times the first room into the building. That's just how aggressive G2 are being and how many questions they're forcing out of the Sonics.
Kansan going to be opening up the hatch with the Maverick there, just allowing a little bit of an access point for the Sonics. We've seen them previously attacking this site. They like to get themselves into the east side, work themselves across. They take the map control of the east side very well, but G2 sort of let them have it to a degree. They've tried pushing through initiation. They've tried getting that wall opened up. It's just not really done the business for them, the Sonics, previously. And G2, no surprise to see them set up completely on the west side. They've got their position. They're confident. They're just going to wait for the gunfights.
I wonder at what point they stick someone on the windows here as well, unless the plan is to completely forget about break room and just say, look, we go straight towards site here. Last time around, the Maverick did open up a lovely big rotation, like multiple size hole, on the left-hand side, then their nade hole on the right-hand side. It's a little bit different this time around. I'm not quite sure exactly what the game plan is, unless they want Super to help them get this one opened up with the Selmas. Indeed, they will. He's right here. 2 of those have already been used. So maybe now that that's opened up, he'll rotate off and play on the window. My only concern is he's got the diffuser in back pocket, Tim. He goes down. It's a long journey to recover that diffuser.
It really is. That is a big risk. They've got half of the round, though. There is time. We're going to have Super looking to open that up. He's just, again, making it even more difficult for G2 to play deep in that site. And we can see that G2 have been forced right back out onto the arcade mezzanine. This is probably about the best opportunity, I think, that Sonics have had on this site. They've got time. They've got manpower. They've got access to site. There is the potential for a successful execute here. And is even looking to move his way in and pressure Cafe. They're surrounding G2. They are making it difficult for them to hold any one direction.
Run, Doki, run. They know exactly where he is, but the laser gate gets popped back on again. Swings for the angle, but Rexon is just ready.
Also clears out the laser gate as well, so his access has not been denied. Citizen and Alamo, though, they turn it on its head as they find 1 kill each. Both headshots, Prano onto Super, 1 support to another. Grixer, he goes in. He's trying to get anything going here. It's down to him and Yeti, 2 versus 4. 20 seconds, they need to find some kills. Not each other, though. Yeti, he manages to find Virtue, 2 versus 3. G2 are backing away from these fights a little bit, but they're being caught out. They know that they just need to survive. That's Grixer down and out. Can they find the final kill? 6 seconds left to go. G2, you just need to survive. Keep yourself out of the fights. Alamo, he finds his kill. And G2 have map point opportunity.
Just one more round, boys. Just one more round. What a day that'll be to start things off for G2 as well. 2 for 2. Admittedly, the one coming in overtime does still open the door to potential shenanigans on our final day. And for Sonics, at least taking a point, if it gets to that point, is still not the end of the world. It's still NA's first point, Tim, if it really comes down to that. They're going to go back. They're going to go to bunk and daycare themselves in terms of side selection onto the defensive side. I'd be shocked if this doesn't go to 15, though.
The only site that G2 won was Armory. That was the only site that they were able to get the attacking win on. So as you say, statistics would suggest that we likely go all the way, which is, to be honest, I said it at the beginning of the game, exactly what we wanted to see out of this one. They're going to play each other a second time later in the week as well. And you know what, Des? I already hope that one goes to 15 as well, because these are, for me, 2 of the teams in the league that are full of character, full of personality, and they are delivering it by the bucketful in the server as well. This is the siege that we want to see out of them, and this is the reason that these are 2 teams that are so heavily focused upon.
I'm just checking something. Damn it, we've been had.
We've been had.
My claim is we were stood on desk. We were getting ready to cast, but XSET did beat NIP just before we went live in this game.
Oh, there we go. We didn't see the end of the game.
Thank you, Hannibal, for the shout-out. Our bad, but we were kind of getting ready to...
We were a little bit busy working.
Yeah, you know, just a done thing. It's all good, it's all good, it's all good. We're correcting on that then. Sonics can be the second NA team to get points today if it comes down to it. At least now they're guaranteed the 1. You stood on my foot then, mate. Thanks very much. Tim's getting a little bit excited, see, stepping across the casting booth in his little dancey jiggy
it's
thing.
It's very rare that I come over to your side, Des.
I know, normally there's like an invisible line that we form down the middle.
Well, is there going to be an invisible line that G2 cannot pass here on the attack? That is the there you go. That is the question. They're going to be attacking, as we've said, onto Bunk and Daycare. Unsuccessful so far twice. They tried to work vertically underneath. We saw a couple of attempts at nades. Didn't really get any joy with them. I did say coming into it, G2 found joy with nades against SANDBOX, but Theme Park is a bit of a different beast when it comes to that utility. There's far fewer opportunities from underneath usually to use them. Has Citizen found one though potentially? He's working his way around, and Bunk, Daycare is one of the areas that you can use them. But no, he's a little bit too late.
Whenever I think of EU teams and playing vertical nades, I always think of Rogue. And I think in the first game earlier, Cryin started out with a vertical nade kill, and I was like, that's just a classic. It's not really too heavily used by others. Like, even Citizen, I think of as a nade player that will play more laterally. He'll just toss it into a spot where he knows a player is sat off the back of some information rather than playing from below. But here they are going fishing, just not quite finding the biggest prize they're looking for, which is the members of Soniqs.
Doki then looking to get aggressive from control. Needs to be careful. They know that he is there, but surrounding them pretty well here, G2. They are doing what I said earlier, where they're identifying positions and potentially cutting people off. There's now somebody from the Soniqs, I'm not sure who it is, just stuck out on the east side of things here. Could be a problem for them. They need to think about just exactly how they're going to get back, unless they're going to play their life there and just look to be a continued nuisance.
They've got a little bit stuck because G2 themselves are now also low on drones. The information is somewhat limited, but that's the opening they're looking for. Kansan going down. Doki into a second. If they tore them through here, Tim, it might be an 8-6 on the attack as well. A big 3K for Alimau, and Grixer, 16-6, has got to do it all.
Brono's getting the diffuser down. Surely this is over right now. Grixer's down to about 20 health. He's fighting hard. He's got Citizen down. Citizen with no utility to get himself back on his feet, but it doesn't matter as Grixer moves out to the top of yellow stairs. Alimau cuts him down, and that's going to be G2 taking the win. 8-6, and a great day for EU continues.
It does, and that was a match that delivered as well. I know it was a real slalom fest where attackers could not get going. It felt like we were back in the utility meta again, but we've had some fantastic defenses by both teams there, and a good attack to close things out. Finally, they broke through that barrier, and G2 get 8-6.
The thing is, you know, was it the best Siege we've ever seen played? Probably not. We had teams really struggling to get those attacks. Was it entertaining? Absolutely.
Well, we need to cool down a little bit. I'm going to go and stand half naked in front of that fan, I think, Tim. When we come back, we'll break this game down some more.
Paris, Mexico, Stockholm. I have so many memories. I had a front row seat to see Goga qualify G2 Esports for the final after an unbelievable performance.
On the best team in the world.
I was there in Tokoname, where Nello won a legendary round all by himself.
Crossfire gets one on the Diesel and a second one on Amaranth. Are you kidding me? The 1v4.
I was standing in that madding crowd at Montreal, stunned by the triumph of Space Station Gaming.
But it's home once again.
I was thrilled when Ninjas in Pajamas got its revenge in Paris.
Alamao in a 1v3 here. He makes the swing, he finds the headshot, and not just one.
I witnessed LMAO's demonstration in Mexico when he led Team 1 to a consecration against all odds. I was fortunate to see Damwon Kia making history in front of me in Yavle.
First Korean team who are progressing to the semi-finals!
But did I tell you I even saw as a nobody TSM FTX became the new world champions in Stockholm? This is it. This is my major story. And as an official hardware partner of Rainbow Six Esports, I feel blessed to witness them for such a long time.
Welcome back, guys. After that quick interlude, I did indeed get half naked and stand in front of the fan, but you guys don't need to see that action on your timelines or in your Twitch feeds. However, Tim, got a front row seat.
Lucky me.
That was a great game in itself, and that was worth having a front row seat to here. We enjoy casting every single moment of that, from start through to finish. Sure, defenders really had a show called on that game, but when it got through to overtime, you just know it was coming to a fever pitch.
It felt like going into overtime, one of those teams was going to run away with it at that point. Ultimately, G2 were the ones able to lock it down. I'm sure they're very happy with that result because, let's be honest, the Soniqs had them on the ropes to begin with, but it comes down to that attack on Theme Park once again.
Well, let's take a look at, I believe it's our Group D standings that we can take a look through in just a second to see how things currently hold up. Because, or it is in Group D indeed, here's how things look at the very bottom of things here. FURIA, 2 wins coming off the back of Elevate's earlier 2-0 success. For Astralis, a team that many of us assume would be going through by default, Tim, and was wondering which of the other 3 teams would manage to take the second. It's not been a good start for the last time Charlotte Major Grand finalists.
No, not at all. And you're in a position now, this gets even worse for the other 2 teams in it, because FURIA and Elevate are both on 6. If you get 10 points, you're pretty much through. So they need a win and a draw each to, well, an overtime loss for argument's sake. FURIA and Elevate, but they've got to play each other yet. So when FURIA and Elevate play each other, one of them is going to take the win. So one of them is going to take a big stride towards qualifying themselves. So for the other teams, M&M, Astralis, you're now pretty much just fighting over second place.
Yeah, there's a lot to look forward to.
It's really tough.
This is the crazy thing, is obviously right now we're just at the start of the groups, but already looking at 6 points, for example. Tomorrow we'll be 2/3 of the way through the groups. It'll be madness. And here's how the group that we just saw play out has gone as well. G2 sat at the top, FaZe and Soniqs obviously about to play very shortly, with SANDBOX sat down at the very bottom. Dare I say, G2, not a bad day.
G2 looking good. Soniqs still picking up a point to keep themselves in the race.
Yeah.
As you corrected us during there, XSET did pick up 3 points, so it's 4 points overall for NA. It's one of those things. The game started before we came on, but unfortunately, the way broadcasts work, we have to be here a little bit before. So sometimes we miss the end of the game on the other stream. But yeah, XSET doing well. A good win against NIP. You know, they look pretty good today. So yeah, big win for XSET, and that really does spice up that group. But the Group B, looking fantastic as the way it stands at the minute. That's going to be hot, depending on this last game, Soniqs FaZe as well.
I just like how we get into basically every group and we're like, ooh, that's spicy, that's interesting.
That's
what going to be exciting.
Does. That's what groups does.
Keep on saying it all day long, but groups are my favourite part of any competition we go to. Normally SI, because there's just so much to go through as well. But yeah, I've loved today so far.
Yeah,
and there's still one more game to go, like you said as well. Soniqs versus FaZe, our next one. It's kind of that. It is that battle for what's probably considered the middle at the minute. It's going to be fantastic. Really excited to see it, no doubt.
Yeah, the thing is, like FaZe earlier, maybe not quite as sharp as we might have expected. Still got a good win against SANDBOX, but they really had to fight back. And then Soniqs coming off the back of that one. You've got 2 teams there that maybe not showing everything they'd like to so far.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of a point to be proven for me in that game. There's a good opportunity for both of them to come in and really make a statement.
I've got to see more than just Cyber coming online.
Yes,
we
100%.
spoke about the duo Cyber and Bullet earlier on today. Bullet wasn't there for the first half of the game. He was 1-5 at one point, Tim. Did wake up a little bit in the second half, but not enough to really get them going. If not for Cyber, that game could have been over far, far sooner. So here, they've had the first game. Sure, you had a little bit of downtime, but now we've got to see you pick it back up and really put on a strong show.
Yeah, and, you know, as far as the Soniqs go, I think they're probably I feel a little bit hard done to with how that one finished. You know, they just, I won't say that they switched off towards the second half, but they just couldn't get that attack done. You know, no matter what they tried, it just didn't seem to work. They stalled out a few times on the attack where they get to a point, and we saw the one that they were successful with. Yeti comes in on a big flank, and that was the power that they needed through that attack. They didn't have that in the other rounds, so they need to find that key.
You probably look at, like, Doki's clutch as well. Like, and that was the round I kept coming back to, but it just goes to show, one small moment like that, the clock working their way, the point at which they chose to execute, all those things coming together, it really all came together for G2. And sure, it was only one round. It could have been 3 points for Soniqs, but that's not the way the cookie crumbles, at least today in Group B. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, it is going to be time for seeing Soniqs take on FaZe, a very spicy fixture. Don't go anywhere.
We were right to leave Rainbow. We are stronger than we've ever been, and our new recruits legitimize us in the eyes of many skeptics. What is a high price tag when success is guaranteed? Our results speak for themselves and give us leeway to operate as we wish. The world is not designed to foster talent. Fall in line. Do what is expected of you. In my life, I've often found that the great rarely fit traditional standards. When you confine excellence, it suffocates.
Ace, wall down in 5. Thinker, prepare for a rush.
In removing these restraints, I have redefined what an operational unit can be.
Forward, now! Go, 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 go!
Some might see us as selfish and opportunistic. Let them. Nighthaven will leave them in the dust as we saw.